You are weak. It has always been a mistake. Yifei, 25 points. As the homeroom teacher's voice echoed in the classroom, a wave of laughter erupted. All eyes turned towards the handsome youth in the last row, their faces adorned with mockery. 25 points? Surely, that must break the record for the lowest score in our class. Even with my eyes closed, I could score better than that. This country bumpkin has once again dragged down our class average score. Upon hearing these remarks, Yifei lowered his head, his face flushed with humiliation. His hands, hidden beneath the desk, clenched tightly, yet he remained silent. The homeroom teacher cast a glance at Yifei, grumbling under his breath, and then resumed distributing the test papers without a second look. Once the papers were handed out, the teacher announced the end of the school day, and the students gradually filed out of the classroom. Yifei, why are you still here? A melodious voice suddenly rang in Yifei's ears. He looked up to see Luo Irin, the class monitor. Not only was Luo Irin the monitor, but she was also an academic achiever, the school belle, and one of the few who did not look down upon Yifei. Among all the boys in Class 10 of the senior year, none were indifferent to her charm, and Yifei was no exception. However, due to his family's financial struggles and his poor academic performance, he concealed his affection deep within, too timid to express it. Oh, you go ahead. I would like to finish the remaining exercises before I leave, Yifei replied, raising his head. Luo Irin nodded, no longer urging him, and departed from the classroom. Soon, Yifei found himself alone in the classroom, lingering until darkness fell before he finally gathered his belongings and exited. Upon exiting the school gates, he took a winding path, yet, as fate would have it, he was accosted as he traversed a shadowy alleyway. 3 youths approached from either end of the passage, cornering Yifei in the center. Hey, you little brat, still trying to evade us? The burly Sun Yuan shoved Yifei's shoulder, sending him crashing against the wall. I am not hiding, Yifei attempted to protest. Did you bring the money we told you to? I don't have any money. Dare to talk back, do you? Sun Yuan delivered a sharp slap to Yifei's face, causing his cheek to swell instantly. Lu Guang, grinning mischievously, reached into Yifei's pocket. As he extracted an outdated Nokia phone from Yifei's trousers, his expression soured, and he exclaimed in frustration, "What era are we in? You're still using a Nokia?" With that, he hurled the phone against the wall. Subsequently, Lu Guang rummaged through Yifei's pockets, yielding a mere 30 yuan in change, which incensed him further, prompting several punches to Yifei. Enough. At that moment, Wang Chung, who had been recording the scene on his phone, intervened, halting the two from inflicting further punishment on Yifei. Wang Chung pocketed his phone and lightly patted Yifei's cheek, though gentle. The gesture was laden with humiliation. Listen well, tomorrow bring 300 yuan, or each time we see you, you'll receive a beating. With that, he departed, laughing with his companions. Once the figures of the 3 from Wang's city vanished from sight, Yifei picked up the phone that had been carelessly tossed into the corner. Just as he inserted the battery and powered it on, a call came through. Xiaofei, I tried calling you earlier, but it said your phone was off, came a gentle voice from the other end of the line. It was none other than his mother, Zheng Ku. Yifei took a deep breath, striving to sound composed, and forced a smile as he replied, Mom, I'm fine. My phone ran out of battery and just turned off. I've just charged it now. How is your studying over there? Do you have enough money? If not, just let me know, and I'll send some more, Zheng Ku inquired. Mom, there's no need to worry about me. My classmates are all very kind. The teacher even praised my progress in studies today. Yifei feigned a cheerful demeanor as he spoke. Brother, I miss you. When are you coming home? Came the innocent voice of his younger sister, Yi Xian, from the other end of the call. Xiao Xian, they'll come back as soon as I have a break. You focus on your studies, and when I return, we'll bring you a gift, Yifei said with a smile. Really? Yi Xian exclaimed with excitement. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? After exchanging a few more words with his family, Yifei hung up the phone, his expression darkening considerably. He gripped the phone tightly, biting his lip, as tears stubbornly streamed down his face. Yifei's family lived in a rural area, and his enrollment at Haijiao No. 1 High School was made possible through the connections of his aunt. Having previously studied in the countryside, he had a weak academic foundation, which made it challenging for him to keep up with the rigorous curriculum at Haijiao No. 1 High School. He could not comprehend why, despite his relentless efforts to study diligently and his avoidance of trouble, both the teachers and students in his class treated him with such disdain. He was acutely aware that the Wang Cheng trio hailed from affluent families. They frequently extorted him, not out of necessity, but for their amusement. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Yi Fei's lips bore traces of blood, and his vision was blurred. Do you still not understand? Your weakness is, in itself, a flaw, a raspy voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Startled by the unexpected voice, Yi Fei glanced around, yet saw no one in sight. Are you a human or a ghost? He trembled, yearning to escape from this eerie place. Kid, there is no need to search for me. You will not be able to see me. I simply ask you, do you wish to grow stronger and no longer be bullied? The voice resonated once more. What? Do you propose? Yi Fei inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity at the notion of becoming stronger. I am the reincarnation ancestor of the celestial realm. You may call me ancestor. If you pledge to be my disciple and cultivate with me, I guarantee that your achievements will surpass everyone else's, and you will never be bullied again. The raspy voice proclaimed again. Yi Fei's mind involuntarily conjured memories of his experiences since arriving at Haijiu No. 1 High School. Why do those teachers and classmates look down upon me? Why do I harbor feelings for Luo Yiren, yet lack the courage to express them, even to meet her gaze? Why does Wang Cheng and his cohorts take pleasure in bullying me rather than others? Why can't I allow my mother and sister to leave the countryside and live a life of affluence? Why? Why? I desire strength. I yearn to become powerful. Yi Fei had never felt such an intense longing for strength as he did now. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, Very well. I shall learn. Excellent, young one. You will one day be grateful for the wisdom of your decision today. The elderly voice responded with a hint of satisfaction. In that instant, Yi Fei sensed a torrent of ancient words flooding into his mind, words he had never encountered before, yet their meaning resonated within him. Without delay, Yi Fei found a patch of grass and commenced his training. Time slipped by unnoticed until the clamor around him roused him from his meditative state. He felt a warm flow coursing through him, an immensely pleasant sensation. The fiery pain that had once tortured his face had vanished entirely. Ancestor, how am I progressing in my training? Yi Fei inquired, yet he received no reply from the reincarnation ancestor. Instead, the distant noise grew increasingly distinct. It was then that he discerned the cries for help echoing in the air. Several hundred meters away, he could clearly see two burly men covering the mouth of a young woman as they attempted to drag her into a nearby grove. Yi Fei rushed towards them, shouting, Stop! What are you doing? As he drew closer and recognized the faces of the two brute men, he was taken aback. He knew both of them. The tattooed man, covering the woman's mouth, is a notorious ruffian from Xiqing District, known by the moniker Brother Dog. Many school bullies from Haijiu No. 1 High School associate with him. The individual beside Brother Dog is his lackey, a former student of Haijiu No. 1 High School, expelled due to his involvement in fights. Upon recognizing these two menacing figures, Yi Fei trembled in fear. Their infamous reputations preceded them, and neither was someone he could contend with given his slight stature. Kid, don't go looking for trouble, just scram. Brother Dog's lackey shot a scornful glance at Yi Fei, barking his orders. As long as you release her, I will pretend this incident never occurred. Yi Fei managed to utter, despite the terror gripping his heart. You little pest, are you seeking death? Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Brother Dog's lackey stormed toward him, brandishing a knife that he had drawn from his pocket. Just as Yi Fei was at a loss for what to do, the voice of the reincarnation ancestor echoed once more. Ah, quite impressive. You have swiftly stepped into the realm of cultivation. Ancestor, you haven't departed? Hearing the familiar voice filled Yi Fei with joy, and he whispered, What should I do now? Kid, no need to whisper, they cannot hear my words. You need not speak aloud, simply convey your thoughts in your mind, and I shall comprehend. Look at you, so timid. You are now a cultivator dealing with these two insignificant insects should be a trivial matter. The reincarnation ancestor scoffed. As his words faded, Brother Dog's lackey had already dashed up to Yi Fei. Upon encountering Yi Fei in a state of bewilderment, the assailant initially believed that Yi Fei was rendered speechless. By fear, without a trace of hesitation, he lunged the dagger directly towards Yi Fei's abdomen. However, just as the blade was about to make contact with Yi Fei's clothing, It abruptly halted. "You little rascal, do you have the audacity to disrupt my plans?" Brother Dog released the young woman and charged towards Yifei. "Leave. I never wish to see you again," Yifei coldly uttered, casting a fleeting glance at the two. Overwhelmed by terror, Brother Dog and his companion dared not linger upon hearing Yifei's words. They hastily retreated, crawling away in their desperate flight. "Are you all right?" Once the figures of Brother Dog and his companion had vanished, Yifei turned his attention to the young woman and inquired. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that she was likely in her 20s, with rosy lips and pearly teeth exquisitely beautiful, her skin fair and delicate, as if one could draw water from it. Her bosom rose prominently, captivating enough to ensnare one's gaze. Her long, fair legs stood out alluringly against the darkness of the night. At that moment, the young woman's tear-streaked face bore an expression of anxiety and fear, evoking an instinctive sense of pity in onlookers. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Chanwan," she said, her voice gentle and melodious, truly enchanting. "No need for thanks. I am Yifei. This place is rather unsafe. You should refrain from venturing out at night," Yifei remarked, unable to ignore her anxious demeanor. "Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home." Chanwan nodded, expressing her gratitude once more. Chanwan lived nearby. As they walked and chatted, Yifei learned that Chanwan had recently rented her apartment and was out to purchase some daily necessities. Dressed in his school uniform, Yifei naturally revealed his identity as a student of Haijo No. 1 High School, causing Chanwan's expression to shift into something peculiar. However, Yifei was focused on the path ahead and remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Yifei prepared to take his leave when Chanwan suddenly spoke up, saying, "Would you be able to stay with me tonight?" Upon hearing Chanwan's words, Yifei, the new Chinese teacher, opened his mouth wide, staring at Chanwan with an expression of utter disbelief on his face. Being stared at by Yifei like this, Chanwan's delicate face blushed deeply. She quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong. The house I rented has 2 rooms. I'm afraid they might come over tonight, so..." By the end, her voice was almost inaudible. Only then did Yifei realize he had thought too much. Just as he was about to decline, the voice of the reincarnation ancestor suddenly sounded beside Yifei's ear. "Lad, agree to her." "Old man, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yifei shouted in his heart. Chanwan was extremely beautiful, with delicate facial features, fair, firm skin, and a stunning figure. Especially at her age, her body had fully developed, exuding a unique charm of a mature woman. Even Luo Yiren, the school beauty of No. 1 Middle School, seemed a bit green in comparison. However, was it really appropriate to live with her just after getting to know her? "You little rascal, it's the ancestor, not the old man." The exasperated voice of the reincarnation ancestor rang in Yifei's ear. "You don't know how lucky you are. Do you know that this girl in front of you has an extremely rare mysterious yin physique? Practicing by her side and absorbing the mysterious yin qi from her body can make your cultivation efforts yield twice the results with half the effort. Do you still want to be bullied again?" The words of the reincarnation ancestor were like a heavy hammer, hitting Yifei's sore spot, leaving him silent for a while. Seeing Yifei's silence, Chanwan thought he disagreed, and a hint of sadness couldn't help but appear on her delicate face. "If you don't want to then..." "No, I do," Yifei hastily exclaimed. "What? Are you truly willing?" Chanwan's large eyes instantly regained their luster. Upon seeing Yifei nod affirmatively, she was so elated that she nearly jumped up. After entering the door, Chanwan suddenly realized something. Her delicate face blushed, even tinged with a bit of embarrassment. Only then did she recall that although the house she rented had 2 bedrooms, the secondary bedroom had only a solitary bedboard, piled high with various sundries. There were no bedding items at all. She had originally intended to use this room for storing odds and ends. He had just saved her, and she had invited him to stay. She couldn't possibly let him sleep on the bedboard, could she? Chanwan was silently pondering the solution. Should they sleep in the same room? The moment this thought flashed through her mind, Chanwan secretly spat, and her delicate face turned bright red. Yifei soon noticed this as well. He volunteered, "Sister Chanwan, I can sleep on the sofa." Hearing this, Chanwan's face grew even redder. Although it was almost summer, it was still rather cold to sleep in the living room. Summoning up her courage, Chanwan said, "Let's both sleep in the master bedroom. You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor." "How could that be?" Yifei was greatly shocked and promptly declined. How could he possibly let such a delicate young lady like Chanwan sleep on the floor? However, Chanwan's attitude was also very resolute. The two of them declined and deferred to each other for quite a while. Eventually, they reached a consensus: sleep in the same room. But Chinwan would sleep on the bed and Yifei on the floor. Having experienced so much that night, neither of them had much appetite. After a simple dinner, they returned to their room and went to sleep. Yifei lay on the ground covered with a baby quilt and soon fell asleep. However, Chunwan tossed and turned restlessly, finding it difficult to fall asleep, especially when she thought that there was a young man lying beside her. Chunwan turned sideways, propped up her fragrant cheek with one hand, and began to observe Yifei's delicate and handsome face. Only then did she realize that Yifei was incredibly handsome. His facial features were regular, well-defined, with a touch of determination between his brows. His figure was slender, yet stood upright. It was just that all these had been concealed by that bulky and shabby school uniform in the past. Chunwan stared at him, gradually becoming infatuated. And she didn't know when she finally fell asleep. When she slept, there was a smile on her lips, and her face was full of a sweet and contented expression. Although there was a newly acquainted stranger lying beside her, she felt unusually at ease. Yifei had an extremely comfortable sleep and was awakened by the aroma of food in the morning. "Wow, Sister Chinwan, you've made so many delicious dishes," Yifei said to Chinwan, who was still busy in the kitchen, as he looked at the dazzling array of food on the dining table. Chinwan gave a gentle smile and said, "Go wash your hands quickly. Dinner will be ready soon." By the time Yifei finished washing up, Chinwan was already sitting at the dining table waiting for him. Yifei was not polite either. After saying a word to Chinwan, he started to gobble up the food. "It's so delicious, Sister Chinwan. You're amazing. Whoever marries you will be really lucky," Yifei mumbled with his mouth full. Chinwan rolled her eyes at Yifei in annoyance, served him a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat congee, and then said, "Eat slowly. Don't choke. I'm going to your school later. Let's go together." "No way. There's not much time left." Yifei glanced at the time. "Today, our new Chinese teacher is coming. If I'm late and leave a bad impression on him, things will be dreadful later." "Surely not. Haizhou No. 1 Middle School is a renowned school across the nation. Those who can teach there are by no means ordinary. Trust me, the new teacher won't make things difficult for you just because of such a trifle," Chunwan said with a smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of meaningful mischief. "How couldn't it be? What if the new teacher is like our head teacher? Not only burly but also a hot-tempered shrew? Then she'll surely find fault with me every day." Yifei lowered his head, sipping his congee and muttering. He didn't notice at all that when he uttered the word shrew, Chinwan gritted her silver teeth so hard that they creaked. And she was so angry that she almost dumped the congee in her hand onto Yifei's face. Although Chinwan said she would also go to school and accompany him, Yifei left early. As soon as he reached the classroom door, the gazes of his classmates all landed on him in unison, their eyes looking rather strange. Yifei felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at, but he was used to the cold looks from these people in the past, so he returned to his seat with an unchanged expression. "I heard that Wang Chung and the others cornered you last night," his deskmate, Guo Liang, whispered into Yifei's ear. Yifei nodded with an unpleasant look on his face. "Those bastards." Guo Liang cursed angrily, then leaned closer to Yifei's ear and said, "Wang Chung spread the video of them cornering you last night in the school group. Fortunately, it was rather dark, and your face wasn't recorded." Yifei's face turned even uglier. No wonder these people looked at him in that way when he entered the door just now, although they couldn't clearly see the face of the person in the video. I'm afraid 9 out of 10 classmates had guessed that the person being beaten in the video was him. "I'll walk with you after school today. If they dare to be so excessive again, I'll hire people from society to teach them a lesson," Guo Liang said indignantly. "No need," Yifei replied, shaking his head while looking down at the textbook. Thinking of Wang Chung and the other two, he clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds, and sneered repeatedly in his heart. Yifei today was no longer the one who was wantonly bullied by them yesterday. From now on, it was still uncertain who would bully whom. Guo Liang was about to say something more when he looked up and saw the burly figure of the head teacher, Zhao Yun, appear at the door. There was also a person following behind her. When he clearly saw the person behind Zhao Yun, Guo Liang became excited immediately, grabbed Yifei's arm and shook it, saying, "Yifei, it's over. It's over. I'm in love. I'm in love." "Aren't you in love every day?" Yifei replied perfunctorily without raising his head. Guo Liang came from a very wealthy family. Although he was a chubby boy, he had a very nice personality. Plus, he had regular features and was willing to spend money, so he was very popular among girls at school. "It's different. This time is different. Oh no, I'm done for. I'm done for. Woo-woo. I find that I'm completely trapped in it," Guo Liang still said in a neurotic manner. Just then, the head teacher had come to the podium and tapped the podium table, attracting the attention of all the classmates. Classmates, this is our new Chinese teacher. Before the head teacher could finish speaking, the classmates in the class became restless. Goodness me, she's stunning. Is she our new Chinese teacher? Haha, we're in for a treat. Yifei heard the whispers and looked up. When he saw clearly the person standing beside Zhao Yun, his eyes widened in shock. He let out a gasp and instinctively stood up. This new teacher turned out to be Chen Wan, who had parted ways with him not long ago. Yifei felt his mind go blank. The head teacher looked at Yifei with disgust. Yifei, do you have any questions? When Yifei first arrived, she had thought she'd found a gem and secretly rejoiced. However, after a mock exam, she realized it was but a weed. Her attitude towards Yifei changed from being solicitous to showing distaste. Yifei noticed that when no one was paying attention, Chen winked at him with an innocent look, as if saying, I wanted to tell you earlier, but you didn't give me the chance. No problem. Yifei replied, looking speechless. If there's no problem, then sit down. The head teacher glared at Yifei and continued, Ms. Chun is a top student from Peking University. Starting from today, she will be in charge of teaching Chinese to our class. A round of enthusiastic applause rang out in the classroom. After the applause died down, the head teacher said a few polite words. After Chen finished introducing herself, she left. The first class today was Chinese, so Chen naturally stayed to prepare for class. Even halfway through the first class, Yifei still hadn't snapped out of it. Remembering his malicious speculations about the new teacher in front of Chen during breakfast, he couldn't help but have an ominous feeling. Guoyang, Yifei's deskmate, clung to Yifei relentlessly and asked, Yifei, do you know my goddess? Eh? Who is your goddess? Yifei asked, utterly confused. Of course. It's our Miss Chen. Wasn't your previous goddess Luo Yiren? From now on, I have only one goddess, and that is Miss Chen. Quickly tell me. Have you known Miss Chen for a long time? No. Yifei lowered his head, looking at the textbook, responding to Guo Liang absent-mindedly. He found that his memory had become much stronger than before. He could remember what was in the book after just one glance. And many knowledge points that he couldn't understand before now became clear to him easily. Just as Yifei was secretly delighted, Chen voice suddenly grew louder. Student Guo Liang, please repeat the content I just explained. Since the class started, Guo Liang had been pestering Yifei all the time. How could he know what Chen had taught? After standing up, his face turned bright red, he stammered for a long while, and finally blurted out, Teacher. I don't know. Boom. The whole class burst into laughter. There was a gentle smile on Chen delicate face, without showing the slightest bit of anger. Then she turned her gaze to Yifei. Student Yifei, you answer it. In an instant, everyone's eyes were once again fixed on Yifei, with a playful look in their eyes. Many boys even couldn't help sneering. Yifei making a fool of himself in front of the beautiful teacher was definitely a thing they were happy to see. Looking at Chen charming and smiling eyes, a famous saying inexplicably came to Yifei's mind. Sooner or later, you have to pay the piper. He knew that Chen wasn't scolding him for being distracted, but rather taking revenge for his comment in the morning that the new teacher was a shrew. Chapter 3. Encountering the Supernatural. Teacher, I have no idea either. Before Yifei could speak, a student sitting in the back row suddenly imitated Yifei's voice and said this, which once again triggered a burst of uproarious laughter. Just as their laughter hadn't subsided, a clear and resonant voice rang out beside everyone's ears. Du Mu, styled Muji, with the literary name Fanchuan Jushi, was an outstanding poet and essayist in the Tang dynasty. He was the grandson of Prime Minister Du Yu and the son of Du Zongyu. At the age of 26 in the second year of the Dazhong reign of Emperor Wenzong of the Tang dynasty, he passed the imperial examination. As Yifei's voice faded, the classroom instantly fell silent. Those classmates who had been mocking opened their mouths wide, as if they had been choked by the neck, and their voices stopped abruptly. Their eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Could he really have answered it correctly? And without a single mistake? How could this be possible? Chen was also somewhat astonished. She had been paying attention to Yifei for a while before and knew that Yifei had been chatting with Guo Liang all along and hadn't been listening to her lecture. Yifei, you must have secretly flipped through the book just now when you lowered your head and took advantage of everyone not paying attention. Wang Cheng's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, everyone came to their senses. So Yifei was still the Yifei they were familiar with. The reason he could answer the question was just that he had secretly looked at the book. Thinking of this, the gazes of many classmates towards Yifei changed from shock to disdain. Taking in everyone's expressions, Wang Cheng laughed and looked at Yifei triumphantly, his eyes full of provocation. Wang Qing was eager to see Yifei either in a fit of rage or dejected, yet the result disappointed him. Yifei's expression remained composed, not even sparing a glance at him. "Teacher, I didn't peek at the book just now," Yifei declared with a candid countenance. His gaze meeting Chen Wan's directly. "Yifei, you're truly shameless. If you can't answer, just admit it. Instead, you secretly peeked at the book. You're really embarrassing the students of our class 10. Sun Yuan, Wang Qing's lackey, exclaimed loudly. "That's right. He peeked at the book, but won't admit it. I propose that Yifei be expelled from the class. He shouldn't keep embarrassing us any longer." Another lackey, Lu Guang, chimed in. Chen Wan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She merely intended a little retaliation against Yifei for his silent criticism of her that morning, not to let Wang Cheng and the other two seize the opportunity to make things difficult for him. "Teacher, I believe Yifei didn't peek at the book," Luo Yiren, who was sitting in the front row, said at this moment. When the classmates saw that Luo Yiren actually spoke up for Yifei, they were all somewhat stunned. What was going on today? Luo Yiren, the renowned campus belle who always kept a distance from her classmates, actually spoke up for this bumpkin from the countryside? Wang Cheng's face instantly flushed red. At this moment, his gaze towards Yifei was a mix of anger and jealousy. Since the beginning of senior high school, he had been pursuing Luo Yiren for 3 years, yet he had never received a kind look from her, let alone had her speak up for him. But today, Luo Yiren spoke up for someone else, and that person was the bumpkin he had always looked down upon. How could he bear this? Chen Wan had initially worried that Yifei would be in an awkward position, but when she saw Yifei's clear eyes and an expression full of calmness, she felt reassured. "All right, stop talking. I'll make my own judgment on whether Yifei peeked at the book or not." Chen Wan interrupted everyone, looked at Yifei again, and said, "Since you claim you didn't peek at the book, I'll test you once more. If you can answer correctly, I'll admit you didn't read the book. Go ahead and test me," Yifei replied with composure. Palaces, maids, and concubines, princes and princesses of the 6 states, left their palaces and halls, came to the state of Qin in carriages. Singing in the morning and playing music at night, they became servants of the Qin court. Chen Wan asked, picking a passage of classical Chinese she had just explained. The palace maids and concubines, princes and princesses of the 6 states bid farewell to their palaces, descended the halls, and arrived in Qin by carriage. They sang in the morning and played music at night, becoming the servants of the Qin court. Yifei answered directly. The students in the whole classroom were somewhat disbelieving. Last time, it could be said that Yifei peeked at the textbook, but this time everyone was watching Yifei, and he had no chance to look at the textbook. Could it be that he was just incredibly lucky and happened to remember this sentence? Before they could react, Chen Wan asked another question. Tripods treated as cooking pots, jades regarded as ordinary stones, gold considered as lumps of earth, pearls taken as grains of sand, discarded everywhere in succession. The people of Qin didn't seem to cherish them much either. What does this sentence mean? Tripods were regarded as iron cauldrons, beautiful jades as ordinary stones, gold as lumps of earth, and pearls as grains of sand, discarded one after another everywhere. The people of Qin didn't seem to feel pity either. Yifei answered correctly again. A series of gasps came from the classroom. Chen Wan had just explained up to this part of the ode to a paying palace, and what Yifei answered was exactly the same as what Chen Wan had explained. These contents were just what Chen Wan had just taught, and the classmates in the class had only heard it once. At this moment, even if Luo Yiren were asked to answer, she might not be able to blurt it out as effortlessly as Yifei did, without the slightest hesitation. Is this still the academically poor Yifei? The way everyone looked at Yifei became rather strange. Even Luo Yiren, who was sitting in the front row, turned around at this moment, her eyes fixed on Yifei, her delicate face filled with astonishment. However, Chen Wan's questions didn't stop there. When the garrison soldiers raised a cry, the Hangu Pass was taken. When the men of Chu set fire, alas, the splendid Apang Palace was reduced to ashes. This was the content that Chen Wan hadn't explained yet. Surely he can't answer this time. Everyone couldn't help thinking in their hearts. However, scarcely had this thought occurred to them when Yifei's voice reached their ears in due time. When Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, the border guards, shouted, the Hanga Pass was captured. When Xiang Yu of Chu set afire, unfortunately, the magnificent Apang Palace was turned into a field of scorched earth. Everyone looked at each other, looking completely stunned. The students who reacted quickly started flipping through their textbooks, only to be deeply disheartened by the result. For it was still word for word correct. The people of Qin had no time to lament themselves, while later generations lamented them. If later generations lament them but do not take warning from them, Then later generations will in turn lament these later generations. The two of them, one asking and the other answering, seemed as if they had rehearsed in advance. As soon as Chunwan put forward a question, Yifei would start translating it. By the time Yifei finished translating the last sentence, the students holding textbooks were numbed. They exchanged a glance, and there was only one thought in their minds. Today, it's truly encountered something strange. Chunwan's large eyes blinked, a glimmer of extraordinary luster emerging in her pupils. She had merely harbored some speculations moments ago, yet to her astonishment, Yifei was actually able to answer even the content she hadn't expounded upon. The classroom was in a deathly hush, so quiet that the breathing of some classmates could be discerned. "Student Yifei, you may take your seat." Xinwan nodded, indicating that Yifei could sit down. Wang Cheng sat in his seat, clenching his fists tightly, especially when he noticed that Luo Yiren had been gazing intently at Yifei. His envy was on the verge of driving him mad. "Hold on. Teacher, I oppose allowing Yifei to sit down." Wang Cheng suddenly shot to his feet and shouted, "Student Wang Cheng, what's your opinion?" Chunwan looked at Wang Cheng, a hint of displeasure already surfacing in her heart. She had long detected that Wang Cheng was constantly making things difficult for Yifei. However, her excellent self-restraint prevented her from revealing her annoyance on her face, and she still spoke in a gentle tone. "Teacher, Yifei blatantly disrupted classroom discipline during the class. As the vice monitor of the class, I don't think he should be allowed to simply sit down like this." Wang Cheng assumed an air of righteousness. "Oh, what do you suggest should be done?" Chunwan's eyes narrowed slightly, yet a smile lingered on her face, making it impossible to fathom her thoughts. Seeing that Chunwan didn't refute his opinion, Wang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. In his view, Yifei's audacity to be distracted during the new teacher's first class would surely make the new teacher take a dislike to him. "Teacher, I propose that Yifei should recite the entire the ode to a Pang Palace before he can sit down. If he can't recite it, he should be punished to copy the ode to a Pang Palace 100 times and write a self-examination to be read out in front of all the students during tomorrow's morning exercises." Hearing Wang Cheng's words, many students gasped in horror. This Wang Cheng was truly venomous. The ode to a Pang Palace was the content that Xinwan had just taught today, and only half of it had been covered so far. Surely none of the students present could recite it. If Yifei couldn't recite it, he would have to copy it 100 times. The ode to a Pang Palace consisted of more than 600 words, and 100 times meant copying over 60,000 words. And reading a self-criticism in front of all the students in the school would be extremely humiliating. After that, one could never hold their head up in school again. Chapter 4. I knew I was right. When Wang Cheng's voice faded, everyone's gaze once again converged on Yifei. They could all tell that Wang Cheng was deliberately making things difficult for Yifei. "Classmate Yifei, what do you think?" Chunwan looked at Yifei with a beaming smile, a faint anticipation in her heart. When no one was paying attention, she secretly winked at Yifei. Naturally, she wasn't looking forward to Yifei making a fool of himself. Chunwan's words, when they reached Wang Cheng's ears, were taken for granted by him as evidence that Chunwan also disliked Yifei, and he felt even more complacent. Before Yifei could say anything, his deskmate, Guo Yang, finally couldn't hold back and said angrily, "Wang Cheng, you've gone too far." "Guo Yang, this has nothing to do with you. You'd better shut up and not bring trouble upon yourself." Wang Cheng glanced at Guo Yang disdainfully and said threateningly, although Guo Yang's father was a billionaire, there was still a gap compared to his father. Moreover, Guo Yang's family's construction company was still undertaking projects from his family. He had plenty of ways to deal with Guo Yang. Guo Yang was so enraged by Wang Cheng's blatant threat that his face turned bright red. Seeing Yifei standing there in silence, quite a number of classmates thought Yifei was intimidated. Luo Yiren, who had been gazing intently at Yifei, also revealed a tinge of disappointment in her eyes. Wang Cheng looked at Yifei and sneered. "What? Yifei, are you too scared to do it?" Just as everyone assumed Yifei would back down, Yifei opened his mouth and said in an unruffled voice, "Oh, what if I can recite it?" "What then?" "Wang Cheng, if you can recite it, just sit down. What does it have to do with me?" Wang Cheng scoffed disdainfully. He wasn't foolish enough to fall into a trap. "Humph," Yifei sneered coldly. "If I recite it, all I get to do is sit down. But if I can't, I have to copy the Pang Palace Rhapsody 100 times and write a self-criticism to be read out in front of all the students in the school. How can there be such an unfair thing?" Hearing Yifei say this, Wang Cheng was even more certain that Yifei couldn't recite the whole text. Yifei was just trying to wriggle out of his proposal, he thought. He sneered, "Oh, what do you want then?" How about we make a bet and ask Teacher Chun and all the classmates in the class to be the witnesses? Yifei extended one finger and said calmly. His composed and unflappable demeanor left the whole class a bit dazed. Was this still the timid Yifei who had no presence in the class? If I can't recite the Yipang Palace Rhapsody, I'll copy the full text 100 times, write a self-criticism, and read it out in front of all the students in the school. If I do recite it, Yifei sneered coldly at this point. I won't ask you to copy the text 100 times or write a self-criticism either. All you need to do is write the 4 words "I am a stupid pig" on a piece of paper, stick it on your forehead, and walk around the school 3 times during the long break. What do you think? Oh, and the paper should cover your entire forehead. The words on it should be of the same size, covering the whole paper and clearly visible at a glance. Yifei added kindly. Boom. As soon as Yifei's words fell, the whole class burst into laughter. Some students were even clutching their stomachs, their heads weakly resting on the desks, gasping for breath. Even Shenwan and Luo Yiren, the 2 beauties, one older and one younger, couldn't help but smile. The corners of their mouths slightly turned up as if they were trying hard to hold back their laughter, their shoulders trembling, enduring it with great difficulty. It would have been fine if Yifei hadn't added that last sentence. With this apt addition in their minds, a picture seemed to emerge of Wang Qing walking among the students with a note saying "I am a stupid pig" pasted on his forehead, being pointed at by others. If he really did that, Wang Qing might become famous in all the schools in Haizhou. Wang Qing's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He looked at Yifei with a gaze as if he could devour him, grinding his teeth and saying, Yifei, you're courting death. What, are you afraid? Yifei ignored Wang Qing's undisguised threat and asked in the tone Wang Cheng had used before. That's right, Wang Cheng, are you afraid? If you're afraid, don't act so cocky here, pretending to be so amazing. Guoliang laughed heartily, taunting Wang Cheng. There was no trace of the previous gloom on his face. Seeing that the eyes of the whole class were on him, Wang Cheng wished he could rush over right now and tear Yifei apart. He intended to be the focus of the whole class, yet by no means in such a way. Fine, I promise you. Wang Qing almost spat out these words through clenched teeth. But I also have a condition. I'll only give you 5 minutes. If the time you take to recite exceeds 5 minutes, you lose. No problem. Yifei readily agreed. Some nosy classmates, upon hearing their words, had already taken out their phones, ready to start timing. Chunwan's delicate face wore a smile as she watched them amiably. As a teacher, she naturally wouldn't get involved. Yet she didn't show any intention to stop it either. These classmates in the class, always eager for a spectacle, wasted no time in pushing out several class committee members to act as referees. To everyone's surprise, Luo Yiren, the monitor who had always refrained from such affairs, didn't decline this time. After being invited to be a referee, she readily consented. Ready, start. At the command of the class committee member, several referees started timing simultaneously. However, to everyone's astonishment, they didn't hear the sound of Yifei reciting the text. Their gazes fell on Yifei once again. Yifei, time is pressing. Why aren't you reciting yet? Guo Yang urged anxiously, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. What's the hurry? I'll have a drink of water to moisten my throat first. Yifei picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water on the table and drank it unhurriedly. Yifei had a plan in mind. Today, not only would he defeat Wang Cheng, but he would do it splendidly. He intended to teach Wang Cheng a profound lesson. Meanwhile, he wanted to let those classmates who had looked down upon him in the past know that from now on, Yifei, was no longer the one they could mock and despise at will. Guoliang wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in his heart. He leaned close to Yifei's ear and whispered, Brother, you haven't actually memorized it, have you? Guoliang's voice was very soft, but at this moment, the attention of everyone in the class was focused on them. How could they not hear? Wang Cheng burst into laughter. Yifei, go ahead and recite. Have you forgotten the first sentence? Do you need me to remind you? I thought you were so amazing. But turns out you're just an idiot. Trying to act smart like a pig wearing an onion in its nose. Thinking you're an intellectual just because you put on a pair of glasses? Damn it, you made me worry for nothing. Wang Qing's 2 lackeys, Sun Yuan and Lu Guang, taunted even more brazenly. Yifei, however, seemed not to have heard their words and calmly took a sip of water. 5 minutes was neither short nor long. In the blink of an eye, 2 minutes had passed. The classmates who had been looking forward to it with anticipation were somewhat disappointed, and the hot, tempered ones couldn't help but start cursing. Damn it, what a load of crap. Wasting my time. Trying to show off, but ending up looking like a fool. I knew this hick couldn't possibly do it. I was looking forward to it for nothing. Another 2 minutes passed. Only 1 minute was left. Everyone glanced at the timer and shook their heads in unison. Is it possible to recite a 600-word text in 1 minute? That's simply impossible. Even if the book were opened right now and Yi Fei were to read it aloud, he couldn't finish reading it in 1 minute. Wang Cheng burst into triumphant laughter. The victory was in the bag. It's over, it's over. Guoliang kept muttering, looking completely dejected. Just then, Yi Fei's clear voice rang out in everyone's ears. The 6 kingdoms perished, the whole land was united. The Shushan Mountains were denuded, and the Yapang Palace emerged. It covered more than 300 li, blocking out the sky and the sun. It was constructed north of Mount Li and then turned westward, reaching straight to Xianying. Yi Fei's voice wasn't loud, yet it was distinct. His speaking speed was astonishingly fast, and every single word was enunciated with great clarity. All the students in the class stared at Yi Fei with wide, open eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. A girl couldn't help but exclaim, voicing what everyone was thinking, my goodness, is this like a machine gun? However, Yi Fei paid no heed to everyone's astonishment and continued to quicken his pace. Suddenly there came a thunder, like crash, the imperial carriage passing by. The rumbling sound faded into the distance, and no one knew where it was going. Every inch of skin, every facial expression, was made as charming as possible. They loitered, gazed into the distance, hoping for the emperor's favor. Wang Cheng's face turned extremely ugly. Yi Fei's speed was too fast. Even when Wang Cheng tried to follow along with his eyes on the book, he couldn't keep up. What made him even more furious was that Yi Fei enunciated every word so clearly that there was no way for him to make false accusations. Glancing down at the timer, Wang Cheng regained some composure and sneered, so what if it's fast? There are still 20 seconds left. Let's see how you're going to recite the remaining large part. Just as his words fell, Yi Fei's reciting speed soared once again. The people of the Qin dynasty had no time to lament themselves, while later generations lamented them. If the later generations lament them but do not take lessons from their fate, then it will only make the subsequent generations lament these later generations again. Just as the word also fell from Yi Fei's mouth, the sound indicating the end of the timekeeping rang out instantaneously. The classroom was eerily quiet. No one spoke. Only the alarm sound of the timer ending could be heard. Many students looked at each other, and the shock in each other's eyes was evident. Guoliang's chubby face turned red with excitement, and even the pimples on his face seemed to be glowing, as if he were the one who had just recited the text. At this moment, he wanted to give Yi Fei a big thumbs up and exclaim, "This pretense is awesome." Taking in the shock in everyone's eyes, Yi Fei smiled faintly. Just as he was about to sit down, the voice of the reincarnation ancestor came to his ears. "Kid, I really didn't misjudge you. You're a covertly passionate guy." With a thud, Yi Fei plopped down onto the stool, and the hearty laughter of the reincarnation ancestor echoed in his ears. Chapter 5. Chunwan's illness in the quiet classroom. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Yi Fei as if he were a monster. Just then, the bell rang, and Chunwan immediately announced the end of the class. "Student Yi Fei, remember to come to my office after lunch." Before leaving, Chunwan gave Yi Fei a meaningful look. Wang Cheng, who had been dispirited, seemed to regain a glimmer of spirit in his eyes upon hearing Chunwan's words. "I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost yet. He's just a poor country boy. So what if he can recite texts? He's still a loser and can still be bullied by me." At this thought, the previous confidence returned to Wang Cheng's face. Looking at Yi Fei, he said, "Yi Fei, don't be complacent. You've offended the new teacher. Let's see what you'll do in the future." Oh, to Wang Cheng's surprise, Yi Fei wasn't as terrified as he had imagined. He merely responded indifferently before saying, "I'm more concerned about our bet." "You." Wang Cheng's face instantly flushed crimson. After lunch, Yi Fei went to the office and found only Chunwan there. After knocking on the door, he was called in by Chunwan, who looked up. "Miss Chen, did you want to see me?" Yi Fei stood beside Chunwan. "There's no one else here. You can just call me Sister Chunwan." Chunwan tilted her head and gave a bright smile, looking extremely charming. Chunwan was dressed formally today in a light pink business suit with a white shirt inside. The top button wasn't fastened. From where Yi Fei stood, he could clearly see an alluring expanse of snow, white skin, and that seemingly bottomless cleavage that seemed to draw his gaze in like an unfathomable abyss. Yi Fei felt a bit dizzy and subconsciously turned his head to look at Chunwan's desk, only to see that what was placed on it were his previous exam transcripts. Chunwan didn't seem to notice the change in Yi Fei's gaze. Seeing Yi Fei's eyes fall on the transcripts on the table, she said with a smile, "I've looked at your past exam results. To be honest, they're a bit less than ideal." Hearing this, Yi Fei gave a bitter smile. His previous exam results weren't just less than ideal, They could even be described as abysmal. Yifei used to study in the countryside where the teaching conditions were rather poor. A single teacher even had to take on the teaching tasks of several courses. Yifei was at the top of his class in the rural school, but after coming to Hydro No. 1 middle school, he seemed rather inferior in comparison. Even though he studied with all his might, due to his far behind foundation, it was difficult for him to catch up with other students in a short time. However, don't be disheartened. From your report cards, I can see that you've been steadily improving. Chen continued. Upon hearing this, Yifei nodded, feeling a bit of a sting in his eyes. The previous teachers, upon seeing his performance in the first mock exam, regarded him as a failure, a burden to the class, and mocked him. So far, no one had noticed that his grades had been steadily improving. Perhaps, even if someone noticed, no one cared. Thank you, Sister Chenwan. Yifei took a deep breath and said solemnly. Chenwan gave a gentle smile. Why be so polite to me? Here. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. However, this alone is still not enough. You know, there isn't much time left until the college entrance examination. At your current rate of progress, by the time of the college entrance examination, you might not even be able to get into a second-tier college. I know. Yifei nodded. Indeed. If he continued with his previous study methods, although he was making progress, the best he could achieve by the college entrance examination was to get into a good vocational college. That was definitely not the result he desired. However, things were different now, since he started practicing according to the cultivation method taught by the reincarnation patriarch. Yifei found that his memory and comprehension ability had improved significantly compared to before. Formulas that were once difficult to understand or remember are now crystal clear in his mind. Even a text he has only read once, he can recite it word for word. Sister Chenwan, don't worry. I will redouble my efforts and surely achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination. Yifei said solemnly. He could tell that Chenwan's concern for him was from the bottom of her heart. It's good that you have confidence. I called you here to tell you that if you encounter any difficulties in your studies, you can come directly to me. Pausing here, Chenwan winked playfully at Yifei. Of course, it's not limited to Chinese. You know, I was the top scorer in science subjects back then. Yifei had never seen Chenwan act so playfully. Staring at her, he blurted out involuntarily, Can I only come to you when I have problems with my studies? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Yifei regretted it a bit. Yifei was a student at the school, while Chenwan was a teacher. Naturally, he should only come to her when he had study-related problems. Sure enough, Chenwan deliberately put on a fierce look and said, What else do you want? Before Yifei could apologize, Chenwan continued in a soft voice with a blushing face. Well, for other things, it's better to come when there's no one around. At the end, her voice was almost inaudible. Yifei loved to see Chenwan blush. But there was little time left before the class started. Yifei couldn't stay there any longer, so he said, Sister Chenwan, I'll go back first then? Go back. You'd better. Chenwan waved her hand. Before she could finish, her body suddenly trembled, and then her pretty face turned pale. Chenwan seemed to suddenly plunge into an ice cave. She folded her arms and began to tremble. Yifei was startled by Chenwan's sudden change and exclaimed in alarm, Sister Chenwan, what's wrong with you? Nothing. It's an old problem. It'll pass. Pass after a while. Chenwan held her arms, and her teeth chattered as she spoke. At this moment, Chenwan's face was covered with cold sweat and devoid of any color, hardly looking like she was fine as she claimed. Lad, the profound yin qi in her body has burst out. The voice of the reincarnation patriarch sounded in a timely manner. What? Profound yin qi? Yifei almost couldn't help but exclaim. Humph. I've long told you that this girl in front of you is a 1 in 10,000 profound yin physique. For cultivators, the profound yin physique is a rare cultivation prodigy, but for ordinary people, it's a disaster. Ordinary people don't know how to guide the profound yin qi and can only let it rampage in their bodies. The longer the time, the more profound yin qi accumulates in the body. Once it flares up, the more painful it becomes. This girl has accumulated profound yin qi in her body for over 20 years, and it has reached a critical point of eruption. When it breaks out, it's naturally extremely painful. Moreover, she's at risk of losing her life at any time. The reincarnation patriarch said, Then, if I cultivate beside her now, will it be of any help to her? Yifei suddenly came up with an idea and asked, Useless. The profound yin qi in her body has accumulated too much and is now running amok everywhere. If you cultivate it this time, it will make the profound yin qi converge in one place, which will instead kill her. The reincarnation patriarch shook his head and said, Then what should be done? Seeing that Chenwan was on the verge of fainting, Yi Fei grew anxious. This time, the reincarnation patriarch did not respond to Yi Fei. Patriarch, do say something. Yi Fei shouted desperately in his heart. Lad, do you truly wish to save her? The reincarnation patriarch inquired. Of course, needless to say, well, I do have a once and for all solution that can completely resolve the problem of the profound yin qi in her body. Moreover, it will bring you great benefits as well. The reincarnation patriarch said slowly. What is the method? Yi Fei asked hastily upon hearing this. Deflower her. What? Yi Fei almost jumped up on the spot upon hearing the reincarnation patriarch's words. I mean, you deflower her, and right now. The reincarnation patriarch said. Lad, you are already a cultivator. Although you've just entered the path, you already have true yuan in your body. Only you can withstand the profound yin qi in her. If it were an ordinary person, his lower body would likely freeze into an icicle before even getting close to her. Once you absorb the profound yin qi in her body, her symptoms will naturally disappear, and this profound yin qi will also be of great benefit to you. This won't do. Patriarch, is there any other way? Yi Fei rejected the reincarnation patriarch's proposal. Lad, you'd better think it through. This is beneficial to both of you. This girl can be saved, and with the help of this profound yin qi, coupled with the cultivation method taught by this old man, it's not impossible for you to establish the foundation in one go. The voice of the reincarnation patriarch sounded, with a half smile on his lips. And I can tell that you're quite fond of her. This is a rare opportunity. Yi Fei cast a glance at Chun Wan and firmly shook his head again. He didn't deny that Chun Wan was extremely beautiful, exuding a unique charm that only a mature woman could possess, which held almost a fatal allure for a youth of his age. Yi Fei also didn't deny his affection for her. Yet he absolutely couldn't take advantage of her in a vulnerable state and do something that would betray Chun Wan. Besides, they were in the office at the moment. Patriarch, I still wish to know if there are any other treatment methods? Yi Fei asked, looking at Chun Wan with a pained expression. What a fool. The reincarnation patriarch muttered under his breath, yet there was a tinge of gratification in his voice. Your cultivation level is too low. Even this old man has no way to completely cure her. However, it's not beyond my ability to temporarily suppress the yin energy in her body. As soon as the reincarnation patriarch finished speaking, a memory emerged in Yi Fei's mind. Yi Fei was overjoyed at once. Nevertheless, his elation lasted for less than 3 seconds. After learning about the treatment method, Yi Fei was left dumbfounded again. Massage therapy? Chapter 6 Massage Therapy. The treatment method Yi Fei obtained required the coordination of true yuan in the body and the massage of specific acupoints to suppress the yin energy in Chun Wan's body. Patriarch, this. Yi Fei hesitated. Are there no other treatment methods? Lad, this is the fastest and most effective way. It's up to you to decide whether to treat her or not. Incidentally, let me tell you that the yin qi this girl unleashed this time is rather fierce. Whether she can pull through remains uncertain. The reincarnation patriarch said slowly. As a once powerful figure in the immortal realm, the reincarnation patriarch has long been accustomed to life and death. Yi Fei turned his head and saw that Chun Wan's face was deathly pale, with 2 streaks of frost on her eyebrows. Her whole body was huddled into a ball, shivering there. Without further hesitation, Yi Fei said to Chun Wan, Sister Chun Wan, I know a set of massage techniques that can temporarily suppress your condition. Okay, I trust you. Chun Wan nodded tremulously, her voice barely audible. Having received Chun Wan's nod, Yi Fei wasted no more time. He grabbed Chun Wan's hand and began to knead several major acupoints on it. At the same time, the true essence in his body was channeled into Chun Wan's body as Yi Fei's mind directed. At this moment, Chun Wan's body was like an ice cave, and even her blood seemed to be on the verge of freezing. Yi Fei couldn't help but increase the output of his true essence. As the true essence entered Chun Wan's body, the look of pain on Chun Wan's pretty face lessened somewhat. Seeing this, Yi Fei's confidence soared. He started to massage the acupoints such as Waiguan, Shenyang Luo, Shisanli, Xiuqi, and Tianjing on Chun Wan's arm according to the method taught by the reincarnation patriarch. Chun Wan's complexion also improved considerably. Since learning about this strange illness, she had visited numerous hospitals, yet none of them had an effective treatment. Every time the illness flared up, she had to endure it on her own. Even in a sauna room with a temperature of dozens of degrees, there was no effect. Her body still felt like it was in an ice cave. However, the massage therapy Yi Fei had just employed seemed to infuse a warm current into her body. At this moment, Yi Fei stopped. Chun Wan slightly opened her eyes, looking at Yi Fei with a tinge of bewilderment, and couldn't help but ask, Why did you stop? Sister Chinwan, the area to be massaged next is rather special. It's the Tianqi acupoint. That. Yifei felt somewhat awkward and was at a loss for words. I didn't expect you, this young fella, to be so old-fashioned. Haven't you heard that one should not avoid medical treatment due to modesty? Right now, I'm the patient, and you're the doctor. What's more, I'm your elder sister. Just go ahead with the treatment. Your sister trusts you, Chenwan said with a smile. Well, all right. Yifei scratched his head sheepishly. Chenwan smiled, closed her eyes again, and lay on the chair waiting for Yifei's subsequent treatment. Only after closing her eyes did Chenwan recall a question. Tianqi acupoint? Where on earth was it? She wasn't a doctor, so how could she possibly know the location of the Tianqi acupoint? Just as Chenwan was about to open her mouth to ask Yifei, she felt a warm hand gently pressing, and then another hand. Only then did Chenwan react, and she could only shut her eyes tightly, acting like an ostrich. Yifei wasn't faring much better either. At this moment, Yifei felt as if grass had grown in his chest, and a herd of wild horses were galloping on the prairie within. Chenwan slightly furrowed her delicate eyebrows and said, "You're hurting me." Yet she didn't open her eyes. Yifei was startled and forced himself to concentrate, while repeatedly chanting the 5-character purity heart formula in his mind. This time, the massage lasted longer than when it was on the arm. A full 5 minutes passed before Yifei reluctantly withdrew his hand. Looking up, he saw that Chenwan's delicate face had regained its former radiance and was extremely captivating. Is the treatment over? Feeling that the movement of Yifei's hand stopped, Chenwan asked. Well, there's still the other side, Yifei said awkwardly. Hearing this, Chenwan nodded. Yifei took a deep breath to calm his mind. He knew that although Chenwan seemed to have recovered on the surface, the profound yin energy in her body had merely lurked temporarily. If he stopped at this moment, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Within an hour, the profound yin energy in Chenwan's body would flare up again, and even more violently than before. By then, it would be even more difficult to suppress. Thinking of this, Yifei gritted his teeth, silently recited the 5-character pure heart mantra again, and then massaged Chenwan once more according to the previous steps. After everything was done, Yifei felt as if the true yuan in his body had been drained. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. His face was deathly pale, and he felt completely drained of strength. With a slight movement, he lost his footing and plopped down onto the ground. As soon as Yifei stopped his hand movements, Chenwan opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Yifei, who had fallen to the ground with a deathly pale face. At this moment, Yifei was truly in a sorry state. Sitting on the ground with no regard for his image, panting heavily, his face as pale as paper, and his clothes soaked with sweat, sticking tightly to his body. Only then did Chenwan come to realize that the treatment Yifei had undergone previously was probably not as simple as she had imagined. Gazing at Yifei, who seemed as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, Chenwan felt as if her heart had been tightly grasped, contracting sharply. She hurriedly grabbed Yifei's arm, attempting to help him up, saying, "Xiaofei, how are you? Are you all right?" Yifei waved his hand, indicating that he preferred to sit on the ground. "Sister Chenwan, you don't need to worry about me. I just need to catch my breath. Look at you. You don't look fine at all. I'm taking you to the hospital right now." In her anxiety, Chenwan lost her composure, grabbing Yifei's arm. She was about to take him to the hospital. Yifei twitched his lips and smiled. "Sister Chenwan, I'm really fine. I'll be okay after taking a short rest. But regarding your illness, I have something to tell you." Upon hearing this, Chenwan's pretty face turned somewhat gloomy. She knew all too well about her illness. It was simply an incurable disease. Since the first onset at the age of 9, she couldn't even remember how many experts she had seen. She had visited almost all the famous doctors both at home and abroad, yet none of them had the confidence to treat her. If it hadn't been for a strange person who gave her a prescription to slightly suppress the pain in her body, she probably wouldn't have survived to the age of 20. By now, she had already felt that the prescription was starting to lose its effect. The reason she came to Haizhou was to find a place to quietly spend the remaining short years of her life. "I know what you're going to say." Chenwan smiled gently, a touch of pathos gracing her delicate face. "This is an incurable disease. A strange but gifted man once predicted that I wouldn't live beyond the age of 25. And I can cure it." Yifei interrupted Chenwan, looking up and staring at her intently. What did you say?" Chenwan's delicate body trembled, and she stared at Yifei in utter disbelief. "I said, Sister Chenwan, I can cure your illness." Chapter 7. I'm not accustomed to looking up to others. Are you serious? Chenwan fixed her gaze on Yifei. Her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. If someone else had said such a thing, Chen might have thought they were joking. However, Yifei had just truly managed to control her condition. It should be known that even that strange man couldn't achieve this back then. Sister Chen, I've already come up with a way to cure your illness, but with my current capabilities, I can't do it yet. Trust me, it won't be long before I completely eradicate your disease, Yifei said with a solemn expression. There was an excessive accumulation of energy in Chunwan's body, which required a large amount of true energy to dissipate. Yifei had just become a cultivator, and there simply wasn't enough true energy stored in his body. Nevertheless, as his cultivation level continued to rise, curing Chunwan's illness would no longer be a difficult task. All right, I believe you. Chunwan also nodded solemnly. Sister Chunwan, don't worry either. Although I can't cure your illness for now, I still have a way to suppress your condition, Yifei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chunwan immediately thought of Yifei's previous treatment, and in an instant, her fair face flushed crimson. However, as Yifei spoke up to this point, his brows furrowed slightly. Sister Chunwan, your current physical condition is rather poor and you must undergo some recuperation. Otherwise, with your present physical constitution, you simply can't endure the treatment. Due to years of being encroached upon by the yin qi of profoundness, although Chunwan didn't seem to show anything on the surface. In fact, her body was extremely weak. Yifei intended to treat Chunwan, completely eradicating the yin qi of profoundness within her. Naturally, this yin qi of profoundness wouldn't await its doom passively. At that time, there would likely be a fierce battle between the two sides. And Chunwan's body would be the battlefield. With Chunwan's current dreadful physical state, she simply couldn't bear it. So what could be done? Realizing that what Yifei said made sense, Chunwan inquired. Yifei knitted his brows, pondered for a while, and then said, as the saying goes, Jade nourishes people and people nourish jade. Fine jade has an excellent nourishing effect on the body. Is this going to work? Chunwan asked with some doubt. Certainly. Yifei nodded. Ordinary jade, of course, wouldn't work, but the jade he mentioned was refined by him, and its effect would naturally be different. All these were learned from the knowledge passed down to him by the reincarnation patriarch. After chatting with Chunwan for a few more words, the two agreed to go by jade together after school. Yifei checked the time, and as it was almost time, he bid farewell to Chunwan and returned to his classroom. Before reaching the classroom door, he heard noisy sounds coming from inside. The moment Yifei's figure appeared at the door, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, the entire classroom fell silent. Yifei glanced around the classroom. When he saw Wang Cheng in the classroom, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Wang Cheng was plopping himself down on Yifei's desk, his feet stepping on the stool, and half of his body stretching forward. With a fawning face, he was talking to Luo Yiren in the front seat. However, it was always Wang Cheng talking alone, while Luo Yiren seemed to act as if Wang Cheng didn't exist, lowering her head to look at the textbook. Yifei, how about it? Did the teacher give you a good dressing down? Sun Yuan, Wang Cheng's sycophant, saw Yifei appearing at the door, came over mockingly, and blocked Yifei at the door. Yifei glanced at Sun Yuan, but didn't pay any attention. Instead, he walked straight towards his seat. Yifei, are you fucking deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Seeing that Yifei actually dared to ignore him, Sun Yuan suddenly flew into a rage, cursed loudly, and swung a slap towards the back of Yifei's head. Unfortunately, Sun Yuan didn't know that Yifei at this moment was no longer the Yifei who had been at their mercy before. It was as if Yifei had eyes growing on his back. When Sun Yuan's slap was about to land on his head, Yifei suddenly turned around and firmly grabbed Sun Yuan's wrist. I don't want to cause trouble at school, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you after school. It just so happens that we can also settle the score from last night, Yifei said coldly. Looking at Sun Yuan, Yifei was different from the others present. He was a student from the countryside. It wasn't easy for him to come and study at Haizhou No. 1 middle school. He didn't want to leave a bad reputation for the school and make his family worried. Stared at by Yifei's such icy eyes, Sun Yuan felt that all the hairs on his body stood on end, and his whole body froze there. It was not until Yifei threw his hand away and he walked several steps further that he came to his senses. Realizing what had happened, Sun Yuan was instantly consumed by a fierce rage. Who was Yifei? Merely a bumpkin from the countryside, a penniless wretch. How dared he show off in front of himself? Had he actually been intimidated by a poor lad from the countryside just now? When he saw that the gazes of all the classmates in the class were fixed on him, Sun Yuan's face immediately flushed scarlet. Damn it! Sun Yuan cursed loudly, grabbed the stool on the nearby podium, and swung it towards the back of Yi Fei's head as the latter was turning to leave. This strike with the stool was delivered with all of Sun Yuan's pent-up hatred. There was not the slightest bit of restraint. If it had landed, blood would likely have spurted out on the spot. Some of the girls watching this scene were so frightened that they let out shrill screams. Sun Yuan, what are you doing? Yi Fei, watch out. Two shouts rang out, coming from Luo Yiren and Yi Fei's deskmate, Guo Liang, respectively. However, by the time they wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Bang! A sound of impact resounded, followed by a stifled groan. The stool didn't hit Yi Fei. Instead, Sun Yuan's body was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into the wall by the door, producing a dull thud. Sun Yuan slumped against the wall, sat on the ground, and spat out a mouthful of acid with a wow sound, unable to get up anymore. On his chest, there was a perfect shoe print. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant, a death-like hush. The way a group of people looked at Yi Fei was as if they had seen a ghost. Was this still the Yi Fei they knew? Just this morning, Wang Qing and the others were still showing off a video recorded last night in the classroom. Although due to the dim light, the person being bullied in the video was hardly distinguishable. However, almost all the classmates in the class guessed that it was Yi Fei. Yi Fei, who was too intimidated to fight back when bullied yesterday, had become so fierce today. The shock this brought to them even exceeded the scene when Yi Fei recited the text during class before. Yi Fei swept a glance at everyone, nodded towards Luo Yiren who had spoken up for him before, then walked towards his seat and stopped only when he reached the desk. His eyes fixed on Wang Cheng, and there was no emotion in his gaze. Wang Cheng felt a bit creeped out by Yi Fei's stare and wanted to get down from Yi Fei's desk. However, at this moment, the eyes of the whole class were on him. If he got down like this, wouldn't it mean that he was intimidated by Yi Fei? Yi Fei, we're all classmates. Isn't it a bit excessive for you to treat Sun Yuan like this? Wang Cheng stared at Yi Fei coldly and said, That's right, Yi Fei, you're too cruel. Sun Yuan was just joking with you, yet you injured him. As soon as Wang Cheng's voice fell, an echoing voice rang out. Yi Fei turned his head and saw that the speaker was another lackey of Wang Cheng, Lu Guang. He was also one of those who had bullied Yi Fei yesterday. I knew it. This country bumpkin doesn't deserve to be in our class at all. Lu Guang's deskmate, a tall sports student, also chimed in. Yi Fei swept a glance at the three of them, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Oh? What do you want to do? You beat up Sun Yuan. This matter can't just be let go. You must kneel down and apologize to Sun Yuan, and let us beat you up. Wang Cheng sneered as he looked at Yi Fei. What if I don't agree? Disagree? Hearing this, a colder sneer spread across Wang Cheng's face. Then it won't be up to you. As his voice faded, Lu Guang and the sports student also rose to their feet, flanking Yi Fei from left and right, trapping him in the middle. In their hands, each held a broken stool leg, staring at Yi Fei with continuous sneers. Yi Fei, today I'll teach you, this bumpkin, how to behave. Wang Qing felt greatly reassured seeing Lu Guang and the sports student block Yi Fei and shouted, Beat him. The two had long been waiting for Wang Qing's command. Upon hearing this shout, they immediately swung the stool legs in their hands and smashed them towards Yi Fei. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds resounded. Subsequently, the bodies of Lu Guang and the sports student were sent flying backwards, crashing into the front and rear blackboards respectively. Plop! Plop! Two sounds came, and then they met the same fate as Sun Yuan before, plopping down onto the ground, unable to stand up again. In contrast, Yi Fei was still standing there, maintaining his previous stance, as if he hadn't moved at all. Yi Fei turned his head, looked at Wang Cheng, grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. Now it's your turn. Hurry up and teach me how to behave. Wang Cheng's eyes widened, and his gaze towards Yi Fei was as if he had seen a ghost. Pointing at Yi Fei, he said, You. Slap. The moment he opened his mouth, Yi Fei slapped over, directly knocking him off the table and rolling him onto the ground in a sorry state. Sorry, I'm not used to looking up at others. Yi Fei glanced at Wang Cheng, who was covered in dirt, and said indifferently, Chapter 8. I saw you mount the pig. Boom. Yi Fei's such a forceful act caused a great upheaval. Who is Wang Cheng? He is quite renowned throughout Haizhou, with an extraordinary family background and a generous handout. He has gathered a number of toadies around him. In Haizhou, he has perpetrated numerous misdeeds. Who in the entire Haizhou would dare to do anything to him? Even when people see him, they simply turn a blind eye. But now, Yi Fei actually dared to slap Wang Cheng off the table. Wang Cheng's right cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, 5 distinct palm prints appeared on it. Yi Fei, how dare you hit me? Wang Cheng covered his face, still somewhat disbelieving. What? Do you have an opinion? Yifei said coldly. You're just a rustic loser from the countryside. Yet you dare to hit me? I'll kill you. Wang Chung roared, looking almost frenzied. His hands lunged towards Yifei's neck. Bang! Before his hands could touch Yifei's neck, he took a kick to his stomach and slumped back to the ground again. Damn it, Yifei. If you have the guts, kill me. Wang Chung sat on the ground. This time, instead of getting up, he shouted, as long as you can't kill me, you're finished. Not only you, but also your family. I heard you have a mother and a junior high school age sister at home. Don't worry. After you die, I'll take good care of them. Ha ha. After saying that, Wang Chung laughed maniacally. He emphasized the words take good care extremely heavily. Courting death. Hearing this, a fierce killing intent flashed in Yifei's eyes. A dragon has its reverse scales, and those who touch them will surely die. Yifei's family is his reverse scale. Wang Cheng's words undoubtedly touched Yifei's bottom line. Like a bolt of lightning, his palm shot out, and with a resounding slap, he sent Wang Chung, who was sitting on the ground, flying. After Wang Chung landed, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood with 2 white teeth mixed in. Hit me. The harder you hit me, the better I'll take care of your mother and sister in the future. Wang Chung remained unrepentant, his face wearing a manic smile. His appearance struck fear into the hearts of all who saw it. Truly unrepentant. Yifei shook his head, and in a few steps, he was in front of Wang Chung. With a lift of his left hand, he grabbed Wang Chung by the collar, and his right hand lashed out, delivering fierce slaps. The resounding slaps echoed throughout the space. Yifei, if you have the guts, kill me. Slap, slap, slap. Yifei, just you wait. I won't. Slap, slap, slap. No one knew how many slaps were delivered. Wang Cheng's face was swollen like a pig's head, with saliva and blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Yifei's hand about to strike again. He was so frightened that he shuddered and quickly said, Grandpa, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Boom. As soon as Wang Chung said these words, the previously solemn atmosphere vanished in an instant, and everyone burst into laughter. Wang Cheng's face, already swollen like a pig's head, became even redder as the blood rushed to his face upon hearing the laughter of the people around. However, at this moment, he had no mood to care about his face. From Yifei's eyes, he could tell that if he didn't yield, Yifei might keep slapping him. Slap. Yifei loosened his left hand and flung Wang Chung onto the ground. Sensing numerous eyes fixed upon him, Wang Chung hung his head, wishing at that moment he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Yifei's voice rang out again. Stop. The moment Wang Chung, who had just taken one step, heard this, his footsteps froze. He turned his head to look at Yifei, his face turning deathly pale. Hadn't he already called Yifei Grandpa? Was Yifei still not going to let him off? You seemed quite comfortable sitting on my table earlier, didn't you? Before you leave, shouldn't you clean my table and chair? Yifei said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Chung heaved a sigh of relief, yet felt an even deeper sense of humiliation in his heart. He secretly resolved to endure this humiliation, as long as he could get through this day. There would be plenty of ways to deal with Yifei later. With this thought in mind, Wang Cheng lowered his head and walked over. Under the gaze of everyone, he used the clothes on his body to wipe Yifei's table once, and then clean the stool that he had stepped on. Only then did he raise his head and look at Yifei. Is it okay now? Yifei didn't even glance at him. He walked to his seat on his own, as if nothing had happened before. Just then, a solemn figure appeared at the door. What's going on here? What are you all doing? When he saw the mess in front of him and Sun Yuan sitting at the door, his chubby face grew even uglier. Sun Yuan, why are you sitting here? Although Sun Yuan had been kicked by Yifei earlier, since Yifei didn't use his full strength, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Merely feeling weak. After such a long rest, he had almost fully recovered. When he saw the solemn figure appear, he immediately became excited. Pretending to look aggrieved on his face, he shouted, You've finally come. If you hadn't come any later, I would have been beaten to death. What? Who on earth is so audacious as to dare to hit you? She asked, pointing at Sun Yuan. It's... Sun Yuan stood up, looked in Yifei's direction, and was about to say that he was beaten by Yifei. Just at that moment, Yifei, who had been lowering his head, also raised his head and looked at Sun Yuan. Their eyes met, and Sun Yuan shuddered all over. He felt as if he was being stared at by a wild beast, and he almost wet his pants on the spot. Sun Yuan, I'm asking you a question. Who hit you? She asked, frowning when she saw Sun Yuan standing there dumbfounded without answering. Air interrupted by a sound. Sun Yuan turned his head with difficulty, looked at the person and showed a smile uglier than crying, saying, If I said I hit myself, would you believe me? Boom. Everyone burst into laughter again. The solemn woman's face turned bright red. She had been made a fool of in front of everyone. Pointing at Sun Yuan, she cursed, "Get out of here." At this moment, Sun Yuan felt like dying. Having offended this shrew, his future days would probably be a torment. He originally wanted to point out that it was Yifei who hit him, but when he saw Yifei's eyes, for some unknown reason, he felt an inexplicable fear. The words that were on the tip of his tongue turned into what he had said before. Please listen to my explanation. Sun Yuan was still thinking about what to explain. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was abruptly interrupted by the enraged woman, pointing at the door. She shouted furiously, "Get out." Sun Yuan had no choice but to flee in a sorry state. "And you too, get out of here as well," the woman yelled, pointing at Lu Guang and the others. Only after the sorry figures of Lu Guang and the other person disappeared from the doorway did she step onto the stage. Her frigid gaze swept over the crowd. When she saw Wang Cheng, her eyes froze once more. "Wang Cheng, what happened to the injury on your face?" the woman asked, pointing at Wang Cheng. In an instant, everyone's eyes landed on Wang Cheng. Everyone knew that the injury on Wang Cheng was inflicted by Yifei, and they were eager to see if Wang Cheng dared to mention Yifei. I. Wang Cheng opened his mouth, and suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He coughed twice and said, "Ahem ahem. Well, recently I've been suffering from excessive internal heat. This wasn't from a beating. It was from a scraping therapy." After saying that, he feigned a couple more coughs. Kukuku. As soon as Wang Cheng's words fell, a burst of extremely suppressed laughter suddenly rang out. And this laughter was like a fuse, instantly igniting the rest of the people into uproarious laughter. Kukuka, many people's faces turned bright red from trying desperately to hold back their laughter. Even Luo Yiren had her small head buried on the table at this moment, her shoulders trembling slightly. Evidently, she was also struggling to hold it in. If there were two people who didn't laugh at this moment, one was Yifei, and the other, naturally, was the woman on the stage. The solemn woman's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip from it. From scraping therapy? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Who the hell does scraping therapy on their face? The serious-faced woman was truly enraged this time. Paying no heed to Wang Cheng's background, she pointed at him and cursed loudly. "Got a temper? I think you've lost your wits. Get out of here." Everyone burst into laughter again. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Wang Cheng quickly lowered his head and fled in embarrassment. Chapter 9. So it's a little dog. Wang Cheng fled out in a sorry state. After walking only a few steps, he saw Sun Yuan and the other two sitting around the garden. "Young Master Wang, you are out too?" Sun Yuan and the other two were greatly astonished when they saw Wang Cheng. They knew that Wang Cheng's status was different from theirs, and they usually showed him some respect. They never expected that Wang Cheng would also be driven out. Hearing this, Wang Cheng's face darkened. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it. Isn't that obvious? Since I'm here, of course I've been driven out. Young Master Wang, are we just going to let this go?" Lu Guang also looked at Wang Cheng and asked. He felt extremely aggrieved. Who is Yifei? Just a poor lad from the countryside. In the past, they were the ones who bullied and made fun of him. But just now, this poor lad had beaten them up right in front of everyone, making them lose all face. Just let it go? Hearing this, a fierce glint appeared in Wang Cheng's eyes. How could it be? He hit me and wants to get away with it? I'll contact some people in the underworld later and have them deal with Yifei. Today, I'm going to teach him a lesson and make him pay. Wang Cheng covered his cheek, where Yifei had knocked out 2 of his teeth. So where are we going now? Sun Yuan asked. Where? Damn it, don't you take me to the infirmary. Wang Cheng cursed in a rage. Opening his mouth tugged at the wound on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. In an instant, the 4 people bowed their heads submissively and admitted their mistakes. They weren't made to suffer for it. Only then did Wang Cheng heave a sigh of relief. As he passed by Yifei, the look in his eyes was rather strange, with a faint hint of anticipation. Instead, he was waiting to watch the drama. Unfortunately, Yifei kept his head lowered the entire time and didn't glance at him even once. This made Wang Cheng even more resentful, and he cursed in his heart. Little brat, just you wait. After that, he sat down obediently. A mere 45-minute class seemed extremely agonizing to Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, here they come. Just then, with a bang, the door was kicked open. 2 burly, fierce-looking, strong men appeared at the door. Who are you? Do you know where this is? Zhao Yun exclaimed in shock upon seeing the 2. Bang! As soon as Zhao Yun's words fell, the leading strong man kicked Zhao Yun in the abdomen, sending her staggering back a few steps. Her face turned deathly pale. Gangsters seeking revenge. I haven't asked yet. so it's best if you keep quiet. Don't bring trouble upon yourself and your family." The leading man spat and swept his gaze over everyone, then sneered coldly. They had never seen such a fierce scene before. One by one, they were so frightened that they fell silent, like a group of chicks seeing an eagle. Some of them recognized the identities of the two at the door and couldn't help but widen their eyes and instinctively cover their mouths to prevent themselves from making a sound. The leading man was quite satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. With a smug smile, he shouted arrogantly, "Who is Yi Fei?" After that, he took out a Zippo lighter from his pocket, lit a cigarette with a flick, and started smoking. Without a doubt, the most excited one was Wang Chung. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see Yi Fei being beaten until he was in a pitiful state with snot and tears all over his face, and even having broken arms and legs. "He is Yi Fei." Wang Chung stood up, pointed at Yi Fei, and shouted loudly at the same time, "Yi Fei, you good for nothing. It's okay if you loaf around on ordinary days, but you even provoke people from the underworld." After Wang Chung said this, his eyes looking at Yi Fei instantly changed. Zhao Yun also stared at Yi Fei viciously, as if wishing to strangle him to death. The reactions of everyone were all seen by Wang Chung. With a smug smile, he said, "Yi Fei, let's see if you can still get away with it now." "Wang Chung, you're talking nonsense," Guoliang said indignantly. "If you really put this blame on Yi Fei, he might become a public enemy in the future. I also believe that Yi Fei is not that kind of person." Luo Yiren, who was sitting in the front, also said. Seeing that Luo Yiren was speaking up for Yi Fei again, Wang Chung was filled with both anger and jealousy. He had been trying so hard to please Luo Yiren every day, but had never received a kind look from her. However, Luo Yiren time and time again spoke for this bumpkin. Thinking of this, Wang Chung was furious inside, and even hated Luo Yiren. With a fake smile, he said, "Luo Yiren, some people may seem nice on the surface, but you never really know what's in their hearts. You'd better not be deceived. Or have the two of you already gotten together?" Luo Yiren's delicate face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Bang bang. Just then, the fierce man leading the way pounded on the door twice and sneered, "Don't waste my time, damn it. I'm asking you again, who is Yi Fei?" "Oh, I am." Yi Fei, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up and said in a calm voice, "So it's you lit." The leading man immediately said, and at the same time, his gaze turned towards Yi Fei. When he saw Yi Fei's appearance, the man's body trembled, as if his throat had been grabbed, and he couldn't utter another word. The leading man's eyes widened in shock, and there was only one thought in his mind. Why is this Bane here again? "I'm Yi Fei. Are you here to seek revenge on me?" Yi Fei looked up at the two men standing at the door. His voice was calm, but his eyes were cold. Ever since these two men showed up, he recognized them as the dog brother and his lackey who had tried to drag Chen Wan into the grove last night and were then taught a lesson by him. However, he never expected that they would come looking for him only a little more than half a day later. Nothing. That. We got the wrong person. Dog brother trembled when he saw Yi Fei looking over and quickly said, "Dog brother, he's Yi Fei. What are you still standing there for? Weren't you going to seek revenge on him? Hurry up and beat him up." Wang Chung shouted in dissatisfaction when he saw that Dog brother and the other man hadn't made a move yet. Dog brother was startled upon hearing this. When he saw Yi Fei's gaze like a knife looking at him, he cursed Wang Chung in his heart for setting him up. "Damn it, this is not about me coming to beat someone up. Clearly, it's about me coming to get beaten up. If I could defeat him, would I have waited until today?" While cursing Wang Chung in his heart, Brother Dog put on a smile uglier than crying on his face and said, "Well, Brother Fei, there's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We got the wrong person. We'll leave right away." Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, especially those who knew Brother Dog's background. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Who is Brother Dog? He's a well-known hooligan in the entire urban area. Yet he called Yi Fei Brother Fei? Moreover, he seemed to be really afraid of Yi Fei. Wang Chung was almost furious, pointing at Brother Dog and his companion. He cursed, "Go, you promised me that you'd give him a beating. Are you leaving just like that?" Brother Dog and his companion seemed not to have heard Wang Cheng's words. They lowered their heads and were about to turn around and leave. "Stop. What do you think this place is? A public restroom where you can come and go as you please?" Just then, Yi Fei shouted coldly, stopping the two. The two who were about to escape stiffened immediately. Brother Dog turned around, and with an obsequious smile on his face, he said, "Brother Fei, if you have any instructions, just say it. I'll definitely do it. Since you came here to seek revenge on me, why don't you first tell me who you are?" Yi Fei looked at Brother Dog and asked knowingly, "I'm Go Chong from the East City District. People call me Brother Dog." Almost everyone who hangs around on the streets of the East City District has heard of my name. Brother Dog quickly introduced himself with a flattering smile. Oh, it's Little Dog, Yi Fei said indifferently. On Dog Brother's face, a smile uglier than a cry emerged, yet he promptly responded, Yi. Yes, it's me, Little Dog. At this moment, even if given the courage, he wouldn't dare to correct Yi Fei. The scenes from last night were still vivid in his mind. Yi Fei cast a meaningful glance at Wang Cheng and said indifferently, Since you're already here, just do to him what others told you to do to me. Chapter 10 The Bet. Hearing this, Dog Brother glanced at Wang Cheng, his face showing hesitation. What? Don't you want to take action? Yi Fei's face suddenly turned cold. No. Seeing signs that Yi Fei was about to take action, Dog Brother's face immediately changed, and he quickly said, Fei. Fei go no. After that, he walked towards Wang Cheng with his lackey. Wang Cheng's face turned pale with fright, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Weren't these two, Go Chong, the ones he had brought to deal with Yi Fei? He never expected that just because of one sentence from Yi Fei, these two would turn around and deal with him instead. If he were to be beaten up again in front of the whole class, he would lose all his face. Go Chong, what do you think you're doing? You're nothing but a dog raised by my family. If you dare to touch me, my dad won't let you off. Wang Cheng shouted, trying to bluff. Wang Cheng's father was a well-known real estate developer in Haizhou City. Usually, when dealing with some demolition issues, he would entrust them to Go Chong and the like. It was precisely because of this connection that Wang Cheng got to know Go Chong. Following Wang Cheng's father, Go Chong had indeed earned some money. However, upon hearing Wang Cheng actually claim that he was a dog raised by their family, his complexion turned extremely unsightly. After all, he was a well-known figure in the East City. To be cursed as a dog by a young playboy was intolerable. Moreover, this incident today was instigated by Wang Cheng. Initially, he had only intended to let Wang Cheng suffer some minor physical injuries, but now, he had changed his mind. Master Wang, I merely have a cooperative relationship with your father. Not only you, even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. Go Chong said with a forced smile. Go Chong thought clearly. Although Wang Cheng's father was a developer with abundant wealth, offending Wang Cheng at worst meant that he might not be able to receive projects from Wang Cheng's father in the future. However, if he didn't give Yi Fei an account today, he and his brother might end up in big trouble right here. How dare you? Wang Cheng shouted. Slap. As soon as Wang Cheng's voice fell, Go Chong had already slapped over, causing Wang Cheng's body to stagger and fall to the ground. After that, Go Chong and his lackey started punching and kicking Wang Cheng. It was not until 7 or 8 minutes later that the two stopped. Fei, brother Fei, do you think it's okay now? Go Chong looked at Yi Fei, asking obsequiously. Yi Fei glanced at Wang Cheng, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and said indifferently, Weren't you here to seek revenge on him? What does it have to do with me? Go Chong was also a smart person. Hearing Yi Fei's words, he immediately echoed, Right. I'm here to seek revenge on Wang Cheng today. As he spoke, he glanced at the classmates in the class and loudly said, This scoundrel Wang Cheng often bullies classmates at school. I've disliked him for a long time. I've come here today with the express intention of reprimanding him, to instill in him a sense of proper conduct. The classmates exchanged perplexed glances, utterly bewildered. While it is true that Wang Cheng frequently bullies students at school, the fact that these words are emanating from your mouth seems somewhat incongruous, considering you are, after all, a notorious hooligan. Furthermore, if I recall correctly, upon entering, you explicitly stated that you were seeking Yi Fei. Although they were unable to fully comprehend the situation, one thing was unequivocally clear: the infamous gangster, Go harbored a profound fear of Yi Fei. With this realization, many students began to cast peculiar glances toward Yi Fei. Fei, esteemed Fei, Go Chong inquired of Yi Fei. Might we be permitted to depart? Ensure that I never lay eyes upon you again, Yi Fei asserted. Indeed, esteemed Fei. Rest assured that we shall endeavor to remain far removed from your presence henceforth. Go Chong responded with obsequious deference, before hastily fleeing the scene. Once Go and his companion had departed, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Yun, fixed her gaze upon Yi Fei and acrimoniously demanded, Yi Fei, what is the nature of your association with those individuals of the underworld? I have no acquaintance with them, Yi Fei replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at the homeroom teacher. You claim to be unacquainted with them? You insult my intelligence, Zhao Yun exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Yi Fei. If you are not acquainted with them, why would they seek you out? I knew it from the outset. Our class should never have admitted a piece of refuse such as yourself. It is one thing to perform poorly academically and hinder the progress of the entire class. But now you are colluding with the criminal underworld. Upon hearing these words, Yi Fei's countenance underwent a visible transformation, reflecting profound displeasure. When Yi Fei first joined the class, Zhao Yun had reviewed his academic transcript and initially believed that she had stumbled upon a hidden gem, lavishing considerable attention and care upon him. However, her demeanor underwent an abrupt and dramatic shift following the release of the results of a mock examination. Gone are the previous solicitous inquiries. Instead, there are occasional taunts. And Yi Fei is constantly brought up as a negative example and given a scolding. When Go Chang and the other were present, Zhao Yun dared not say a word. Yi Fei didn't blame him, for after all, Go Chang and the other were street hooligans in society. However, no sooner had Go Chang and the other left than Zhao Yun began to show his might. Evidently wanting to vent on Yi Fei the anger he had suffered from Go Chang and the other. "I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Why don't you say anything?" Seeing that Yi Fei remained silent, Zhao Yun thought Yi Fei was guilty and became even more arrogant, saying, "Don't think you'll get away with it just by staying silent. I will definitely report this matter to the school. You just wait to be expelled." "Expelled?" Yi Fei's eyes turned cold. Looking at the head teacher coldly, he said, "On what grounds do you expel me? On what grounds? Just because your grades are at the bottom of the whole grade and you colluded with the underworld to come to the school and beat students." Zhao Yun sneered. "Teacher, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that those two hooligans were brought here by Wang Cheng. Why do you shift the blame onto Yi Fei?" Guoliang couldn't help but stand up and say, "Guoliang, I haven't even mentioned you yet. Just like Yi Fei, your grades are at the bottom of the class. You're both no good. Believe it or not, I'll expel you and Yi Fei together." Zhao Yun pointed at Guoliang and shouted, "Expel me then. I'm so scared." Guoliang deliberately put on a frightened look and shouted with an exaggerated expression on his face. Guoliang is different from Yi Fei. Guoliang's father is a wealthy man. Even if he were expelled from Haizhou No. 1 middle school, at worst, his father could arrange for him to go to another school. Zhao Yun was enraged by the brazen and fearless demeanor of that rascal, Guoliang. Guoliang was about to sneer at Zhao Yun a few more times. Just as he was about to speak, however, he was stopped by Yi Fei, who had been silent before. Yi Fei looked at Zhao Yun, his eyes slightly narrowed, a cold glint in his eyes. "Ms. Zhao, didn't you say that my grades are at the bottom of the whole grade? Dare you make a bet with me? Let's bet on the second mock exam in a week." "Humph, why should I bet with you?" Zhao Yun asked with a cold laugh. "If I lose, I'll drop out of school voluntarily," Yi Fei said lightly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried great weight, as if a thunderclap had resounded throughout the classroom. "Yi Fei, what are you up to?" Guoliang was greatly shocked and quickly grabbed Yi Fei's arm to ask. He knew that Yi Fei's family wasn't well off. Yi Fei had managed to get into Haizhou No. 1 middle school only through connections, and his family members were all looking forward to Yi Fei achieving excellent results in the college entrance examination. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Zhao Yun felt a thrill of joy in her heart. If Yi Fei really dropped out of school without this burden, Yi Fei, the average grade of the class might rise significantly, and then the college entrance examination enrollment rate would increase quite a bit. Wouldn't her bonus? "Oh, what's the bet? Let's hear it." Zhao Yun glanced at Yi Fei and said, "For this mock exam, the bet is whether I can rank among the top 100 in the grade. If I can't, I lose." Yi Fei said, "If I lose, I'll drop out of school voluntarily." "What?" Yi Fei's words were like a thunderclap, stunning the classmates in the class. They all widened their eyes and stared intently at Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, are you crazy?" Guoliang gave Yi Fei a forceful push, deeming Yi Fei's actions as nothing short of courting disaster. Just consider the number of students in the senior grade of Haizhou No. 1 middle school. There are over 4,000 students, and among them, repeat students account for the majority. What was Yi Fei's previous rank in the school? He was ranked over 4,000th. At the very bottom of the entire school. Haizhou No. 1 middle school is a renowned high school nationwide, where there are scarcely any underachievers. Even those labeled as underachievers here are only so in comparison to the school's top students. In fact, these so-called underachievers would be upper-middle performing students in other schools. Yi Fei, a student at the bottom of the whole school, aiming to rank among the top 100 in the mock exam a week later? This is nothing short of a pipe dream. Goodness, is Yi Fei out of his mind? How could he delusionally think of getting into the top 100 of the whole school in just a week? I bet he's been deeply stimulated. In our class, there are only a handful of students ranked among the top 100 in the grade, perhaps less than 10. Does he really think he can get into the top 10 of the class? If he can rank among the top 100 in the grade, I'll eat feces right in front of all the classmates. Many students in the class were whispering and discussing animatedly, none of them having faith in Yifei. Yifei ignored their remarks and said again, "If I can rank among the top 100, I want you to apologize to me in front of all the classmates." Chapter 11. You can't do it, Yifei. These were your own words. When the grades come out, don't say I forced you. Zhao Yun maintained an impassive face, but her heart was filled with excitement. She had already started to fantasize about the scenario where, after Yifei dropped out of school, the average score of the class would soar, the college entrance examination enrollment rate would increase significantly, and she, becoming a renowned teacher, would be sought after by students' parents and be overwhelmed with gifts. As for Yifei being able to rank among the top 100 in the grade, that was a joke. How could that be possible? Of course, it was I who said it. Yifei nodded. Fine, I promise you, Zhao Yun said hastily, as if afraid that Yifei might regret it. When the bell rang, Zhao Yun announced the end of school and then hurried out of the classroom. The whole classroom, however, erupted into an uproar. A group of students were discussing animatedly, pointing at Yifei. Yifei, are you crazy? That Shu clearly wants to drive you out of school, Guo Liang said anxiously. I know. Don't worry. I have a sense of proportion, Yifei said, picked up his school bag, and then left the classroom in a hurry, arriving beside the small store at the school gate. After about 10 odd minutes, Chen Wan's pretty figure appeared in sight. Upon seeing Yifei, a bright smile emerged on her charming face. Where shall we go? Chen Wan asked with a smile. Jade Street, perhaps, Yifei said uncertainly. There was a Jade Street in the East City district, which specialized in selling various jade ornaments. It wasn't far from Haizhou No. One middle school. However, Yifei had only heard of it and knew its location. He had never been there before. The two arrived at Jade Street. Gazing at the dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street, they directly chose the largest store at the street entrance, named Yumantang, and walked in. The store was decorated in an antique style, looking magnificent. Several beautiful shop assistants were explaining to the customers in the store. When they saw Chen Wan and Yifei enter, they merely glanced at them, but no one came over to attend to them. Having stayed in this store for a long time, they are used to greeting and seeing off customers. It is quite easy for them to tell from a person's attire whether he or she has the purchasing power. Today is Chen Wan's first day at work. She is dressed in an ordinary business suit. Although she looks bright and charming, the clothes are not expensive. And Yifei is even worse, wearing the school uniform of Haizhou No. 1 Middle School. The two of them, when seen together, naturally don't seem like people who can afford good jade. Without anyone to attend to them, Yifei is quite content with the tranquility. Even though it's his first time here, he is not nervous at all. He starts to look around the store on his own. Old ancestor, how can I distinguish the quality of jade? Yifei asks in his heart while looking around. Communicating with the reincarnation old ancestor. The reincarnation old ancestor sneers and says, Lad, it's quite simple. You just need to circulate your true essence to your eyes, and you'll understand naturally. Circulate the true essence to the eyes. Yifei is stunned upon hearing this and feels a bit puzzled in his heart. However, he still follows the instruction. The moment he circulates the true essence to his eyes, Yifei understands what the reincarnation old ancestor means. He can actually see wisps of something like blue smoke emerging from those displayed jade ornaments. However, the blue smoke on these jade ornaments is extremely thin, almost imperceptible. Spiritual qi. Yifei realizes immediately. This blue smoke is the spiritual qi. Lad, how about it? Found it, right? The reincarnation old ancestor laughs heartily. But don't be too happy too soon. The quality of these jade materials is too poor. They are all trash and simply can't be used to refine jade talismans. The reincarnation old ancestor continues. Then what should I do? Yifei was stunned as he looked at the price tags of the jade ornaments inside the counter. These jades marked with prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan were all rubbish. Then what kind of jade would be suitable? Humph. To refine jade talismans, at least ordinary spiritual jade is required, said the reincarnation patriarch. What criteria should be met for a jade to be considered spiritual jade? Yifei inquired. Jade is formed after being nurtured for countless years and inherently contains spiritual energy, just in varying amounts. The minimum standard for spiritual jade is to have 5 strands of spiritual energy, the reincarnation patriarch explained. 5 strands of spiritual energy. Yifei felt rather speechless upon hearing this. He took another look at the jade ornaments on the counter. Most of them had only 1 strand of spiritual energy, and some didn't even have a single strand. They were simply stones. Is this the so-called century Old store that promises to pay 100-fold compensation for any fake? Yifei silently grumbled in his heart. After looking for fully over 10 minutes, Yifei finally found a jade that barely had 5 strands of spiritual energy. Pointing at the jade, he said to the shop assistant, "Miss, could you please bring that piece of jade over for me to have a look?" The female shop assistant, who was not far from Yifei and had a fairly good appearance, was enthusiastically promoting products to a middle-aged fat man at that moment. Hearing Yifei's words, she glanced at him but paid no heed. She had noticed Yifei and the other person who entered the store long ago. Specifically, she had noticed Chen Wan, who came in with Yifei. Although she considered herself a beauty, compared with Chen Wan, she paled in comparison, driven by jealousy. She pretended not to see Yifei and Chen Wan after they entered the store. Moreover, she could tell at a glance that the business attire on Chen Wan probably cost less than 1,000 yuan, and Yifei was nothing but a penniless student. How could these two possibly have any money? Chen Wan, noticing that the female clerk pretended not to hear Yifei's words, slightly furrowed her delicate brows and said, "Could you please fetch that jade pendant for us to have a look? You blind fool. Can't you see I'm introducing items to distinguished guests?" The female clerk shouted aggressively at Chen Wan. "Also, do you even know how much that jade pendant costs? You two paupers want to look at it? Can you afford to compensate if you break it?" The female clerk's outburst immediately drew the attention of all the customers in the store. Yifei furrowed his brows and asked, "Is this how your store does business? We came here to buy jade, so we're your customers. Is this how you treat your customers?" Upon hearing this, the female clerk sneered, You think you deserve to be our customer? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror and see what a sorry state you're in?" Ha. The middle-aged fatty next to the female clerk burst into laughter. Looking at Yifei, he cursed, "Where did this penniless wretch come from? You really have no sense of self-awareness." As the middle-aged fatty was cursing Yifei, when his eyes fell on Chen Wan, they became fixed, and he almost drooled. "Little sister, I advise you to see clearly. This kid is clearly a pauper. Don't be deceived by him." This fatty had 4 or 5 rings on his hands, some gold, some jadeite, and there was even a green jade ring on his thumb. The gold necklace around his neck was dazzling, as if he had written "I'm a nouveau riche" on his face. Chen Wan evaded the middle-aged fat man's naked gaze with a hint of disgust and paid him no heed. "Hey, little sister, what about being with me? If you become my mistress, I'll give you a mini coupe right away and an allowance of 10,000 yuan every month," the middle-aged fat man said. "Mini coupe? 10,000 yuan per month?" Hearing this, the female shop assistant looked at Chen Wan with eyes full of envy bordering on madness. A mini costs at least over 200,000 yuan, and getting 10,000 yuan of pocket money every month without doing anything? She had to stand in high-heeled shoes for more than 10 hours a day in this store, and her monthly salary plus commission was less than 10,000 yuan. Seeing that Chen Wan ignored him, the middle-aged fat man wasn't annoyed. He had experience dealing with such young couples. The middle-aged fat man turned to Yifei and said, "Lad, you look like a student. If you break up with her and promise not to contact her again, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. What do you think?" A smile lingered on the middle-aged fat man's face. 100,000 yuan was just a drop in the bucket for him, yet for an ordinary family, it was a huge sum of money. What's more, for a young fellow from an ordinary family, 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Yifei blinked, sized up the middle-aged fat man, and suddenly a strange smile appeared on his face. "Do you really want to keep her as your mistress?" The middle-aged fat man said haughtily. "What, got a problem? Lad, you'd better know your place. Such a beautiful woman is not someone a penniless guy like you can deserve." Hee. Yifei smiled, showing no sign of anger from the humiliation on his face. "Opinions? Not really, but I do have a suggestion." Yifei fixed his eyes on the middle-aged fat man, and the smile on his face grew increasingly eerie. The middle-aged fat man felt a bit creepy under his gaze. The customers in the store also looked at Yifei curiously, eager to see how he would handle the situation. An ordinary person, if humiliated like this, would probably be so ashamed and indignant as to be on the verge of death, or would be so enraged as to turn red in the face and rush up to fight this fat man. However, Yifei's calm reaction puzzled them. Just as they were each speculating about how Yifei would respond, Yifei's voice rang out. "I'm afraid you can't do it," Yifei said calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, you lost your manly ability 2 years ago, didn't you?" Chapter 12. Keep her as your mother? Yifei's words left everyone present stunned. Lost his manly ability? Didn't that mean he was impotent? Damn, this guy looks big and burly, yet he turns out to be a eunuch. Tsk. He looks only a little over 40, but he's actually, TSK. Damn it. An impotent man is even trying to keep a mistress. Keep her as your mother? A group of people started whispering among themselves. Even the female clerk who had enthusiastically explained things to the middle-aged fat man earlier now looked at the middle-aged fat man with a strange gaze. You nonsense. The middle-aged man blushed with embarrassment, pointing at Yi Fei and shouting angrily. But the guilt on his face was impossible to hide. Originally, several people thought that Yi Fei was talking nonsense. However, upon seeing the middle-aged man's expression, they believed Yi Fei's words. You brat, stop spouting such nonsense here. Being stared at by the crowd, the middle-aged man became even more flustered. Am I spouting nonsense? Yi Fei smiled upon hearing this. You had a car accident 2 years ago, right? There should still be a scar about 1.5 inches below your navel on your abdomen. If you want to prove that you're not impotent, then lift up your clothes and let everyone see if there's a scar there. If not, it can naturally prove that I'm talking nonsense. After Yi Fei finished speaking, cold sweat began to bead on the middle-aged fat man's face. His gaze towards Yi Fei was like seeing a ghost. Just as Yi Fei had said, 2 years ago, he drove after getting drunk and crashed into a big tree by the road. Although he managed to save his life, he had a 2-finger long wound on his lower abdomen. And since then, he had lost his manhood. This was his biggest secret. Even his wife at home didn't know it. How did Yi Fei know? In order to conceal the fact that he had become impotent for the past 2 years. Every time he went out for social events, he would definitely invite 4 or 5 women to surround him. When he saw young and pretty women, he would always flirt with them a few words. Through his careful disguise, no one had discovered this secret in the past 2 years. But today, in this jadeware store, this secret was actually exposed by a young lad. Where did this young whelp come from, talking such nonsense here? Do you believe that I can make sure you won't see the sun tomorrow? The middle-aged fat man stared at Yi Fei with a fierce glint in his eyes, trying to bluff with a show of bravado. I say, my friend, haven't you denied being impotent? Then, why not reveal your torso for everyone to see? Indeed, we're all grown men here. You wouldn't be at a disadvantage by lifting your shirt. A chorus of onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, chimed in, pressing the middle-aged man with their taunts. Finding himself the center of attention, with expectant gazes fixed upon him, the portly man's countenance soured. A mere stripling from who knows where thinks he can make me expose myself? Utterly preposterous. With a disdainful snort, the middle-aged man directed a cutting remark at Yi Fei before veering away from the crowd toward the staircase leading to the second floor. In his haste, he stumbled on the verge of the steps, nearly falling headlong. Amidst the collective laughter, he hurried away, soon vanishing from sight. Once the man had disappeared, Chunwan fixed her beautiful eyes on Yi Fei, a peculiar glint in them. How did you know that fellow was? Her rosy cheeks flushed as she trailed off, unable to utter the word impotent. I am a divine physician after all. Naturally, I can discern his ailment at a glance. Otherwise, how would I have the means to treat your condition, Sister Chunwan? Yi Fei declared, unabashedly. In truth, the words he had spoken earlier were imparted to him by the old ancestor of reincarnation. You're rather self-conceited, aren't you? Chunwan teased, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she playfully reached out to pinch Yi Fei's ear. After a moment of light-hearted banter, Yi Fei turned his attention to the female shop assistant. However, upon being looked at by Yi Fei in such a way, the female shop assistant let out a sudden scream and immediately crossed her arms over her chest, as if Yi Fei's eyes held some kind of magic that could strip her clothes off. Seeing such an intense reaction from the female shop assistant, Yi Fei was instantly at a loss. When he said earlier that he could tell a person's illness at a glance, it was just a boast and a joke with Chunwan. He never expected the female shop assistant to take it seriously, and her reaction was so intense. As if a single glance from Yi Fei would make her impure. Now, isn't it time to show us that piece of jade? Yi Fei looked at the female shop assistant coldly and said. The female shop assistant's previous behavior really made it impossible for Yi Fei to give her a pleasant expression. The female shop assistant was now somewhat afraid of Yi Fei, fearing that Yi Fei would expose any hidden ailments she had in public just like before. The jade pendant you're looking at is too expensive. I don't have the authority. Only our manager can take it out, the female shop assistant said. Then what are you still standing there for? Go and call your manager, Yi Fei said. Okay, please wait a moment. The female shop assistant said, and then rushed upstairs in a hurry. At Yumantang, on the second floor, the fat man who was publicly exposed by Yi Fei as having impotence on the first floor was now sipping tea in the office on the second floor. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, who was the manager of Yumintang. General Manager Song, what's got you so angry? Calm down. The manager smiled and poured a cup of tea for the middle-aged fat man. Just now, I met a little brat in your store. It really makes me furious. The middle-aged and corpulent Song Jun said in an angry tone. Recalling the scene downstairs on the first floor, he still felt a seething rage burning in his chest. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a knock came from the door. The female shop assistant entered and said to the manager, Manager, there are customers downstairs who want to take a look at the jade pendants in the middle cabinet. Oh. At these words, the middle-aged manager's eyebrows shot up. The middle cabinet was rather special. It contained jade items of considerable value. The cheapest one was probably worth several 100,000 yuan, and only he had the authority to take them out. Before the manager could say anything, Song Jun, the middle-aged and corpulent man, suddenly stood up and asked, Is it that little rascal downstairs? Song Jun's eyes widened, bloodshot. His sudden rise startled the waitress, who instinctively took a step back but still replied, Yes, it's them. Damn it. I'm so furious. Song Jun cursed, and in his anger, he hurled the teacup in his hand forcefully to the ground. Oh, are the people who offended President Song the ones who want to see the jade pendants? The manager narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. The female shop assistant nodded. They offended President Song and still want to buy jade in our store? Go downstairs and tell them that we won't sell jade to them. Ask the security guards to drive them out. The manager sneered. Well, all right. The female shop assistant responded. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Song Jun stopped her. Wait. Song Jun called out, blocking the female shop assistant. What? President Song is still not appeased? Then let the security guards give them a good lesson. The manager smiled. Giving them a lesson would be too lenient for them. With a sneer on his face, Song Jun's features were tinged with a hint of hatred. Since they want to buy jade, let them do so, he thought. He beckoned to the female shop assistant. Come here. I have something to tell you. When the assistant approached, Song Jun whispered his plan. Brilliant, Mr. Song. What a clever idea, exclaimed the middle-aged manager, promptly giving a thumbs up in admiration upon hearing it. Ha ha ha, these two paupers want to buy jade. Let them. I can't wait to see how they'll afford to compensate later. Song Jun laughed heartily. Soon, the female shop assistant came down with a key in her hand. She opened the safe, took out the jade, and instead of handing it to Yi Fei, offered it to Chen Wan. At the same time, she admonished, hold it carefully. This piece of jade is worth over 500,000 yuan. You'll have to pay if it gets chipped or broken. Chen Wan nodded and reached out to take the jade pendant. But just as her fingers touched the pendant and before she could grasp it firmly, the shop assistant let go. Crack! The pendant dropped instantly, and a clear sound echoed, shattering the jade into pieces. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to hold it tight? The shop assistant pointed at Chen Wan, berating her aggressively. I. Chen Wan looked at the broken jade pendant, feeling a bit at a loss. What do you mean I? I'm telling you, this jade is worth over 500,000 yuan. It broke in your hands. What are you going to do about it? The shop assistant pressed on, not letting up. As she spoke, she stretched out a hand and was about to grab Chen Wan's pretty face. Stop. Yu Fei made a lightning-fast move, his finger precisely touching an acupoint on the female shop assistant's wrist. The female shop assistant let out a scream, as if stung by a scorpion, and quickly withdrew her hand. Xiaofei, it wasn't me just now. I hadn't even grasped it when Chen Wan said, clutching Yi Fei's arm. Sister Chen Wan, I understand. Leave this matter to me. Yi Fei turned to Chen Wan with a smile. When he turned his head again to look at the female shop assistant, his face had turned icy cold. A raging fire was kindling within his chest. How malicious this female shop assistant's intentions were. If he hadn't intervened in time, that grab by the female shop assistant might have disfigured Chen Wan. Since starting his cultivation, Yi Fei's sixth senses had been far more acute than those of ordinary people. How could the female shop assistant's little trick of deliberately letting go when Chen Wan didn't hold the jade pendant firmly escape his notice? Ever since entering this store, it had been Yi Fei who had been saying that he wanted to buy a jade pendant. After the female shop assistant came down from the second floor, instead of handing the jade pendant to Yi Fei, she gave it to Chen Wan. Subsequently, she deliberately smashed the jade pendant and framed Chen Wan. And then she suddenly lashed out, trying to scratch Chen Wan's face. All of this was rather strange. They had no grudges against this female shop assistant. Why did she act like this? Thinking of the middle-aged fatty who had gone up to the second floor earlier, Yi Fei naturally understood the reason for the female shop assistant's actions. You handle it? How are you going to handle it? You broke something in our store. And not only do you not want to compensate, but you also want to hit someone. Do you even know where you are? The female shop assistant shrieked, clutching her wrist. As her voice faded, 5 fully armed security guards emerged from behind, encircling Yi Fei and the other person in the center, sneering incessantly. Today, if you don't compensate, don't even think about walking out of this door standing. With the appearance of the security guards, the female shop assistant gained confidence and shrieked. Her gaze towards Yi Fei was filled with hatred. Chapter 13. Corrupting the soul. Do you think I'll walk out of this door if you don't give me an account today? Yi Fei sneered. These people really regarded him as an easy target. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and arrest them. The female shop assistant screeched. The security guards had received a signal from the manager beforehand, so naturally, they didn't hesitate at this moment. The leading security captain took out the baton from his waist and lunged forward, aiming to smash it onto Yi Fei's forehead. His posture indicated that he wasn't intending to arrest the person, but rather to beat Yi Fei to death. Courting death. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. He struck first despite starting later, kicking the security captain in the chest, sending the captain flying backwards. How dare you still fight back? When the other security guards saw this, they roared and all took out their batons, smashing towards Yi Fei together. Bang, bang, bang. Several intense crashing sounds rang out, followed by a few dull thuds. The 4 security guards surrounding Yi Fei and the other person dropped their batons, and their bodies were all sent flying backwards. On each of their chests was a distinct footprint. This. The female shop assistant stared blankly, dumbstruck. She had never expected that these security guards, who usually looked imposing, would come charging aggressively, but in the blink of an eye, be defeated by Yi Fei in an instant. Don't hit me. I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. When Yi Fei cast his gaze upon her, the female shop assistant was immediately seized by terror and let out a shrill scream. Yi Fei snorted coldly but refrained from taking action. Although this female shop assistant was sharp-tongued, she was nothing more than a pawn at best. I know you can't handle this matter. Take me to see your manager, Yi Fei declared. The mastermind behind this incident might be that middle-aged fat man, but their manager was definitely implicated. Yi Fei and his companion came to Yumantang to buy jade. First, they were looked down upon by the shop assistants, and then they were framed. The security guards in the store even attempted to attack the two of them. If Yi Fei didn't go to seek an explanation, he would seem incredibly meek. Okay, the female shop assistant was thoroughly intimidated by Yi Fei's imposing manner and quickly nodded, leading the way in front. Sister Chenwan, there's no need for you to step in for such a trivial matter. Let me handle it. Yi Fei smiled at Chenwan and then followed the female shop assistant towards the second floor. At Yumantang, on the second floor, in the manager's office. If you broke the jade pendant, just compensate according to the price. Why come to me? The middle-aged manager sat in his chair, crossed his legs, took a sip of tea, and didn't even glance at Yi Fei. After the female shop assistant came up, she merely informed him that Yi Fei wanted to talk to him face to face about the compensation issue, without mentioning that the security guards had been dealt with by Yi Fei. So, the middle-aged manager thought Yi Fei was frightened by the security guards and came to plead for mercy. The female shop assistant hurriedly winked at the middle-aged manager, but the manager didn't pay any heed to Yi Fei at all. He didn't even lift his head. And naturally, he didn't notice the female shop assistant's gesture. That jade pendant costs 500,000, right? I can pay the money. Yi Fei, without the slightest sense of unfamiliarity, pulled over a chair and sat down. He said indifferently, isn't it time to talk about your scheme to frame us now? HM? What frame up? I don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing Yi Fei mention 500,000 without batting an eyelid, the middle-aged manager was somewhat surprised. His eyes twinkled, and he said, also, who said that jade pendant was worth 500,000? 500,000 was just the price before the jade was carved. That piece of jade was carved by Lu Yidao, the top jade carving master in the south of the Yangtze River. Now its price is at least 2 million. Considering your situation, I'll waive the fraction and charge you 2 million. Cash or bank transfer? The middle-aged manager said with a beaming smile, looking as if he had Yi Fei cornered. Is that so? Yi Fei smiled. His eyes casually surveyed the furnishings in the manager's office. After a moment, he said, I heard that your Yumantang is a century-old store? Of course. The manager smiled proudly. The jade articles in our store have been appraised by the National Jade Association. Each piece of jade has a certificate. We'll pay 100 times compensation if it's fake. Kid, what does this have to do with your compensation? Pay 100 times compensation if it's fake? Then it's easy to talk about. Yi Fei nodded. There's a guanine jade carving in the small cabinet in the middle of your store, priced at 1,500,000. In fact, there's a fault in it. It's made by splicing two pieces of jade. Moreover, the quality of the jade is mediocre. I'm afraid it's not even worth 150,000. Hearing this, the middle-aged manager seemed to have a spring on his buttocks. He immediately jumped up from his chair, pointing at Yi Fei and saying, "Kid, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Fei chuckled softly and continued, "Beside the jade guanine, there is a longevity lock priced at 300,000 yuan, claimed to be an ancient jade from the Ming dynasty. In reality, it is artificially aged, and it's not even jade at all, just a somewhat special stone. Its real value is less than 3,000 yuan. If those customers outside were to know of these things, what consequences do you think there would be? And if those customers who have ever purchased jade articles from your store were to know, what then?" Yi Fei still had a smiling expression on his face. Yet the words he uttered were like a sharp dagger, stabbing straight at the heart of the middle-aged manager. Beads of cold sweat had already started to form on the manager's forehead. Their Yumintang prided itself on being an old, established store with a century-long history, boasting a fake goods, pay 100-fold compensation sign. If the customers downstairs were to learn that their store sells counterfeits, these customers would likely leave on the spot and never come back to buy jade here again. Moreover, these people would tell their friends about Yumintang selling fake goods, advising them not to come. If those customers who had bought jade articles here were to get wind of this news, they would probably come to return their purchases one after another. And that's not the most terrifying thing. If some of these customers were to take the jade articles to an appraisal center and the results showed they were fake, then their store would have to pay 100-fold compensation. Even if only half of the customers who bought fake goods went to appraise and then came to claim compensation, their Yumintang would have to close down. Thinking about all the consequences after this secret was exposed, the middle-aged manager felt a chill run down his spine. And only then did he suddenly realize that the shirt inside his suit had been soaked through with cold sweat and was sticking tightly to his back. The female shop assistant also widened her eyes. She had been working here for 2 years and never knew that Yumintang, a store renowned throughout Haizhou, would actually sell counterfeit goods. "Lad, words can bring trouble. Be careful, you won't be able to walk out of this door." The middle-aged manager stared at Yi Fei with a sinister voice. After that, he turned his head and said to the female shop assistant, "Go and call Lao Wang and the others up." But after he spoke, the female shop assistant didn't move. "What are you still standing there for?" the middle-aged manager asked. Manager, Captain Wang, and the others. "I'm afraid they can't come." The female shop assistant stammered. "Why can't they come? Did these good-for-nothing bastards sneak off again?" The middle-aged manager started cursing upon hearing this. No, they offended this customer and were dealt with by this customer. They're still lying on the ground, unable to get up." The female shop assistant said. "What?" The middle-aged manager's eyes widened. Yi Fei was rather satisfied with the manager's reaction. He smiled faintly, crossed his legs, and imitating the manager's previous manner, said, "Now, shouldn't we talk about the compensation?" The middle-aged manager's expression changed. Eventually, he gritted his teeth, waved his hand to send the female shop assistant out, closed the door tightly, then walked up to Yi Fei and whispered, "Lad, I'm warning you. This store belongs to Lord Xiong." "Lord Xiong?" Yi Fei slightly raised his eyebrows. "That's right. Perhaps you're not aware. In fact, the real owner of this store is Lord Xiong. If you offend Lord Xiong..." The middle-aged manager thought Yi Fei was intimidated by Lord Xiong's name and said haughtily. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Fei. "I don't know him." The middle-aged manager let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying slightly. He was nearly driven to a halt, attacked by Yi Fei's words, and cursed angrily in his heart. "Damn it. If you don't know me, what the hell are you raising your eyebrows for? What on earth do you want?" The middle-aged manager growled in a suppressed voice. He was extremely troubled by Yi Fei's uncompromising character. "I came to your store to buy jade, which should have increased your business. But your store clerk mocked me. Shouldn't there be an apology?" "There should be an apology." The middle-aged manager nodded, secretly relieved in his heart. However, before he could catch his breath, Yi Fei's voice rang out again. "I was unjustly framed by you. Shouldn't there be compensation?" Yi Fei continued. "There should be compensation." The middle-aged manager gritted his teeth and said, regretting that he had been out of his mind to agree to the middle-aged fatty Song Jun's proposal. Fortunately, Song Jun would compensate for the broken jade pendant at the original price, so he didn't lose anything. "Look, how about I give you 10,000 yuan as compensation to you, young man?" the middle-aged manager asked tentatively. "Don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished yet." Yifei said, I was beaten up by your security guards for no reason. Shouldn't there be compensation? You know, I'm not even an adult yet. Their brutal beating could potentially cause indelible hidden ailments to my body and might even affect my future development, leaving me with lifelong regrets. The middle-aged manager was almost driven to a fit of rage. The security guards beat you and caused indelible hidden ailments to you? The 5 security guards in the store are still lying on the ground. In contrast, you rascal, are here, alive and kicking, showing no sign of injury at all. The middle-aged manager only wants to ask Yifei one question. Where is your sense of shame? But when the words came to his lips, they turned into, fine, I'll pay. Look, I'll compensate you with a total of 100,000 yuan. Is that okay? At this moment, he just wants Yifei to shut up and not expose the store secrets. As for the setback he suffered from Yifei, he secretly keeps it in mind, vowing to get even in the future. Wait a minute, I'm not done yet. Yifei waved his hand and gave a faint smile. The middle-aged manager swayed on his feet, wishing he could rush up and strangle Yifei to death right now. Are you like toothpaste? Only squeezing out a bit at a time. Yifei naturally didn't care about the middle-aged manager's expression. He said calmly, your frame up of me made me recognize the ugliness of the world in advance, which seriously contaminated my soul. It was you who made my soul no longer pure. Shouldn't there be compensation for this? Plop. The middle-aged manager plopped down on the ground. Chapter 14. A million yuan compensation, kid. Don't go too far. This store belongs to Lord Xiong. If you offend Lord Xiong, you'd better watch out. You might die without even knowing how. The middle-aged manager growled angrily. He was completely enraged by Yifei. Then don't worry about me. Now we should talk about the specific compensation. Yifei said indifferently. You've caused me so much harm that my losses are at least 1 million yuan. I see you're pitiful, so I'll waive the small change. Just 1 million yuan will do. The middle-aged manager was so angry that he was speechless. Truly, like a debt in June, it's repaid promptly. The middle-aged manager never expected that the words he had spoken to Yifei would be applied to himself so soon. What? Not willing to give? Yifei's eyes turned cold. Then let the customers downstairs have a good understanding of the background of your Yumantang. Having said this, Yifei made a gesture as if to stand up and leave. Wait. The middle-aged manager felt a sudden pang in his heart and quickly stopped Yifei. Fine, I'll give it. The middle-aged manager was well aware that if he let Yifei go downstairs like this store would surely be ruined, and his own end would be even more tragic. Lord Xiong had entrusted this store to him for management, but he had messed it up. Lord Xiong was the underground tycoon of the entire Haizhou city. Offending him might lead to being stuffed into a sack and filled with cement in his sleep someday. So, at this moment, he had to agree to Yifei. As for being extorted 1 million by Yifei, he would report this matter to Lord Xiong. And Lord Xiong would naturally deal with Yifei personally. I don't have that much cash on hand right now. I need a few days to arrange it. The middle-aged manager still wanted to delay. If Lord Xiong had sent someone to deal with Yifei before giving the money to Yifei, then naturally there would be no need to give this money. What era is it now? Who still uses cash? Yifei looked at the middle-aged manager with contempt, took out a bank card from his pocket, and said, transfer the money. The middle-aged manager's breath hitched again. Helplessly, the middle-aged manager had to transfer 1 million from his personal savings to Yifei. Soon, Yifei's phone received a text message notification that 1 million had been credited to his account. How fast it is. Yifei put away his phone and said to the middle-aged manager, a pleasant cooperation. The middle-aged manager, wishing he could curse Yifei to death in his heart. Yifei got up to leave the manager's office. Seeing the middle-aged manager following, he said, there's no need to see me out. I'll come often when I'm free. Who the hell is seeing you out? I just want to see if you're really leaving. The middle-aged manager cursed inwardly, but said, it's my pleasure, it's my pleasure. As he was about to go out, Yifei's steps suddenly halted. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged manager's heart tightened. Is this bastard up to some new tricks again? Yifei didn't care what the middle-aged manager was thinking. His gaze was fixed on an antique-looking wooden box on the antique shelf. Before leaving and stepping out the door, Yifei casually glanced at the antique shelf and subconsciously used the true energy in his body. This glance left Yifei astonished. He discovered that there was steaming spiritual energy on that unremarkable wooden box. The spiritual energy on it was many times more intense than that of the broken jade pendant before. Manager, what's that? Yifei pointed at the wooden box on the antique shelf and asked. The middle aged manager looked in the direction Yi Fei pointed. When he saw what Yi Fei was referring to, he let out a sigh of relief. That box was brought here by an old farmer who came to sell antiques a few days ago. However, their jade store only accepted items related to jade. Although the box was an antique, the material was ordinary juju wood and it wasn't valuable. At that time, he thought the carving was fairly good. So he bought it for 500 yuan. After buying it, he just left it there without paying any attention. The young lad likes it? Then I'll give it to you. The middle-aged manager said with a nonchalant smile. Since I've already given 1,000,000, I don't mind giving an extra 500 yuan. Thank you then. Yi Fei smiled and didn't decline. When he held the wooden box in his hands, undisguised joy showed in his eyes. The middle-aged man laughed on the surface, but secretly cursed Yi Fei in his heart for being a bumpkin and having never seen the world. Kid, you have good taste. The voice of the reincarnation old ancestor rang in Yi Fei's ear. Unexpectedly, you got a bargain. Old ancestor, what's in this box? Why is there such a strong spiritual energy? Yi Fei communicated with the reincarnation old ancestor in his heart. Hee, there's a set of silver needles inside. But they're not ordinary silver needles. They're used by cultivators. The maker of this box should be a cultivator. The reincarnation old ancestor said. Does that mean I found a treasure? Yi Fei's eyes lit up. What a load of rubbish. The reincarnation old ancestor sneered. If this piece of junk were to fall on the ground in the immortal realm, no one would even bother to pick it up. Yi Fei smiled in his heart and didn't care about the reincarnation old ancestor's words. Perhaps these silver needles mean nothing to the people in the immortal realm. But this is not the immortal realm. This is Earth. On Earth, where spiritual energy is so scarce that one doesn't even know how many cultivators there are. It's already quite rare to find an item once used by a cultivator. These silver needles should have been made by a cultivator at the golden core stage. Although they're rather crude, they're more than enough for you. Weren't you going to treat that girl with the profound physique? Now you don't need to look for silver needles anymore. The reincarnation old ancestor said listlessly. Golden core stage? Upon hearing this, Yi Fei's eyes sparkled even more brightly. He was now a cultivator as well, though merely a novice at the first level of the Qi refining stage. The Qi refining stage consisted of 9 levels in total. Above the Qi refining stage was the foundation establishment stage, and after that came the golden core stage. At merely the first level of the Qi refining stage, he had already vaguely sensed the numerous wonders brought about by cultivation. Just how powerful must a golden core stage cultivator be? Thinking of this, Yi Fei couldn't help but grin foolishly. Look at your silly appearance. As long as you cultivate the cultivation technique I passed on to you. Not to mention golden core stage cultivators. Even nascent soul stage and divine separation stage cultivators wouldn't be worthy of holding your shoes. The reincarnation ancestor scoffed. Ancestor, then give me a precious item so that I can broaden my horizons, Yi Fei said, blinking his eyes. Yi Fei's words seemed to strike a sore spot of the reincarnation ancestor. During his weak period after surviving the immortal king tribulation, he was betrayed by his subordinates, who joined forces with his enemies to attack him. In the end, 5 immortal kings besieged him together, and even his immortal king body was shattered. Now, only a wisp of divine sense remained, and he no longer had any magic treasures. Humph, if this old ancestor gives you a magic treasure, with just that bit of true essence in your body, as soon as you try to activate it, you'll probably be drained dry by the magic treasure. The reincarnation ancestor said angrily. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the manager's office. A female clerk rushed in with a panicked expression. Manager, something terrible has happened. A customer fainted while looking at the jade wares downstairs, the female clerk said in a fluster. What's going on? The middle-aged manager was shocked and quickly asked. Seeing that his matter had been resolved and having unexpectedly obtained a treasure, Yi Fei was delighted in his heart. Thus, he refrained from causing further annoyance to the middle-aged manager and went downstairs on his own. Just as he reached the first floor, Yi Fei noticed a large crowd gathered together, as if they were watching something. Where is she? Yi Fei looked around, but didn't spot Chen Wan's figure. Only when he looked into the crowd did he find that Chen Wan was right in the middle of the encirclement. In the center of the crowd was an open space, where an elderly man with grizzled hair, dressed in a traditional Chinese Tang suit, was lying on the ground. His eyes tightly shut, and his breathing barely perceptible. Chen Wan was on her knees, performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, on the old man. Fine beads of sweat had already formed on Chen Wan's forehead, and strands of her hair were damp and stuck to her face. Evidently, she had been doing this for some time. Little girl, don't waste your efforts. He's already beyond help. Yeah, little girl, save your energy. You've done your best. Just wait for the ambulance to arrive. Some people in the surrounding crowd spoke up to persuade her. However, Chenwan didn't listen. Humph. This is a sudden fainting caused by a brain disease. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation is simply useless. Don't do something futile. Just then, an ill-timed voice rang out, sneering. The speaker was a young man around 30 years old, dressed in an Armani suit, with his hair styled in a side-swept pompadour, looking like a social elite. Nevertheless, his words had incurred public wrath. How can you talk like that? If you don't want to save him, that's fine. But you're actually criticizing the little girl who is trying to save him. What kind of person are you? Exactly. This guy looks decent on the outside, but turns out to be such a despicable person. What a despicable creature. The young man was flushed with embarrassment under the reproaches of the crowd. He had merely intended to show off in front of Chenwan because he thought she was beautiful, yet he never expected to incur the wrath of everyone. What did I say wrong? I'm a doctor. How could I be mistaken? The young man took out his work permit and retorted. If you're a doctor, why aren't you saving the patient? That's right. Why aren't you saving him, but standing here making sarcastic remarks? Oh, so you're a doctor. I was wrong just now. You're not a beast in human clothing, but a doctor in beast guise. The young man's face turned even redder, and he shouted loudly, What do you know? This old man fainted due to a brain disease. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation is completely ineffective for him. Moreover, judging from the old man's complexion, he must have been suffering from this disease for a long time. It's highly likely an incurable illness, perhaps even brain cancer. I'm a Western medicine doctor, without equipment here. I can't do anything to help. Hearing what the young man said, the crowd somewhat believed him, yet no one gave him a friendly look. Why hasn't he woken up yet? How could it be useless? Chenwan's arms were so tired that she almost lost all sensation. She sat on the ground dejectedly and murmured. Just then, a warm hand rested on her shoulder. Chenwan turned her head and saw Yifei. As if finding her backbone, she quickly said, Xiaofei, do you have a way to save this old man? Sister Chenwan wants to save him? Yifei asked with a smile. Do you really have a way? Chenwan became excited upon hearing this. Humph, how could this old man's illness be curable? Don't try to be a show. Off here. Previously, upon hearing Yifei's words, the young man scoffed contemptuously. Yifei paid no heed to the young man and instead, turning to Chenwan with a smile, said, Since Sister Chenwan wishes him to live, then I shall save him just this once. 15. The 4-elephant acupuncture method. Are you kidding? Do you even know what illness he has, you lad? How dare you claim you can cure him? The young doctor sneered upon hearing this. If I say I can revive him, I surely can, Yifei said calmly. Haha, where did this wild young fellow come from, spouting such boastful words? Judging by your attire, you're still a student, aren't you? If you can revive him, I'll gouge out my eyes and let you trample on them like light bulbs. The young man laughed mockingly. Lad, don't get me involved. The middle-aged manager also rushed over and said to Yifei, if the old man were to die of a sudden illness in his store, it would merely be a bit unlucky, and the store wouldn't bear much responsibility. However, if Yifei attempted to save the old man but failed and the old man died instead, then their responsibility would be substantial. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong, Yifei said indifferently, casting a glance at the middle-aged manager. After that, he ceased to pay attention to the middle-aged manager and instead took out the wooden box obtained from the manager. From it, he retrieved a set of silver needles. What is this young man doing? Surely he doesn't intend to perform acupuncture? Can acupuncture be used for emergency treatment? This is preposterous. The young doctor became even more unrestrained in his mockery upon hearing this. Who still uses traditional Chinese medicine these days? Traditional Chinese medicine has long been proven to be superstitious and without any scientific basis. Yifei paid no attention to the mockery of the crowd and took out a silver needle, flicking it with his finger. Lo! The silver needles let out a clear and tremulous chirping. The noisy first four quieted down in an instant. When they looked towards Yifei, the silver needle in Yifei's hand had already been inserted into the old man's Tianjing acupoint. Subsequently, Yifei made another move. His speed of needle insertion was so rapid that even if everyone widened their eyes, they could only catch glimpses of blurry after images. When Yifei withdrew his hand, his face was already covered with beads of sweat. He didn't expect that this set of 4-elephant acupuncture method passed down to him by the reincarnation ancestor would consume so much true yuan. The 4-elephant acupuncture method is divided into 4 forms, namely, azure dragon wags its tail, white tiger shakes its head, dark turtle probes the cave, and vermilion phoenix greets the source. Each form requires true yuan to activate, and it possesses unfathomable power. The form Yifei had just used was the first one. Azure Dragon wags its tail. At present, with the meager true yuan within Yifei's body, he could only barely use this one form. However, after Yifei withdrew the needles, the old man didn't wake up. Seeing this, the young doctor became even more unbridled in his mockery. Haha, the old man didn't wake up. I said this kid was just grandstanding. Now you believe me, right? Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh. It seemed that the old man really couldn't be saved. Yifei's expression remained unchanged. He helped the old man sit up and slapped the old man's back with his right palm. Wow, the old man spat out a mouthful of blue-black blood. And then his eyes slowly began to open. He's awake. The old man is awake. A sharp-eyed onlooker immediately shouted loudly. He actually woke up? How is this possible? The young doctor's face was aghast, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. The old man suffered from a brain disease. How could acupuncture possibly cure it? Could this be the legendary 4-elephant acupuncture method? Suddenly, a hoary voice resounded. Among the onlookers, an elderly man with a vigorous and energetic demeanor emerged unnoticed. Beside the old man stood several doctors in white coats. These doctors had arrived at the Jade store at an unknown time, but remained silent. Only when Yifei withdrew the needles did the leading old man speak. Indeed, this is the Azure Dragon's tail, wagging in the 4-image acupuncture technique. Yifei glanced at the old man indifferently and said, "What? It's actually the 4-image acupuncture technique? It's really true. I never expected that in my lifetime I would be able to witness this long-lost peerless technique. It's truly miraculous." The old man exclaimed. Quickly carry the old man onto the stretcher." Only then did the arriving doctors come to their senses and promptly ordered. A group of medical staff rushed forward in a hurry, pushing Yifei aside instead. Outside Yumantang, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 suddenly screeched to a halt at the entrance. A majestic middle-aged man quickly got out of the car. "Lord Xiong is here," one of the onlookers exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the suddenly appeared middle-aged man. "Is he Yin Xiong, the big shot of Haizhou's underground forces? I've heard that his background is extremely powerful, and even the city leaders of Haizhou have to show him some respect. It's actually a bullet-proof Mercedes-Benz. This car must be worth tens of millions, right? When will I ever be as imposing as him?" A group of people chattered. The middle-aged manager of Yumantang quickly trotted up to Yin Xiong with an obsequious smile on his face. "Lord Xiong, you're here." Slap. Before the middle-aged manager could finish his words, Yin Xiong slapped him, leaving the middle-aged manager stunned. "Where's old Master Song? Take me to see him at once. If anything happens to old Master Song, I'll skin you alive," Yin Xiong asked, his brows tinged with a menacing aura. Who is old Master Song? The middle-aged manager covered his face and asked timidly. "The old man who fainted in the store." Yin Xiong replied. "What? That old man is from the Song family." The middle-aged manager's eyes widened in an instant, and he was so shocked that he froze on the spot. There was probably only one old Master Song in Haizhou whom Yin Xiong would treat so seriously, and that was the helmsman of the wealthy Song family. Good heavens, that old man is actually from the Song family. The middle-aged manager was so astonished that he couldn't speak. Squeak. Just then, another champagne-colored Bentley Mulsanne stopped at the entrance of Yumantang. A middle-aged man and a young girl of about 17 or 18 got out of the car. "Mr. Song is here. Quick, come with me." Yin Xiong didn't have time to ask anything else at this moment. He grabbed the middle-aged manager and walked towards the two who had just arrived. "Mr. Song," Yin Xiong said respectfully when he came to the middle-aged man. "How is my father now?" Song Jiming asked Yin Xiong eagerly. "Mr. Song, don't worry. Old Master Song has regained consciousness and is out of immediate danger for now," the middle-aged manager said hastily. "As long as there's no danger, let's go inside and talk," Song Jiming said and took the lead to walk in. At this time, old Master Song was being carried onto a stretcher by several staff members. "Dad, Grandpa," Song Jiming and the young girl beside him called out. "Ah, you've come?" By this time, old Master Song had already recovered. His complexion was ruddy, and he seemed no different from a normal person. However, for the sake of safety, he still needed to go to the hospital for a check-up. "Qinghua's come too. I'm fine. I've made you worried." When old Master Song saw the young girl beside Song Jiming, a smile finally appeared on his face. "Dad, don't talk. You'd better go to the hospital for a check-up first," Song Jiming said with concern. "I know my own body." Old Master Song shook his head. "I feel much better now. Oh, we must thank that young man. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would never have seen you all again." As old Master Song spoke, he turned to look at Yi Fei, but didn't find Yi Fei's figure. Where's that young fellow? The old man couldn't help asking when he didn't see Yi Fei. Yeah, where's that young fellow? He was here just now. How could he disappear in a blink of an eye? Hearing this, the onlookers all looked in the direction where Yi Fei had been before, only to find that not only Yi Fei, but also Chen Wan, who was with Yi Fei, had disappeared at this time. Dad, you go to the hospital for a check, up first. Don't worry, I will definitely find this benefactor. Song Jiming didn't want his father's illness to be delayed any longer, so he said hurriedly, you all must help me find that young fellow. We must thank him properly. Old Master Song still couldn't forget this before getting on the ambulance. When the ambulance that came to pick up Old Master Song left, Song Jiming finally heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, his brows furrowed slightly. The sea of people is vast. Haizhou City is a city with tens of millions of people after all, even with the capabilities of the Song family. Attempting to find a person without any leads is tantamount to searching for a needle in a haystack. Ever since the middle-aged manager learned that the fainted old man was the patriarch of the Song family, his heart sank to the very bottom. It's over. This time it's really over. The Song family is a true tycoon family in Haizhou. As the saying goes, wealth rarely lasts beyond 3 generations. Only when a family has thrived for more than 3 generations can it be barely regarded as a tycoon family, and the Song family is precisely such a family. And even one of the top-notch among them. The old master of the Song family actually fainted in the store watched over by the middle-aged manager and almost lost his life. At the mere thought of this, the middle-aged manager had the impulse to dash his head against a wall. No, I can't end up like this. The middle-aged manager cried out in his heart, racking his brains to find a way to save himself. Do you have any clues about that young man? Just then, the voice of Song Jiming rang out. Upon hearing this, the onlookers all shook their heads. Although they were eager to establish a connection with the Song family, neither Yi Fei nor Chen Wan was known to them. I remembered. The middle-aged manager seemed to have suddenly thought of something and exclaimed loudly. That young man was wearing the school uniform of Haizhou No. 1 Middle School. My classmate. Upon hearing this, the young and beautiful girl Song Qinghua, standing next to Song Jiming, showed a surprised expression on her delicate face. The person who saved her grandfather was actually her classmate? How come I don't know there is such a person in Haizhou No. 1 Middle School? Song Qinghua thought, her delicate eyebrows slightly knitted. Haizhou No. 1 Middle School? Hearing this, Song Jiming raised his eyebrows and nodded. With this one clue, it was enough. With the influence of the Song family in Haizhou, it should be able to find this person soon. At this moment, Chen Wan and Yi Fei, who were being talked about by the crowd, were walking on the street. When the medical staff carried old Song onto the stretcher, Yi Fei and Chen Wan had already taken the opportunity to leave Yumante. Of course, like them, the young doctor who had previously claimed that if Yi Fei could revive the person, he would gouge out his eyes and use them as bubbles to step on also secretly left. As she walked, Chen Wan stared at Yi Fei, her eyebrows and eyes tinged with a hint of, Xiaofei, you're truly amazing. You even know acupuncture. And you managed to revive a patient that the doctors were at a loss to deal with. Yi Fei chuckled, then said with a tinge of apology, sorry. Sister Chen Wan, I caused so much trouble today, yet I didn't find a suitable jade pendant for you. It doesn't matter. I trust you. If we can't find it today, we can come back tomorrow. With you, this little miracle doctor, around, I'm not afraid of the illness recurring anyway, Chen Wan said with a gentle smile. The two looked at each other and smiled. Oh, what are those people doing? Chen Wan looked up and saw a large number of people in front of a shop, pointing at the stones beside the door. Right above the shop, there was also a huge plaque with the words Stone Gambling written on it. Chapter 16 Naive Ways of Courting Women. Stone Gambling? What on earth is that? Yi Fei was a bit puzzled when he saw the 2 words on the signboard. Ah, there's actually a stone gambling shop here? Chen Wan exclaimed. Sister Chen Wan, do you know what stone gambling is? Yi Fei asked. Well, I know a bit, Chen Wan said. Those stones on display are not ordinary stones, but raw jadeite stones. The jadeite sold on the market is cut from these stones. Stone gambling, in fact, is to bet whether there is jadeite in these raw stones. Is jadeite cut from these stones? Yi Fei widened his eyes upon hearing this. It was the first time he had heard of it. Yes. However, most of the raw stones do not contain jadeite. Therefore, stone gambling is very risky, and there is a high possibility of a failed cut. But once jadeite is cut out from a raw stone, the profit is astonishing. Chen Wan said. Sister Chen Wan, do you understand stone gambling? Yi Fei turned to look at Chen Wan and asked. Chen Wan felt a bit embarrassed. She had traveled to southern Yunnan before, came into contact with jadeite stone gambling, and bought a few pieces to play with, but didn't even cut out a single strand of green. Because of this, she was teased by several of her traveling girlfriends for a long time. As soon as Yifei saw Chunwan's expression, he guessed that Chunwan was probably also a layman. How about we go take a look? Yifei suggested. Today, he and Chunwan had come to buy jade. Jadeite is also a type of jade. It's not easy to find spiritual jade with 5 strands of spiritual energy. Perhaps they could have an unexpected harvest here. Better not. These raw stones are quite expensive, and the risks are too high. Chunwan shook her head. She was worried that once Yifei understood the charm of stone gambling, he would become addicted to it. In the stone gambling circle, there is a saying, one cut could make you poor, one cut could make you rich, and one cut could leave you in rags. Stone gambling has a kind of magic, which is even more exciting than gambling. No one knows how many people became greatly interested in stone gambling and couldn't extricate themselves after a successful cut, but ultimately ended up bankrupt. If Yifei were aware of Chunwan's thoughts, he would surely burst into laughter. Since embarking on the path of cultivating truth, Yifei's mental state has become immeasurably steadfast. How could he possibly be unable to resist such a temptation? It doesn't matter. Let's just wait and see. Perhaps we'll come across a jade suitable for Sister Chunwan. If someone cuts out a good one, we'll simply purchase it. Yifei, oblivious to Chunwan's thoughts, said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chunwan could only nod helplessly. As soon as the two stepped forward, they heard sighs coming from the crowd. Alas, it's another failed cut. Hundreds of thousands of yuan just vanished into thin air. Even burning money wouldn't be this fast, right? Hundreds of thousands of yuan could be used as the down payment for a small-sized house. Just gone like that? A group of people were discussing animatedly. Hearing their discussions, Yifei looked towards the center of the crowd. Beside the stone cutting machine in the middle, a middle-aged man sat slumped on the ground, his face ashen. Next to him were the cut-up broken stones. Evidently, he was the one whose stone had just been cut unsuccessfully. Hundreds of thousands of yuan, just gone like that? Yifei was somewhat astonished. Hundreds of thousands of yuan could build a decent house in their countryside. No, I'll choose again. Today, I must win a bet and earn back my money. The middle-aged man said through gritted teeth, looking like a gambler who had lost all his money. He stood up abruptly, pushed through the crowd, and rushed to select another raw stone. Seeing that there was no more spectacle to watch, the onlookers also began to disperse and each one to choose their own raw stones. Sister Chunwan, let's also pick a raw stone for some fun, Yifei said with a smile. With 1 million yuan obtained from the manager of Yumintang in his pocket, Yifei felt more confident. If it were before today, he probably couldn't even afford the cheapest piece of raw stone. Stone gambling is divided into 2 ways, semi-gambling and full gambling. In semi-gambling, the raw stone has already been opened by the merchant or polished with a stone rubbing machine, and some green or white cotton will be polished out from the window. Such raw stones have a high probability of containing jadeite, but the price is also high. Full gambling refers to raw stones that have not been touched. The price of such raw stones is relatively low, but the gambling nature is higher. After learning about this situation, Yifei directly dragged Chunwan to the full gambling area. The surface of the raw stone is similar to that of ordinary stones. It is difficult for an outsider to tell from the appearance whether there is jadeite inside the raw stone. Jadeite is also a kind of jade. Then, can I determine the presence of jadeite by checking if there is spiritual energy in the raw stone? Yifei thought secretly in his heart. Act as soon as you think of it. Yifei secretly mobilized his true essence to his eyes, and his gaze swept over one piece of raw stone after another. None. This one doesn't have it either. Yifei's gaze swept over many raw stones, but he didn't find any spiritual energy emanating from the raw stones. Could it be that the spiritual energy of the jadeite is wrapped by the stone skin, and I can't see through it? Yifei was puzzled in his heart. It's spiritual energy. Just as Yifei was puzzled, a raw stone caught his eye. On that raw stone, there was an extremely faint trace of spiritual energy emanating. It actually works. Yifei became excited immediately and also understood that the reason why there was no spiritual energy in the raw stones I saw before was not that I couldn't see through, but that there was simply no jadeite in those raw stones. Although the spiritual energy emanating from this rough stone was rather faint, it at least demonstrated that he could utilize this method to appraise whether there was jadeite within the rough stone. Xiafei, why are you grinning stupidly at the stone all by yourself? Chunwan inquired as she noticed Yifei staring fixedly at a stone without moving. Hee. A country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Are you dumbfounded? At this moment, an ill-timed voice rang out. This person turned out to be the young doctor that Yi Fei and Chun Wan had encountered previously in Yumantang. For some unknown reason, he had also come here and was standing right beside Yi Fei and Chen Wan. "Hello, beauty. I'm Fan Wenbin, a neurosurgeon at the People's Hospital. I wonder if I could get to know you." After sneering at Yi Fei, the young doctor turned his head and said to Chun Wan with a flattering expression. As he spoke, he took out a business card from the wallet in his pocket and extended it in front of Chun Wan. A self-assumed charming smile appeared on his face, and he looked like a polite gentleman. Chun Wan glanced at the young doctor but paid no heed to him. Fan Wenbin, the young doctor, wasn't annoyed either. He was about to retrieve the business card with a smile when suddenly, a hand reached out and took the business card. Yi Fei glanced at the business card and said, "Oh, a doctor at the People's Hospital, and even an attending physician, truly achieving success at a young age. However, I seem to remember someone saying that if I could revive that old man, he would pluck out his own eyes and let me step on them like light bulbs." Yi Fei looked at Fan Wenbin with ill intention, as if eager to take action. This fellow is not called Fan Wenbin at all. It's as if his name should be being offensive. He actually came here on his own initiative to invite a beating. If Yi Fei didn't teach him a lesson, he'd feel he owed him one. Poochie. Chen Wan couldn't help but let out a charming laugh when she saw the expectant expression on Yi Fei's face. At the same time, she cast a glare at Yi Fei, telling him to stop acting silly. Fan Wenbin's face turned beet red. What had happened at Yumantang was an absolute humiliation to him. Ever since he saw Chun Wan concentrating on saving someone at Yumantang, he was deeply touched. Especially Chen Wan's charming and alluring face, along with her curvaceous figure, were truly rare gems, making his heart itch with desire. He secretly swore that he must win Chen Wan's heart. All the things he did afterwards were merely to attract Chen Wan's attention. However, he never expected that Yi Fei could actually revive the person. You know, the old man's illness was in the brain. The brain is the most mysterious part of the human body, and so far, the part that humans know the least about. Brain diseases are a major medical challenge even on a global scale. But for such a disease, this damned young fellow actually woke the old man up just by inserting a few needles casually. After the old man woke up, Fan Wenbin knew he had lost a great deal of face, so he slipped away quietly when no one was paying attention. But he didn't go far. Instead, he secretly watched from not far away from Yumantang. When he saw Yi Fei and Chun Wan come out of Yumantang, he followed them all the way to this stone gambling store. His purpose, of course, was to get to know Chun Wan and proceed with his further pursuit. However, he never expected that right after he taunted Yi Fei, before he could even make a good impression on Chun Wan, he was slapped in the face by Yi Fei right in front of Chun Wan. "You." Fan Wenbin was so angry that his face puffed up. Pointing at Yi Fei, he cursed, "Who do you think you are? When I'm talking to Chun Wan, since when does it concern you to butt in?" A rustic bumpkin from the countryside actually imitates others in stone gambling? How ridiculous. He had been at the stone gambling store for a while. From the way Yi Fei addressed Chen Wan, he naturally knew Chen Wan's name. The opening remarks just now were merely an attempt to act cool. Fan Wenbin stopped looking at Yi Fei and turned to Chen Wan, saying, "Ms. Chen Wan, you're selecting raw stones, right?" "Coincidentally, I came into contact with stone gambling during my overseas studies. I know a fair bit about jadeite raw stones. How about I help you select some?" Chen Wan had no favorable impression of Fan Wenbin from the start. Hearing him mock Yi Fei, her pretty face instantly turned cold. As if she hadn't heard Fan Wenbin's words, she completely ignored him. Instead, she walked up to Yi Fei and said, "What's up, Xiaofei? Have you taken a fancy to this raw stone?" The smile on Fan Wenbin's face froze instantly. The raw stone Chen Wan mentioned was the one Yi Fei had detected with spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy within it was extremely thin. If jadeite were cut out, its value would probably be about the same as the price of the raw stone. There was simply no need for it. Just as Yi Fei was about to shake his head, Fan Wenbin stuck close again. When he saw the raw stone Chun Wan was pointing at, he burst into laughter. Country bumpkin really has no knowledge. There are no python patterns, no lichen-like markings, not even a single crack on the surface of this raw stone. If this raw stone could yield jadeite, it would be a miracle. After Fan Wenbin finished speaking, he glanced at the price tag of the rough stone and pretended to suddenly realize, saying, "Only 5,000 yuan? Well, he's just a bumpkin from the countryside. Having little money, he can only afford such cheap stuff. This guy is as annoying as a fly, constantly buzzing around." Yi Fei let out a sigh, looked up at Fan Wenbin, and spread his hands in an expression of helplessness, saying, "Mr. Troublemaker, I know that what you're doing is simply to catch Sister Chunwan's attention, but I have to say, your way of courting a girl is really too childish. Chapter 17. A Gamble Beyond Stone. Gambling haha. Yi Fei's helpless expression immediately made those around who were choosing rough stones burst into laughter. The young lad is right. I really despise those guys who have a bit of money and start flirting with young girls everywhere. A rough-looking middle-aged man laughed heartily. That's right. What a jerk. If you're not going to choose rough stones, then get out of the way. Don't disturb us. Look at his sissy appearance. He really shames us, man. What's wrong with being a country bumpkin? Did country bumpkins do anything to you? I'm from the countryside myself, and I'm here to gamble on stones. What can you do to me? The rough-looking middle-aged man added another sentence, which was met with a burst of applause. Fan Wenbin stood there awkwardly, his face turning as green and purple as a chameleon's. He really wanted to go over and beat up that middle-aged man, but upon seeing the middle-aged man's tall and sturdy build, along with the two burly bodyguards standing behind him, he panicked instantly. Kid, do you dare to have a bet with me? Since Fan Wenbin couldn't do anything to the middle-aged man, he could only vent his anger on Yi Fei. The middle-aged man was someone he couldn't afford to offend, but could he not handle a mere young lad? It seemed they were treating him like a pushover. Yi Fei inwardly scoffed, his brows arched slightly. What are we betting on? He thought. You believe there's jadeite in this raw stone, so let's bet on this very stone. If jadeite can be cut out from it, you win. If not, I win. What do you say? Dare you? Fan Wenbin asked Yi Fei, his face full of provocation. And the stake? It's her. Fan Wenbin pointed at Chunwan and shouted. If you lose, leave her. A penniless wretch like you doesn't deserve her at all. She should lead a better life. If you win, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. What? Dare you? Fan Wenbin asked, still with that provocative look. Not interested. Yi Fei lost interest immediately upon hearing this. Are you a coward? Fan Wenbin's face was filled with mockery. Turns out you're just a spineless wimp. Yi Fei raised his head, looking at Fan Wenbin, and said solemnly, It's not that I don't dare, but I won't. Sister Chunwan is a living person. Not anyone's personal property. No one has the right to use her as a stake. I don't have that right, and you even less so. Hearing this, Chunwan gave a gentle smile but remained silent, and the way she looked at Yi Fei became even softer. Then let's bet 100,000 yuan. If you lose, give me 100,000 yuan. Fan Wenbin said. 100,000 is too little. I'm not interested in playing with you unless it's at least 500,000. Yi Fei said, shaking his head in disdain. Fan Wenbin's eyes narrowed, and his gaze towards Yi Fei was filled with amusement. Lad, did you really say that? He had long discerned that Yi Fei was merely a student, and the school uniform on his body was so washed that it had become faded. Such a penniless student. How could he possibly have any money? Not to mention 500,000, he might not even have 5,000. Naturally, Yi Fei nodded. Shafei, don't act on impulse. Chunwan tugged at Yi Fei and advised. Sister Chunwan, don't worry. I'm confident. Yi Fei smiled and said, seeing the confident smile on Yi Fei's face. For some inexplicable reason, Chunwan didn't dissuade him any further. Fine, I accept this bet. Fan Wenbin said promptly. Lad, a bet of 500,000. Let's see how you'll come up with the money when you lose. I'll definitely humiliate you thoroughly then. Fan Wenbin sneered in his heart. The bet between the two attracted the attention of everyone around. For a moment, they stopped selecting raw stones and gathered around to watch the show. After Yi Fei swiped his card to pay, the store owner helped Yi Fei carry that raw stone to the side of the stone cutting machine. At this time, someone was using the stone cutting machine, so Yi Fei and the others could only queue up and wait. The person using the stone cutting machine was someone Yi Fei had seen before. Precisely the middle-aged man who had cut a bad stone when they first arrived. Unexpectedly, it hadn't been long, and this person had selected another raw stone and was cutting it again. A hissing sound rang out, and soon the wash-basin-sized raw stone was cut in half from the middle. When the stone cutting machine was turned off, everyone rushed forward to check the result, followed by a series of sighs. Alas, it's another failure. The rough stone was estimated to be worth 200,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, such an expensive rough stone failed to yield jadeite. Old Su was having his zodiac year this year and seemed to be in bad luck. He really shouldn't have come to cut the stones. A group of people were chatting animatedly. It might be too early to say it's a failure. These two rough stones are still quite large. There's a chance that jadeite could be cut out, said one onlooker. The dispirited middle-aged man, upon hearing this, was immediately energized. Yes, they're still so large. There might really be jadeite inside. After cheering himself up, the middle-aged man quickly fixed one of the rough stones again. The hissing sound rang out as the rough stone was once again split in two, yet still no jadeite was found. Subsequently, for the other rough stone, there was still none. Thud! The middle-aged man plopped down on the ground and completely gave up. Kid, it's your turn now. Seeing that the middle-aged man stopped cutting stones, Fan Wenbin quickly urged Yi Fei, as if the middle-aged man's fate would befall Yi Fei the next moment. Yi Fei seemed not to have heard Fan Wenbin's words. His gaze was fixed on the smallest of the 4 wasted rough stones cut by the middle-aged man. His expression was calm on the face, but his heart was in an uproar. This is 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. There were actually 7 wisps of spiritual energy. What quality of jadeite could this be? Yi Fei was secretly astonished. Just now, after seeing the middle-aged man finish cutting the stones, Yi Fei knew it would be his turn next. So he circulated his true essence to his eyes, aiming to avoid the jadeite inside when cutting the stones. However, when he casually glanced at the wasted rough stones cut by the middle-aged man, he was instantly stunned. In the smallest piece of the cut, wasted raw stone, 7 wisps of spiritual energy were actually emanating. And the part the middle-aged man cut was precisely made right alongside the spiritual energy. That is to say, if the middle-aged man had cut a little more outward, he would have cut out jade. Buy it, I must buy it, Yi Fei shouted in his heart. Subconsciously, he walked towards the middle-aged man. Hey, kid, what are you up to? Fan Wenbin shouted discontentedly when he saw that Yi Fei ignored him and walked towards the middle-aged man instead. However, Yi Fei paid no attention to him. Sir, may I ask if you sell these cut, wasted raw stones? Yi Fei asked as he came to the middle-aged man's side. The middle-aged man looked up at Yi Fei, then glanced at his own cut, wasted raw stones, a hint of confusion in his eyes. These wasted raw stones had no possibility of producing jadeite. What did this person want with waste materials? Sell, of course I sell. I bought these raw stones for 200,000. Now, if you offer 100,000, these 4 are yours. The middle-aged man licked his lips, a crafty look emerging on his face. Hee. Yi Fei smiled, pointing at his own raw stone. I'm about to cut the stone soon. I've never cut a raw stone before, so I want to buy a piece of wasted stone to practice before cutting. If you take me for a fool, then forget it. You can play with cutting these stones yourself. After saying that, Yi Fei was about to turn around and go back. Hey, little brother, don't go. Don't go. The price is negotiable. The middle-aged man was a bit stunned when he saw Yi Fei was not going to buy, and quickly called out to stop Yi Fei. The raw stone had been cut like this by him and was already wasted, its value equivalent to an ordinary stone. What price do you think is appropriate? The middle-aged man immediately asked eagerly. This lousy stone is too hard even to be used for lining a latrine pit. No one would buy it except Yi Fei. Yi Fei pointed at the smallest rough stone and said indifferently, I just want the smallest one to practice with. 500 yuan. Take it or leave it. These 4 rough stones come as a set. They can only be bought together, not sold separately. If you want them, 10,000 yuan for all 4. The middle-aged man, who had finally found Yi Fei as a gullible customer, naturally didn't want to give up so easily. Yi Fei had felt a bit of pity for this middle-aged man before and was reluctant to take advantage of him. But now, that trace of guilt had completely vanished. Yi Fei didn't want to haggle with him either and was about to agree. Before he could speak, Fan Wenbin impatiently shouted, A poor wretch is indeed a poor wretch. He even regards waste material as a treasure. Are you going to cut it or not? Yeah, little brother. It's just something worth 10,000 yuan. If you want it, just buy it. Exactly. Everyone was waiting to watch him cut the stone. Being so openly ridiculed by so many people, Yi Fei's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll buy it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a surge of pride in his heart. So he's really a novice, being taunted a few times. He's so eager to save face that he's willing to spend 10,000 yuan on this trash. What else could he be but a novice? Indeed, at this moment, Yi Fei seemed to be cornered by the crowd, stubbornly buying it just to save face. Xiaofei, are you okay? Maybe we shouldn't buy it. Let's go back, Qinwan said hastily when she saw Yi Fei's unpleasant expression. Sister Qinwan, I'm fine. Yi Fei shook his head, took out his bank card, swiped 10,000 yuan on the shop owner's POS machine, and asked the shop owner to give the middle-aged man the cash in hand. After the transaction was completed, Yi Fei walked straight towards the smallest rough stone. After picking it up, he held it in his arms as if it were a precious treasure. The expression on his face could no longer be contained, and a happy smile emerged. As for the remaining 3 rough stones, Yi Fei didn't even glance at them. What's wrong with this young fellow? Why is he holding that smallest piece of waste material and giggling foolishly? Didn't he say he wanted to practice? Since he's bought them, why didn't he choose the largest one? Surprise appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Some people with sharp minds had faintly guessed something. The middle-aged man, who had looked so smug before, felt a thud in his heart when he saw Yi Fei's smile. He secretly thought, oh no. At this moment, he realized that Yi Fei's target was simply that smallest piece of waste material, not what Yi Fei had claimed about practicing. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man was filled with remorse. Judging from Yi Fei's excited expression, he would be willing to pay even 100,000 yuan for it. Not to mention 10,000. Damn it, I've been tricked. The middle-aged man shouted loudly in his heart. Hunting geese all day long. He never expected to be pecked in the eye by a goose today. This young man is no novice at all. He's clearly a sly fox. Chapter 18. Defeated by the dog, Shitland. Sister Chenwan, you take this rough stone. Yi Fei handed the small rough stone in his arms to Chenwan. The hope of suppressing the profound Yin energy in Chenwan's body was pinned on this rough stone. Young lad, aren't you here to practice? How? The middle-aged man who sold the raw stone to Yi Fei was somewhat disbelieving. He had already cut this raw stone 3 times without any sign of green jade emerging. He couldn't believe that the one Yi Fei had chosen would yield jadeite. Oh, just a casual remark, Yi Fei said casually. Now that he had the raw stone in hand, he no longer needed to conceal his previous intention. Everyone was speechless in unison. A rustic bumpkin is truly a rustic bumpkin. He actually regards a piece of scrap as a treasure. Fan Wenbin couldn't stand Yi Fei's complacency and immediately taunted. Scrap? Yi Fei smiled and didn't bother to explain further. Instead, he went to carry the raw stone he had bought. Fan Wenbin was infuriated when Yi Fei actually ignored him. He secretly thought, just wait and see if you can still laugh later. Young lad, hurry up and cut the stone. Everyone's waiting for you. Yeah, brother. This shabby stone of yours only cost 5,000 yuan. I don't think you need to bother with marking lines. Just cut it straight through the middle. That's right. Don't waste everyone's time. Fine, then cut it through the middle. Due to the great bargain he had struck, Yi Fei was in a cheerful mood and thus accepted everyone's suggestion. Of course, it was also because he knew that the jadeite in this raw stone wasn't of much value. Anyway, regardless of the quality of the jadeite inside. As long as jadeite could be cut out, he was certain to win. The hissing sound of the stone cutting machine rang out. The raw stone, about the size of a human head, was directly cut in half from the middle. The onlookers could no longer hold back. Before Yi Fei could turn off the stone cutting machine, they rushed forward one after another. Alas, after everyone turned over and examined the cut surface of a raw stone, they all shook their heads and let out sighs one after another. Fan Wenbin tried to squeeze through to take a look, but failed. Seeing everyone shaking their heads and sighing there, he suddenly became excited. Brother, what's the situation? Did it lose in the gamble? Fan Wenbin grabbed one person and asked eagerly. Yes, it's a loss. The man sighed and then continued. It's really strange today. I've lost in the gamble one after another. Until now, not even one has won. A loss? A loss. Haha. Fan Wenbin burst into laughter. Kid, see, you've lost. Hearing this, Chenwan became worried for Yi Fei. Lost. Has little Fei lost? Then what should we do? Where is he going to get 500,000 yuan? No. I have to find a way to help him raise the money. Chenwan secretly decided in her heart. Alas, it's unexpected that this little brother has actually lost. What a pity. I was looking forward to seeing this little brother slap that arrogant guy in the face. Yes, me too. Everyone felt sorry for Yi Fei. Fan Wenbin didn't care what others said. He looked at Yi Fei with a smug expression. Kid, you've lost. What else do you have to say now? Yi Fei remained unmoved. He calmly closed the stone cutting machine and then turned his head to look at Fan Wenbin. Lost. Who said I lost? Yi Fei said indifferently. Kid, do you want to renege on your debt? This raw stone clearly lost in the cut, and you still dare to say you haven't lost? What? Can't you come up with 500,000 yuan? Now kneel down in front of me and kowtow 100 times. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can give you a few more days to pay back the money. Ha ha ha, Fan Wenbin laughed unrestrainedly. This was the most carefree moment for him since he met Yi Fei today. You're shameless. Chenwan, seeing Fan Wenbin humiliating Yi Fei like this, pointed at Fan Wenbin and exclaimed angrily. After that, Chenwan turned to comfort Yi Fei, saying, Xiao Fei, don't worry. Sister will figure out a way for this money. Yi Fei smiled. Chenwan standing up for him touched him a bit. Sister Chenwan, don't worry. I haven't lost yet. Haven't lost? You must be dreaming, kid. The result is already out. How dare you say you haven't lost? Fan Wenbin sneered. Oh, really? Yi Fei raised his eyebrows. I admit this raw stone is a losing bet, but you seem to have forgotten what our bet was. Ridiculous. How could I forget? Of course it's about whether there's jadeite in this raw stone. Fan Wenbin blurted out without thinking. Then, as if realizing something at the end of his words, the smile on his face froze. Indeed, what they bet on was whether there was jadeite in this raw stone, not whether this raw stone would result in a profitable or losing bet. Since jadeite was cut out from the raw stone, didn't this young fellow win? Although the quality of the jadeite was extremely poor, it was indeed jadeite. This young fellow won. The onlookers also came to their senses. Fan Wenbin roughly grabbed the middle-aged man who had asked the question before and hurriedly asked, was jadeite cut out from this raw stone? Yes, there is. But it's just the worst dog shit ground quality. The material is too poor, only at the level of a street stall item. Even if the whole piece of jadeite is taken out, it's not worth 1,000 yuan. The middle-aged man frowned as Fan Wenbin pulled him so roughly, yet he still replied. He had been choosing raw stones in the semi-gambling area before, so he was unaware of the bet between Yi Fei and Fan Wenbin. What? There's actually jadeite? Fan Wenbin froze on the spot. Didn't you just say it was a losing bet? Fan Wenbin roared. The middle-aged man was enraged by Fan Wenbin's savage actions and sneered. Aren't you talking nonsense? The raw stone worth 5,000 yuan yielded the worst quality dog shit ground jadeite, which is worth less than 1,000 yuan. Isn't it a losing bet? What else could it be, a winning one? I lost. I actually lost, and to the worst dog shit ground jadeite. Fan Wenbin murmured to himself with dull eyes. Xiaofei, jadeite was cut out from this raw stone. Did we win? Chen Wan, having heard the discussions around her, came to her senses and grabbed Yi Fei's hand, saying excitedly, yes, we won. Yi Fei smiled. Now that the winner and loser have been decided, shouldn't you fulfill our bet? Yi Fei sneered as he looked at Fan Wenbin. No way, this round doesn't count. What you cut out is just the lousy dog shit ground, which is just a broken stone, not jadeite at all. Fan Wenbin shrieked agitatedly. What? You want to renege on your promise? Yi Fei's face instantly turned cold upon hearing this. Humph, I don't care. Dog shit ground doesn't count as jadeite. This is at most a draw. Dare you bet with me again? Fan Wenbin quibbled. Fan Wenbin had just returned from abroad. Although he had a high-paying job, he didn't actually have much money. 500,000 yuan was already half of his entire fortune. How could he be willing to hand it over just like that? Moreover, he even lost on a piece of fecal ground jadeite. Such jadeite, if it were casually discarded on the street on an ordinary day, he wouldn't even spare it a glance. The onlookers, upon hearing Fan Wenbin's words of sophistry, all cast looks of disdain, and at the same time felt a bit of pity for Yi Fei. Fecal ground jadeite is of the poorest quality among jadeites. It can be regarded as jadeite, yet also as a stone. Even if the jadeite Yi Fei cut out were of the glutinous rice texture at this moment, even if Fan Wenbin wanted to quibble, he would have no excuse. Another bet? Yi Fei looked at Fan Wenbin, his eyes narrowing. How could you be so shameless? Chen Wan, upon hearing Fan Wenbin's sophistry, was so angry that she grabbed Yi Fei's hand and said, Xiaofei, let's go. There's no need to pay attention to such an untrustworthy person. Fan Wenbin pretended not to hear Chen Wan's words and, looking at Yi Fei, said, exactly, another bet. Let's bet with the scrap material you bought just now. Still with a stake of 500,000. Do you dare? All right. Yi Fei had a smile on his face, looking harmless. Yet there was a cold glint in his narrowed eyes. When Fan Wenbin saw that Yi Fei agreed, he let out a long breath. However, before he could relax, Yi Fei's voice sounded again. However, you lost the last round, and this is beyond doubt. Although fecal ground jadeite has poor texture, it is still jadeite. So, you owe me this 500,000. This time, I'll use this 500,000 as the stake. If I lose, we'll be even. But if I win, you have to give me 1 million. If you don't agree, then forget it. I'm not interested in betting with an untrustworthy person. Who knows if you'll renege on your debt again after losing? Yi Fei said indifferently. Fan Wenbin's complexion changed. He was reluctant to let it go like this today. After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, I promise you. However, I also have a condition. If something worthless is cut out again, it can only be regarded as a stone, not jadeite. Naturally, Yi Fei nodded in agreement. Young lad, you have great courage. How about this? This time, let me be the referee. I'd like to see who dares to act dishonestly in front of me. Wei Kuan, the rough-looking man who had reprimanded Fan Wenbin earlier, laughed loudly and said after hearing Yi Fei's words. However, his self-introduction caused an exclamation among the onlookers. What? He's Wei Kuan, the Wei Kuan from Dawei Real Estate. I heard he's the richest man in Haizhou City. It's not as mysterious as you said. Although Wei Kuan is wealthy, it's still a bit difficult for him to firmly hold the position of the richest man in Haizhou. He should be one of the strongest contenders for the title. It's actually Wei Kuan. Why is he here? I heard that even city leaders treat him with courtesy. After Fan Wenbin heard the rough-looking middle-aged man introduce himself, his face also turned extremely ugly. Wei Kuan, the CEO of Dawei Real Estate, founded Dawei Real Estate from scratch. It was said that his net worth had exceeded 1 billion 5 years ago, and he was one of the top tycoons in Haizhou City. More than 90 of the real estate projects in Haizhou City were developed by Dawei Real Estate. Now, Dawei Real Estate has long expanded beyond the Haizhou area and spread across the country. Many people speculate that Wei Kuan's net worth has exceeded 10 billion. Even if not, it's probably not far off. With Wei Kuan as the referee, even if Fan Wenbin were given 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to act dishonestly. Having offended Wei Kuan, with just a single word from him, there would be no place for one to stand in Haizhou. Damn it, why is it Wei Kuan? How could he be here? Fan Wenbin cursed inwardly. Chapter 19. Not for sale. Haha, young lad. You don't think I'm unqualified to be the referee, do you? The rugged middle-aged man paid no heed to the crowd's discussions and smiled as he said to Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled and replied, with Mr. Wei as the referee, it couldn't be better. Eh? Hearing Yi Fei's neither humble nor arrogant words, Wei Kuan couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation in his heart. He was quite astonished. After learning of his identity, Yi Fei was still able to act so calmly, which was beyond his imagination. You see, Wei Kuan was a top-tier tycoon in the entire Haizhou. Every day, countless people were eager to get close to him. Befriending Wei Kuan meant achieving great success. However, after learning of Wei Kuan's identity, Yi Fei could still remain so calm, which was definitely beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Compared with Yi Fei, Fan Wenbin's performance after learning of Wei Kuan's identity was far inferior. They were not on the same level at all. If Yi Fei knew what Wei Kuan was thinking, he would surely burst out laughing. So what if Wei Kuan was the richest man in Haizhou? So what if he was a top-tier tycoon? He was still just an ordinary person. In Yi Fei, he was a cultivator, perhaps even the only cultivator on earth. As long as he continued to practice according to the cultivation method taught to him by the reincarnation ancestor, one day, even those in power on earth would not be worthy of his attention. They were nothing but ants. I shall be the judge. You have no objections, do you? Wei Kuan then turned his head and asked Fan Wenbin, yet his tone was much colder. No objections. Fan Wenbin replied hastily. No objections? How could he possibly have no objections? However, even if he did have objections at this moment, he dared not voice them. Yi Fei took that raw stone from Chen Wan's hand, fixed it firmly, but instead of cutting it directly, he picked up the stone, rubbing machine beside him, preparing to rub the stone. Young lad, this raw stone of yours is merely the waste material left over after others cutting. There's no need to rub it. It'd be better to cut it directly from the middle, straightforwardly. Yes, it's just a matter of one cut. There's no need to be so indecisive. It's just a piece of waste material. What's there to rub? Everyone spoke up one after another, yet none of them was optimistic about Yi Fei. In their eyes, a piece of waste material that had been cut several times had no possibility of revealing green jadeite. As for the raw stone Yi Fei had chosen before that yielded jadeite, everyone thought Yi Fei was just lucky. Otherwise, why was the jadeite Yi Fei cut out almost worthless dog, shitland jadeite? Waste material? Be careful that your eyes will be dazzled in a while. Yi Fei smiled inwardly, not influenced by the words of the crowd, and carefully started rubbing the stone with the stone rubbing machine. At this moment, apart from Fan Wenbin, the person directly involved, the most nervous one was the middle-aged man who had sold Yi Fei the waste material just now. The two of them shared a common expectation, that was, for Yi Fei to lose the gamble. Of course, Fan Wenbin had a higher demand. He hoped that Yi Fei wouldn't cut out anything. Otherwise, after losing 1 million to Yi Fei, he would also be bankrupt. On the contrary, Chen-Wan wasn't as nervous as they were. This time, even if Yi Fei lost, it would just mean the two sides would write off the debt, and Yi Fei wouldn't lose anything. So, she had nothing to worry about. The sizzling sound of stone rubbing arose, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. One must know that this piece of waste rock was related to a bet of 1 million. Ah, green appears. Little brother, stop rubbing, green appears. After just a few rubs, a sharp-eyed onlooker at the front suddenly shouted, stopping Yi Fei from continuing to rub the stone. I saw it too. There's really green showing up. Good heavens. There's actually jadeite in this waste rock? Just as they were screaming, Yi Fei rubbed off another piece of stone skin the size of a coin, revealing the jadeite inside. Under the strong light, a captivating green hue emerged in everyone's sight. That rich green was like an indelible spring water, making people unable to resist getting drunk in it and reluctant to wake up. Goodness, it's so beautiful. What quality of jadeite could this be? One person couldn't help but exclaim. The color is pure and intense, correct and not off color. Judging by its transparency, it might have reached the ice-kind level. Could this be the legendary Imperial Green? Imperial Green cut out from a piece of waste rock. My goodness, I'm not dreaming, am I? Hearing these remarks, the crowd became even more restless, and those at the back desperately pushed forward to catch a glimpse of this jadeite. Stop. Everyone, don't push. Calm down. Wei Kuan shouted loudly, halting the somewhat frenzied crowd. His two bodyguards rushed forward to assist, holding back the onlookers at a distance of 1 step away from Yi Fei. Young lad, could you show me this raw stone? Wei Kuan asked, looking towards Yi Fei. Sure. Yi Fei nodded and handed the raw stone to Wei Kuan. What a rich shade of green. Wei Kuan glanced at the jadeite and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. However, he didn't hold it for long but passed it to an elderly man beside him. Mr. Su, you're an expert in this field. Please assess the quality of this jadeite. Hee, President Wei, you're overpraising me. The old man modestly declined but didn't refuse. He took the raw stone, took out a magnifying glass, and began to observe it carefully. Strange, why does this old man seem so familiar? It's as if I've seen him somewhere before. I feel the same way. It seems I've seen him somewhere. You're so stupid. He's Mr. Su Jingluan, the president of the National Jade Association. Mr. Su is a highly respected figure in our Jade Circle. How could you claim to be in the circle without even knowing him? Finally, someone revealed the old man's identity, and everyone showed a look of sudden realization. Su Jingluan, the president of the National Jade Association, bearing the title of the King of Southern Yunnan Jadeite, is an absolute expert among experts in jadeite raw stones. Almost every jadeite raw stone he touches increases significantly in value, often multiplying by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, in recent years, due to his advanced age, Su Jingluan has rarely helped others appraise raw stones. So what's the matter today? First it was Wei Kuan, and then Su Jingluan. Such remarkable figures actually appeared simultaneously in Haizhou, and in an unassuming small store. Wei Kuan truly has extraordinary influence. To be able to invite Elder Su to personally select a rough stone for him is truly astonishing. Everyone was extremely shocked in their hearts and felt that this trip was truly worthwhile. The owner of this stone gambling store, upon learning of Su Jingluan's identity, became so excited that his face turned bright red. Su Jingluan. That was none other than Su Jingluan. If he were to put up a sign in front of the store tomorrow saying Su Jingluan once gambled on stones here, the rough stones in his store would probably be snapped up in no time. Just as everyone was discussing, Su Jingluan had also finished examining this rough stone. He put away the magnifying glass in his hand and said, the texture is delicate, the green color is pure, full, and evenly distributed, and it exudes a sense of spirituality. Excellent. This is the Imperial Green. Boom. As soon as Su Jingluan said these words, everyone in the entire store erupted in excitement. Imperial Green. This was the highly prized Imperial Green, a rare gem in jadeite. Some jade merchants who had dealt with jadeite all their lives had never had the chance to see Imperial Green. This shows how rare Imperial Green is. Even if one has money, it's not certain that one can obtain it. Young man, how about selling this rough stone to me? I'll offer 1 million. 1 million for Imperial Green? You must be dreaming. I'll offer 5 million. Young man, sell it to me. I'll offer 8 million. What do you think, young man? I can add more if it's not enough. The jadeite hadn't even been fully taken out, and just a coin-sized display surface was exposed. Yet it already made people excited and eager to bid. Hearing the enthusiastic offers from the crowd, Fan Wenbin, standing at the back, looked deathly pale, without a trace of color. In the middle, aged man who had sold the raw stone to Yi Fei for 10,000 yuan earlier deeply regretted it. This little rascal really had a stroke of luck. It was Imperial Green, and he actually came across it. Fan Wenbin roared in his heart, staring at the raw stone in Wei Kuan's hand, his eyes glowing with greed. There was only one thought in his mind. How wonderful it would be if it were mine. Chen Wan was also extremely excited. Her delicate face was slightly flushed, filled with a bit of exuberance. She was genuinely happy for Yi Fei from the bottom of her heart. In contrast, Yi Fei was much calmer. After hearing Su Jingluan say that the jadeite was imperial green, he was only a bit surprised. He had also heard of the great reputation of imperial green, but never expected to encounter it today. Young man, say something. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can still discuss it. Seeing that Yi Fei remained silent, the crowd hurriedly said. When everyone's eyes fell on him, Yi Fei then smiled calmly and said, "Sorry, I have other uses for this jadeite. I won't sell it." "What? Not for sale?" "Young man, do you know how much this jadeite is worth? Selling it might be enough for you to live on for a lifetime." "Yes, young man. Take my advice and sell it." The crowd chimed in one after another, trying to persuade Yi Fei, but Yi Fei's attitude was extremely firm. "I won't sell it." Seeing Yi Fei's unyielding attitude, the crowd felt a bit discouraged. Although they were reluctant, since he wouldn't sell, they couldn't just snatch it, could they? When everyone quieted down, Wei Kuan, who had been holding the rough stone, turned to Yi Fei and said, "Young lad, I have an impolite request. I wonder if you would be willing to sell me this rough stone? I'm willing to offer 50 million yuan. 50 million yuan? Upon hearing Wei Kuan's offer, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, although the jadeite in this rough stone was imperial green, only a small piece of it was exposed, and no one knew exactly how large it was inside. Wei Kuan actually offered 50 million yuan at this moment? Truly a man of great wealth. Young lad. To be honest, this imperial green jadeite is of great use to me. I hope you can part with it. If you're not satisfied with this price, please feel free to name a higher one." Wei Kuan said with full sincerity. "Feel free to name a higher one." The onlookers were somewhat stunned, almost eager to rush forward and snatch the rough stone. Fan Wenbin was so jealous that he was almost driven mad. He roared inwardly, "This little brat is just a country bumpkin. What right does he have to possess this imperial green jadeite? It should be mine." However, now that the rough stone was in Wei Kuan's hands, even if he were given the courage, he wouldn't dare to snatch it. Yi Fei felt a bit uncomfortable under Wei Kuan's gaze. He could only shake his head and laugh bitterly, saying, "Mr. Wei, to be honest, this imperial green jadeite is also of great use to me. It's related to the life of someone very important to me. So, I'm really sorry." This imperial green jadeite was intended to suppress the profound yin energy in Chun Wan's body. Even if Wei Kuan offered more money, Yi Fei had only 2 words, "Not for sale." Chapter 21 million. How I hated 50 million yuan was not enough, and he could name any price. But Yi Fei still refused to sell. The gazes of the crowd towards Yi Fei changed. This fellow really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Wei Kuan also furrowed his brows. Given Wei Kuan's current status, whoever met him would fawn over him obsequiously. He had made a kind offer to buy the jade in Yi Fei's hands, and even named an exorbitant price. Yet this young man actually refused to sell? Young man, it's your good fortune that President Wei has taken a fancy to your jadeite. Hurry up and present the jadeite to President Wei. Don't be ungrateful. Before Wei Kuan could speak, Fan Wenbin rushed out and shouted at Yi Fei. Fan Wenbin had his own calculations in saying this. On one hand, by speaking for Wei Kuan, he might gain Wei Kuan's favor and change the bad impression he had left on Wei Kuan previously. On the other hand, he aimed to sow discord between Yi Fei and Wei Kuan. If, out of dislike for Yi Fei, Wei Kuan insisted that Yi Fei had lost during the judgment later, the people present wouldn't go against Wei Kuan's will over this matter. Of course, if Yi Fei provoked Wei Kuan to the point where Wei Kuan snatched Yi Fei's jadeite, that would be even better. He was desperately eager to see Yi Fei in trouble. "Shut up. Who do you think you are? Is this the place for you to butt in?" One of the bodyguards beside Wei Kuan rebuked Fan Wenbin harshly. As for Yi Fei and Wei Kuan, they didn't even glance at Fan Wenbin throughout. In their eyes, Fan Wenbin was nothing but a buffoon, unworthy of their attention. Fan Wenbin's face flushed scarlet, looking embarrassed. Being rebuked by a bodyguard in front of so many people really made him lose all his face. "Humph, you don't know a good person when you see one. I hope you two fight each other." Fan Wenbin cursed in his heart. At this moment, he even harbored hatred towards Wei Kuan. Wei Kuan fixed his eyes on Yi Fei, his gaze turning sharp and imposing, exuding an invisible yet powerful sense of oppression. In an instant, the entire jade stone gambling store fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to utter a word. This imperial, green jadeite was of great significance to Wei Kuan. To obtain it, he had gone to great lengths to invite Su Jingluan, who had long since retired from the public eye, to come out of seclusion and assist him in the search. Logically speaking, given his status, Acquiring an imperial, green jadeite should not have been overly difficult. However, the imperial, green jadeite he required was rather special. It had to be freshly cut. At this moment, he was contemplating whether to force Yi Fei to sell the jadeite to him. But when he saw that Yi Fei showed no sign of panic under his piercing gaze, Wei Kun hesitated. This youth was by no means an ordinary person. A thought sprang to Wei Kun's mind, dispelling the idea of seizing it by force. Since the young brother is reluctant to part with it, then so be it. Wei Kun suddenly smiled, his solemn expression vanishing. Upon seeing the smile on Wei Kun's face, everyone immediately felt a sense of relaxation. The air, which had seemed on the verge of solidifying earlier, now became lively again. Although imperial, green jadeite is rare, it's not impossible for me to find one. President Wei needn't worry. Since I've promised you, I will surely find an imperial, green jadeite to treat your mother's illness, Su Jingluan said at this moment. Then I'm much obliged to you, Elder Su. Wei Kun nodded in gratitude. The young brother is truly extraordinary. Here's my business card. If the young brother changes his mind and has the intention to sell this jadeite, please contact me as soon as possible. The price is not an issue. Wei Kun took out a well-crafted business card and handed it to Yi Fei. The onlookers stared at the business card in Yi Fei's hand, their eyes shining with eagerness, as if they could scarcely resist snatching it up at once. It was none other than Wei Kun's business card. Were it to be put up for sale, one could likely fetch a price of 1,000,000 yuan, and there would surely be takers. Yi Fei nodded. He was not an unappreciative person. Had it not been for treating Chun Wan's illness, he would have been quite willing to sell this piece of jadeite to Wei Kun. Esteemed young sir, might I offer to extract this piece of jadeite for you? I assure you, not a single trace of the jade inside will be damaged. At this moment, the owner of the stone gambling store rushed up to Yi Fei and inquired cautiously. Then I'll trouble you. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. No trouble at all, not a bit of trouble. The shop owner was so excited that his face flushed crimson as he hastened to reply. This was imperial green jade. He had been in the stone gambling business for so long, yet he had never laid eyes on such a thing. But now, he had the opportunity to uncover an imperial green jade with his own hands. How could he not be thrilled? Yi Fei handed the raw stone to the shop owner, then turned to look at Fan Wenbin. Mr. Troublemaker, isn't it time to fulfill our bet now? Fan Wenbin, upon hearing Yi Fei address him thus, was so enraged that he almost cursed. He had hidden himself in the most inconspicuous corner, yet this scoundrel still came after him. I don't have that much money on me right now, Fan Wenbin said reluctantly. What? Do you intend to renege on your debt? Yi Fei frowned upon hearing this. Humph, trying to renege on a bet in a gambling game hosted by me, Wei Kun. I'd like to see who has such audacity. Wei Kun also snorted and declared. Stared at intently by Wei Kun, Fan Wenbin shuddered, nearly collapsing to the ground in terror. I'll give it, Fan Wenbin hastily exclaimed, then procured Yi Fei's bank card number and initiated a mobile transfer. Ding ding. 2 text messages chimed simultaneously. Yi Fei glanced at his phone, confirming the arrival of 1,000,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Fan Wenbin also checked his phone, revealing a balance reminder. Upon seeing the meager sum of less than 10,000 yuan remaining in his account, Fan Wenbin felt inconsolable. That was 1,000,000 yuan. I'm filled with such regret. Fan Wenbin lamented inwardly, departing the gambling stone shop like a soulless husk. The shop owner didn't keep Yi Fei waiting long. Soon, the uncut jade stone was cleaved open, revealing a piece of jadeite roughly the size of an egg. The owner, with utmost care, presented the jadeite to Yi Fei, handling it with more attentiveness than he likely showed his own child. Yi Fei accepted the jadeite and casually pocketed it, a gesture that caused the onlookers to twitch their lips in disbelief, even speechless. Good heavens, so nonchalant. Does he truly think it's just an egg? Having located suitable spiritual jade, Yi Fei felt relieved. After bidding farewell to Wei Kun, he departed with Chun Wan. Phew. Upon leaving the gambling stone shop, Chun Wan exhaled deeply, patting her impressive chest as if finally relaxing. Sister Chun Wan, what's wrong? Yi Fei inquired with a smile. I was just too tense earlier. I was genuinely afraid that Wei Kun would disregard his status and attack you. Fortunately, he didn't resort to such measures. I was absolutely terrified, yet you, on the contrary, seemed completely oblivious. Chun Wan cast an annoyed glance at Yi Fei. Indeed, when Wei Kun stared at Yi Fei in silence, everyone present felt that intangible pressure, as if a huge mountain had been placed on their shoulders. Chun Wan had observed that Yi Fei was probably the only one in the room whose expression remained unchanged. He seemed completely insensitive, ignoring Wei Kuan's intimidation. Was Yufei really thick-skinned? Obviously not. This only demonstrated that Yufei's inner self was incredibly powerful. Hearing Qinwan's complaints, Yifei smiled, but didn't offer much explanation. Of course, he had felt the pressure Wei Kuan exerted. However, he was no longer the ordinary student he used to be. He was now a cultivator. The pressure Wei Kuan brought was merely bestowed by wealth and power. Effective on others, but not on Yifei. What did such pressure amount to? Yifei smiled indifferently, yet in his heart, he was thinking that the of a cultivator was truly terrifying. If Yifei had the cultivation level of the golden core stage at this moment, even if he merely released a wisp of his aura, those present would probably have knelt down, trembling with fear. Although Yifei was not a golden core stage cultivator and had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, if Wei Kuan really intended to seize by force, those two bodyguards of his would hardly be a match. After sending Chunwan back to her residence, Yifei returned to his own abode in the East City district. The place where Yifei lived was an old house that originally belonged to his aunt. It was not only far from the school, but also extremely dilapidated and had long been marked for demolition. Long before, the family of Yifei's aunt had moved out. Before Yifei moved in, this place had been left idle. Originally, when Yifei came to Haizhou to study, his aunt hoped that he would live in their villa, where the environment was pleasant, the house was spacious, and there were vacant rooms. However, Yifei's cousin, Su Zilin, firmly disagreed and claimed that if Yifei moved in, she would move out. Eventually, it was Yifei who volunteered to live here, and only then was the matter resolved. Gazing at the huge crack on the wall of the bedroom, Yifei fell into a moment of silence. His aunt, Zheng Hong, had always been kind to him. It was through his aunt's connections that Yifei was able to study at Haizhou No. 1 Middle School. Nevertheless, his uncle, Su Haishan, had always looked down upon their family, always assuming a haughty attitude when facing Yifei's family members. And Su Zilin, who was in the same school and grade as Yifei, had even warned him face to face not to tell anyone about their relationship. Occasionally, when they met at school, Su Zilin would look at Yifei as if he were a stranger and ignore him completely. Indeed, their family was a billionaire. So how could they possibly look upon their poor relatives like Yifei's family? Yifei smiled self-deprecatingly. Lad, don't think too much. Only when you possess strength can you earn the respect of others. The world is still quite fair. The voice of the reincarnation ancestor suddenly emerged in Yifei's mind. Yifei pursed his lips and nodded. Ancestor, can I refine the jade talisman for Sister Qinwan now? Yifei asked in his heart. With just that little true yuan you have now, you're far from it. The reincarnation ancestor sneered. To refine the jade talisman, you need to reach at least the second level of qi, refining cultivation. This is still due to the peculiarity of the cultivation technique you practice, coupled with the personal guidance of this old ancestor, that you are able to achieve this. If it were other cultivators, even those in the foundation establishment stage wouldn't have a chance. Young man, if you wish to assist that girl, you should first rapidly enhance your cultivation level. Yifei was left speechless. After a night of cultivation, Yifei arrived at the class early the next day. Just as Yifei was engrossed in reading, the classroom suddenly became restless. Yifei, someone is looking for you. A classmate shouted towards Yifei. Yifei raised his head and then noticed a fair, complexioned, and aloof young girl standing at the classroom door. It was his cousin, Su Zilin. Despite being watched by so many classmates, Su Zilin remained composed, her chin slightly raised, her small face exuding a touch of arrogance. When she saw Yifei looking her way, Su Zilin said in a cold voice, Yifei, come out for a moment. Chapter 21 The Four School Beauties. Su Zilin's tone was harsh, completely in a commanding manner. Yifei furrowed his brows. He disliked Su Zilin's haughty and superior feeling appearance. However, he still followed her words and walked out. After all, even if not for Su Zilin's sake, out of respect for his aunt, he couldn't embarrass her. The two came to a secluded place. Yifei said, just say what you want. I still have exercises to do. Hearing this, Su Zilin looked at Yifei in surprise. After not seeing him for a few days, she felt that Yifei had changed compared to before. In the past, Yifei had poor academic performance, was timid and cautious, and was even more meticulous and afraid to speak loudly in her home. However, at this moment, even under his own gaze, Yifei could meet his eyes with composure. His voice, though not loud, was clear and forceful. Confidence. A word suddenly popped up in Su Zilin's mind. Yes, it was confidence. The impression Yifei gave Su Zilin at this moment was that he was full of confidence, no longer the self-abased and timid youth. Su Zilin was a bit dazed and secretly wondered if she had misjudged. Yi Fei was just a poor student from the countryside. Not only did he have poor academic performance, but he was also timid and cowardly. What did he have to be confident about? What exactly do you want from me? Yi Fei couldn't help frowning and asking as he saw Su Zilin staring at him for a long time without speaking. Humph. Su Zilin snorted coldly and regained her arrogant look, saying, "Tomorrow is the weekend. My mom asked you to come to my house for dinner tonight." "I see." Yi Fei nodded. "I've conveyed the message. Whether you come or not is up to you." Su Zilin, seeing that Yi Fei didn't agree immediately, angrily turned around and left, leaving Yi Fei alone there. Yi Fei was already used to Su Zilin's attitude. He returned to the classroom alone. Just as he reached the door, all the classmates in the classroom turned their eyes towards Yi Fei in unison. No one spoke, and they looked at him as if he were a monster. Even Luo Yiren, the class monitor and the school beauty, was looking at Yi Fei with her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if she found Yi Fei a bit unfathomable. Yi Fei ignored everyone's gazes and returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, his deskmate Guo Liang grabbed Yi Fei's arm excitedly and asked, "Tell me, when did you get to know the school beauty Su Zilin?" Was Su Zilin the school beauty? Yi Fei was slightly astonished. "Isn't the school beauty of our school Luo Yiren?" "Good heavens, no way," Guo Liang exclaimed exaggeratedly. "You actually don't even know the 4 school beauties of our school?" "The 4 school beauties?" Yi Fei raised his eyebrows. He really didn't know. In the past, in order to improve his grades, he studied desperately. He even felt that it wasn't enough time to devote all his attention to studying. So how could he care about such things? Even the fact that Luo Yiren was the school beauty, it was only because they were in the same class that Yi Fei knew. Luo Yiren, the invincible top student. Song Qinghua, the mysterious one, Li Yunju, the commoner school beauty, and Su Zilin, the proud and charming girl. These 4 are the recognized school beauties of our school. You actually don't know? Guo Liang counted on his fingers and criticized, looking at Yi Fei like an idiot. The proud and charming girl? Yi Fei couldn't help but smile when he heard Su Zilin's title. This word was really appropriate to describe Su Zilin. I know Luo Yiren and Su Zilin. But who are the other 2? Yi Fei found it quite interesting and couldn't help but ask. Seeing Yi Fei asking, Guo Liang also became interested and started chatting with Yi Fei non-stop. He knew these things very well. The title of Luo Yiren in our class. I don't think I need to say much, right? Guo Liang said. Yi Fei nodded. Luo Yiren was the top student of Haizhou No. 1 middle school, consistently ranking first in the grade. In the mock exams with a total score of 750, she never scored less than 700 points in any exam. It was really correct to say that Luo Yiren was the invincible top student. Guo Liang continued. As for the proud and charming girl Su Zilin, Su Zilin hails from an affluent family. It is said that her father, Su Haishan, is the chairman of Su's trading. Su Zilin is rather haughty and aloof, disinclined to engage with others. Ordinarily, she only converses with a few acquaintances and ignores everyone else. Thus, she is commonly referred to as the haughty maiden. As for Song Qinghua, the campus belle of Class 1, it is rumored that she has an extraordinary background, yet no one knows precisely what it is. Song Qinghua seldom appears on campus, and even her classmates rarely catch a glimpse of her. Nevertheless, her academic performance consistently ranks among the top 10 in the grade. Consequently, everyone deems her unfathomably mysterious. I've only seen her once, and her looks were truly. As Guo Liang spoke, a lecherous expression crossed his face. Yi Fei smiled and couldn't help but say, "Wipe your drool first." Upon hearing this, Guo Liang instinctively reached for the corner of his mouth. Only when he saw the mischievous smile on Yi Fei's face did he realize he had been tricked. With a look of chagrin, he said, "I always thought you were an honest fellow, but turns out you're a covertly lascivious one. How come I never noticed before?" After that, he continued to introduce to Yi Fei. As for Li Yunju from Class 8, she is called the commoner campus belle because she is different from the other 3. Li Yunju comes from an ordinary family, and it's said that her family is even in financial straits. The tuition fees for her schooling were cobbled together by her family. Moreover, Li Yunju is extremely amiable and approachable, without the slightest hint of arrogance. She has the largest number of supporters on campus. Having said this, Guo Liang grabbed Yi Fei's collar and assumed a menacing air. "Kid, you still haven't told me how you got to know the campus belle Su Zilin. As far as I know, Su Zilin usually pays no heed to others, let alone coming to seek someone out." Upon hearing this, Yi Fei couldn't help but recall the warning Su Zilin had once given him face to face. Do not disclose their relationship to anyone. The smile on his face vanished, and he said indifferently, "If I say she's my cousin, would you believe me?" "Ha ha." I didn't see that coming. You've got quite a sense of humor, but this joke is a bit too cold. Guoliang laughed heartily. However, when he saw the somewhat gloomy expression on Yi Fei's face, his smile faded instantly. You can't be serious, can you? Guoliang asked tentatively. Why haven't I heard you mention this before? If Yi Fei had revealed this connection with Su Zilin in the past, perhaps Wang Cheng and the others wouldn't have dared to bully Yi Fei like that. Hee. Yi Fei smiled, but didn't answer Guoliang's question. Ahem. Guoliang cleared his throat awkwardly, let go of Yi Fei's collar. Before withdrawing his hand, he even, like a sycophant, smoothed the collar that he had wrinkled for Yi Fei and laughed dryly. Well, look. What do you think of me being your brother-in-law? Scram. Damn, you don't have to be so heartless. We've been friends for so long. How could you be so cruel? Oh no. It's over. Our friendship ends here. Guoliang rambled on. But Yi Fei paid him no more attention and continued reading his book. After school in the afternoon, Yi Fei read books alone in the classroom for half an hour before packing up to leave school. The reason he read for half an hour wasn't that Yi Fei was extremely studious, but that he didn't want to run into Su Zilin on the way. Otherwise, both of them would feel awkward. Upon arriving at Fujin Garden Community, Yi Fei rang the doorbell in front of a row house villa. The one who opened the door was a gentle woman in her 30s, none other than Yi Fei's aunt, Zheng Hong. Zheng Hong was still wearing an apron. When she saw that it was Yi Fei knocking, a smile instantly appeared on her face. Xiaofei, why are you so late? Didn't you and Linlin come back from school together? Linlin has been back for quite a while. There was thick concern in Zheng Hong's slightly reproachful words, which warmed Yi Fei's heart. Aunt, I read books at school for a while, so I came a bit late. I'm sorry to have worried you. Yi Fei said with a smile. So you were reading. That's a good thing. Study hard and get good grades in the college entrance examination to make your mother happy. Zheng Hong said approvingly as she gently stroked Yi Fei's head with affection. When Yi Fei entered the living room, he saw Su Haishan and his daughter Su Zilin both there. Su Haishan was intently watching the news broadcast on TV, while Su Zilin was playing with her phone on her own. Seeing Yi Fei come in, Su Zilin couldn't help but sneer. Humph, hypocrite. What are you pretending for? Everyone knows what kind of grades you get. Reading books? Who would believe that? Zheng Hong's brows immediately furrowed. Linlin, how can you talk to Xiaofei like this? He's your younger brother. Younger brother? Hearing this, a look of disdain appeared on Su Zilin's face. Mom, guess how many points Yi Fei got in the mock exam a few days ago? Without waiting for Zheng Hong to speak, Su Zilin continued. 250 points. Out of a total of 750-point questions, he actually got 250 points, ranking last in the whole grade. Such a cousin, I can't afford to associate with. Having said that, he still murmured in a low voice, wondering what right he had to study at number 1 middle school with such grades. Yi Fei's face flushed bright red, and the hand in his sleeve was tightly clenched into a fist, yet he didn't defend himself. What Su Zilin said was the truth, and he knew that whatever he said at this moment would be feeble. If he wanted to earn others' respect, he had to show his strength and prove it with facts. Zheng Hong gave Su Zilin a fierce glare. When she turned to look at Yi Fei, she let out a slight sigh but didn't show any signs of shock. Evidently, she had long known about Yi Fei's grades. Xiaofei, it doesn't matter if your grades are not good. As long as you're willing to work hard, you're bound to improve. Yi Fei's aunt said, patting him on the shoulder encouragingly. Yi Fei unclenched his tightly, held fist and smiled. Aunt, don't worry. I'll work hard. I'm determined to get into a key university and live up to your expectations. Hiki. Su Zilin sneered upon hearing this. Just as she was about to open her mouth to mock him, she met Zheng Hong's stern warning gaze. So she simply lowered her head to play with her phone and stopped paying attention to the two of them. There was only one thought in her mind. There are less than 3 months until the college entrance examination. With your grades, do you think you can improve by several hundred points and get into a key university in 3 months? What a ridiculous joke. Chapter 22. Yi Fei. Get in my car. Yi Fei saw the disdain in Su Zilin's eyes, but didn't refute. The mock exam would be held next week. When Su Zilin saw the results of the report card, at that time, even if Yi Fei didn't say a word, it would carry more weight than saying 10,000 words now. Yi Fei made an excuse and went to the restroom, not expecting them to start arguing because of him. Soon, Zheng Hong also finished preparing the meals. At this time, Su Haishan had finished watching the news broadcast, turned off the TV, and came to the dining table. Xiaofei, I know the principal of a technical school. Their school specializes in training for excavator operation. Although it's a technical school, its strength is quite remarkable. Students graduating from there can get a monthly salary of 5 or 6,000 right after graduation. Do you want me to say hello to the principal and arrange for you to go there? Su Haishan said to Yifei as soon as he had eaten a few mouthfuls of food. With your current grades, it's hopeless to get into a university. If you go to a junior college, the tuition fees are too high for your family to afford. Moreover, some junior colleges are not even as good as technical schools. At least, after graduating from a technical school, you'll have a particular skill. What Su Haishan said seemed to be for Yifei's consideration, but in fact, it was just showing off his connections and superiority. If Yifei really agreed, I'm afraid that in a few days, Su Haishan would come up with an excuse like the school is full this year to fob him off. This wasn't the first time, but Su Haishan enjoyed doing it. Moreover, Su Haishan's tone was tinged with a sense of condescension, subconsciously believing that Yifei couldn't possibly get into a university. Su Haishan, what do you mean by that? How can you be so certain that Xiaofei won't be able to get into a university? Xinghong slapped her chopsticks on the table, on the verge of losing her temper. I'm doing this for Xiaofei's own good. You know exactly what Xiaofei's grades are like. Do you think it's realistic to improve by several hundred points and get into a key university within just a few months? It's better to make plans early. Su Haishan smiled and tried to defend himself, as if what he said was truly for Yifei's consideration. Hearing this, Xinghong fell silent. Although she also hoped that Yifei could be admitted to a key university, she was well aware that it was almost impossible to improve his score by several hundred points within such a short time. Yifei merely smiled upon hearing Su Haishan's words, but in his heart, he was thinking that if Su Haishan knew he now had nearly 2 million yuan in his bank card, he wondered what kind of expression the man would have. Presumably, it would be quite interesting, Yifei thought to himself. After Su Haishan finished speaking, Yifei then said, "Thank you, uncle-in-law, but there's no need. I still want to take the exam. Maybe I'll perform exceptionally well." Su Haishan chuckled upon hearing this, but in his heart, he thought Yifei was ungrateful and thus didn't bother to say more. In an instant, the entire dining room fell silent, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was rather strange. With a snap, Su Zilin threw down her chopsticks, said "I'm full," then picked up her small bag and walked outside. "Where are you going?" Xinghong quickly asked, chasing after her. "Tomorrow is the weekend. I've made an appointment with Qingjia and the others to go out and play. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back before 11 o'clock. Su Zilin replied impatiently. "Take Xiaofei with you," Xinghong said. "My friends don't know him. Why should I take him?" Naturally, Su Zilin was unwilling to take Yifei with her. "Then you're not allowed to go out," Xinghong said straightforwardly. "Fine, I really can't do anything about you. I'll take him, all right." Su Zilin had no choice but to say. After that, she glared at Yifei and said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come over." Yifei felt rather speechless. He had no intention of going out to play with her. He would rather spend that time going back to practice, so as to help Chun-Wan resolve the mysterious Yin energy in her body as soon as possible. However, before he could decline, Xinghong beside him had already fetched Yifei's school bag. With a smile, she said, "Xiaofei, you've been in Haijiu for such a long time, yet you haven't had a good stroll around. Today, it just so happens that you can go out and have fun with Linlin. Although study is of great importance, one should also strike a balance between work and rest. Besides, I won't feel at ease if Linlin plays outside alone. With you accompanying her, I'll be more reassured." These words from Xinghong made Su Zilin, who was standing aside, roll her eyes. Seeing that his aunt had said so, Yifei could only reluctantly agree and followed Su Zilin out of the villa gate. Su Zilin walked very fast, as if she deliberately wanted to keep a distance from Yifei, making those who saw them think that they didn't know each other. Yifei, on the other hand, walked unhurriedly behind at his own pace. As soon as they stepped out of the community gate, the honking of car horns rang in his ears. Yifei looked up and saw several handsome sports cars parked at the community gate, lined up in a row, which was really eye-catching. "Linlin, over here." The sports car in the front was a Camaro. A girl poked her head out from the passenger seat and stretched out a small hand, waving at Su Zilin. This girl was Qingjia, whom Su Zilin had mentioned. She was also a student at Haijiu No. 1 Middle School and Su Zilin's best friend. Seeing Su Zilin walking towards the sports car, Yifei had no choice but to follow. "Linlin, why did you come out so late? We've been waiting for you for ages. Let me tell you, I'll introduce a really handsome guy to you later." As soon as Su Zilin came over, Qingjia started chattering non-stop. But when she saw Yifei following behind Su Zilin, her words suddenly stopped. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing following our Linlin?" Qingjia raised her eyebrows and sized up Yifei. "Miss Su, this friend from the countryside couldn't be your boyfriend, could he? He looks rather shabby. He even wears school uniform when going out. Haha, it's really hilarious. In the driver's seat of the Camaro, Chung Jia's boyfriend, Shi Chun, burst into laughter. What are you talking nonsense about? How could Lin Lin have such a boyfriend? Chung Jia pinched Shi Chen's arm and said, he's my cousin, Yi Fei. He also studies in Haizhou No. 1 middle school. He'll go with us later. Su Zilin said helplessly. If possible. Su Zilin definitely didn't want others to know the relationship between her and Yi Fei. However, she didn't want others to misunderstand that Yi Fei was her boyfriend even more. Cousin, why haven't I heard you mention him? Wait, Yi Fei? This name seems familiar to me. Chung Jia suddenly widened her eyes, pointed at Yi Fei and shouted, in the last mock exam in our school, I heard someone got 250 points, ranking last in the whole grade. That person was named Yi Fei. Could it be him? 250 points? Taha. Buddy, I didn't see that you're quite a character. Shi Chen lay on the steering wheel, laughing heartily. All right, we're not at school now. Why talk about grades? Su Zilin waved her hand impatiently. Which car shall I take? I have no desire to ride in your car and watch you display your affection. After saying this, Su Zilin cast an annoyed glance at Yi Fei, somewhat regretting bringing Yi Fei along. Particularly, Yi Fei was taunted like this by Shi Chen, yet didn't even utter a single word. His such spineless appearance made her anger surge even more. Don't worry, Lin Lin. This time, I've found you a handsome driver. Chung Jia said with a beaming smile. Just as her voice faded, the door of the white Jaguar F-type sports car behind the Camaro opened. A young man stepped out of the car. He seemed to be around the same age as them, about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a British style. He looked quite gentlemanly. Hello, Lin Lin. My name is Kong Xian. I'm a friend of Shi Chen and the others. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kong Xian approached Su Zilin, gave a charming smile, and greeted her. As for Yi Fei besides Su Zilin, he was naturally ignored. Su Zilin was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Kong Xian. How about it, Lin Lin? Surprised or not, delighted or not? Kong Xian is also from Haizhou, but he has been studying abroad and just returned to the country recently. That's why you've never seen him before. Chung Jia in the Camaro giggled. Su Zilin gave Chung Jia an annoyed glare, somewhat blaming her for this surprise move, but still greeted Kong Xian, saying hello. I'm Su Zilin. Su Zilin looked at Kong Xian, then glanced at Yi Fei who was standing beside her without saying a word. She silently sighed in her heart. Indeed, people can't be compared. They're about the same age, and Yi Fei is not bad looking either. However, in terms of bearing, there is a world of difference between them. Lin Lin, there's still an empty seat in my car. Why don't you ride with me? Kong Xian opened the car door with great gentlemanliness, smiling as he invited Su Zilin to get in. After Su Zilin got into the car, he gently closed the door. Everything was so perfect, exuding a sense of gentlemanly demeanor. Closing the car door, Kong Xian glanced at Yi Fei, wearing a disdainful smile on his face as if he had just noticed Yi Fei. He said, Oh brother, sorry. My car is full. You might want to check if there are any seats in other people's cars. With that, he left Yi Fei alone there and got into the car himself. Yi Fei didn't care much. His gaze turned towards the Camaro ahead. Sorry, this is a lover's car. We don't want a third wheel. Shi Chen shrugged, looking at Yi Fei with an expression of watching a show. My car only takes beautiful ladies. Obviously, you don't meet the criteria, said the owner of the Audi TT behind Kong Xian's car. Further back, my car is full too. My car was just washed. I don't want to wash it again. The owners of the cars behind rolled down their windows one after another, refusing Yi Fei a ride. They all leaned on the car doors, looking at Yi Fei teasingly, wearing an expression of relishing the show. Kong Xian sat in the Jaguar, a subtle smug smile curving his lips. However, Su Zilin, sitting in the passenger seat, furrowed her brows. Yi Fei, why don't you go back first? Su Zilin rolled down the car window and said to Yi Fei with a frown. All right. Yi Fei shrugged. He wasn't really interested in these rich second-generation parties. If it weren't for his aunt asking, he would have declined long ago. Just as Yi Fei was about to leave, the rear window of the last Porsche 911 rolled down, revealing an exquisitely beautiful little face. Yi Fei, come in my car. A clear voice rang out beside everyone's ears, causing those who were about to watch the show to be taken aback. They involuntarily turned their heads to look. Yi Fei also looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw the familiar face emerging from the Porsche, an astonished look appeared on his face. He actually knew this person and was quite familiar with her. Who else could it be but Luo Yiren, the monitor of his class and the invincible top student school beauty? Chapter 23 Private Club. Seeing Yi Fei standing there in a daze, Luo Yiren couldn't help but smile brightly. What? It's only been a little over an hour, and you don't recognize me? Yufei also smiled and lifted his feet to walk towards Luo Yiren's car. Oh, did I hear it right? Luo Yiren actually invited that guy to get in her car? It seems. I heard it too. How could this be possible? A group of people who were ready to laugh at Yufei were dumbfounded. In fact, Luo Yiren didn't belong to their small circle. Usually, she couldn't get along well with them, mainly because every time they invited her, Luo Yiren refused. This time they came out to play. It was only because Cheng Jia, relying on her relationship with Luo Yiren, managed to drag Luo Yiren out. For this reason, the male classmates in their small circle were all extremely excited. Several of them even washed their cars and sprayed perfume in the cars before coming, all hoping that Luo Yiren would get in their cars later. To their disappointment, Luo Yiren drove her own car this time. Moreover, Luo Yiren, who usually keeps a low profile, drove the most high-end car among all those present this time. Its price exceeded 1 million. Because of this, they felt regretful for quite a while. What was even more astonishing to them in reality was that Luo Yiren actually let Yifei, that bumpkin, get into her car. Damn it, this bumpkin really got extremely lucky. Many people cursed inwardly. Su Zilin was also a bit surprised to see that it was Luo Yiren who invited Yifei to get in the car. Although both of them were the school beauties of Haizhou No. 1 Middle School, they were not familiar with each other. However, when she thought about the class Yifei was in, she felt somewhat relieved. Su Zilin thought to herself that Luo Yiren must have taken pity on Yifei and thus let him get in the car. Kong Xian, sitting next to Su Zilin. A hint of gloom flashed across his eyes. Few people present knew that Kong Xian and Luo Yiren were actually junior high school classmates. In the third year of junior high school, Kong Xian had pursued Luo Yiren and even sent her a love letter. However, that very night, Kong Xian's parents received a warning from a powerful figure, someone their parents definitely couldn't afford to offend. Kong Xian's parents came home, gave him a severe beating, and sent him to the UK overnight to study high school there. Since then, Kong Xian had known that Luo Yiren was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Kong Xian never expected that Luo Yiren would invite a bumpkin who he thought was good for nothing to get in her car. Lin, does your cousin actually know Luo Yiren? It seems his background is quite extraordinary, Kong Xian asked, pretending to be nonchalant. Yifei is the cousin of my second aunt. He grew up in the countryside, and it was my mother who pulled some strings to transfer him to study at Haizhou No. 1 Middle School. What kind of background could he have? He got to know Luo Yiren simply because they were in the same class. Su Zilin said with disdain. Oh, I see. Kong Xian smiled. Damn it, this country bumpkin really got lucky and actually got into Luo Yiren's car. Shi Chen cursed and then impatiently shouted, since everyone's in the car. Let's go. Everyone follow closely. With that, he started the car and led the way in front. Yifei sat in the car, scanned the interior with a strong girly style, and teased Luo Yiren, class monitor, you've been hiding it well. I really didn't expect that you're actually a little wealthy woman. Luo Yiren, who was driving, turned her head to look at Yifei upon hearing this and smiled. I didn't expect that Su Zilin is your cousin. Yifei shrugged upon hearing this. Seeing that Yifei didn't speak, Luo Yiren looked at Yifei with a bit of curiosity. Yifei's performance in these few days had completely subverted the impression he used to give her. She was very curious about what had happened to Yifei that made him change so much. The previous Yifei was cautious, submissive, and timid, not even daring to look her in the eye directly. However, the current Yifei could remain calm in front of her. When seeing her car worth over 1 million yuan, instead of showing timidity, he could even crack a joke. Just as she was sizing up Yifei, Yifei also raised his head. Their eyes met, and Luo Yiren couldn't help but blush prettily, then turned her head as if she was going to concentrate on driving. After waiting for a while, and seeing that Yifei didn't speak, Luo Yiren couldn't help but say, Yifei, you've changed a lot recently. I can't quite figure you out. I'm really curious about what exactly has happened to you. Hearing this, Yifei also felt a tinge of sentiment in his heart. Indeed, he had changed quite a bit recently. When he first came to Haizhou No. 1 Middle School, he had fallen in love with Luo Yiren. Yet he didn't dare to speak his mind. Even talking to Luo Yiren would make him blush, and he would unconsciously lower his head, not daring to meet her gaze at all. Deep in his heart, there was a trace of extremely profound self-abasement. But now, he could talk freely and remain composed in front of Luo Yiren. Class president. Do you know that being curious about someone is the beginning of falling in love with them? Yufei said with a smile. Bah. Luo Yiren spat softly. Her pretty face slightly flushed. I used to think you were an honest student. I never thought you could be so talkative. I really misjudged you. For some unknown reason. At this moment, Yifei gave her a very comfortable feeling. With Yifei sitting beside her, Luo Yiren felt very relaxed and unconsciously became more talkative. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past. Hee, that's because you don't know me. After you get to know me, you'll want to hit me. Yifei also said with a smile. I want to hit you right now. Luo Yiren waved her small fist and said as if demonstrating. The two were chatting merrily in the car, unaware of the passage of time. After approximately 20 minutes, as the motorcade was about to leave the urban area, the car in front slowed down and stopped at an open-air parking lot. When Luo Yiren parked the car and Yifei got out, he realized they were already in the suburbs. However, it didn't give one a sense of desolation at all. All kinds of luxury cars were parked in the entire parking lot. Even prestigious cars like Mercedes, Benz, and BMW were quite common here and not at all conspicuous. Is this actually a private club? Yifei looked up at the magnificently decorated building in front of him, which resembled a palace, and murmured to himself. Building a luxurious club like a palace in the wild, one has to say that these city dwellers really know how to enjoy themselves. This is nothing luxurious at all. Just as Yifei was sighing with emotion, the voice of the reincarnation patriarch rang in Yifei's ears. Not to mention the immortal realm. Even in the cultivation realm, the palaces of those powerful cultivators are hundreds of millions of times more luxurious than this place. Hundreds of millions of times more luxurious? Patriarch, you're exaggerating, aren't you? Yifei thought in disbelief. Exaggerating? Kid, have you ever seen an island with a radius of 1,000,000 li suspended in the air as a residence? Using a 10,000 Zhonghai peak as a rockery, and the spiritual liquid from the earth's core as flowing water, with tens of thousands of pavilions, towers, and countless immortal birds and divine beasts. The voice of the reincarnation patriarch sounded again. Suspended in the air? A radius of 1,000,000 li? Using a 10,000 Zhonghai peak as a rockery? Using the spiritual liquid from the earth's core as flowing water? This, patriarch, are you telling the truth? Yifei asked, dumbfounded. Humph, what's this? The reincarnation patriarch sneered disdainfully. The palaces of those powerful immortal emperors are truly luxurious. The smallest ones extend hundreds of millions of miles in radius. They are carried by the divine bird Kuanping, shuttling through the boundless universe without a scratch. That spiritual jade in your hand doesn't even qualify as floor tiles for others. Yifei was rendered speechless immediately. What is Yifei still doing here? Standing dumbfounded? Why doesn't he go in? While Yifei was conversing with the reincarnation patriarch, Luo Yiren walked over. Seeing Yifei staring blankly at the clubhouse, she couldn't help asking, Hee, bumpkin, you've never seen such a high-end clubhouse before, have you? Does poverty really limit your imagination? An ill-timed voice rang out. Yifei took a look and found that this person was the owner of the Audi TT, who had previously refused to let Yifei get in the car. At this moment, his gaze towards Yifei was full of provocation. Another self-righteous fool. Yifei cursed inwardly. Naturally, he could tell that this person was coming for Luo Yiren, wanting to show off in front of her. Yifei was already too lazy to pay attention to such a person. Guochunhai, you've gone too far. Luo Yiren's delicate eyebrows knitted slightly, and she said to the Audi TT man with some displeasure, Am I wrong? He's from the countryside, after all. What else could he be but a bumpkin? Guochunhai said with a smile. After that, he even patted the back of his head, as if he had just remembered something, and continued to say to Yifei, Oh, I seem to have heard that you got 250 points in the last mock exam. You're really something, haha. He's really annoying. Yifei shook his head helplessly. This Guochunhai was buzzing around him like a fly, and had successfully aroused his disgust. Yifei lifted his eyelids languidly and said, I know you're so eager to belittle me and flaunt your superiority as a city dweller in order to catch Luo Yiren's attention. But do you realize that you now resemble a male peacock eager to display itself in front of a female? Although it shows off its beautiful plumage, little does it know that it also exposes its ugliest rear end. Poochie Luo Yiren, who was standing aside, couldn't help bursting into laughter upon hearing Yifei's words. She thought Yifei's metaphor was really vivid. However, it was also quite mean. Yifei's unhurried words made Guochunhai's face turn beet red. He pointed at Yifei, ready to strike. What the hell did you say? Guochunhai, what are you guys doing? Hurry in. Just then, Shichun, who had already entered, came out and urged the three of them. Brat, you just wait for me. Guochunhai cursed through gritted teeth and then turned to walk into the clubhouse. Guochunhai's father is the deputy director of the Haizhou City Police Bureau. Wang Cheng has to defer to him. You've offended Wang Cheng and now Guochunhai. You're probably in for a tough time in the future. Luo Yiren looked at Yi Fei with a half-smile and said, "Hee hee, herding one sheep is the same as herding a flock. When you have too many debts, you stop worrying, and when you have too many lice, you stop fearing the bites. Let them come at me." Yi Fei's such lazy words left Luo Yiren speechless. She said seriously, "I've noticed that one thing you said is quite right. You really look like you deserve a beating right now." Chapter 24. Dare Not Provoke? After Yi Fei entered the clubhouse, he truly realized the clubhouse's luxury. Describing it as resplendent seemed an understatement. Although the reincarnation patriarch had once said that the palaces of those powerful cultivators often spanned millions of li in radius, those were too distant for Yi Fei at present. And what was in front of him was something he could see with his own eyes. They were led by the waiter to an independent private room. The entire private room was no less than 100 square meters, exquisitely decorated in an extremely luxurious manner, and equipped with a wine cabinet and a bar counter, resembling a small bar. When seeing Yi Fei and Luo Yiren enter together, Guo Chunhai let out a heavy snort from his nose, turned his head aside, and refused to look at him. "Guo Chunhai, what were you chatting about outside just now? We've all been waiting for you guys for a long time." Shi Chun, noticing Guo Chunhai's abnormal expression, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "It's nothing," Guo Chunhai replied perfunctorily. Naturally, he didn't want to tell those present about his embarrassment in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled. Since Guo Chunhai didn't want to talk about it, he wasn't interested in doing so either. He found a seat in the corner and sat down. Just as Luo Yiren was about to sit next to Yi Fei, Cheng Jia, upon receiving a signal from Shi Chun, ran over, grabbed Luo Yiren's hand, and said, "Yiren, what are you doing sitting there? Come on, let's go over there to choose songs." With that, she pulled Luo Yiren over to their side without further ado. Luo Yiren gave Yi Fei a helpless look and could only let Cheng Jia pull her to choose songs. Yi Fei could tell that these people were isolating him. But he didn't care. He had never intended to integrate into the circle of these rich second generation. Yi Fei had earlier taken Luo Yiren's car, which had already drawn the dissatisfaction of several boys present. Upon seeing Yi Fei enter, one of them actually assumed an air of arrogance. A sneer curled their lips, and they couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "This private room is truly spacious. I've come here to play a few times before, yet I've never managed to reserve such a large private room. Shin, you truly have connections. Some country bumpkins should take a good look, for they might not have the chance in the future." Hearing this, everyone's gazes turned towards Yi Fei in unison, their eyes filled with mockery. Shin glanced at Yi Fei, a contemptuous smile on his face. Then he explained, "I don't have that much influence. These large private rooms on the third floor can't be reserved even with money. One must also possess a corresponding status. This time, we owe it all to young Master Kong." "Hee, it's nothing much," Kong Xian said with a hint of pride, feigning nonchalance. "My father is a gold member here, and I'm just benefiting from his status." "A gold member?" One person couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "I heard that to become a gold member here, one's annual consumption must reach at least 10 million, right? You're quite right, but that's just one of the criteria. Merely having an annual consumption of 10 million is insufficient to become a gold member here." Kong Shen smiled, casually placing the gold membership card in his pocket. This action made everyone envious, so much so that they even forgot to mock Yi Fei. Tap tap tap. Just then, the door of the private room was knocked open, and a charming and alluring woman entered, holding a bottle of red wine in her hand. "I hope I'm not disturbing your enjoyment." A charming woman entered, smiling even before she spoke. Exuding the allure of a mature lady, every frown and smile of hers carried a captivating charm, leaving quite a few boys present dumbfounded. Upon seeing the newcomer, Kong Xian quickly stood up and said, "Sister man, what brings you here?" "I heard from my subordinates that young Master Kong brought friends here for fun, so I came to offer a bottle of wine to liven things up." "I hope I'm not disturbing your enjoyment," the enchanting woman named Sister Man smiled. Such a captivating woman turned out to be the owner of the club, and she even came personally to offer Kong Xian a bottle of wine. The crowd's gazes towards Kong Xian changed once again, filled with admiration and envy. Everyone wished they were the ones standing there to receive the wine. Kong Xian also felt a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. When he saw the looks in the eyes of those in the private room, he suddenly felt very proud. Waving his hand, he said, "Haha, sister man, you're joking. It's our honor that you came. How could it be a disturbance?" Sister man smiled, placed the red wine in her hand down, exchanged a few polite words with everyone, and then took her leave. As soon as Sister Man left, the entire private room erupted in excitement. "Damn, it's actually a 1996 law fight." One person picked up the red wine on the table and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon seeing it. Although it couldn't compare to the 1982 law fight, nor was it as precious as the 1964 law fight, the price of this bottle on the market was over 10,000 yuan. Shichen smiled and said, "Young Master Kong, the lady just now is the boss of this club, right?" "That's right." Kong Xian nodded proudly. "That sister man is precisely the owner of this club." Hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted. It is said that the master behind this clubhouse is Lord Xiong. "I wonder if it's true?" Guo Chunhai asked. "Exactly. That Miss Man is Lord Xiong's woman," Kong Xian replied. A hissing sound of gasps came from inside the private room. "Lord Xiong? Yin Xiong. He is one of the most powerful figures in the entire Haizhou city, a big shot in the underground forces of Haizhou. It is rumored that his background is extremely influential, and even the leaders of Haizhou city have to be polite in front of him." Guo Chunhai clicked his tongue. "Yin Xiong, that's a person even his father wouldn't dare to provoke. Since young Master Kong could get Miss Man to offer a toast, surely he must have met Lord Xiong?" Guo Chunhai couldn't help asking. Hearing this, an unnatural look flashed across Kong Xian's face. Although his father had some money and was a golden member of this clubhouse, he was only acquainted with Miss Man of this clubhouse and didn't have the qualification to know Yin Xiong. "Hee, of course, I've even toasted Lord Xiong," Kong Xian said with a smile. "Amazing. Admired. Come, young Master Kong, I'll toast you. From now on, I'll follow you." The atmosphere in the private room was enthusiastic, and Kong Xian undoubtedly became the center of this small circle. Beside the song, ordering platform, Cheng Jia bumped Su Zilin's shoulder and said, "See? Kong Xian is the real Prince Charming. Your cousin is just a loser. Don't do anything stupid." She deliberately emphasized the word cousin, making it sound sarcastic. "What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Fei is really my cousin." Su Zilin glared at Cheng Jia unhappily. Luo Yiren beside her smiled and didn't seem to want to butt in. If it can be said that in the venue, apart from Luo Yiren, only Yi Fei remained unaffected. Yi Fei, like an outsider, sat in the corner, sipping the tea placed on the table, looking rather out of place. Kong Xian saw that Yi Fei was simply sitting there, drinking tea and amusing himself, showing no intention of coming up to toast him. A fierce glint flashed across Kong Xian's eyes involuntarily. He dared not offend Luo Yiren, but Yi Fei was merely a bumpkin from the countryside. Could it be that he couldn't afford to offend such a person? "Hee, brother Yi, you must not have drunk such fine wine in the countryside before. Remember to have a couple more cups later," Kong Xian said to Yi Fei with a smiling face. "All right." Yi Fei seemed not to catch the hidden meaning in Kong Xian's words and nodded with a smile. Kong Xian's breath hitched. It was as if his punch had landed in thin air, and he couldn't vent his anger. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. "Hee, bumpkin, be careful not to swallow your tongue later." Guo Chunhai sneered. "Oh, let me remind you. This empty wine bottle can be sold for over 1,000 yuan. Don't forget to take it with you when you leave. Perhaps it can cover your living expenses for half a year." A group of people looked at Yi Fei with grins, and no one stepped forward to extricate him from the awkward situation. Su Zilin frowned slightly when she saw everyone ganging up on Yi Fei. Then she relaxed her brows and thought secretly in her heart, it's good for him to suffer some setbacks and learn a lesson. Otherwise, although he has little ability, he always acts haughty. Thinking of this, Su Zilin gave up the idea of coming to Yi Fei's rescue. After ridiculing Yi Fei a few times and getting no response, the crowd lost interest and started singing and drinking on their own. In less than half an hour, the entire private box was filled with the mixed smell of tobacco and alcohol. Yi Fei simply couldn't endure such an odor, so he stepped out of the box to get some fresh air. Just as he walked out, Su Zilin emerged from behind. "Is there something wrong?" Yi Fei asked, looking at Su Zilin behind him. "I'm reminding you, you'd better not have any thoughts about Luo Yiren. She won't take a fancy to you," Su Zilin said coldly, with her hands on her hips. "Oh, thanks for the reminder," Yi Fei replied indifferently. "You." Su Zilin was even more infuriated seeing Yi Fei's attitude. "Luo Yiren and you are not from the same world at all. She let you get in her car before just out of pity. Don't be self-indulgent. Looking at today's scene, don't you have any feelings? Kong Xian is about the same age as you. But even the boss of this club took the initiative to offer him wine. Although he is still in high school, he is destined to have a prosperous future. He and Luo Yiren are of the same kind. I'm reminding you now for your own good, so that you won't end up getting badly hurt later." Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled softly but secretly shook his head. Su Zilin, you have no idea who is standing in front of you. So what if Kong Xian's family is wealthy? He is still just an ordinary person. But I'm a cultivator. even if he is extremely wealthy. Even if his wealth rivals that of a nation, in front of a powerful cultivator, he is nothing but an ant. So-called wealth and connections are all fleeting clouds in the face of absolute strength. Of course, Yifei naturally wouldn't tell Su Zilin these things. Su Zilin was about to continue lecturing Yifei when, at this moment, the door of the private box opened, and her words stopped immediately. Half drunk, Shichen walked out, embracing Chengjia, in search of the restroom. Isn't there a restroom inside? Su Zilin asked with a hint of curiosity. It's occupied. We're going to the public restroom. Hearing Su Zilin's words, Chengjia's face flushed inexplicably, and she quickly made an excuse to cover it up. Oh, then be careful, Su Zilin said. After Shichun and Chengjia left, Su Zilin continued. However, you did one thing right just now. You didn't talk back to Kong Xian and the others in the box. None of them are people you can afford to provoke. After saying that, she left to take care of yourself and turned to enter the box. Yifei shook his head helplessly. His cousin was really rather self-conceited. He didn't respond to Kong Xian and the others' taunts in the box, merely because he couldn't be bothered. But Su Zilin interpreted it as timidity, thinking he dared not provoke them. Perhaps there are people in this world that he can't afford to offend, but Kong Xian and those few are definitely not among them. If Kong Xian and the others had crossed the line of his patience at that time, Yifei wouldn't have minded giving them an unforgettable lesson. Just as Yifei was about to return to the box, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Chapter 25. Can't leave. Yifei took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. His brows knitted. His mobile number was known only to a limited number of people besides his family. Could something have happened at home? Yifei thought secretly in his heart. Yet he still answered the call. Hello, who's this? Are you Yifei? A somewhat urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Did you go to Yumantang on Jadeware Street yesterday and revive an old man there? The person you saved is Elder Song. Where are you now? Elder Song wishes to meet you. Upon hearing this, Yifei immediately understood. Last night, he had already guessed that the person he had saved might have an extraordinary identity. Little did he expect that within just one day, these people had already found out all about him, even obtaining his phone number. Yifei surmised that Elder Song's intention to meet him might not be as simple as it seemed. Although he had revived Elder Song last night, he hadn't cured him. That is to say, Elder Song had merely regained consciousness, but the illness still persisted. Yifei thought with a smile in his heart that Elder Song probably wanted him to cure his illness. After all, Elder Song's illness was in the brain. If others could have cured it, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Anyway, Yifei didn't want to stay here for long, so it wouldn't hurt to go and have a look. Thus, he reported his address. I'm at a private club. I know that place. I'll come and pick you up right away. After saying that, the person hung up the phone promptly. After the call ended, Yifei noticed that there were several missed calls on his phone, all from the previous number. However, because it was too noisy in the private room earlier, he hadn't heard them. Chengjia and Shichun walked arm in arm towards the public restroom. Before they reached the restroom entrance, Shichun had already hugged Chengjia from behind, with one hand reaching inside Chengjia's clothes. Chengjia's face was as red as if it could drip water. Shichun was so excited that his eyes were bloodshot, and he reached out to pull down Chengjia's pants. Creak, just then, the door of a cubicle in the restroom opened, and a middle-aged fatty with a big head and fleshy ears walked out. Upon seeing Chengjia's enchanting and alluring demeanor, the middle-aged stout man's eyes immediately lit up. He couldn't resist asking, young lad, how about you let me have this young lady? The price is negotiable. After saying that, he even stretched out his lecherous hand and grabbed at Chengjia's alluring part. Chengjia had already been made itchy by Shichun's touch. Being grabbed by the middle-aged stout man like this, she was immediately stimulated to shiver. Damn it! When Shichun saw that the middle-aged stout man actually dared to touch his girlfriend, he was almost enraged to the extreme. He cursed. You're the one who's a prostitute, and your whole family are prostitutes. You, young man, how can you swear? The middle-aged stout man's face changed upon being cursed. Swear? I'm even going to beat you up, Shichun said as he swung his fist and smashed it towards the middle-aged stout man's nose. Crack! The middle-aged stout man let out a scream, covering his nose. Crimson blood trickled out through his fingers. Shichun didn't stop there. With just 2 punches, he knocked the middle-aged stout man, who was sapped by wine and women, to the ground, and then followed up with a flurry of punches and kicks. At this moment, Chengjia regained her senses and quickly pulled Shichun, saying, Don't hit anymore. If you do, you'll kill him. Shichun kicked the middle-aged stout man a few more times before cursing. Don't ever let me see you again. or I'll beat you up every time I do. You two just wait for me. Covering his nose. The middle, aged stout man left a harsh word and then fled in a sorry state. Damn it. Such a good mood was ruined by this scoundrel. Don't let me see him again. Shi Chun grumbled, losing his interest. He then pulled Cheng Jia and returned to the private room. Hey, did you two finish so soon? Shi Chun, I didn't expect you to be such a quick one. Guo Chunhai laughed heartily as he saw Shi Chun and the other person enter. Damn it. Some brat ruined my mood. I didn't get to do anything at all. Shi Chun cursed with a disgruntled look on his face. Hearing this, the others quickly asked what had happened. On the top floor private room of the club. This private room was the largest in the entire club, even bigger and more luxurious than the one where Yu Fei and the others were. This private room was never open to the public and was Yin Xiong's personal private room. Inside the private room, a middle-aged bald man was sitting on a soft sofa, watching more than a dozen young girls performing on the stage. Each of these girls had a beautiful face and a slender and graceful figure. They would be rare beauties anywhere outside. On the middle-aged bald man's lap, there was also a charming and alluring woman sitting. It was Sister Man, who had entered Yi Fei in their private room to deliver wine earlier. At this moment, Sister Man was like an obedient little wife, feeding the peeled grapes in her hand into the middle-aged man's mouth. There was only one person who could make Sister Man, the owner of the club, behave like this. The identity of this middle-aged man was thus self-evident. It was the big shot of Haizhou's underground forces, Yin Xiong, Lord Xiong. Creak. The door of the private room opened. A middle-aged fat man walked in, covering his nose with a gloomy expression on his face. Oh, Boss Guan, what happened to you? You just went out for a while. How did you end up like this? Yin Xiong asked in surprise. Don't even mention it. I met a man and a woman at the bathroom door. The woman wasn't very old, but she seemed quite flirtatious. You know, this is exactly my cup of tea. I thought that woman was a prostitute, so I went to ask that man if he would be willing to part with her for me. As a result, I got a beating. The middle-aged fatty said with great depression. Oh, hearing this, Yin Xiong narrowed his eyes. Who on earth is so audacious as to hit a guest of mine? Yin Xiong. I have no idea who those two people are. I drank a bit too much just now and stumbled into the bathroom on the 3rd floor in a daze. How unlucky can I get? The middle-aged fatty cursed. The 3rd floor? Hearing this, Sister Man smiled. I know who they are. Oh, tell me about it. Yin Xiong twitched the corner of his mouth, a cold smile appearing on his face. Today, only one private box on the entire 3rd floor was reserved. It should be them. The person who reserved the box is Kong Xian, the son of Kong Xingyan. He's having a get-together with some friends here today. Sister Man said with a smile. Who exactly is this Kong Xingyan? The middle-aged fatty couldn't help but ask. He's just a small-time boss in the building materials business, with only a net worth of a few $100 million. Sister Man said indifferently. Damn it. The middle-aged fatty suddenly started cursing. I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a small-time boss with a few $100 million in assets. I lose more than that every time I go to Las Vegas. Hee hee. Boss Guan, rest assured. Since you were beaten on my turf, I will surely give you an explanation. After saying this, Yin Xiong turned to a bodyguard standing behind him and said, Xiao Dao, take a few people and bring them all here. Yes, the bodyguard replied, and then turned around and left the private box. In the box on the 3rd floor, after hearing Shi Chen's retelling, everyone secretly felt unlucky for him. Yi Fei glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. He still had to meet the elderly Mr. Song later. Thinking of this, he got up and walked to Su Zillian's side, saying, It's getting late. Why don't we go back first? We don't want to worry my aunt. It's only 10 o'clock. What do you mean it's late? Boy, do you even understand? At this time, the nightlife is just beginning. Someone said unkindly. Yi Fei, aren't you just afraid that the people Shi Chen beat up before will come looking for trouble? If you're scared, just say it. We won't laugh at you. Guo Chunai added fuel to the fire beside him. Haha, brother Yi, don't worry. In this clubhouse, no one dares to do anything to us. Kong Xian said with a smile, which seemed to be comforting Yi Fei. Shi Chun, who had been looking for an outlet for his anger, became even angrier when he heard what everyone said and shouted, If you want to leave, then fucking leave by yourself. Who's stopping you? Why do you have to drag the beautiful Miss Su along? That's right. Is anyone stopping you? You're the one who's being so persistent and staying here. A bumpkin. Still trying so hard to worm his way into our circle. Do you even deserve it? A group of people started to mock and sneer at Yi Fei. Beautiful Miss Su, you choose. Do you want to stay here with us or leave with this bumpkin? Shi Chen looked at Su Zillian and asked, Yi Fei, why don't you go first? I'll stay here for a while and then leave. Su Zilin furrowed her brows. She somewhat blamed Yi Fei for being so eager to take the lead. There are so many people here. When did it become your turn to speak? Haha, lad. Can't you hear? Miss Su told you to leave first. What on earth are you still lingering here for? Shichen laughed heartily. Call my aunt and explain the situation. Then I'll naturally leave, Yi Fei said calmly, casting a glance at Su Zilin. As for Shichen, he was simply ignored by Yi Fei. Crack. As soon as Yi Fei's words fell, Shichen violently smashed the wine bottle in his hand onto the ground. The bottle shattered into pieces, causing the girls in the private room to scream in fright. Are you deaf? Miss Su told you to go. Why aren't you screaming? Are you itching for a beating? Shichen said, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to fight Yi Fei. A cold glint flashed across Yi Fei's eyes. He didn't pay attention to these people not out of fear, but simply because he couldn't be bothered. However, it seemed that these people had taken his concession as fear. Yi Fei, you go back first. I'll call my mom and explain clearly later, Su Zilin said, seeing the tense atmosphere in the private room. Alas, Yi Fei sighed and shook his head inwardly. These lawless rich second-generation kids were really simple-minded. They didn't even consider that someone who could appear in the restroom on the third floor couldn't possibly be a nobody without a background. Did they really think that no one here could afford to mess with them? If it weren't for his aunt's entrustment, Yi Fei really wouldn't have wanted to care about this cousin of his. But since Su Zilin had said so, he no longer had any reason to stay. Yi Fei stood up and was just about to leave the private room when suddenly his expression changed. He subconsciously looked towards the door of the private room. A thoughtful look in his eyes. It seemed that now, even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. Chapter 26. Give me some face. Yi Fei stood up, but didn't move to leave, which made Shichen even more enraged. Shichen picked up a wine bottle from the nearby table and smashed it onto the ground beside Yi Fei, shattering it into pieces. Fucking get out of here now. It's not easy to hail a taxi here. I'll drive you back. Luo Yiren, who had been silent all the time, stood up and offered to drive Yi Fei away. Damn it. Everyone cursed inwardly when they saw Luo Yiren's action. Yi Fei gave Luo Yiren a bitter smile and said, right now. It seems we can't leave even if we want to. Kid, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me you regret it and want to stay? Guo Chunhai sneered. Damn it. Do you think this place is a public toilet? You can come and go as you please. Get out of here quickly. Look at what you are. You wouldn't have the qualification to be here without us. A group of people jeered. Bang. Before their voices died down, the door of the private room was kicked open. Dozens of fully armed bodyguards in black clothes and black trousers rushed into the private room. The man in the lead was playing with a sharp dagger in his hand. It was the subordinate called Xiao Dao by Yin Xiong. Just now, who was the one beating people in the toilet? Xiao Dao swept a glance at everyone in the private room and sneered. Shwa shwa shwa. Everyone's eyes fell on Shichen. Who the hell are you? Who allowed you to come in? Guo Chunhai, who was closest to the door, was startled by the sound of the kicked, open door. When he saw these bodyguards, he immediately started cursing. Bang! Guo Chunhai hadn't finished his cursing when the man named Xiao Dao kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. After hitting the ground, Guo Chunhai spat out with a wow sound. Such a nuisance. Xiao Dao patted the non-existent dust off his shoes, muttered a complaint, and then turned his gaze towards Shichen. Are you the brat? So what if I am your father? Dare you touch me? I'll kill you. Shichen was enraged by Xiao Dao's gaze that regarded him like an ant and shouted loudly. Kid, you have a sharp tongue, but don't tremble later. Xiao Dao sneered and said to the people behind him, take him away. Two bodyguards then moved towards Shichen to seize him. Shichen intended to resist, but one of the bodyguards punched him in the lungs. He let out a muffled groan and slumped there, gasping for air. Beads of sweat his forehead and he couldn't even speak. What a senseless fellow. One bodyguard grabbed Shichen by the collar and lifted him up as if lifting a dead dog. Stop. What do you want to do? If you dare to touch Shichen, his father won't let you get away with it. Cheng Jia shrieked loudly. Unfortunately, these didn't even pay her any heed. Kong Xian knew that if he didn't step forward at this moment, the core position he had just established in this small circle would collapse. Dear friend, is there some misunderstanding in this matter? Kong Xian walked up to Xiao Dao and said, whether there's a misunderstanding or not, it's not up to you to decide. Of course. Nor is it up to me. Xiao Dao glanced at Kong Xian and said, if you want to stand up for him, come with us. Say whatever you have to say in front of the principal. Kong Xian's expression fluctuated. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, fine, we'll go together. Xiao Dao chuckled and led the crowd forward. After these men in black had all gone out, Kong Xian turned to the people in the private box and said, don't worry. My father is a golden member here, and they wouldn't dare do anything to us. Besides, this is Lord Xiong's territory. Although he said this to everyone, it seemed more like he was encouraging himself. After that, he stepped out of the private box, and the others followed suit. Yi Fei softly said to Luo Yiren and Su Zilin, who were standing beside him, "Stay by my side later. Otherwise, if there's any unexpected situation, I won't be able to take good care of you." Luo Yiren nodded. Su Zilin, however, snorted. In her heart, she naturally didn't think Yi Fei could protect them. She thought he was just trying to show off in front of Luo Yiren and felt even more annoyed with Yi Fei. In the private box on the top floor, Yin Xiong swirled the wine glass in his hand, swept a glance at the numerous young boys and girls who were standing in front of the door like quails, and sneered, "Is it you who beat up my guests? It's him. Even if this little rascal turns to ashes, I'd still recognize him." The middle, aged fatty pointed at Shi Chun and shouted angrily. As he spoke, he stepped forward and slapped Shi Chun across the face, splitting the corner of Shi Chun's mouth and making it bleed. Damn you! Shi Chun had never been humiliated like this in front of so many people. With a furious curse, he struggled to rush forward and fight the middle, aged fatty. However, as soon as he moved, the two bodyguards beside him firmly grabbed his neck, rendering him immobile. Shi Chun gasped for breath, his face turning bright red. "Haha, you little wretch. Dare you be more arrogant? Come on, hit me again." The middle, aged man burst into laughter and then lifted his foot to kick Shi Chun again. "Stop!" Cheng Jia cried out shrilly. "Stop hitting him. Can't we just compensate you?" Kong Xian's face turned extremely ugly. He looked at Yin Xiong sitting in the center and said, "Dear friend, my father, Kong Xingyan, is a golden member here. Could you do me a favor and let this matter go? Do you a favor?" Yin Xiong seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke and burst into laughter. "Kid, who do you think you are? Not only you, even if your father, Kong Xingyan, were here, he wouldn't dare to ask me for this favor." There was a terrifying cold light in Yin Xiong's eyes. "You." Kong Xian's face flushed scarlet. "I warn you, this is Lord Xiong's territory. Young Master Kong has toasted Lord Xiong. If this gets out of hand, it will do no good to anyone." Guo Chunhai thought of what Kong Xian had said before and loudly warned. "Toasted Lord Xiong?" Hearing this, the middle, aged fat man glanced at Yin Xiong. And just then Yin Xiong's gaze also turned towards him. The eyes of both men became somewhat strange. Kong Xian thought that Guo Chunhai's words had intimidated them and said indifferently, "Yes, I did toast Lord Xiong. I think there's no need for me to invite Lord Xiong to handle such a trivial matter, right?" Sister man, who had just walked in from outside the private room, couldn't help bursting into laughter when she heard Kong Xian's words. And in the private room, the middle, aged fat man almost doubled up with laughter. "Haha, Master Xiong, this fellow claims to have toasted you, yet he can't even recognize you in person. Haha, this is truly hilarious." The middle, aged fat man exclaimed without any regard for his image. What? Master Xiong?" Kong Xian stared at the middle, aged bald man in front of him, his eyes nearly popping out. "Is he Master Xiong? That Yin Xiong, the big shot of the underground forces in Haizhou?" In an instant, Kong Xian's face turned red all the way to his neck, then from red to bluish black. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into right now. Today, this is really the epitome of embarrassment. The people behind Kong Xian only then realized whom they had offended, their faces ashen. The middle, aged bald man in front of them was actually the Yin Xiong who dominated the scene in Haizhou. Everyone's forehead was covered in cold sweat from fear. "Boss Guan, what do you suggest we do about this?" Yin Xiong handed the decision, making power to the middle, aged fat man. "Hiki." The middle, aged fat man gave a sinister smile and walked up to Cheng Jia, not bothering to hide the lewd look in his eyes. What do you want? We can compensate you and apologize, isn't that enough?" Cheng Jia was also frightened out of her wits at this moment. "Compensate? I lack everything but money." The middle, aged fat man sneered, pinching Shi Chen's chin and saying, "You think I'm touching your woman? I'll screw your woman right in front of you today. Let's see what you can do about it." As soon as the middle, aged fat man said this, Cheng Jia's face turned deathly pale. The complexions of the other young boys and girls were dreadfully pale. Although they were from wealthy families and often behaved lawlessly in normal times, they had never experienced such a scene before. They were all at a loss. At this moment, one of the middle, aged fat man's hands had reached out towards Cheng Jia. "Stop." Su Zilin pulled Cheng Jia behind herself and said coldly, "I'm warning you. I've already called the police just now. You'd better not act rashly." When Yi Fei heard what his cousin said, he closed his eyes speechlessly. What Su Zilin said was not a warning at all. It was simply adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, As soon as Su Ziling's words fell, the air in the entire private box seemed to solidify instantly. Ha 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 ha. Yin Xiong's laughter resounded throughout the private box. Yet it felt chillingly cold to the ears. Good, calling the police is great. I'd like to see which policeman dares to come to my Yin Xiong's place. Yin Xiong's face was horribly ferocious. Haha. The middle-aged fat man also folded his arms at this moment, sneering repeatedly. Originally, I just intended to give you a little lesson. Since you've broken the rules first, don't blame me, Yin Xiong, for not following the rules. Yin Xiong sneered. He pointed at Cheng Jia, Su Ziling beside her, and Luo Yiren. You three stay here to accompany us for drinks today. Regarding this matter, I can let it go. Lord Xiong, you can't. Kong Xian hurriedly spoke up. However, before his words were finished, the little Dao kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. Who do you think you are? How dare you instruct Lord Xiong on what to do? Little Dao withdrew his foot and snorted disdainfully. Grab those three over here and drive the others out. Yin Xiong ordered the bodyguards beside him. As the voice faded, 3 bodyguards approached Su Ziling and the other 2 women, intending to seize them and bring them to Yin Xiong's side. All the 3 women shrieked in terror as the charging bodyguards approached. Bang, bang, bang. 3 intense thuds resounded. Before the 3 bodyguards could touch the women's bodies, they were sent flying backwards. After Yi Fei kicked the 3 bodyguards away, he stepped forward and said indifferently, "You're Lord Xiong, right? Do me a favor and let this matter end here today." Chapter 27. Am I qualified now? Silence. The entire private box was deathly quiet. Everyone looked at Yi Fei as if he were an idiot. Do you a favor? Who the hell are you? That was what everyone was thinking at the moment. Haha. Interesting. It's been ages since anyone dared to ask me for a favor. I never expected 2 to show up at once today. A playful smile appeared on Yin Xiong's face. Lad, who are you and who's your backer? Spit it out. I'd like to see if he's qualified enough for me to do him a favor. Although Yin Xiong was smiling, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Me? Yi Fei also smiled, as if he didn't notice Yin Xiong's bloodthirsty gaze, and said indifferently, I'm just an ordinary student. I have no backer. Boom. As soon as Yi Fei said this, everyone felt as if the air in the entire private box had solidified. Good. Yin Xiong said 3 good words in succession, staring at Yi Fei and saying, Lad, very well, you successfully enraged me. Clap, clap. Yin Xiong clapped his hands. In an instant, dozens of fully armed bodyguards brandishing weapons rushed in. Surrounding, and the others in the center, sneered repeatedly. It seems that I've been keeping a low profile for too long. Even some insignificant nobodies dare to come and provoke me. Boy, aren't you quite capable of fighting? Then I'll give you a chance to show off, said with a cold sneer. Oh no, groaned and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze towards was filled with hatred. There was originally room for reconciliation. If we had pleaded for mercy, Lord, out of respect for my father, surely wouldn't have made things too difficult for us. But now, with this bumpkin's interference, it's completely ruined. The others, upon hearing's words, looked at with eyes full of hatred. What on earth is this bumpkin trying to do? This idiot, does he want to get us all killed? Does he even know who the person he's facing is? We're really going to be killed by this fool. A group of people muttered curses in a low voice. Boy, if you want to die, don't drag us down. Even shouted angrily at. After that, he turned to and said, Lord, we don't know him at all. Yeah, we don't know him. We're not together. We don't know this bumpkin at all. The others echoed in unison. At this moment, a beautiful woman who had performed on the stage earlier walked up to, glanced at with a strange expression, bent down, and whispered a few words in his ear. Suddenly, stood up, glaring at with a chilling murderous aura in his eyes. Boy. So it's you. Yesterday, it was you who extorted 1 million in my store? Yin Xiong gnashed his teeth and said, I haven't even gone to look for you. Yet you actually come to my door on your own. Very well, it's just the right time to settle both new and old scores. Yi Fei glanced at the beautiful woman talking to Yin Xiong. At this moment, he recognized her. She was the female shop assistant from Yumantang last night. What? Yi Fei actually extorted 1 million from Lord Xiong? Is he courting death? How could this be possible? Yi Fei is nothing but a bumpkin. How could he extort money from Lord Xiong? When Kong Xian and the others heard Yin Xiong's words, they were almost frightened out of their wits. Who was Yin Xiong? He was a big shot in the entire underground forces of Haizhou. Even the leaders in Haizhou City would show him some respect. He was a true figure. However, Yi Fei, this rustic fellow from the countryside, actually dared to extort money from Yin Xiong, and it was 1 million. What else could this be but courting death? Surrounded by dozens of bodyguards, Yi Fei's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, since you want to settle accounts with me, then let them leave first. I'll stay and play with you slowly. Yes, Lord Xiong, let us leave first. He has a feud with you, and it has nothing to do with us. Exactly. We don't even know him. Lord Xiong, Yifei has offended you. You can do whatever you want to him, beat him or kill him. We haven't offended you. Kong Xian and the others quickly chimed in. Yifei might want to court death, but they didn't want to die with him. Yifei, say something. It's you who offended Lord Xiong, and it has nothing to do with us. Don't implicate us. Seeing that Yin Xiong remained silent, Chang Jia couldn't help but anxiously urge Yifei, hoping that Yifei would take on all the responsibilities. Yifei swept a glance at this group of people. His eyes filled with loathing. If it weren't for not wanting his secrets to be exposed in front of these people, he truly wouldn't care about their fates. Fine. I'm rather eager to see how you'll play this out. Yin Xiong nodded and said to the bodyguards behind him, throw them all out for me. Hearing Yin Xiong's words, Kong Xian and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty and couldn't wait to rush towards the door. At this moment, they automatically ignored Yifei. Not a single person asking what would happen to Yifei who was left behind. Irin, let's leave quickly too. Cheng Jia tugged at Luo Irin who was standing beside Yifei and didn't move, urging, you go ahead. I'll stay here with Yifei. Luo Irin didn't even turn her head and said indifferently, Irin, are you being foolish? Your staying here is completely useless. It's better to go out with me and wait for news. Cheng Jia said hastily. However, Luo Irin calmly shook her head. This matter has nothing to do with Yifei originally. He shouldn't be left to bear it alone. You all go. I've made up my mind. Su Zilin also didn't leave, looking at Yifei with a mix of anger and anxiety. Although she didn't like Yifei much, after all, Yifei was her cousin. Although she was angry that Yifei was sticking his neck out at this moment, she couldn't leave Yifei alone here either. Cheng Jia, Irin, you two go. I'll stay here with Yifei, Su Zilin said. Yifei turned his head to glance at Luo Irin and Su Zilin, saying, you all leave. Having you here will only hold me back. Yes, indeed. Irin, Zilin will only be a burden to him here. It would be better to go out and contact our families. Maybe we can come up with a way to save him. Cheng Jia quickly chimed in. You. Su Zilin was almost driven mad with anger seeing Yifei showing off at this moment. However, she had to admit that what Cheng Jia said made sense. She irritably pulled Luo Irin and said, Irin, let's go. Let him show off by himself here. Yifei, you. Luo Irin was being pulled by the two women but still reluctant to leave. She looked at Yifei with some concern. Yifei returned a smiling face and said, don't worry, I'll be fine. Seeing this, Luo Irin could only nod and left with the two women. After the three women left, Yifei stretched his hands and feet, then looked at Yin Xiong indifferently and said, bring on whatever tricks you have. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Yin Xiong grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and said to the group of bodyguards, all of you, go together and teach this kid a good lesson on how to behave. The numerous bodyguards responded in unison. It was as if a group of lions launched a fierce attack on a solitary sheep surrounded. They waved the weapons in their hands and smashed towards Yifei. Dozens of bodyguards holding weapons besieged Yifei together. This was by no means teaching Yifei how to behave. It was clearly teaching Yifei how to become minced meat. Courting death. Yifei murmured at the corner of his mouth, with cold glints flashing in his eyes. His body also moved. He suddenly exerted force with his back foot, and with a whoosh, his body shot out like a launched cannonball. Bang, 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 bang. Heavy crashing sounds kept ringing in the private room, and then figures flew backwards one after another. Yifei was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, constantly darting through these bodyguards. With each punch or kick, he sent a bodyguard flying off the ground. These bodyguards could only barely catch a glimpse of Yifei's fleeting shadow, let alone strike him. In less than half a minute, the carpet of the entire private room was strewn with figures lying in all directions. These bodyguards were groaning in pain as they lay on the ground. Whoosh! Just as Yifei was about to send the last bodyguard flying, a sound of something piercing the air rang out. A throwing knife, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, shot straight towards Yifei's back of the head. When the throwing knife was only an inch away from the back of Yifei's head. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Yifei suddenly spun around. Two fingers appeared in an instant and steadily clamped the knife between them just as it was about to pierce his glabella. How could this be? Xiao Dao, who was behind Yin Xiong, was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene and exclaimed, caught. It was actually caught. Xiao Dao's mouth gaped wide open, his eyes filled with disbelief. His name was Xiao Dao. The reason he could be by Yin Xiong's side and become Yin Xiong's trusted confidant was his masterful skill with throwing knives. With this skill, he had caused countless experts to meet their doom under his throwing knives. Since his debut, he had never missed. However, just now, when he launched a fatal strike while Yufei had his back turned to him, Yufei caught it. His throwing knife was specially made. Coupled with his extraordinary wrist strength, the powerful impact could even penetrate a 1-inch thick steel plate. However, it was caught by Yufei, and with such ease, he held the flying knife between two fingers without even retreating an inch. How could this be possible? How on earth could this be? But Yufei wouldn't give him time to come to terms with it. He said calmly, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Here's your flying knife back to you." Whoosh. As Yufei's voice faded, he raised his hand and flicked it. The flying knife in his hand shot out at a speed several times faster than when it came. "No." Xiao Dao let out a shrill scream and raised his hand to block. Unfortunately, it was too late. The flying knife instantly pierced through Xiao Dao's palm, then penetrated through the bones in his arm, shot out from the position beside his scapula, and buried itself to the hilt in the wall of the private room. Bang! The moment the flying knife left his body, Xiao Dao's entire right arm exploded at the root, turning into a cloud of blood mist. "Ah!" A shrill, inhuman scream resounded throughout the private room. "Ah, my arm, my arm!" Xiao Dao lay on the ground, clutching his right shoulder and wailing. After just 2 cries, he passed out. Yufei's expression remained calm, not even glancing at the unconscious Xiao Dao. That flying knife from Xiao Dao just now was aimed at taking his life. Naturally, Yufei wouldn't show mercy to someone who wanted to kill him. Now, crippling one of his arms was already an act of extraordinary kindness. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. The women in the private room, looking at the private room that had instantly turned into a hellish scene, all let out screams. Yufei put his hands in his trouser pockets, looked at Yin Xiong, and said calmly, "Now, do I have enough qualifications for you to do me this favor?" Chapter 28: The Price of Showing Off. Yifei's words, uttered with a faint air, lingered in the ears of the crowd, rendering them momentarily stunned. Indeed, were they to consider, was he not qualified? If Yifei at this moment was deemed unqualified, then what kind of person could possibly meet the criteria? The middle-aged fatty, who had been arrogant and overbearing earlier, now slumped to the ground. His legs were trembling violently, akin to a sieve being shaken, and he simply could not halt. Yin Xiong squinted his eyes at Yifei, yet his face betrayed no trace of fear. "Lad, I admit that I misjudged you moments ago. You're truly formidable in combat. However," Yin Xiong's voice suddenly turned ice cold. "If you think this can force me, Yin Xiong, to yield, you're gravely mistaken." Yin Xiong sneered, his expression twisted and menacing. He turned his head and said to Sister Man beside him, "Go, invite Mr. Wu here." Just as Yin Xiong's words fell, a sonorous voice from outside the private box penetrated the closed door. "No need, I'm already here." Before the person arrived, the booming voice, as resonant as a great bell, had already reached the ears of those inside the box. With a bang, the box door opened. A middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a crew cut entered. His eyes were bright and piercing, his temples bulged prominently. Although his muscles were not overly developed, he gave the impression of being forged from steel. This person was none other than Wu Kuan, the guardian of the clubhouse whom Yin Xiong had invited at great cost. "Mr. Wu, you've come. This is truly wonderful." Yin Xiong slapped the armrest of the sofa, stood up, and laughed heartily. Wu Kuan looked haughty. In response to Yin Xiong's enthusiastic greeting, he merely nodded faintly. Regarding Wu Kuan's coldness, Yin Xiong didn't care in the slightest, even deeming it quite natural. For Wu Kuan was a martial artist, and indeed a genuine master of external strength. Wu Kuan swept his gaze across the people in the private box. His eyes were like 2 sharp knives, making people feel a stinging pain as if being scraped. Everyone he looked at instinctively lowered their heads, until his gaze fell upon Yifei. At this moment, Yifei was also curiously sizing him up. "Yin Xiong, is this the lad you want me to deal with?" Wu Kuan glanced at Yifei, yet found nothing extraordinary about him, and said indifferently, "Yes, Mr. Wu, it's him. Please make a move just once." Yin Xiong gritted his teeth and nodded. "You'd better think it through. This lad has no inner power at all. He's simply an ordinary person. I promised to make 3 moves for you. Are you sure you want to waste one of my opportunities on an ordinary person?" Wu Kuan said with a faint smile. In his eyes, Yifei was nothing but an ant, not worthy of his action at all. "Yes, I'm sure." Yin Xiong gritted his teeth and nodded. Thus, he used one opportunity to have a martial artist make a move, and even for him, Yin Xiong, it was hard, wrenching. However, if he didn't deal with Yifei today, once this matter got out, his prestige in Haijo would surely be greatly damaged. Money could be earned again if lost, but once prestige was gone, it would be extremely difficult to regain. I hope Mr. Wu can subdue this lad and hand him over to me for disposal, Yin Xiong said through gritted teeth. Fine. Wu Kuan nodded in agreement. Then, he turned to look at Yi Fei and said, Lad, you heard everything just now. Yield yourself now and await Yin Xiong's judgment. You are merely an ordinary mortal and have no inkling of the power of a martial artist. If I were to take action, you would either perish or be severely maimed. Wu Kuan looked down upon Yi Fei with a gaze as if regarding an ant that could be crushed effortlessly, exuding an air of arrogance and superiority. You want me to yield? Yi Fei smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, I'm doing this for your own good. You're nothing but an insignificant mortal, no different from an ant in my eyes. The might of a martial artist is beyond your wildest imagination, Wu Kuan declared haughtily, his hands clasped behind his back. Ha ha, Yi Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wu Kuan's expression suddenly turned icy. Boy, what are you laughing at? You want me to yield? Yi Fei's expression also turned cold. Then let me ask, who on earth do you think you are? Do you even deserve to demand that I yield? Wu Kuan's eyes were frigid, like two sharp swords piercing straight at Yi Fei. As a martial artist, and one who had reached the realm of external strength, wherever he went, Wu Kuan was treated as an honored guest, with utmost respect. Even Yin Xiong, the big shot of Haijo's underground forces, would receive him with deference and dare not show the slightest disrespect. But today, right here, he was being questioned by a young upstart out of nowhere, asking him who he was. How could this not enrage him? Boy, you're courting death. Wu Kuan almost spat out these words through gritted teeth, each syllable carrying a murderous intent. I'm courting death? I think it's you who's seeking death, Yi Fei retorted defiantly. The sharp-tongued youth. I'd like to see if your abilities are as formidable as your words. Wu Kuan, enraged to the extreme, instead broke into a laugh. Initially, I had intended to spare your life, but now it seems unnecessary, since you dared to provoke an outer-strength martial artist. Then use your life to quell my fury. By the end, Wu Kuan's voice was as cold as the ice from the 9 nether abysses, making everyone in the private box tremble. Yi Fei looked at Wu Kuan and sneered. You talk too much. Die. Wu Kuan let out a loud roar and suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. With a loud bang, the ground, which was made of reinforced concrete under the carpet, instantly caved in, leaving a 1-inch deep footprint. And Wu Kuan's figure shot towards Yi Fei like a cannonball. Yin Xiong finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wu Kuan make a move. His prestige was thus preserved this time. While sighing in relief, he also felt a slight sense of regret. Initially, he had planned to let Wu Kuan subdue Yi Fei and then hand Yi Fei over to him, so that he could torture Yi Fei at his leisure. At the same time, he could also use this to warn the villains in Haijo, telling them what would happen if they offended him, Yin Xiong. However, it seems there is no chance now. Yi Fei has already enraged Wu Kuan. With Wu Kuan attacking in anger, could Yi Fei have a good end? Perhaps the best outcome for this youth would be to leave behind a complete corpse. Yin Xiong thought to himself. Before Yin Xiong could think further, a clear sound, like a whip cracking in the air, resounded in everyone's ears. Subsequently, Yin Xiong witnessed a figure being flung into the air like a discarded sack, hurtling towards the wall of the private box. With a bang, the figure crashed into the wall, causing the entire box to tremble violently, as if hit by an earthquake. People lost their footing and tumbled to the ground. Countless dust particles fell, causing the women in the box to shriek again. Haha, I thought this kid was something special. But he couldn't even withstand one move from Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, you truly live up to your reputation. Yin Xiong laughed heartily while still on the ground, rising to his feet as his eyes darted towards the center of the box, ready to flatter Wu Kuan. However, when he clearly saw the person standing in the center of the box, it was as if his throat was clutched, and the words died on his lips. For the person standing there was none other than Yi Fei. If Yi Fei was standing there, then the person who was sent flying and embedded in the wall was actually. In an instant, Yin Xiong realized a certain possibility. How could this be possible? Yin Xiong roared inwardly. Wu Kuan was a martial artist, a genuine external force master. You. Yin Xiong's eyes bulged like a bull's, and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit an ostrich egg, as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Fei stood in the center of the box, his hands in his trouser pockets, not even a change in his posture, as if he had never moved. What about me? Yi Fei looked at Yin Xiong with a beaming smile and asked. Cough, cough. A fit of violent coughing came from the wall, and Wu Kuan's disheveled figure emerged from the large hole in the wall. At this moment, Wu Kuan was covered in dust, and his clothes were in tatters. With no trace of his previous arrogance. His right cheek was swollen high, bearing a clear palm print. Wu, Mr. Wu? Yin Xiong looked at Wu Kuan and couldn't help but speak. However, Wu Kuan ignored him and walked step by step towards Yi Fei, his face gloomy as he said, I admit that I underestimated you just now. I didn't expect that you, like me, are also a master of external strength. But, at this point, Wu Kuan suddenly gritted his teeth. You're clearly a master of external strength, yet you pretended to be an ordinary person in front of me, leaving me off guard. Isn't this a bit too despicable of you? I'm a martial artist of external strength? How come I don't know? Yi Fei was stunned by Wu Kuan's words, then burst into laughter. This Wu Kuan actually mistook him for a martial artist of the same realm as himself. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Yi Fei was not a martial artist, but a cultivator far superior to a martial artist. Of course, Yi Fei naturally wouldn't tell Wu Kuan this. Since Wu Kuan had misunderstood, let him misunderstand. Yi Fei shrugged and replied, This is the price for your showing off just now. Chapter 29, Don't Be Cowardly. WH. What? Yin Xiong was so shocked by the conversation between the two that he was speechless. Yi Fei was actually also a martial artist? Moreover, a master of external strength just like Wu Kuan. How could this be possible? How old was he? Cold sweat broke out on Yin Xiong's forehead. This was the first time he had lost his composure since Yi Fei appeared in the box on the top floor. Even when he had previously seen Wu Kuan being beaten by Yi Fei and embedded in the wall, he was startled but not panicked. However, things were different now. Yi Fei, not yet 20 years old, was already a master of external strength. What about in the future? Who dared to say that he wouldn't become even stronger? Having offended such a young and infinitely potential master, wouldn't his future situation be? At this thought, Yin Xiong felt a chill run down his spine. Only then did he be astonished to find that the shirt inside his clothes had been soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to his back. Wu Kuan was so angered by Yi Fei's words that he was speechless. Kid, don't be arrogant. You're a master of external strength. And I'm also a master of external strength. I just fell into your trap due to carelessness just now. Wu Kuan said with a gloomy face. Oh, Yi Fei shrugged. Non-committal. Yi Fei's indifferent appearance made Wu Kuan even angrier. He wished he could rush up and strangle Yi Fei to death right now. Of course, this thought of his was just wishful thinking. Since both of them were masters of external strength, he simply couldn't do anything to Yi Fei. We're both martial artists. There's no need to be mortal enemies. Wu Kuan looked at Yi Fei and said, How about this? I'll mediate. You apologize to Yin Xiong. And let today's matter end here, okay? You want me to apologize to him? Hearing this, a playful smile appeared on Yi Fei's face. Although Wu Kuan claimed to be mediating, his attitude was undoubtedly biased towards Yin Xiong. Moreover, although Wu Kuan said that the two were martial artists of the same realm, he was actually putting on an air of superiority over Yi Fei, clearly bullying Yi Fei for being young. What are you laughing at? Wu Kuan frowned. What on earth are you that you think I'm obliged to apologize to him? By the end of his words, Yi Fei sneered. Crack, crack. Wu Kuan clenched his fists, and the sound of his joints interlacing echoed. For the second time. This was the second time he had been questioned by Yi Fei to his face about what he was. Youngster, do you really want to bring about a complete collapse? Wu Kuan said with a gloomy expression. The fish will die, but the net won't break. Yi Fei gave a cold laugh. Come on. Put away your hypocritical and hideous visage. Do you think I don't know what schemes you're up to? Could it be that he guessed it? Hearing this, Wu Kuan felt a tightening in his heart, but he feigned ignorance and said, What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm just trying to mediate between the two parties out of consideration that you're both martial artists. What schemes could I possibly have? With a look of contempt on his face, Yi Fei was already tired of feigning cordiality with Wu Kuan at this point. After learning that I'm a martial artist, you pretended to be willing to mediate, but in fact, you intended to force me to submit. Yi Fei directly exposed Wu Kuan's plot. So what? You were the one who caused trouble in Yin Xiong's place. Shouldn't you apologize? Wu Kuan argued stubbornly. Hiki. Yi Fei gave a cold laugh. If it were just that, of course, it would be fine. But Yi Fei's voice suddenly paused, and his gaze towards Wu Kuan was filled with intimidating cold light. Martial artists emphasize courage, progress, and an unwavering forward spirit. If I were to bow my head and apologize today, there would be a pent-up anger in my heart that I couldn't release. Over time, it might even form a mental block. Once a mental knot is formed, it might have no immediate impact on me. However, it will lurk deep within my heart like a malignant tumor. Once the crucial moment of my cultivation arrives, it will burst forth. At the least, my cultivation level will remain stagnant for life. At the worst, I might even die on the spot. Do you think you've got a good plan? Yifei said with a cold smile. I have to say, your mind is truly vicious. Wu Kuan stared at Yifei in shock, somewhat incredulous. He never expected that his hidden thoughts would be seen through by Yifei and exposed to his face. Since he had been exposed by Yifei, Wu Kuan was too lazy to hide anymore. A fierce smile appeared on his face. Hee, I never thought that at your young age, you could have such a mind. It's truly rare. If I let you grow like this, perhaps one day, there would be another dragon, like Grandmaster in the land of China. Unfortunately, you've met me. Kid, blame your own bad luck. Why didn't you know how to restrain yourself before you grew up? Wu Kuan's smile was eerie as he stared at Yifei, with a faint excitement. The thought of stifling a young genius who is highly likely to become a grandmaster is really exciting. What? Now that your plot has been exposed, you want to take action? Yifei said with a cold smile. I advise you to think carefully before you act. Who was the one who was sent flying just now? Jia. Instead of getting angry upon hearing this, Wu Kuan let out a neurotic and sinister laugh. That's why I say you're unlucky. Under normal circumstances, I really wouldn't have a way to deal with you. But now, things are different. As Wu Kuan spoke, he flipped his right hand, and a pea-sized scarlet pill appeared in his palm, exuding a faint, fishy smell. Wu Kuan stared at the pill in his hand. His eyes filled with madness and a tinge of obsession, much like a ravenous lecher eyeing a completely naked beauty. Lad, perhaps you don't know what this is? Wu Kuan laughed. This pill is called the Boundary Breaking Pill. Taking it can enable an outer strength expert to possess the strength of an inner strength expert within a short time. Although one will have to lie in bed for 3 months after the medicinal effect wears off, it's worth the price to personally strangle a young prodigy with the potential to become a grandmaster. Having said that, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. Wu Kuan's body instantly turned scarlet red, and the blue veins on his body wriggled like huge earthworms, looking rather hideous. Intense pain made him couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. At the same time, a powerful surge of chi burst out from his body. The long gown on his body fluttered without any wind. Yin Xiong and the others who were closest to Wu Kuan were sent flying backwards by the impact of this chi. Wu Kuan's eyes were blood red. Looking like a maniac, he let out a loud roar and slapped his palm towards Yifei, shouting, Die for me. Before the palm arrived, a fierce wind carrying a powerful sense of oppression already rushed towards Yifei. Lad, circulate your true yuan throughout your body. Don't be cowardly, fight him. Just as Yifei frowned, pondering whether to dodge or bravely take this strike from Wu Kuan, the voice of the reincarnation patriarch rang in Yifei's ear. Out of trust in the reincarnation patriarch, Yifei did not hesitate. In an instant, he circulated his true yuan throughout his body and, with a palm strike, met Wu Kuan's full, force blow head-on. Bang! A violent impact sound resounded throughout the private box. A furious gale spread from the point of their collision, raging within the entire private box. Some people with weak constitutions fainted immediately under the impact of this gale. Whoosh! After the impact sound died down, a figure was sent flying backwards like a broken string kite, causing the already battered and dilapidated private box to shake violently again. Cough, cough. Yin Xiong and a group of people waved their arms, dispersing the dust in front of them. In the hazy view, Yin Xiong saw a tall and straight figure standing in the center of the private box. Yin Xiong was overjoyed and rushed over immediately, saying, Congratulations, Mr. Wu. Congratulations, Mr. Wu. That brat overestimated himself and dared to challenge you, Mr. Wu. He really is looking for. When he was almost close, the obsequious smile on Yin Xiong's face froze, and his voice stopped abruptly. Less than a zhang away from Yin Xiong, a delicate and handsome face was looking at him with a faint, ambiguous smile. Yin Xiong rubbed his eyes. When he clearly saw that face, he almost burst into tears. There was only one thought in his mind. Damn it, why is it you again? The person standing in the center of the private box was, of course, Yifei. Continue talking. Yifei had a smile on his face, looking as harmless as a big boy next door. However, this smile sent a chill down Yin Xiong's spine when he saw it, and he shivered involuntarily. Yi, Mr. Yi, it's you? Yin Xiong forced out a smile that looked uglier than crying. Otherwise, who do you think it would be? Yifei sneered and asked. Yin Xiong was immediately at a loss for words, feeling as if countless alpacas were galloping in his heart. Who else could I have thought it was? Of course I thought it was Wu Kuan. Damn it, this Wu Kuan is really a useless wretch. It's understandable if he can't win under normal circumstances. But after taking drugs, he still couldn't win. Yin Xiong cursed in his heart. At this moment, he wished he could curse all the female ancestors of Wu Kuan's 18 generations. The dust gradually dissipated. Yin Xiong looked at his private box, which was in a worse state than a garbage dump, and felt like crying. Cough, cough, and tense coughing sounds came from the wall, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling. Ah, Mr. Wu, you. Yin Xiong shouted loudly. Only then did he clearly see that the one who fell from the wall was actually Wu Kuan, while Wu Kuan fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? I took the realm-breaking pill, and my strength is equivalent to that of an inner strength expert. How could I still not be your match? Wu Kuan shrieked in disbelief. You aren't an outer strength expert. Did I ever say I was an outer strength martial artist? Yi Fei smiled indifferently. Could it be you're an inner strength martial artist? Wu Kuan's eyes widened abruptly. Then he shook his head. No, my previous strength was already equivalent to that of an inner strength martial artist. Even an inner strength peak martial artist couldn't defeat me so easily. Ah, my Dantian. Wu Kuan shrieked again, this time the sound even more miserable. You're so ruthless. You actually destroyed my Dantian. Wu Kuan looked at Yi Fei with venomous hatred. Suddenly, as if he had realized something, he shuddered. And the look in his eyes as he gazed at Yi Fei was like seeing a ghost. The force penetrated through flesh, bones, and skin. Striking someone is like hanging a painting. You're not an inner strength powerhouse. You are actually a grandmaster of the transcendent realm? I hate it so much. Wu Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. Chapter 30 must be settled. A grandmaster of the transcendent realm? Yin Xiong, upon hearing Wu Kuan's words before he fell unconscious, was almost scared into a faint. This seemingly only 17 or 18-year-old youth was actually a grandmaster of the transcendent realm? What is a grandmaster? In the martial arts world, there has always been a saying, grandmasters are like dragons, soaring through the 9 heavens. This saying, firstly, describes the power of grandmasters. Such people have transcended the mortal level and are no longer bound by worldly laws. Even if they kill someone, the secular laws can do nothing to them. Secondly, it refers to the rarity and scarcity of grandmasters. Throughout China, there are only a handful of grandmasters. Each of these grandmasters is a figure like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Yin Xiong never expected that he would actually see one today. Moreover, it was such a young one. What's more critical is that he had actually offended this grandmaster. Yin Xiong now felt like dying. At this moment, he somewhat envied Wu Kuan, who had fainted. Once unconscious, one didn't have to care about anything. Now, isn't it time to settle the score between us? Just then, Yi Fei's voice rang out. Plop. Yin Xiong was very decisive. With a plop, he knelt down on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to Yi Fei. Master Yi, spare my life. I, Yin Xiong, was blind and failed to recognize your eminence. I beg Master Yi to show mercy and spare my worthless life. Yin Xiong kept kowtowing, like a ramming machine, pounding the ground with a clattering sound. In an instant, a pigeon, egg-sized bump rose on his forehead, yet he seemed oblivious. Yin Xiong knew in his heart that Yi Fei, who stood before him, was a young grandmaster. If Yi Fei was displeased and casually disposed of him, he would have no place to cry. No one would offend a young grandmaster for the sake of Yin Xiong. Moreover, kowtowing to a grandmaster was not a disgrace. The people hiding in the corner of the private room were stunned. Who was Yin Xiong? He was the underground boss of the entire Haizhou, a figure whose every move could make Haizhou tremble. However, such a heroic and powerful figure was now kneeling in front of a young man, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. This scene was truly strange. Yi Fei furrowed his brows. Looking at Yin Xiong's posture as if he wanted to smash through the ground with his head, he felt no sense of pleasure, but rather a bit of boredom. He was not an overbearing person by nature. Besides, in today's affair, from beginning to end, he hadn't suffered any losses. All right, get up. Yi Fei stomped on the ground, and a huge force suddenly transmitted from the ground, bouncing Yin Xiong's kneeling body to a standing position, yet causing him no harm at all. Yin Xiong widened his eyes, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Fei became even more respectful. Was this the means of a grandmaster? Truly unfathomable. Today's matter ends here. I hope you won't cause trouble for those girls. Yi Fei said indifferently. Yes. Yin Xiong quickly responded with respect. Even if he were given the courage, he wouldn't dare to trouble those people again. Just as Yi Fei was about to continue speaking, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. Taking out the phone and checking, it was exactly the call from that elder's song, the driver. I've arrived at the clubhouse, Mr. Yi. Where are you now? Elder Song, the driver said. I'm in the box on the top floor. You can come directly. Yifei hung up the phone, then turned to Yin Xiong and said, I don't want too many people to know about today's matter. Yes, I'll definitely make them keep it a secret. Yin Xiong promptly replied. Looking back at the people behind him, he threatened, whoever dares to say a single word about today's matter, I'll cut out his tongue. Dare not. We won't say anything. The crowd quickly promised. Soon, the door of the box on the top floor was pushed open. A young man around 30 years old with a serious expression appeared in everyone's sight. When seeing the scene in the box, even though the young man had a firm mind, he was greatly shocked. His gaze swept over everyone in the box and finally fixed on Yifei. He had seen Yifei's photo, so of course he recognized Yifei at a glance. When approaching and just about to speak, he then clearly saw that standing opposite Yifei was actually Yin Xiong. The young man's brows immediately furrowed, and he couldn't help but scold. Yin Xiong, what are you up to? Xing, brother Xing, why are you here? Yin Xiong, looking at the suddenly appeared young man, was even more shocked than him. This young man was only around 30 years old, while Yin Xiong was already in his early 40s. However, Yin Xiong addressed this young man as brother. Others might not know the origin of this person, but he, Yin Xiong, knew it crystal clear. The young man in front of him was none other than Xing Jun, the driver of the head of the Song family in Haizhou. The Song family in Haizhou. That was the real behemoth in Haizhou. Yin Xiong was also a notable figure in Haizhou, yet that was only in the eyes of ordinary people. Compared with a super, wealthy family like the Song family, he was far inferior. They were simply not on the same level. Xing Jun ignored Yin Xiong's question and instead said in a warning tone, Yin Xiong, Mr. Yi is the savior of the old master Song. If you dare to show disrespect to Mr. Yi, no one can save you. The savior of the old master Song? Hearing this, Yin Xiong was shocked again. Indeed, last night, the old master Song suddenly fell into a coma, and it was Mr. Yi who stepped in and woke up the comatose old master Song. Xing Jun said. Last night, he woke up the old master Song? Yin Xiong looked at Yifei in shock. When he saw the school uniform Yifei was wearing, a look of realization dawned on his face. That's right. Only a master of such unfathomable abilities could have the means to revive the terminally ill old master Song. Yin Xiong thought to himself. Seeing that Yin Xiong fell silent, Xing Jun's heart sank, and he demanded, You haven't, by any chance, offended Mr. Yi, have you? I. Yin Xiong was immediately rendered speechless. Just now, he had not only offended Yifei, but had even wished to get rid of Yifei. But all of that was in the past. Thinking of this, Yin Xiong also grumbled in his heart about Xing Jun. Why the hell couldn't you have come a little earlier? If I had known he was the savior of the old master Song, how would I have dared to treat him like that? No. Even if I wanted to show disrespect to him, how dare I? The young master before his eyes was actually a grandmaster of the transcendent realm. However, due to Yifei's explicit instruction to keep it confidential, he simply dared not utter these words to Xing Jun. When Xing Jun saw Yin Xiong remaining silent, his expression turned unfriendly. Yin Xiong opened his mouth, yet didn't know how to start explaining, and could only look at Yifei beseechingly. Gazing at Yin Xiong's bullied, like appearance, Yifei was rather speechless. After all, Yin Xiong was a prominent figure in Haizhou, but at this moment, he presented a look like a mistreated young wife. It was truly difficult for him. He didn't show disrespect to me, Yifei said. The matter here has been resolved. Take me to meet Elder Song. Yes. Seeing that Yifei had no intention of pursuing the matter, Xing Jun couldn't be bothered either. He took the lead and led the way, soon guiding Yifei to an unremarkable phaeton outside the clubhouse. After Yifei got in the car, Xing Jun made a sharp turn with the phaeton, and the car shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. More than half an hour later, the phaeton driven by Xing Jun had appeared in the northern urban area of Haizhou. The northern urban area was different from the eastern urban area. It was a well-known affluent area in Haizhou. Here, the price of each house was often several million. In Haizhou City, there had always been a legend about the northern urban area. If one day, you see an unassuming old lady rummaging through the beverage bottles in the trash can on the street, don't look down upon her, because it's highly likely that your entire fortune is less than a fraction of her savings. The car entered the northern urban area without any sign of slowing down, and continued driving northward, heading towards Tianyun Mountain in the northernmost part. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, the vehicle was halted. Xing Jun retrieved a certificate from the car and presented it to the inspector, after which they continued their ascent. Subsequently, there were 2 more checkpoints. The further they went, the stricter the inspections became. Eventually, the car stopped within a private manor at the mountaintop. By then, nearly an hour had elapsed. After getting out of the car, Yifei discovered that they were at an open-air parking lot within the manor. This parking lot alone was no smaller than a football field and was filled with various luxury cars. It was practically a luxury car exhibition. Yifei clicked his tongue. The life of the wealthy is truly extravagant. Exiting the parking lot, Xingjun led the way in front while Yifei followed unhurriedly behind, his eyes occasionally surveying the layout of the manor. Xingjun walked briskly. Although he was walking, it gave the impression of running. At first, he thought Yifei might not keep up and was about to slow down. However, when he saw Yifei, who had been following closely behind, maintaining a constant distance, he abandoned this idea. Yifei's pace was not fast, and he seemed leisurely, still looking around from time to time. Nevertheless, the distance between him and Xingjun remained within 2 meters. In particular, after entering the manor, although Yifei looked around, his expression was calm. There was only a hint of curiosity, lacking the panic that an ordinary person would display upon seeing such a luxurious manor. This made Xingjun regard Yifei with even more respect. After walking for nearly 5 minutes, the two finally arrived in front of a single, family villa resembling a castle. "Brother Xing, have you fetched the person?" Just as the two were about to enter, a clear and melodious voice, as pleasing as that of an oriole, wafted out from the villa. Yifei instinctively looked up and saw a delicate and beautiful maiden of about 17 or 18 years old approaching them. The maiden had a standard oval face, features as exquisite as porcelain, fair and delicate skin, without any makeup, yet she exuded an aura that made all other beauties pale in comparison. In the maiden's hand was a tray, and she appeared gentle and demure. The faint ethereal air around her made her seem like a fairy emerging from a painting. Merely one glance at such a person would make anyone involuntarily develop a favorable impression. Yifei was even more astonished to find that upon seeing the maiden, the true essence within his body started to circulate uncontrollably on its own. Good heavens, the innate Tao physique. How could this be? Suddenly, the voice of the reincarnation old ancestor rang in Yifei's ear. It was unknown what he had discovered, but he actually blurted out an oath. This was the first time Yifei had seen the reincarnation old ancestor, so after meeting him. How could this be? How could this be? The voice of the reincarnation old ancestor was almost a roar. In such a place with depleted spiritual energy, how could a monstrous physique like the innate Tao physique possibly appear? The innate Tao physique, in harmony with the heavens. Yes, there's no mistake. It actually, truly is the innate Tao physique. Old ancestor, what are you talking about? Yifei, somewhat unable to bear the reincarnation old ancestor's howling, couldn't help but ask. What is the innate Tao physique? Kid, you're really in luck. First, he encountered an extremely rare profound physique. Now, he actually met an even rarer innate Tao physique. The voice of the reincarnation patriarch couldn't suppress his excitement. Kid, your luck makes even this old patriarch a bit envious. The reincarnation patriarch didn't give Yifei a chance to ask questions and said eagerly, Kid, no matter what method you use, you must win her over. Otherwise, you're betraying your master and ancestors. Chapter 31. At most 5 minutes, your Song family will come begging to see me. Win her over or be a traitor to your master and ancestors. Hearing what the reincarnation patriarch said, Yifei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What on earth was this? Old patriarch, it's almost summer. Why are you acting so infatuated? Yifei thought speechlessly in his heart. You little brat. How dare you talk like that? The voice of the enraged reincarnation patriarch rang in Yifei's ears. You little traitor who betrays your master and ancestors. Do you know what kind of physique this girl has? Innate Tao physique. Didn't you say so? Yifei said helplessly. Then do you know what an innate Tao physique is? I don't know. Yifei said honestly. Kid, I'll tell you. The innate Tao physique is a constitution that is born in harmony with the great Tao, a favorite of the heavenly Tao. Once such a person starts cultivating, it's truly terrifying, because they have no bottlenecks at all. The reincarnation patriarch said with envy in his voice. What? No bottlenecks? This time, Yifei was also shocked. Since starting to cultivate immortality, Yifei had learned quite a bit of knowledge about cultivation. He knew that the later the cultivation stage, the more difficult it was to break through. Some powerful cultivators may even be stuck at a bottleneck for thousands or even tens of thousands of years without being able to break through. Hee lad. Now you know the terror of the innate Tao body, right? The reincarnation patriarch said with a smile. Let me tell you one more thing. Among the 10 immortal emperors in the immortal realm, there is one immortal emperor who has the constitution of the innate Tao body. Do you know how long it took her from the start of her cultivation to becoming a powerful, immortal emperor? How long? Yi Fei asked. 8,000 years. The reincarnation patriarch snorted. So long. Yi Fei exclaimed in surprise. You little rascal, do you even know what a long time means? The reincarnation patriarch was so angry at Yi Fei's exclamation that he almost jumped up. Do you know how long it took the other 9 immortal emperors to cultivate to become powerful immortal emperors? Tens of millions of years. Each of them is an old monster who has lived for tens of millions of years. Now, do you still think 8,000 years is a long time? Damn it. Yi Fei couldn't help but curse in his heart. One person managed to cultivate into an immortal emperor in just 8,000 years, while the others had cultivated for tens of millions of years. What a huge gap. Wait a minute, patriarch. She has the innate Tao body. What does that have to do with me? Yi Fei couldn't help but ask. Otherwise, how could I say that you, lad, have incredibly good luck? You actually encountered such an overpowered constitution as the innate Tao body. Do you know that the innate Tao body has another title? The reincarnation patriarch said. Another title? Yi Fei blinked. That's right. It is the best cauldron. Best cauldron? Yi Fei repeated subconsciously. Hee lad. Even a planet like Earth, with a scarce supply of spiritual energy, can give birth to a congenital Tao physique. The immortal realm is vast and boundless, countless times larger than Earth. Over countless epochs. Why has only one congenital Tao physique achieved great success? Why? Yi Fei was also piqued with curiosity. Because those with congenital Tao physiques were captured and used as cauldron vessels before they could grow up. The reincarnation patriarch sighed, revealing the bloody truth. Using a congenital Tao physique as a cauldron vessel might not enable one to cultivate without bottlenecks like the congenital Tao physique itself, but it could help those people enhance their comprehension of the heavenly Tao and was of great benefit for breaking through bottlenecks. Therefore, once a congenital Tao physique emerges, the major immortal sects and forces in the immortal realm will go crazy. Some powerful immortal kings, even old monsters who haven't emerged for millions of years, will step forward to fight over it. The reincarnation patriarch lamented. Bestowing upon them an otherworldly physique also gives them a more arduous fate. Perhaps this is also a kind of balance made by the heavenly Tao. The reincarnation patriarch sighed. Lad, now do you understand the value of a congenital Tao physique? So, you must do everything in your power to win her over. Patriarch, you don't intend to make her my cauldron vessel, do you? Yi Fei suddenly widened his eyes. You rascal, what are you thinking? Am I such a despicable person? The reincarnation patriarch wished he could go out and kick Yi Fei a few times right now. But unfortunately, he was only a wisp of spiritual consciousness at the moment. That kind of despicable and heretical cultivation method is beneath my contempt. The reincarnation patriarch snorted. Having said that, his tone suddenly changed. You can't use her as a cauldron vessel, but you can practice dual cultivation with her. Dual cultivation? Yi Fei blinked. Indeed. Dual cultivation. The reincarnation ancestor affirmed resolutely. Dual cultivation is different from the practice of absorbing essence. Absorbing essence regards one party as a cauldron, sacrificing the other to achieve one's own ends, while dual cultivation enables both parties to progress without harming either. Lad, if you engage in dual cultivation with this lass, along with the girl with the profound physique, your cultivation speed will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Lad, I've told you all this. Do you understand? Remember, you must win her over at all costs. The reincarnation ancestor said firmly. Well, I'll do my best, Yi Fei replied helplessly. Not just do your best. You must. The reincarnation ancestor exclaimed loudly. Otherwise, you'll be betraying your master and ancestors. During the week period after surviving the immortal king tribulation, the reincarnation ancestor was ambushed by his subordinates in collusion with his enemies. Subsequently, he was besieged by 5 immortal king powerhouses, and even his immortal king body was shattered. In the end, only a wisp of his divine consciousness managed to escape into a spatial rift. Originally, when the reincarnation ancestor chose Yi Fei, it wasn't with the intention of having Yi Fei avenge him. After all, becoming an immortal king powerhouse is incredibly difficult. It requires not only talent, perseverance, great wisdom, but also great opportunities and many other factors. The reincarnation ancestor merely intended to find a successor to prevent his inheritance from being cut off, without any thought of revenge. However, he never expected that Yi Fei's luck would be so extraordinary. First, Yi Fei encountered an extremely rare, profound physique, and now he has actually met an even more astonishing innate Tao physique. At the moment of seeing this innate Tao body, The reincarnation patriarch seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope for revenge. How could this not make him excited? Well, it's a must, Yifei said helplessly. Young man, don't feel. Solving her problem is actually for her own good. The innate Tao body is too special, almost like the Tang Seng's flesh in your Earth novels. There should be more than just you one cultivator on this Earth. Once she is discovered by evil cultivators, she will definitely not escape the fate of being a cauldron, and won't even be able to die. What you're doing is actually saving her, the reincarnation patriarch persuaded. The communication between Yifei and the reincarnation patriarch seemed to take a long time, but since it all happened in Yifei's mind, in fact, it was just a moment of distraction. Young lady, Xingjun, upon seeing the maiden, quickly said respectfully. The maiden returned a smile. At this moment, she also saw Yifei behind Xingjun. You're Yifei, right? Song Chihua smiled at Yifei, stretching out her jade like hand and saying, I'm Song Chihua. Song Chihua? Yifei mumbled the name, feeling it somewhat familiar. I'm also a student at Haizhou No. 1 Middle School, Song Chihua said with a smile. Ah, Yifei exclaimed, instantly remembering why the name felt familiar. You're the mysterious one? Song Chihua was exactly one of the 4 school beauties in Guoliang's mouth. The mysterious one. Mysterious? Song Chihua blinked her eyes. Seeing Song Chinghua's expression, Yifei knew she surely didn't know this title of hers in Haizhou No. 1 Middle School. Just as he was about to explain with a smile, a voice sounded in their ears. Cousin, is Grandpa's medicine ready? A young man in his 20s, with an oily face, descended from upstairs. When he clearly saw Yifei beside Xingjun, his eyebrows shot up immediately. You're the brat who saved my grandpa? His tone was frivolous, tinged with a hint of disdain. Doesn't look like much either, the young man commented on Yifei, then turned to Xingjun and said, Xingjun, are you sure you've got the right person? This kid is just a rustic bumpkin. Can he really cure my grandpa's illness? As soon as the young man said this, not only Yifei, but also Song Chihua and Xingjun furrowed their brows. Young master by phone. I can confirm that it was this Mr. Yi who saved old Master Song last night, Xingjun explained. So, you were there at the time? By phone. The young man said. Well, Xingjun was suddenly at a loss for words. Seeing Xingjun like this, Bai Feng laughed. Seems you're not so sure either? Xingjun, how do you fulfill your duty as a bodyguard? You bring an unknown person right in front of my grandpa? Bai Feng glared at Xingjun and rebuked. Fortunately, I stopped this. What if he had ill intentions towards my grandpa, if you really took him to see my grandpa? Can you afford to take the responsibility? Bai Feng, you're being a bit excessive. Yifei is my classmate. Song Chinghua's delicate eyebrows knitted slightly as she spoke. Excessive? Bai Feng raised his eyebrows upon hearing this and laughed softly. I don't think it's excessive at all. For Grandpa's safety, being strict is a must. Besides, even if he has no ill intentions, this kid is from the countryside, you know? Who knows if he's carrying any bacteria, viruses, or such things? Bai Feng said to Song Chihua with a smile. Then, when he turned to look at Yifei, his expression turned cold. Kid, it's fine if you swindle around elsewhere. But if you set your sights on our Song family, I can only say you're courting death. Get out of here right now, before I change my mind. Bai Feng pointed at the villa entrance and sneered. Yifei somewhat admired this guy's ability to change expressions so quickly. However, this fellow seemed to be rather self-indulgent. Oh, is this how your Song family treats a savior? Yifei glanced at Bai Feng and said calmly, a savior? You? You don't deserve it. Bai Feng immediately burst into loud laughter. Kid, get out of here right away, or you'll be carried out horizontally. As he spoke, Bai Feng signaled to the 2 bodyguards standing at the villa entrance. The 2, upon receiving Bai Feng's signal, quickly came over and flanked Yifei, looking at him as if he were a thief. Bai Feng, young master. 2 voices rang out. Song Chihua and Xingjun spoke simultaneously. Don't say anything. I've made my decision. Bai Feng raised his hand domineeringly, stopping the 2 from speaking. Then he turned to Yifei and roared, Kid, why aren't you leaving? Hee. There was not a trace of anger on Yifei's face. Instead, he started to laugh. He took out his phone, checked the time, and then extended one palm. What? Do you want to fight? Kid, you'd better consider where this place is. Bai Feng looked at Yifei's outstretched hand, sneered, and was full of disdain. Fight. You're not worthy of me taking action. Yifei sneered, raising his palm and saying, 5 minutes. At most 5 minutes. Your Song family will beg me to come back. With that, he turned around and walked out. Bai Feng, look at what you've done. Song Chihua stamped her feet in anger. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Song family and the most beloved granddaughter of old Master Song, due to her being underage, She had little say in the Song family. Moreover, she had a gentle and quiet disposition and had never cared about these trifles in the family before. This was why these bodyguards obeyed Bai Feng more than they did her. Yi Fei, let Brother Xing send you back. Song Qinghua quickly caught up with Yi Fei and said, no need. Yi Fei waved his hand without looking back, rejecting Song Qinghua's proposal. At this moment, he was truly enraged. Not to mention whether Yi Fei could cure old Master Song's illness, just the fact that Yi Fei saved old Master Song's life last night. Shouldn't the Song family give Yi Fei sufficient respect? So what if the Song family is powerful? Yi Fei doesn't have anything to ask of the Song family. On the contrary, the Song family now needs to beg him to treat old Master Song. Now, here's the situation. The Song family fetched him in the middle of the night. Now that he's here, the Song family actually treats him like this? Yi Fei had already been in the villa for quite a while. However, not even a person in charge from the Song family showed up. Even a junior came down to mock him. Thinking of this, Yi Fei naturally understood everything. The Song family simply didn't take him seriously. Beg you? Ha ha ha! Bai Feng seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke and burst into wild laughter. Kid, you must still be dreaming, right? Having said that, he didn't forget to instruct the two bodyguards who were closely watching Yi Fei. You too, keep a good eye. These bumpkins from the countryside have never seen much of the world. Make sure he doesn't pilfer anything. Bai Feng, you're going too far. Song Qinghua's delicate face had turned icy cold, and she couldn't help but reprimand. Xing Jun shook his head. Since Yi Fei had already been driven away by Bai Feng, there was naturally no need for him to say more. However, he secretly sighed in his heart. This young master of the family was likely to get into big trouble today. The scene in the top floor box of Yinxiang Club left a deep impression on him. Along the way, he had been observing Yi Fei, judging from various signs. Xing Jun was certain that Yi Fei was by no means an ordinary person. Going too far? My dear cousin, you're still young and don't understand the wickedness of people's hearts. Bai Feng put on an air of being well, meaning, and tried to persuade. Song Qinghua was too lazy to pay attention to this self-righteous cousin and was about to go upstairs. Ding ding ding, just then, a rapid series of footsteps came from the stairs. Soon, a middle-aged man with a flustered look came down, who was Song Qinghua's father, Song Jiming. Song Jiming walked quickly, with a trace of panic even on his face. Dad, how's Grandpa? Uncle, why are you coming down? Two voices rang out, coming from Song Qinghua and Bai Feng respectively. Song Jiming looked solemn, his brows knitted with worry. Hearing the questions from the two juniors, he didn't respond. Because, just moments ago, the old man had fallen into a coma again. If old Master Song were to never wake up, then the sky of the Song family would collapse. Ah, Xiaoxing, weren't you supposed to go and pick up that young miracle doctor? Could it be that the young miracle doctor has already arrived? Song Jiming's eyes lit up when he saw Xing Jun standing in the villa. What kind of lousy miracle doctor? He's just a quack from the rivers and lakes. I've already driven him out. Bai Feng exclaimed loudly. What? Upon hearing this, Song Jiming was first greatly shocked, then flew into a rage. His face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. However, Bai Feng didn't notice the change in Song Jiming's expression and started to boast about his merit self-indulgently. Hee, uncle, in law, you didn't see it? That kid is just a country bumpkin from the countryside. Judging by his appearance, he's only 17 or 18 years old. What could he possibly have? Slap. Before Bai Feng could finish his words, a crisp slap resounded throughout the entire villa. Chapter 32. It's not easy to teach an apprentice at the peak of Tianyan Mountain. Inside the luxurious manor of the Song family, in a conference room, the main figures of the Song family were all present. Besides these core figures of the second generation, there was also a special person present. This person was none other than Bai Feng. Bai Feng was not a member of the second generation of the Song family, nor was he a core figure among the third generation. His appearance here was, of course, due to his own self-destructive actions. At this moment, Bai Feng was kneeling on the floor of the conference room, his head bowed, looking as if he had lost his parents. No one was looking at Bai Feng. Everyone was looking at the video being played on the slideshow with a solemn expression. The video was captured by a surveillance camera, and it showed the scene of Qian rescuing old Song. As the video kept playing, soon, the scene of Yi Fei stepping forward and reviving old Song with the 4-image acupuncture method appeared. Slap. The video paused, finally freezing on a frontal face of Yi Fei. The lights in the conference room were turned on. Now everyone could see that it was Yi Fei who acted at that time and revived the old master. Song Jiming swept a glance at everyone and said, The person was invited here by Xing Jun on the old master's behalf by me. Dr. Yi had already arrived here. However, at this point, Song Jiming's voice paused, and his gaze swept over Bai Feng sternly. It was because of Bai Feng's self-conceit that he took the liberty to order the bodyguards to drive the young doctor out. Now the old master has fallen into a coma again. The doctors are still rescuing him, yet there is no sign of recovery. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone could sense the barely suppressed anger in Song Jiming's deep voice. "Big brother, what did the doctor say?" At this moment, a beautiful young woman in her 30s asked. "The doctor said we should be mentally prepared." Song Jiming sighed and closed his eyes heavily. Shua? Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned towards Bai Feng, who was kneeling in the conference room. They almost wanted to rush forward and tear him apart. Being stared at like this, Bai Feng's face turned paler, losing all color. "If we drove him away, we can just find him back. Asking him to treat the old master is an honor for him. I don't believe he dares to refuse our Song family." A middle-aged woman in her 40s said coldly. This person was Bai Feng's mother. "Doesn't he just want money? Our Song family has plenty of money. How much does he want? Is 100 million enough? If not, then 200 million. Humph. It is a blessing he has accumulated over 8 lifetimes to be able to attach himself to our Song family. How dare he ask for money? Isn't he afraid it will bring him ill fortune?" Exactly. With just a word from our Song family, those renowned doctors and experts would rush to our doorstep. Who does he think he is, daring to take advantage of this situation to blackmail our Song family? He's still a student, isn't he? Put pressure on his school. I don't believe he dare not come. Everyone spoke up one after another, as if allowing Yi Fei to treat old Master Song was a great favor to Yi Fei. And Yi Fei should be on his knees expressing gratitude. Song Jiming shook his head speechlessly. At this time, these people still couldn't put aside their heirs as members of the Song family. The problem now isn't whether Yi Fei will come or not, but he simply can't be found. Song Jiming interrupted the discussion of the crowd and said in a solemn voice, "What? How is it possible that he can't be found? You haven't even looked for him. How do you know you can't find him? Then go look for him at the place where he lives." The group of people became agitated again. After the little divine Dr. Yi left, I had already sent Xing Jun to pursue him. Unfortunately, after leaving the manor, the little divine Dr. Yi seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even Xing Jun couldn't find a single trace of him. Song Jiming's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Even Xing Jun can't find him? This time, everyone was shocked. They knew Xing Jun's capabilities. On the surface, Xing Jun is Old Master Song's driver. But his actual identity is Old Master Song's personal bodyguard, a retired king of soldiers from a certain ace special forces unit. At that time, the Song family also spent no small amount of effort to invite Xing Jun. Over the years, he has blocked countless assassinations and sneak attacks for Old Master Song. Xing Jun's capabilities had long been recognized by the Song family. How could it be that even Xing Jun, the king of soldiers proficient in tracking, couldn't trace Yi Fei's whereabouts? At this moment, the people in the conference room started to panic. Could he have already gone home? One person couldn't help but say, "Impossible." Song Jiming shook his head, not to mention that it's impossible for him to reach home in such a short time. Moreover, I've already sent someone to Yi Fei's residence, and there's no one there. Could he have taken a taxi? Another person couldn't help but say. This time, the speaker was Bai Feng. He knew he had caused a huge mess and was eager to make amends. However, as soon as he said this, the looks the others gave him were as if they were looking at an idiot. Take a taxi? What kind of place is this? This is the residential area of the top tycoons in the entire Haizhou. Not to mention taxis, even strange private cars can't get up the mountain. They'll be stopped at the first checkpoint even at the foot of the mountain. Besides, Yi Fei is unfamiliar with this place, and it's impossible for him to hitch a ride with someone else. Idiot. One person couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to reach the ears of everyone present. Bai Feng's face turned beet red, and he lowered his head in shame and anger. Bang! At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. "Dad, it's not good. Grandpa he." Song Qinghua's pretty face was filled with anxiety. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and a bad thought popped up in their minds. Could it be? Could it be that the old master he had already? Song Jiming's eyes widened, his face turned pale, and his hands were trembling. The others were completely panicked. The Song family is indeed an aristocratic family in Haizhou. However, in the past, it was merely one of the numerous wealthy families in Haizhou and was not prominent among them. It was Song Yongchong, the elder Mr. Song, who single-handedly developed the Song family to its peak, making it stand out among the numerous wealthy families in Haizhou and become the top one. Mr. Song is the backbone and the sky of the Song family. Although in recent years, Mr. Song has seldom managed family affairs, he remains the soul of the entire Song family. As long as Mr. Song is alive, the members of the Song family have a reliable leader, and those with evil intentions dare not act rashly. Once Mr. Song passes away, the hostile forces of the Song family will surely not miss this opportunity to carve up the Song family. They may even unite to besiege the Song family. Even a powerful family like the Song family cannot withstand the siege of numerous wealthy family forces. At that time, the sky of the Song family will collapse. Upon seeing the solemn expressions of the crowd, Song Qinghua realized they had misunderstood her meaning and quickly explained, "Grandpa is still in a coma. It's just." Hearing that Mr. Song was still alive, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Mr. Song is alive, those people or forces dare not act rashly. When they came to their senses, they were astonished to find that their clothes had been soaked with cold sweat in just a short while. At this moment, Song Qinghua's voice sounded again. The doctor said that Grandpa has at most 12 hours. If he can't wake up, I'm afraid. The rest of the words were left unsaid by Song Qinghua, but everyone understood what she meant. Bang! A middle-aged man forcefully slammed his fist on the conference table and said in a solemn voice, "We must find that divine Dr. Yi at all costs." Exactly. Even if we turn Haizhou upside down, we must locate him. Mobilize all the forces of the Song family and make sure to find him within 12 hours. Everyone chimed in one after another. Song Jiming nodded and said, "Since everyone thinks so, let's not waste any more time. Remember, at all costs and regardless of the consequences, we must find Yi Fei within 12 hours. By phone, you don't need to kneel here anymore." Song Jiming glanced at By Phone and uttered. Hearing this, By Phone let out a long sigh. He had been kneeling in this conference room for so long that his knees seemed to have lost all sensation. Just as he was about to stand up, Song Jiming's voice rang out again. "Go and kneel at the gate of the villa until divine Dr. Yi is found." Thud! By Phone plopped down onto the ground. Everyone glanced at By Phone, and not a single person showed sympathy for him. Even Bai Feng's mother didn't dare to go against the public anger and plead for him at this moment. After everyone left the conference room, they started to contact their connections one after another, asking those nearby for news about Yi Fei. That night, the entire Haizhou seemed to be in an uproar. Countless people were woken up from their dreams by phone calls, starting to search for a person named Yi Fei. Naturally, Yi Fei had no idea that the Song family was in chaos at this moment. After leaving the Song family's manor, instead of going home, he found a park, turned off his phone, and began to practice. This practice lasted throughout the night. As Yi Fei emerged from his meditative trance, he noticed that the day had already dawned. After a night of cultivation, Yi Fei discovered that the true essence within him had become twice as concentrated, and his six senses had become even more acute. He could even distinctly perceive ants foraging for food 100 meters away. "Venerable ancestor, have I now advanced to the second level of Qi training?" Yi Fei inquired with elation. "It's merely the second level of Qi training. Why are you so delighted, young man?" The reincarnation ancestor's disdainful voice resonated. "Then, am I now capable of crafting a jade talisman for Sister Chenwan?" Yi Fei promptly asked. "More or less." Yi Fei chuckled foolishly, exclaiming, "The spiritual energy here is indeed abundant. If I could acquire a residence here, my cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Young man, what you should be doing now is not acquiring a residence here, but rather securing that little girl with the innate Tao body." The reincarnation ancestor lamented, filled with disappointment. "Venerable ancestor, didn't you tell me that the Song family would certainly come to implore me? An entire night has passed. So why haven't the Song family sought me out yet?" Yi Fei suddenly pondered and inquired. The reason Yi Fei dared to utter such words before departing last night was that the reincarnation ancestor's divine sense had long detected that the Song family's patriarch was terminally ill and would soon lapse into unconsciousness once more. Of course, they desire to find you, but they must be able to locate you." The reincarnation ancestor chuckled. "Right now, I fear the Song family is already in utter chaos." Yi Fei exclaimed in astonishment. "How could this be?" "Humph. That old fellow in the Song family has only a few hours of life left. Do you think the Song family is in a hurry?" The reincarnation ancestor said with a smile. "If it weren't for this old ancestor erasing the traces for you, you'd probably have been found by that young man driving a car long ago." Only then did Yi Fei come to understand that it was the reincarnation ancestor who had intervened and prevented the Song family from finding him. Ancestor, why did you do this? Yi Fei asked in bewilderment. Why? The reincarnation ancestor snorted indignantly. It's all for you, you brat. If we don't put pressure on those young ones in the Song family, do you think they'll look at you squarely and take you seriously? How will you get close to that girl with the innate Tao body in the future? After saying this, the reincarnation ancestor sighed helplessly. It's really not easy to teach an apprentice these days. I even have to help him court a girl. Yi Fei. Then, ancestor, what should I do now? Yi Fei asked. That old fellow in the Song family won't die anytime soon. Do whatever you want, the reincarnation ancestor said indifferently. However, a word of warning. The Song family has quite a bit of power. As soon as you leave this place, they'll probably notice you quickly. Yi Fei secretly thought to himself, you're an old monster who has lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. And you still have the nerve to call others old fellows. No sooner had this thought crossed Yi Fei's mind than the reincarnation ancestor's hysterical roar rang in his ears. You ungrateful brat, what did you just say? Chapter 33. No zest for death, no court for doom in truth, just as the reincarnation patriarch had foreseen. Scarcely had Yi Fei stepped out of the park when he was spotted by the bodyguards of the Song family who were in search of him. They promptly relayed this information via walkie-talkie. Before long, a large crowd surged towards Yi Fei. At the vanguard was none other than Song Jiming, Song Qinghua's father. Approaching Yi Fei, Song Jiming wore an expression of utmost sincerity and said, Young divine Dr. Yi, our Song family was rather remiss last night. I earnestly beseech your pardon. Having said that, he swiveled his head and barked coldly. Hurry up and emerge. Apologize to young divine Dr. Yi. As Song Jiming's words faded, a figure shuffled out from the rear of the crowd. It was none other than Bai Feng. At this moment, Bai Feng had completely shed the arrogance he had displayed the previous night. He was as wilted as an eggplant beaten by frost, listless and dispirited. He was still dressed in the same clothes as the previous night, with his knees caked in dust. Evidently, Bai Feng had been kneeling since Yi Fei's departure and had only been brought along when the Song family obtained news of Yi Fei. Had Yi Fei not been found? Bai Feng would probably still be kneeling at the entrance of the villa at this very moment. Why, young divine doctor, please forgive my disrespect yesterday. Bai Feng said reluctantly as he was summoned before Song Jiming. Your apology seems rather lacking in sincerity, Yi Fei drawled, smacking his lips. He harbored no illusions that Bai Feng would offer a heartfelt apology. Kneel down at once. Song Jiming thundered. What? Bai Feng turned his head, staring at Song Jiming in disbelief. He, Bai Feng, is the core of the third generation of the Song family, the direct grandson of Old Master Song, and also the nephew of Song Jiming. His willingness to apologize to Yi Fei is already a great honor bestowed upon Yi Fei. However, now Song Jiming actually demands that he kneel down in front of this bumpkin in front of so many people? This is more humiliating than death to him. Bang! A bodyguard, having received a signal from Song Jiming, suddenly kicks Bai Feng's knee. Bai Feng loses his balance and instantly drops to his knees in front of Yi Fei. The powerful impact makes Bai Feng's knee smash hard against the ground, causing him to let out an involuntary scream. Apologize. Song Jiming says coldly. More and more members of the Song family arrive, yet none of them open their mouths to plead for Bai Feng. They all know that if they can't obtain Yi Fei's forgiveness within the shortest possible time, then the old master of the Song family will truly be beyond redemption. Once old Master Song passes away, it will be like a great mansion on the verge of collapse. The other powerful families in Haizhou are likely to band together and swarm in to devour the Song family. When the nest is overturned, can the eggs remain intact? Bai Feng's mother has also arrived, but she merely watches silently in the crowd, not even daring to step to the front. Bai Feng's face is filled with humiliation and anger, his teeth almost gritted to pieces. He stares at Yi Fei with blood-red eyes, wishing he could rush up and tear Yi Fei to pieces right now. Unfortunately, at this moment, he doesn't dare. Do you dislike me so much that you wish to kill me right now? Yi Fei glances at Bai Feng and says indifferently. Bai Feng is startled. He doesn't know how Yi Fei could have known what he was thinking. Just as he was about to quibble, Yi Fei's voice rang out again. Hee, no need to deny it. I just love the way you loathe me yet can't do anything to me. Bai Feng, how could that be? I offended the young miracle doctor yesterday. I can't even apologize to you enough. How could I want to harm you? Young miracle Dr. Yi, please forgive my fault yesterday. Bai Feng lowered his head, not wanting Yi Fei to see the hatred in his eyes, and said softly through gritted teeth. In his heart, he was thinking about how to take revenge on Yi Fei. As long as Yi Fei cured Old Master Song, Yi Fei would no longer be so important to the Song family. At that time, With his status as a core member of the third generation of the Song family, it would be extremely easy for him, Bai Feng, to deal with Yi Fei. At this moment, although Bai Feng was still kneeling, he had already started to think about how to torment Yi Fei to make him suffer the utmost humiliation. Fine, I forgive you, Yi Fei said indifferently. Hearing this, the members of the Song family finally heaved a sigh of relief, and the hearts that had been hanging finally settled down. Bai Feng even stood up abruptly and urged Yi Fei, "What are we waiting for? Hurry up and treat my grandfather." Treat? Treat what illness? A look of confusion appeared on Yi Fei's face. "You brat, you go back on your word." Seeing Yi Fei's appearance, Bai Feng instantly flew into a rage and started cursing at Yi Fei, pointing at him. Hadn't he, Bai Feng, endured humiliation for so long just to get Yi Fei to treat the old master? But now, Yi Fei was actually pretending to be stupid in front of him and not going to treat old Master Song at all. Hadn't all the humiliation he endured been in vain? "I merely promised to forgive you. When did I ever promise to treat old Master Song?" Yi Fei sneered as he looked at Bai Feng, who had suddenly changed his demeanor. Well, the members of the Song family were taken aback and only then realized what Yi Fei meant. Indeed, Yi Fei had only promised to forgive Bai Feng, but had not promised to treat old Master Song. They had simply assumed so. "I've already knelt down and apologized to you. What more do you want?" Bai Feng roared angrily at Yi Fei. Yi Fei gave a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Bai Feng. "Do you think I'm unaware of what you're up to? You're apologizing to me now only because of the situation, but in your heart, you must hate me to the core. Once I cure old Master Song, I'm afraid that before I even leave the Song family compound, I'll be apprehended by the bodyguards you've dispatched and taken to some unknown place." A look of shock appeared on Bai Feng's face. He never expected Yi Fei to have guessed his thoughts exactly. That was precisely what he had been planning just now. What? Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, the members of the Song family let out exclamations and instinctively looked at Bai Feng. When they saw the horrified expression on Bai Feng's face, they all understood. "You good for nothing." Song Jiming cursed angrily, wishing he could rush up and kick his stupid nephew to death right then. Didn't he realize that if Yi Fei cured old Master Song, he would have saved old Master Song's life twice? Given old Master Song's grateful nature, who in the entire Song family would dare to touch Yi Fei? Moreover, even without this connection to old Master Song, with Yi Fei's extraordinary medical skills, the Song family would be eager to befriend him, so how could they possibly offend him? "I propose that Bai Feng be stripped of all rights and interests as a core member of the third generation of the Song family. Remove Bai Feng from all positions within the Song family's industries. From this day forward, aside from receiving a monthly living allowance, Bai Feng shall not hold any post in any of the Song family's industries, nor shall he claim to be a member of the Song family in public," Song Jiming declared coldly in front of everyone present. What? Hearing this, Bai Feng couldn't help but shriek. As a core member of the third generation of the Song family, Bai Feng, at a young age, was already in charge of 3 listed companies, with monthly dividends of over 100 million. This was just in terms of money. Moreover, his status as a third-generation member of the Song family allowed him to act with great arrogance throughout Haizhou. Wherever he went, people would show respect and flatter him. Song Jiming's proposal was tantamount to expelling Bai Feng from the Song family. Apart from receiving a monthly living allowance of 1 million, he would have no further connection with the Song family. He was no longer the eldest son of the Song family, nor was he the young CEO in charge of tens of billions of assets. Instead, he became a wealthy heir who could only receive a basic allowance from the family every month and idle away his life. A monthly living allowance of 1 million might be a huge sum for others, yet for Bai Feng, it was no different from falling from heaven to hell. However, the words of the crowd that followed showed him what true hell was. "I second the motion," a middle-aged man with a cold expression said icily. Over the years, Bai Feng has been running amok outside, relying on the Song family's status. "I suggest that the family's supervision team conduct an immediate and thorough investigation of Bai Feng. This person, older than Song Jiming, is the son of Song Jiming's uncle. That is, the nephew of the elder Song, and one of the second-generation core members of the Song family. His power is astonishing." Seconded. Another second-generation core member spoke. Seconded. 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 A group of second-generation core members spoke one after another, not even glancing at Bai Feng. Seconded. At this moment, a weak female voice also came out. The sounding of this last voice completely pushed Bai Feng into the bottomless abyss, shattering his last glimmer of hope. Because the person who spoke last was none other than Bai Feng's mother. "Mom," Bai Feng shouted, feeling that every bone in his body was trembling. The heinous deeds he had committed over the years were enough to be shot several times according to the law. Once the family supervision team thoroughly investigated him, all his misdeeds would be uncovered, and he would inevitably be dealt with according to the family rules. Although he wouldn't die due to these misbehaviors, he would be completely marginalized by the family and would never have a chance to turn things around. The middle-aged woman, looking exhausted, glanced at Bai Feng, then closed her eyes and said, "Fenger, you're really being so thoughtless. From now on, just be a wealthy young master in peace." Plop. Bai Feng slumped to the ground, an infinite sense of remorse welling up in his heart. He deeply regretted why he hadn't sincerely apologized to Yi Fei just now. He deeply regretted why he had wanted to take revenge on Yi Fei just now. There clearly wasn't much enmity between the two of them, but it was all too late. He had messed everything up. One doesn't court death, and death won't come. He had personally ruined his own future. Venerable Dr. Yi, are you content with this outcome? Rest assured, Bai Feng will no longer be able to utilize a single resource of the Song family. He poses no threat to you whatsoever. Moreover, I can assure you that from this day forth, you shall be an esteemed guest of our Song family. Should anyone dare to harm you, they shall be the sworn enemy of the Song family, and we shall pursue them relentlessly until the end. Song Jiming declared with resolute determination. Relentlessly until the end? The core members of the second generation of the Song family were astounded by Song Jiming's words and stared at him in shock. Song Jiming's words were tantamount to binding the Song family and Yi Fei together. Yi Fei was merely a penniless student, even if he was highly skilled in medicine. Was it truly worth the Song family's commitment? Second brother, elder brother, Jiming? A group of people couldn't help but want to voice their doubts. Stop talking. Song Jiming waved his hand grandly, halting their words, and said, I, in my capacity as the acting head of the family, have made this decision. All you need to do is execute it. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances but refrained from voicing further objections. Song Jiming was the acting head of the Song family. A decision made by the old master of the Song family upon learning of his terminal illness to prevent internal strife within the Song family in case of any misfortune. Among the core members of the second generation of the Song family, Song Jiming was neither the eldest nor the one who had contributed the most to the family. Although appointed as the acting head by the old master, he had always been dutiful. Whenever important matters arose, he would gather the other second-generation core members for discussion and had never made arbitrary decisions. None of them had expected that the first order issued by Song Jiming in his capacity as the acting head would be this. Yi Fei was also somewhat moved upon hearing this. Song Jiming was unaware of Yi Fei's identity as a cultivator. Moreover, at this moment, Song Jiming didn't even know if Yi Fei could cure old Master Song. Under such circumstances, for Song Jiming to utter such words was truly a display of remarkable courage. Hiki, your prospective father-in-law is rather extraordinary, isn't he? The gentle laughter of the reincarnation ancestor echoed beside Yi Fei's ear. Prospective father-in-law? Upon hearing these words from the reincarnation ancestor, Yi Fei staggered and nearly fell to the ground. What on earth was this all about? He didn't even know Song Qinghua yet, so how could Song Qinghua's father become his prospective father-in-law? The longer Yi Fei knew the reincarnation ancestor, the more he realized that this reincarnation ancestor was rather unreliable. Just as Yi Fei was about to open his mouth to ask the reincarnation ancestor why he said Song Jiming was extraordinary, a figure rushed through the crowd and approached. Dad, Grandpa seems to be in critical condition, Song Qinghua said with anxiety on her delicate face. Chapter 30, For I'm truly sorry to disappoint you. On the top of Tianyan Mountain, inside the Song family's villa, led by Song Qinghua, Yi Fei rushed straight to old Master Song's room. The spacious ward, exceeding 100 square meters, was furnished with all kinds of high-end medical equipment, even more complete and advanced than that in a hospital. Who are you? Who allowed you to come in? The attending doctor of old Master Song was a middle-aged man in his 40s, even with a mask on. The arrogance on his face was hard to conceal. Seeing Yi Fei behind Song Qinghua, he immediately shouted harshly, "Get out of here." Yi Fei frowned, but ignored him and instead turned to look at old Master Song on the hospital bed. At this moment, Elder Song's eyes were tightly shut, his face taking on a ghastly gray hue, and his breath was barely perceptible. Were it not for the electrocardiogram monitor nearby, many would likely have assumed that what lay on the hospital bed was a corpse that had long since passed away. Was it a case of the 5 elements being in disarray and the 3 souls and 7 spirits wandering? Fortunately, the Taiguang's soul had not dissipated, and there was still hope of salvation. Yi Fei murmured to himself, "Young man, Are you listening to me? The middle-aged attending doctor, seeing that Yi Fei actually ignored him, suddenly flew into a rage and waved his hand, about to order someone to throw him out. Turning his head, he then saw Song Jiming and the others following behind Yi Fei. Mr. Song Yu, why are you here? The middle-aged doctor exclaimed in surprise. Song Jiming nodded at the middle-aged doctor as a greeting, then turned his head, his eyes fixed on Yi Fei with an urgent look, saying, Venerable Dr. Yi, what do you think? These things are useless. Take them all away, Yi Fei said calmly, pointing at the chaotic mess of needles and tubes inserted into Elder Song's body. Young man, what nonsense are you talking? The attending doctor, upon hearing Yi Fei's words, immediately flew into a rage. Before Yi Fei could respond, Song Jiming glared at the attending doctor and ordered, What are you standing there for? Take all these away. What? The attending doctor was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Mr. Song, Elder Song's life is being sustained by these instruments. Once we remove them, the consequences will be unthinkable. If these instruments were useful, Elder Song wouldn't still be lying here, Yi Fei said, shaking his head. You. The attending doctor was left speechless, his breath catching in his throat. Infuriated, he shouted, Young man, do you even understand medicine? Do you realize that these are the most advanced instruments in the world today? The instruments here, I'm afraid you can't even name them, yet you dare to claim they're useless? I don't know the names of these instruments. Yi Fei nodded. Before the attending doctor could continue with his taunts, he continued, However, I can save old Master Song's life. Arrogant. Young man, do you even know what illness old Master Song is suffering from? It's brain cancer. The human brain. That is the forbidden zone of God. Brain cancer remains a worldwide challenge to this day. You, a young and ignorant lad, dare to say you can cure old Master Song? The attending doctor sneered loudly. I say I can cure it, and I can. If you don't step aside, that's fine. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Yi Fei said indifferently. However, it seems old Master Song doesn't have much time left. I told you to step aside, so do as you're told. What's all this nonsense? All of you step back. Song Jiming, upon hearing Yi Fei's words, felt a pang of anxiety and ordered sternly. Mr. Song, you're putting old Master Song's life at risk. The attending doctor shouted. Reluctantly, he removed these instruments and finally, pretending to be negligent, he left the electrocardiogram monitor behind. The attending doctor's little scheme naturally couldn't escape Yi Fei's notice. But Yi Fei didn't bother to pay attention. Venerable Dr. Yi, may we stay here to observe? At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and asked. This man was Song Jiming's cousin, the one who had previously proposed to thoroughly investigate by phone. Upon hearing this, the others also looked at Yi Fei, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Even Bai Feng, who was to be investigated, entered the ward at this time, with some unknown thoughts. He also wanted to watch Yi Fei's treatment. It doesn't matter. Just don't make any noise. Without looking back, Yi Fei took out the silver needles from his school bag. Humph. Making a mystery of things. I'd like to see how you can cure old Song. The attending physician snorted coldly. Instead of leaving in a hurry, he stood there with his arms folded, ready to watch Yi Fei make a fool of himself. When he saw Yi Fei take out a bag of silver needles from the wooden box, the attending physician couldn't help but sneer. The treatment method you mentioned refers to acupuncture? Humph. I've also learned about traditional Chinese acupuncture. It's nothing but useless jugglery and can't cure diseases at all. Yi Fei ignored him and took out a 6-inch long silver needle from the needle bag. Just as he was about to insert the needle into old Song's Jiwei acupoint, that inappropriate voice rang out again. The silver needles haven't been disinfected. Aren't you afraid of bacterial infection? The words of the middle-aged attending physician seemed like a reminder to Yi Fei, but his tone was full of mockery and disdain. After speaking, he didn't forget to comment, This is really unprofessional. Yi Fei paused in his actions, turned his head to look at the attending physician, and his expression turned cold. This person seemed not to have heard clearly what he had said just now. If you any more, get out of here. Song Jiming's face looked ugly as he sternly warned the middle-aged attending physician. The middle-aged doctor had never seen Song Jiming look so cold and fierce. His face turned deathly pale, and he stammered, I was just reminding him. My needles don't need to be disinfected, Yi Fei said calmly, and then quickly inserted the silver needle into old Song's Jiwei acupoint. After this needle pierced, Yi Fei's movements instantly became incredibly rapid. One silver needle after another appeared in his hand and then vanished. Yi Fei's hand speed was so astonishing that even if these people strained their eyes to the limit, they could only catch glimpses of fleeting shadows, failing to clearly discern how Yi Fei administered the needles. When Yi Fei retracted his hands, The body of old Master Song was densely covered with silver needles. At first glance, they seemed haphazardly placed, much like the random jabs of a child. Just then, another silver needle emerged in Yi Fei's hand. This silver needle was a full 8 inches long and finer than a human hair. The moment Yi Fei infused his true essence into it, it instantly became straight as an arrow. This time, Yi Fei's movements were slower and far more cautious than before. The people in the ward, upon seeing the acupoint Yi Fei targeted, all widened their eyes in shock and instinctively covered their mouths to suppress any sounds. The Baihui acupoint. Good heavens! He actually intended to insert this silver needle into the Baihui acupoint on the top of the head. Anyone with a basic understanding of acupoint knowledge knew that the Baihui acupoint was a vital and dangerous acupoint of the human body. A slight exertion could result in either death or serious disability. Yet, this Yi Fei dared to insert an 8-inch long silver needle into the Baihui acupoint. Had Yi Fei not saved old Master Song's life previously, they would have suspected at this moment that Yi Fei had come to kill old Master Song. The instant the silver needle pierced the Baihui acupoint, Yi Fei's true essence was injected into old Master Song's body simultaneously. Those silver needles that had been motionless on old Master Song's body immediately set off a chain reaction after the 8-inch silver needle was inserted. Dozens of silver needles vibrated, emitting a faint, humming sound, as if a distant dragon's roar. Subsequently, these silver needles, as if burned by fire, astonishingly turned scarlet red. Finally, one person couldn't help but exclaim aloud. At this moment, however, no one blamed the person who spoke. All people's attention was focused on those silver needles. Their eyes wide open. Was this magic? No, this was a miracle. The same thought emerged in everyone's mind. However, their shock didn't end there. The silver needles trembled, and at the position where the needles contacted the clothes, a pattern composed of needle shadows gradually became clear. It was actually a cyan dragon gently swaying on the clothes. Vivid and lifelike. Subsequently, that cyan dragon even flicked its tail and plunged into Old Song's body, disappearing without a trace. Alas! At the moment when the cyan dragon vanished, everyone couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that what they had just witnessed was not an acupuncture treatment, but a breathtaking artistic performance. At this moment, a sense of regret of wanting more even emerged. Yi Fei put away the 8-inch needle, and a jet of black blood spurted out from Old Song's Baihui acupoint along with the silver needle. Yi Fei wiped the silver needle clean, and then put away the other silver needles on Old Song's body. After Yi Fei finished collecting the needles, Old Song showed no sign of waking up. Don't wake up. Please don't wake up. Bai Feng stared intently at Old Song, anxiously praying in his heart. He had been severely harmed by Yi Fei. Whether Old Song woke up or not, he would never have a chance to turn things around in his life. However, if Old Song couldn't wake up, it would be equivalent to being killed by Yi Fei during treatment. At that time, Yi Fei would surely be torn to pieces by the enraged Song family members. One could not tell if Bai Feng's prayers had come true. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, the electrocardiogram monitor suddenly emitted a shrill alarm. Beep, beep. The parabola on the screen had now turned into an intermittent straight line, and the heartbeat display was actually 0. Had it failed? When the Song family members saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Then, their faces turned deathly pale, filled with grief. Haha, he didn't wake up. He didn't wake up. Kid, you're finished. In his exuberance, Bai Feng couldn't control himself and exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Yi Fei didn't look at Bai Feng, but turned his head and suddenly let out a thunderous shout towards old Master Song lying on the hospital bed. Wake up, Wang. Old Master Song, who had been motionless, suddenly sat up straight, as if a corpse had come back to life under Yi Fei's shout. Wow! A mouthful of black blood spurted out from old Master Song's mouth. In an instant, a stench like that of a rotten egg filled the entire ward. After spitting out this mouthful of black blood, old Master Song's tightly closed eyes gradually opened. You seem pretty happy that old Master Song didn't wake up? Yi Fei glanced at Bai Feng and said indifferently, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The members of the Song family also came to their senses and glared at Bai Feng angrily. Bai Feng's expression became dazed, and he plopped down onto the ground. There was only one thought in his mind. It's over. It's completely over this time. Chapter 35 now it is. After coming out of old Master Song's ward, as soon as Yi Fei turned on his phone, a call came in. Yi Fei took a look and was surprised to find it was Chun Wan's call. He quickly answered it. Xiao Fei, why is your phone always unreachable? From the other end of the phone came Chun Wan's voice tinged with worry. Sensing Chun Wan's deep concern, Yi Fei felt a warm glow in his heart. He slightly fibbed and said, "Oh, my phone ran out of power and shut down. I forgot to charge it. Xinhuan Jia, you sought me for something. Remove the word ma for me." Xinhuan gave a gentle hum. Next Monday is the mock exam. This weekend, everyone is reviewing at school. Where did you go? Yi Fei still didn't want his secret to be known, even by the closest people around him, because he couldn't explain the reason for this change. Moreover, regarding the matter of the reincarnation patriarch, the reincarnation patriarch had specifically admonished that it must not be leaked. Yi Fei had to fabricate another lie. "I haven't been home for a long time. I took this weekend to go back home," Yi Fei said. "So that's how it is." Hearing this, Xinhuan's voice softened a bit. She also knew that Yi Fei's home was in the countryside, quite far from the urban area of Haizhou City. It wasn't easy for him to go home. "Originally, I was planning to help you with your lessons this weekend. Since you went home, then forget it." Xinhuan said this, then suddenly paused and continued. "I heard that you made a bet with teacher Zhao Yun in front of the whole class?" "Yes." Yi Fei nodded in acknowledgement. The matter that he made a bet with the class teacher in front of the whole class, through the deliberate dissemination by the classmates in the class and the class teacher, had long spread throughout the entire school. It was not surprising that Xinhuan knew about it. "Judging from your previous grades, it won't be easy for you to rank among the top 100 in this mock exam," Xinhuan said with a tinge of worry. "It is indeed quite arduous." Yi Fei also remarked. If Yi Fei were still the same Yi Fei as before, achieving a place among the top 100 in the grade in this mock exam would not merely be difficult, but rather an insurmountable feat. However, the Yi Fei of today is no longer the Yi Fei of old. He is now a cultivator. His comprehension, memory, and logical thinking abilities are far beyond what they used to be. "How about I intercede with teacher Zhao Yun on your behalf?" After all, Xinhuan seemed worried about touching Yi Fei's sensitive heart and probed cautiously. Yi Fei chuckled and said, "No need, Sister Xinhuan. I'll study hard these 2 days, and I'm confident that my performance this time won't be disappointing." "As long as you're confident," Xinhuan said softly, sighing inwardly. Yi Fei didn't know that, in fact, after Xinhuan learned of the bet between him and Zhao Yun, she had already gone to see Zhao Yun. Unfortunately, as soon as Xinhuan opened her mouth, she was firmly rebuffed by Zhao Yun, and at the same time, Zhao Yun also made some sarcastic remarks, telling her to mind her own business. Xinhuan said this just to test Yi Fei to see if there was any room for reconciliation. Now it seems that neither of them is willing to yield. Yi Fei chatted with Xinhuan for a few more words, and then hung up the phone. He didn't notice at all that while he was on the phone, a pair of eyes as venomous as a snake were staring at him unblinkingly, and all the words he said were overheard. "Young Master Yi, the miracle doctor." Just as Yi Fei put away his phone, the voice of Song Jiming rang in his ears. "Oh, Mr. Song, what can I do for you?" Yi Fei asked in surprise. No, yes." Song Jiming became rather incoherent, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. In the short time Yi Fei had been out, old Master Song had already regained the ability to speak. Were it not for the need for a full body examination, he might have been walking around by now. "Young Dr. Yi, you're truly remarkable. My father has regained consciousness and his mental state has returned to normal," Song Jiming exclaimed with excitement. Yi Fei nodded. Old Master Song's body is still somewhat frail and requires a period of recuperation. "I don't need to elaborate on this, do I?" No need." Song Jiming quickly waved his hand. Regarding old Master Song's post-treatment recuperation, the family's nutritionist would surely come up with a plan. At this moment, in Song Jiming's eyes, Yi Fei was already a divine doctor, and such a trivial matter naturally didn't require bothering Yi Fei. Just as the two were talking, the middle-aged attending doctor who had completed the full body examination for old Master Song walked out, his face beaming with excitement. "Mr. Song, it's a miracle. An absolute miracle. The cancer cells in old Master Song's body have all disappeared. His body is now even healthier than that of an average young person." The middle-aged attending doctor shouted with excitement. He was itching to tell the whole world this news. What had he witnessed? Those were cancer cells. The most difficult to cure terminal illness in the world, and it was a brain cancer. Yet it had been cured by a young man under 20 through acupuncture. The middle-aged attending doctor caught sight of Yi Fei beside Song Jiming. His eyes lit up, and with a thud, he knelt down in front of Yi Fei. Simultaneously, he leaned forward, with his arms outstretched, about to pounce on Yi Fei's thighs, shouting, "Divine Doctor! You're a true divine doctor. Please forgive my previous disrespect. I wish to learn acupuncture from you." Yi Fei sidestepped, avoiding the middle-aged doctor's embrace. He wasn't accustomed to being hugged by men, especially a strange middle aged man with an unappealing appearance. My acupuncture is rather special. You can't learn it, Yi Fei said indifferently. Yi Fei wasn't being overly protective of his skills. His four-elephant acupuncture method could only be used by cultivators. Even if ordinary people learned all the steps of acupuncture without the impetus of true yuan, it would merely be a futile imitation, yielding no results. Hearing this, the middle-aged attending doctor's face was immediately filled with disappointment. Dead just then. Song Qinghua also walked out of the ward, calling out to Song Jiming. Her gaze, however, turned towards Yi Fei, with a tinge of curiosity in her eyes. What's wrong? Qinghua, Song Jiming asked. Grandpa wants to see Yi Fei. Song Qinghua informed Song Jiming, and her gaze turned towards Yi Fei again, as if seeking his opinion. Old Master Song wants to see me? Yi Fei raised his eyebrows, but still nodded in agreement. When Yi Fei followed Song Qinghua into the ward, Old Master Song had already taken off his hospital gown and put on a set of white casual martial arts practice clothes. He looked energetic and vigorous, showing no sign of his previous death-like state. Hello, Old Master Song. I'm Yi Fei. Yi Fei greeted with a smile. Song Yongchang's gaze fixed intently on Yi Fei, seeing that Yi Fei not only didn't flinch, but met his eyes directly. With no trace of fear towards those in high positions, only respect for the elder, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Old Master Song nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with Yi Fei. Young friend Yi, you've saved this old man twice. It's only now that I have the chance to express my gratitude. I'm truly remiss. You're being too polite, Old Master Song. Yi Fei smiled nonchalantly. Young friend Yi, you do good deeds without seeking rewards. Such a quality is truly commendable. But this old man is not one who forgets kindness. Old Master Song shook his head and said. Yi Fei gave a faint smile. In truth, there was really nothing in the Song family that was worthy of his seeking. However, scarcely had this thought crossed his mind when the voice of the reincarnation patriarch rang in his ears. Lad, why is there nothing worthy of your scheming? Isn't the innate Tao body beside you exactly what you should aim for? Yi Fei pretended not to hear the reincarnation patriarch's words, which made the reincarnation patriarch almost jump in anger. Nevertheless, the reincarnation patriarch also knew that if Yi Fei really dared to make such a request, the kind-looking old man in front of Yi Fei would probably turn hostile on the spot and have Yi Fei thrown out. He said this merely to remind Yi Fei. What do you think of this manner, young friend? Seeing that Yi Fei remained silent, Old Master Song took the initiative to ask. This place? Yi Fei casually glanced around and nodded. It's rather nice. Unfortunately, it's not mine. Indeed, the spiritual energy here was much denser than in other places. Originally, according to the reincarnation patriarch's estimation, Yi Fei would probably need about a week to break through to the second level of qi, refining. But after just one day of cultivation on this mountain, he had already achieved the breakthrough. If he could practice here every day in the future, his cultivation speed would accelerate significantly. Now it is. Old Song smiled and said calmly. What? Two voices rang out simultaneously. One was Yi Fei's voice, and the other was Song Qinghua's. At this moment, Song Qinghua was looking at her grandfather in astonishment. Perhaps Yi Fei didn't know the value of this mansion, but she was well aware. This manor was unique in the entire Haizhou, and its location was the best in the whole city. Just this piece of land was worth hundreds of millions. In the past, when the Song family built this manor, they spent a great deal of effort. And the materials used were the top-grade ones transported from all over the world. In the past, among the third-generation juniors of the Song family, except for Song Qinghua, other juniors were not allowed to enter the gate of this manor without Old Song's permission. This alone was enough to show Old Song's affection for this mansion. Bai Feng was able to enter here because Old Song was seriously ill during this period, so this rule was relaxed. Yesterday, as soon as Yi Fei entered this villa, Bai Feng made sarcastic remarks and drove him out, which was also related to the fact that Bai Feng had just moved in and couldn't wait to experience the feeling of being the master of the house. If this manor were put up for sale, even if an exorbitant price of 2 billion was set, many forces would scramble for it. Now, this manor is not merely measurable by money. It is a symbol of status. Even someone as gentle-tempered as Song Qinghua couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she heard that Old Song was going to give this manor to Yi Fei. Old Song, you're being too polite. This is your residence. Besides, this gift is too generous. Yi Fei merely showed a slight startlement, then shook his head in refusal. Although he had no idea of the true value of this mansion, he knew it was of great worth. If young Master Yi is worried that I'll have no place to live after leaving here, there's no need to be concerned. Old Master Song shook his head and smiled. In fact, this is not my residence. Hearing this, Yifei looked at Old Master Song in surprise. The place where I live is actually at the foot of the mountain. This is just a place for me to recuperate. Now that I'm recovered, it naturally serves no purpose anymore. Old Master Song said with a smile. Although this mansion is quite costly, compared with my life, I believe it can't match. Young Master Yi, you've saved my life twice. What does it matter to give you this mansion? Old Master Song. Yifei was about to decline, but was interrupted by Old Master Song waving his hand. Young Master Yi, there's no need to refuse. This mansion might be nice for a young person like you, but for an old fellow like me, it's rather empty, lacking some vitality. I feel more comfortable living at the foot of the mountain. After saying this, Old Master Song then said to Song Qinghua beside him, Qinghua, go outside and tell them that it's my order. All members of the Song family must move out of here within 1 day starting from now. From now on, this manor will belong to young Master Yi. Without young Master Yi's permission, no one is allowed to enter this manor even a single step. Those who disobey will be punished according to the family rules. Yes, Grandpa. Song Qinghua responded, nodded, and went out to convey the order. Seeing this, Yifei could only give a wry smile and agree. Then I'm truly grateful to Old Master Song. Chapter 36. Goodness me, it was just a guess. After coming out of Elder Song's ward, due to his unfamiliarity with the manor, Yifei had to be led by Song Qinghua to the bedroom to rest. As they walked along the road, Yifei saw many members of the Song family busily loading bags of luggage onto the vehicles. When these people saw Yifei following Song Qinghua, their hands froze, and they all looked at Yifei with strange expressions. Evidently, they had already received the news spread by Song Qinghua. Yifei didn't want to be stared at like an animal, so he quickened his pace to avoid their sight. Along the way, Song Qinghua would glance at Yifei from time to time, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Yifei, I'm rather curious. You're about my age. How could you possess such remarkable medical skills? Moreover, as far as I know, your academic performance at school seems not quite outstanding. Song Qinghua finally couldn't resist her curiosity and asked. When she reached the end, she paused, choosing the phrase not quite outstanding to take care of Yifei's self-esteem. Hearing this, Yifei couldn't help but laugh. His academic performance at school was actually the last in the entire grade, far from being describable as not quite outstanding. Just as Yifei was about to answer, the voice of the reincarnation old ancestor rang in his ear again. Lad, hurry up, court her, court her. Hearing these words from the reincarnation old ancestor, Yifei was speechless. He noticed that ever since the reincarnation old ancestor discovered that Song Qinghua was of the innate Tao body, he had become much more active than before. In the past, the reincarnation patriarch seemed to disdain everything. Only when Yifei encountered difficulties would he give a bit of guidance, yet not forgetting to belittle Yifei a little at the same time. However, now, Yifei felt that the reincarnation patriarch had the potential to act like a buffoon. Instead of feeling any aversion, Yifei even thought that such a reincarnation patriarch was quite adorable. Although the reincarnation patriarch hadn't said anything, Yifei could vaguely sense his urgency. Therefore, during this period, Yifei almost utilized all his spare time for cultivation. These thoughts of Yifei naturally couldn't escape the perception of the reincarnation patriarch. At this moment, the reincarnation patriarch was so angry that he was hopping mad. You scoundrel! What did you call this old man? Adorable? Does this old man have anything to do with being adorable? Also, what on earth is a buffoon? The reincarnation patriarch scolded angrily. Yet there was a hint of relief in his voice, and he no longer urged Yifei to court Song Qinghua. Yifei instinctively shook his head and smiled. Naturally, he didn't dare to tell the reincarnation patriarch the meaning of the word buffoon. As long as he didn't think about it, the reincarnation patriarch wouldn't know. Unless the reincarnation patriarch used his spiritual sense to scan Yifei's memory, but that would consume his spiritual sense and also cause a bit of harm to Yifei. Naturally, the reincarnation patriarch wouldn't do such a thing. What are you laughing at? Song Qinghua asked with a slight frown of her delicate brows when she saw that Yifei didn't answer her question, but just kept shaking his head and smiling. Oh, nothing. Yifei shook his head and replied. He had been communicating with the reincarnation patriarch just now, and of course, he couldn't tell Song Qinghua this. Humph. Fine if you don't say. I don't care to know. Song Qinghua let out a soft snort, pointed at the bedroom ahead and said, That's your bedroom. You can go in by yourself. No need to see you off. After that, she snorted again at Yifei before turning around and leaving. If the people of the Song family saw that their little princess, who was as serene as a celestial being and exuded tranquility and elegance, was throwing a petty tantrum in front of Yi Fei, they would probably be so astonished that their jaws would drop. Is this still our little fairy? It seems she's angry. Yi Fei looked at Song Qinghua's gradually disappearing figure, blinked his eyes, and said to himself, "What do you mean by seems? That little girl is clearly angry." The reincarnation patriarch said huffily. It seemed that he was still annoyed that Yi Fei had used the word cute to describe him earlier. After that, the reincarnation patriarch burst into laughter. "Unexpectedly, you seem to be a bit of a dullard on the surface, but you're not bad at courting girls." "Not bad. Not bad. You somewhat resemble this old patriarch in his prime." "Huh. What did you say, patriarch?" Yi Fei had a bewildered look on his face, feeling confused by what the reincarnation patriarch said. Seeing Yi Fei's appearance, the reincarnation patriarch immediately felt frustrated. He cursed resentfully. "Damn it. So you were just guessing." After that, no matter how much Yi Fei questioned, the reincarnation patriarch remained silent, as if he was angered by Yi Fei's dullness. Yi Fei had no choice but to enter the bedroom to cultivate. Since his cultivation had reached the second level of qi refining, the true essence in his body had more than doubled compared to before, although using the four-elephant acupuncture technique was a bit easier than before. After this round of acupuncture for Old Master Song, he still felt somewhat exhausted. In the following time, Yi Fei remained secluded in the bedroom, engrossed in his cultivation. Even when it came to meals, he had them delivered to his bedroom. Seeing this, the Song family members assumed that Yi Fei had exhausted himself greatly in treating Old Master Song, and thus they dared not disturb him. Old Master Song even instructed all the Song family members to be extremely careful during the move and refrain from making any noise that could disrupt Yi Fei. It was not until evening that Yi Fei's door was knocked on again. The visitor was none other than Song Qinghua. As it turned out, most of the Song family members had already moved out. Song Qinghua had come to bid farewell to Yi Fei. Naturally, Yi Fei felt it inappropriate to remain in the bedroom any longer. He came out to say goodbye to Old Master Song and the others. After seeing them off from the manor, he returned to the bedroom to continue his cultivation. Late at night, at 2 o'clock in the morning, on the peak of Tianyan Mountain, the Song Manor, which had now become Yi Fei's private estate. In Yi Fei's bedroom, in front of Yi Fei lay an egg-sized piece of jadeite. Precisely the imperial green jadeite that Yi Fei had cut out from the jade gambling store a few days ago. "Ancestor, can I start refining the magic talisman now?" Yi Fei inquired in his heart. "Almost," replied the reincarnation ancestor lackadaisically. A lowest rank magic talisman could hardly arouse the slightest bit of his interest. However, Yi Fei was different. There was a faint sense of nervousness in his heart, tinged with a bit of unease and excitement. "I'll transmit the method of refining the magic talisman to you. Practice it on your own," said the reincarnation ancestor. After that, a stream of memories suddenly emerged in Yi Fei's mind. Ancestor, aren't you going to guide me in the refining process?" Yi Fei asked, somewhat dumbfounded after reading the memories. Hearing this, the reincarnation ancestor fell silent for a moment, then said solemnly, "Lad, remember this. There are certain matters that necessitate your own hands on practice, for which others cannot substitute. If I assist you now, perhaps it will enable you to concoct the spirit talisman with ease. Nevertheless, in doing so, you would lack the opportunities for practice and the accumulation of experience, and instead, your potential would be unable to be fully realized. At present, the impact might not be apparent, yet in the future, it would be arduous for you to grow further. Even if you managed to grow, you would be like a flower in a greenhouse, extremely vulnerable." It was the first time Yi Fei had heard the reincarnation ancestor give such solemn instruction, and his expression turned solemn as well. He nodded and said, "Ancestor, I understand. What you need to refine is merely the simplest low-grade spirit talisman. Imprinting Ain, seizing array within it can complete the task. This piece of jade material is large enough to allow for several failures. So, proceed with confidence." The reincarnation ancestor's voice carried a hint of gratification. Yi Fei pursed his lips and nodded, then plunged into refining the spirit jade according to the method in his memory. The reincarnation ancestor made it sound rather effortless. But only when Yi Fei actually started refining did he realize how difficult it was to refine even this simplest low-grade spirit talisman. Yi Fei used True Yuan to cut this imperial green jade into 5 pieces. However, within just one night, Yi Fei had ruined the first 3 pieces. On this weekend day, Yi Fei remained secluded, immersing himself in refining the spirit talisman. It was not until night fell that, after ruining another piece of imperial green jade, Yifei finally succeeded in refining it with the last remaining piece. Haha, I've succeeded. Finally, I've succeeded. Yifei held the last piece of imperial green jade in his hands and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, you actually managed to refine it, you brat?" The voice of the reincarnation patriarch resounded, tinged with a hint of barely concealed astonishment. In fact, he himself didn't believe that Yifei, upon his first attempt at refining a jade talisman, could succeed in crafting one with merely these 5 pieces of jade materials. His encouragement for Yifei to take action personally was merely to let Yifei accumulate more experience of failure. In truth, he held no hope for Yifei at all. Unexpectedly, Yifei actually managed to refine it successfully. Patriarch, what do you think? Is the Yin seizing formation inscribed inside? Did I succeed? Yifei asked, carefully holding this jade talisman with both hands. This imperial green jade was carved by him into the shape of a little mouse with his true essence, for Chunwan's Chinese zodiac sign was the mouse. Imperial green jade is already the top grade material among jadeites. Now, with the Yin seizing formation inscribed by Yifei, it has become a magical talisman, appearing even more vividly green and more beautiful than polished jadeite. Moreover, after the Yin seizing formation was inscribed on this jade talisman by Yifei, apart from being able to absorb profound Yin energy, it also has the effect of protecting one from the harshness of cold and heat, undoubtedly a treasure of inestimable value. As for the craftsmanship of this mouse carving, well, it's hard to put into words. Well, you've succeeded. It's just a bit too ugly. The reincarnation patriarch nodded and couldn't resist adding a bit of discouragement at the end. Upon getting confirmation from the reincarnation patriarch, Yifei immediately beamed with joy, and the words "a bit too ugly" were automatically ignored by him. Yifei had never learned seal, carving, or anything of the sort before. He was already quite satisfied to be able to carve a shape with his true essence, although he also thought this mouse was somewhat ugly. Ancestor, how many times did you fail when you first learned to make talismans? Yifei suddenly thought of something and asked. Me? Who am I? Of course, I succeeded on the first try, the reincarnation ancestor said proudly. In fact, the reincarnation ancestor didn't start learning to make talismans until the foundation establishment stage. The first time he attempted to make a talisman, the formation he inscribed into the spirit jade was the 3 talents formation, which was slightly simpler than the Yin seizing formation. What Yifei didn't know was that the reincarnation ancestor only managed to inscribe the 3 talents formation into a piece of spirit jade after destroying no less than 1,000 pieces of spirit jade. Even so, his actions shocked the sect he was in at that time, and later he was regarded as a genius disciple by the entire sect and cultivated. This was how the reincarnation ancestor, who later dominated the immortal world, came to be. On the planet Earth, where spiritual energy is scarce and it's uncertain whether there are even cultivators, naturally, except for the reincarnation ancestor, no one else would know how difficult it is to refine jade talismans. As a native bumpkin on Earth, Yifei naturally knew even less about these things. Of course, the reincarnation ancestor would not tell Yifei about these things now. To be compared to trash by his own disciple, it's really too embarrassing. Chapter 37 Rage. Yifei excitedly put the jade talisman into his school bag and then continued to meditate and practice. Just as the sky was dawning, Yifei went down the mountain, took a taxi at the foot of the mountain, and headed straight for school. Today was Monday, and it was also the day of the second mock exam in the school. The first exam was Chinese. Yifei arrived at the classroom early, wanting to hand the jade talisman to Chunwan before the exam. In this way, Chunwan would no longer need to worry about the outbreak of the yin qi in her body. However, until the exam started, Yifei didn't wait for Chunwan. Moreover, Chunwan, who should have been the invigilator, was replaced by Zhao Yun, the class teacher with a sullen face. Although Yifei was surprised, he didn't ask. Given his relationship with Zhao Yun, even if he did ask, Zhao Yun wouldn't answer but would rather sneer at Yifei. Naturally, Yifei wouldn't seek such humiliation, forcibly suppressing the doubts in his heart. After finishing the Chinese exam, during the exam break, Yifei called Chunwan, only to find that her phone was turned off. Old ancestor, could the yin qi in sister Chunwan's body have erupted in advance? Yifei couldn't contain his worry and asked the reincarnation old ancestor. Kid, do you think the treatment method this old ancestor taught you is some cheap stuff? Don't worry. The yin qi in that little girl's body won't erupt again for at least 10 days, said the reincarnation old ancestor. Hearing this, Yifei had to temporarily suppress his worry and prepare for the next exam. After finishing the math exam, it was already noon. Yifei took the opportunity during the meal break to go to Chenwan's office, but didn't find her. After asking other teachers, he learned that Chenwan didn't come to school at all today and didn't even say a word. No wonder Zhao Yun had a sullen face this morning. Yifei murmured, but was secretly puzzled in his heart. Judging from Chenwan's dedication, it was impossible for her to be absent from work without reason. Even if she had something to do and couldn't come, she wouldn't fail to inform. In the afternoon, after finishing the comprehensive science and foreign language exams, it was already evening. Yifei called Chenwan again, and still, her phone was turned off. Yifei felt a bit agitated, with a faint premonition that something was about to happen. Ignoring his desk mate, Guoliang, who came over for a chat, Yifei directly left the classroom, intending to visit Chenwan's residence. Just a few steps out of the classroom door, Yifei's phone rang. Picking up the phone to check, it turned out to be Chenwan's call. Yifei quickly pressed the answer button. "Sister Chenwan, where are you? Why haven't I seen you today?" Yifei said hastily. However, on the other end of the phone, what came was a sarcastic laugh. Moreover, it was a man's voice. Yifei's heart sank to the bottom instantly. His pupils constricted, and two words were squeezed out between his teeth. "By phone." "Oh, kid, you actually recognized my voice. It seems you miss me quite a bit, ah." In the phone, Bai Feng's unrestrained laughter rang out. "Kid, your beauty teacher is in my hands. You are required to come to the top of Yangwishan within an hour. Otherwise, TSK. Bai Feng clicked his tongue and then said in a sinister tone, "It's been a long time since I've played with such a top-notch beauty, not to mention a beautiful teacher. Hee. I think my brothers here are also interested in having a taste of your beautiful teacher." Yifei was anxious in his heart, but forced himself to calm down. He pretended to be indifferent and said, "By phone, I think you should change your name to Idiot. She's my teacher, not my wife. You just randomly grab a teacher and expect to threaten me to go to my death? I'm really worried about your IQ. What kind of pig, like brain, could come up with such a method?" With gritted teeth, Bai Feng cursed, "You brat, stop playing dumb with me. To be honest, I heard every word of your conversation with this woman at the old man's hospital room door. Otherwise, what made you think I'd arrest her for no reason?" Since Bai Feng had discovered his special relationship with Chenwan, Yifei no longer bothered to pretend. He coldly said, "How can I be sure that you've actually captured Sister Chenwan instead of someone stealing her phone?" In fact, by this time, Yifei was almost certain that Chenwan was in Bai Feng's hands. He said this merely to make sure of Chenwan's safety. "Don't play tricks on me. Believe it or not. Remember, if you don't show up in an hour, I'll..." Bai Feng roared wildly over the phone. "I don't believe it." Yifei sneered. Before Bai Feng could finish, he hung up the phone decisively. After hanging up, a cold glint flickered in Yifei's eyes. It was as if a ball of fire was burning in his chest, and the veins on his clenched fists bulged. "Bai Feng, you'd better pray that Sister Chenwan is unharmed," Yifei murmured, holding his phone. His voice was soft, as if talking to himself. Yet it was like an extremely cold wind from the netherworld, sending chills down one's spine. Just then, Yifei's phone vibrated again. Glancing at the caller ID, Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. The reason he had hung up the phone so decisively earlier was that he had guessed that Bai Feng's target was him, Yifei, not Chenwan. Bai Feng had kidnapped Chenwan merely to lure him there. Now it seemed he was right. "Hello? You brat, listen up." On the other end of the phone, Bai Feng's hysterical roars echoed. Subsequently, the volume decreased. Yifei could still discern the voice from the receiver. It was Bai Feng conversing with someone. "Speak. The lad wants to hear your voice." However, after Bai Feng's words faded, no sound emerged. Crack! A sharp slap resounded through the phone receiver, piercing Yifei's ears and sending a jolt through his heart. Following the slap came a cry of pain. "Sister Chenwan!" Yifei shouted into the phone, no longer able to maintain his composure. This cry of pain was precisely what Chenwan couldn't help but utter in her pain. "Xiaofei, you mustn't come." Chenwan's words were cut short and turned into sobs, evidently because someone had covered her mouth. Then, Bai Feng's voice came through the phone. "Lad, remember this. Come to the summit of Yangwishan alone. I'll only give you an hour. If you can't make it..." Hee. Bai Feng let out a sinister laugh and hung up the phone. Crunch. The Nokia brick phone in Yifei's hand was instantly crushed under the immense strength of his palm. Yifei's eyes turned blood red, and boundless killing intent surged within his chest. He had never felt such intense killing intent towards someone before. Yifei rushed out of the school rapidly. Just as he reached the school gate, he was blocked by a police car. "Yifei, You've colluded with the underworld and deliberately assaulted your classmates. You're under arrest now. Come with us. A middle-aged, corpulent policeman got out of the police car, holding handcuffs, ready to arrest Yu Fei. Colluding with the underworld and deliberately assaulting classmates? Yu Fei's eyes glinted. In an instant, he spotted Wang Cheng sitting inside a Mercedes-Benz sedan behind the police car. At this moment, Wang Cheng was leaning on the car door with the window rolled down, looking at Yu Fei with a treacherous smile on his face. Observing the middle-aged fatty reeking of alcohol, how could Yu Fei fail to figure out that these policemen were nothing but imposters arranged by Wang Cheng? Yu Fei's eyes widened, glaring at the approaching middle-aged fatty, and suddenly roared. Scram! Boom! Under Yu Fei's thunderous roar filled with true yuan, the middle-aged fatty's body was sent flying in an instant. With a bang, he crashed into the police car. In an instant, the entire school gate was thrown into chaos. The car alarms, intermingled with the screams of the crowd, rose and fell one after another. Wang Cheng had originally intended to witness Yu Fei falling into his trap with his own eyes. However, what he saw was such a scene. He was so frightened that he shuddered and almost wet his pants. He quickly urged the driver in front, "Hurry, drive quickly." Click. The car door was opened from the outside. Yu Fei got into the car. Yu Fei, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, I can. Wang Cheng shouted, his voice trembling. Shut up. Yu Fei roared, casting a cold glance at him and saying, go to Yin Gui Mountain, or die. At this moment, Yu Fei was like a killing god, making anyone who saw him shiver. Wang Cheng was even more terrified, his whole body trembling and unable to utter a word. Without Wang Cheng's instructions, the driver quickly drove towards Yan Gui Mountain. 15 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz reached the foot of Yangwushan. After Yu Fei got off the car, he dashed up the mountain at great speed. At the top of Yangwushan, there was only an abandoned temple, and the rest of the place was a desolate mountain, with nowhere to set foot at all. Bai Feng must have brought Chun Wan to the top of Yangwushan and could only be in that temple. Yu Fei's speed was extremely rapid, disappearing at the foot of the mountain in the blink of an eye. It usually took an ordinary person about an hour and a half to reach the mountaintop. Yet Yu Fei only needed 10 minutes. Hee, young man, you've come quite promptly. In the temple, Bai Feng swaggered out, surrounded by a group of people. Where's Chun Wan? Yu Fei asked coldly. Go and bring that woman here. Hearing Yu Fei's words, Bai Feng chuckled, not minding Yu Fei's interrogating tone, and ordered someone to bring Chun Wan over. In Bai Feng's opinion, the moment Yu Fei arrived here, he was already like meat on his chopping block. Soon, Chun Wan was brought over by someone. Seeing that Chun Wan's clothes were neatly dressed and she hadn't suffered any harm, Yu Fei let out a long sigh of relief, and the heart that had been hanging finally settled down. However, when his gaze fell on the clear slap mark on Chun Wan's right cheek, Yu Fei's body froze. I told this bitch to greet you, but she actually dared to disobey? This slap is just a lesson for her. Bai Feng sneered, saying disdainfully. Behind Bai Feng, a group of burly men in black crossed their arms, their gazes sweeping over Yu Fei and Chun Wan, with malicious smiles on their faces. You all shall die. Yu Fei's icy cold voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. Chapter 38, The Wrath of the Reverse Scale. The dragon has a reverse scale, and those who touch it will surely die. Chun Wan is Yu Fei's reverse scale. Boundless killing intent emanated from Yu Fei, instantly enveloping everyone present. At this moment, the temperature of the entire temple seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. The numerous black-clothed men who had been looking at Yu Fei with mockery, when they saw Yu Fei's icy eyes, all felt a shiver in their hearts. A thought spontaneously rose in everyone's mind. Are these really human eyes? This guy is tough. Let's attack together. The first to react was a scar-faced burly man around 30 years old. He let out a loud shout, grabbed the machete in his hand first, and slashed towards Yu Fei. Die! Yu Fei let out a fierce roar, stomped heavily on the ground, and his body instantly accelerated, charging towards the black-clothed man like a cannonball. Bang! After a violent impact sound, the black-clothed man's rapidly charging figure halted, and then he was sent flying backwards at a faster speed. In mid-air, he opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow more than a meter long. On his chest, there was a fist print that was sunken an inch deep. Gurgling blood seeped through his clothes. Before he even landed, he was completely dead. Hiss! The black-clothed men who were about to rush forward, seeing this scene, all gasped in horror, their eyes filled with fear. These people were not the bodyguards of the Song family, but desperados hired by Bai Feng with his own savings. Each of them was extremely vicious and had a long list of heinous crimes on their hands. However, even though they were used to being fierce on a daily basis, after seeing Yi Fei's violent blow, they felt as if their courage had been shattered. Quick, attack together and kill him, or we'll be the ones to die? Bai Feng let out a loud shriek. He was astounded by Yi Fei's violent blow and regretted provoking this killing god, Yi Fei, in his heart. However, at this moment, he had no way back. He knew that from the moment he abducted Chen Wan, the two sides were already engaged in a life and death struggle. Don't rush. I've no intention of sparing any of you. Yi Fei sneered. Before these people could react, his body turned into a blur and charged towards these. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull, suffocating impact sounds echoed continuously in the dilapidated temple. Each time the sound rang out, a figure was sent flying into the air. In less than a minute, those who had surrounded Yi Fei were now lying scattered on the ground, their life and death status unknown. After effortlessly dealing with these people, Yi Fei turned around and looked at Bai Feng, who was still standing there, and said indifferently, "Now, it's your turn." Bai Feng's eyes widened, his face filled with horror. He had already overestimated Yi Fei as much as possible and even used all his savings to hire these desperados to deal with Yi Fei. But now it seemed that he had still underestimated Yi Fei. What shocked him even more was that these desperados he had hired at a high price were so vulnerable in front of Yi Fei. Bai Feng stared straight at Yi Fei. Although shocked by Yi Fei's strength, there was no fear on his face. "Little brat, I have to admit that I underestimated you. I never expected that not only are you highly skilled in medicine, but you also have such remarkable martial arts skills. But so what? No matter how capable you are in fighting and how fast your moves are, can you dodge a bullet?" Suddenly, Bai Feng's voice surged, as his hand emerged from behind. A pistol now rested in his grip, its muzzle trained directly at Yi Fei. Bai Feng's features contorted into a mask of hideousness. "Kneel down right now," he commanded. Yi Fei merely sneered, allowing the pistol to point at him. Instead of kneeling, he took deliberate steps towards Bai Feng. "I told you to kneel," Bai Feng roared, his expression growing even more ferocious. For some inexplicable reason, despite holding the pistol, the sight of Yi Fei's unwavering composure instilled an uneasy feeling deep within him. The distance between Yi Fei and Bai Feng was merely 10 meters. Yet, Yi Fei advanced slowly, each step seemingly pounding on Bai Feng's heart, causing it to quiver with every tread. Bai Feng's hand, clutching the pistol, began to tremble. Pointing at Yi Fei, he bellowed, "I warn you, don't come any closer." Yi Fei, however, paid him no heed and continued to move forward at his own pace. Finally, unable to bear the psychological pressure any longer, Bai Feng pulled the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot rang out, Bai Feng exhaled deeply. What a fool, bringing about his own demise. Bai Feng muttered under his breath, his head slightly dazed from the recoil of the gun. When his vision cleared and he sought to check if Yi Fei was dead, to his astonishment, Yi Fei was nowhere in sight. "Are you looking for me?" A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind Bai Feng. Bai Feng spun around and was confronted with the familiar face of Yi Fei, a sight that filled him with sheer horror. "How is this possible? How could you still be alive?" Bai Feng shrieked. At a distance of less than 10 meters, no precise aiming was required to hit the target. However, Bai Feng just couldn't fathom why Yi Fei was unharmed. Yi Fei, wearing a cold smile on his face, didn't respond. Instead, he said icily, "Next. I'll show you what despair truly means." "Die!" Bai Feng roared, raised his hand, and fired another shot in Yi Fei's direction. This time, Yi Fei was even closer to him, yet he still missed. Yi Fei's figure once again emerged behind Bai Feng, gazing at him with a sneer. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out continuously, but all of them hit nothing but empty air. Yi Fei was like a ghost, always appearing behind Bai Feng whenever the gunshots ceased. Finally, Bai Feng broke down. When there was only one bullet left in the pistol, Bai Feng didn't shoot at Yi Fei anymore. Instead, he aimed the gun at his own temple. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Yi Fei spoke. "Letting you die like this would be too easy on you, wouldn't it?" As the words fell, Yi Fei's palm, like a pair of iron pincers, grabbed Bai Feng's hand that was holding the pistol. Bai Feng sadly realized that at this moment, he couldn't even make the slightest movement of his fingers. After that, Bai Feng felt his palm empty. By the time he came to his senses, the gun had already fallen into Yi Fei's hand. Crack! Crack! The tungsten, steel-made pistol in Yi Fei's hands was like plasticine. In the blink of an eye, it was kneaded into a lump of scrap metal. You're not human. You're a devil," Bai Feng shouted, pointing at Yi Fei. So it was this hand that hit Sister Chenwan, right? Yifei's expression was cold. He seized Bai Feng's outstretched right hand and gave it a sudden, forceful squeeze. A crackling sound of bones breaking echoed, and Bai Feng let out a shrill scream. When Yifei released his grip, Bai Feng's right hand seemed like a mollusk, with all the bones inside completely shattered. Oh. Bai Feng wailed repeatedly, "Kill me! Kill me!" A sharp slap was the response. Yifei slapped Bai Feng across the face, sending his body flying horizontally. Just as Bai Feng's body was about to hit the ground, Yifei instantly lunged forward and kicked him into the air. Bang! 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 A succession of crashing sounds resounded throughout the temple once again. Each time Bai Feng was about to land, Yifei would land another kick, sending him skyward once more. A full half-hour passed before Yifei lost interest and allowed Bai Feng's body to plummet freely from the air. Bang! Bai Feng's body crashed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yifei paid no heed to whether Bai Feng was alive or dead, and instead walked towards the unconscious Chenwan. Yifei didn't want his secrets to be exposed prematurely, nor did he want Chenwan to be frightened by the bloody scene. Therefore, even before he took action, he had requested the reincarnation ancestor to block Chenwan's 6 senses, putting her into a temporary coma. Just as he picked up the unconscious Chenwan, Yifei's brows knitted slightly, and he let out a soft sigh. These people sure are fast. With that, he carried the unconscious Chenwan and vanished into the night. 5 minutes later, a team composed of dozens of special police officers slowly surrounded the temple at Chenwan's home. After placing the unconscious Chenwan on the bed, Yifei circulated his true yuan once more to reduce the swelling and redness on Chenwan's cheeks. Only then did he request the reincarnation patriarch to lift the seal on Chenwan's 6 senses. When Chenwan fell into a deep slumber, Yifei heaved a sigh of relief and stepped out of Chenwan's room. Chapter 39. I'm allergic to pigs. That night, instead of returning to his residence, Yifei cultivated in the living room of Chenwan's home throughout the night. He was worried that Chenwan might be frightened by the events of the day, so he remained vigilant in the living room. In fact, Yifei's concerns were unfounded. Chenwan slept soundly that night. It was not until she woke up at dawn and saw Yifei in the living room that she recalled the events of the previous night. During breakfast, Chenwan didn't mention a word about it, as if nothing had happened. This, instead, made Yifei, sitting opposite Chenwan, feel a bit uneasy. Chenwan's reaction was truly abnormal. Sister Chenwan, don't you want to know what happened last night? Yifei asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Chenwan smiled softly and asked, So, what had happened last night? Yifei was immediately at a loss for words, not knowing how to begin. Regarding the events of last night, it was indeed difficult for him to tell Chenwan too much. After all, aside from his own secrets, it also involved the lives of those people on the top of Yangwushan. For Chenwan, the less she knew, the safer she would be. Moreover, since learning that Chenwan had been kidnapped yesterday, Yifei had been in a rampaging state. He was also worried that his actions on the top of Yangwushan were too bloody and might scare Chenwan. Chenwan couldn't help but chuckle softly when she saw Yifei's appearance and said, I know this involves your secret, and it's not easy to speak out. I can understand. As she said this, Chenwan playfully winked at Yifei, as if to imply that she also had secrets she hadn't told him. Like where I'm from. Yifei was taken aback. Only then did he realize that apart from knowing that Chenwan graduated from Peking University, he seemed to know nothing else about her. Before Yifei could speak, Chenwan's voice rang out again. In fact, I'm not as ignorant as you might think. Due to my background, I do have some knowledge of certain special people in this world. So, you don't need to feel guilty about keeping secrets from me. Chenwan looked at Yifei and smiled. As long as I know that I was kidnapped yesterday and it was you who saved me, that's enough, isn't it? Yifei nodded. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Since Chenwan wasn't affected by yesterday's events, he decided not to bring up the topic anymore. When the meal was halfway through, Yifei suddenly remembered the jade talisman he had refined and hadn't had the chance to give to Chenwan yet. He quickly said, Sister Chenwan, wait a moment. I have a gift for you. With that, Yifei ran to the sofa in the living room, took out a brocade box from his school bag. This brocade box was found by Yifei in the villa given to him by Old Song. He didn't know what it was originally used for. At that time, he thought the box was quite exquisite, so he took it for use. For Yifei now, anything the Song family didn't take away is mine. Sister Chenwan, this is the jade talisman I made. As long as you wear it close to your body, you won't have to worry about the recurrence of the illness in the future, Yifei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chenwan's eyes lit up. and her pretty face was filled with uncontrollable joy. She asked, is it done so quickly? Yifei also smiled and said, yes. Take a look and see if you like it. Xinhuan held the brocade box and nodded vigorously. Seeing Xinhuan so happy, Yifei was also delighted. The yin, qi in Xinhuan's body had accumulated and stagnated for too long, and it was extremely difficult to completely eradicate. Yifei wanted to help Xinhuan thoroughly solve the hidden danger of the yin qi. There were only two ways. One was to use the fourth style of the four-elephant acupuncture method, Scarlet Phoenix greets the source, to treat Xinhuan after his cultivation level improved. The other method was what the reincarnation patriarch had told Yifei before, to break Xinhuan's virginity and absorb the yin, qi in her body. Yifei didn't dare to mention the second method to Xinhuan. He was afraid of getting beaten. At present, Yifei couldn't completely cure Xinhuan's chronic illness. But with this jade talisman, it could basically ensure that Xinhuan no longer had to endure the pain of the yin, qi outbreak. And her life was also guaranteed. In the future, as long as Yifei took the jade talisman from Xinhuan at regular intervals and absorbed the yin, qi inside, it would be fine. This was beneficial to both Yifei and Xinhuan. The yin, qi in Xinhuan's body decreased, while Yifei could improve his cultivation level by absorbing this yin qi. Just as Yifei was lost in random thoughts, Xinhuan had already opened the brocade box and couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Hearing this exclamation, Yifei's smile on his face became even broader. Then, Xinhuan continued, what an adorable little pig. Xiaofei, did you carve this? Little pig? The smile on Yifei's face froze. Quahaha in Yifei's ears. The uproarious laughter of the samsara old ancestor resounded. Lad, I always thought you carved a dog. Unexpectedly, it's a little pig. Alas, I'm really getting old. My eyesight is failing. After that, there was another burst of laughter. The samsara old ancestor said this deliberately to tease Yifei, because Yifei had long told him that what he carved was a mouse. Yifei's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into right now. How embarrassing. Xinhuan's eyes were fixed on the jade talisman in the brocade box, not hearing Yifei's response for a long time. She tilted her head to look at Yifei and then noticed that the expression on Yifei's face was a bit stiff. Xiaofei, what's wrong? I really like this little pig. Why do you have such an expression? Xinhuan asked in surprise. Yifei wore a sorrowful face. Sister Xinhuan, can we not mention the pig? I'm allergic to it. Xinhuan naturally didn't believe Yifei's nonsense and asked in astonishment. Why? I think this little pig is so cute. But what I carved is a mouse. Yifei's face showed an expression of despair. Xinhuan was stunned upon hearing this. She looked down at the jade talisman in the brocade box again and then noticed that the tail of this pig seemed unusually long. Poochie. Xinhuan couldn't help but burst into a charming laugh. But I still think it looks like a pig. Seeing Yifei's depressed look, Xinhuan laughed even more heartily. Yifei complained indignantly, is my carving skill really that poor? Yifei's words only made Xinhuan laugh even harder. She was laughing so much that she could barely straighten her back, her shoulders trembling incessantly. She retorted to Yifei, can you not tell jokes while we're having a meal? Yifei. The entire breakfast time passed amidst Xinhuan's laughter. Even when eating, Xinhuan held the little pig in one hand while using the other to eat, and she would occasionally wave it in front of Yifei's eyes. After leaving Xinhuan's house, instead of going directly to school, Yifei headed towards the commercial street not far from the school. Yesterday, in a fit of anger when he received Baifeng's call, he crushed his durable Nokia phone. If his family called and couldn't get through, they would surely worry. Yifei didn't want to cause his family any anxiety, so he had to buy a new phone as soon as possible. Fortunately, the SIM card was still intact. Yifei was no longer the penniless young man who had just arrived in Haizhou. He didn't have to fret over the cost of a mobile phone. After all, there was nearly 2 million yuan in his bank account that he hadn't touched yet. With money in hand, Yifei felt more confident. When he saw a mobile phone store that was already open for business, he walked in. The store was quite spacious. 5 female clerks were chatting together behind the counter, while another female clerk was mopping the floor with her head down outside and didn't notice Yifei. When the 5 chatting clerks saw Yifei enter, they all looked over in unison. After a cursory glance at him, they all turned their heads back and continued their conversation. Yifei was clad in the school uniform of Haizhou No. 1 Middle School. Having been frequently worn and washed numerous times, it had become somewhat faded, making him seem rather rustic. Yifei could well understand the thoughts of these people and didn't mind. He was engrossed in perusing the dazzling array of mobile phones on various counters. Dear classmate, are you here to purchase a mobile phone? Just as Yifei was looking around aimlessly, A gentle voice sounded beside his ear. Yifei turned his head and discovered that it was the female shop assistant who had been mopping the floor earlier. This female shop assistant was around his age and was a beauty, her appearance even comparable to that of Luo Yiren, the monitor of Yifei's class. In particular, the girl had a simple ponytail, and her skin was fair and clean, exuding a fresh and gentle aura. Li Yunju, what are you chatting idly about over there? Hurry up and mop the floor. And you, what are you wandering around here for? Can't you see that you've dirted the floor with your footsteps? Just as Yifei was about to speak, a somewhat shrill voice came over. Chapter 40. Why is it always you? Hey you, what are you staring at? I'm talking about you. Yifei turned his head and saw that among the 5 chatting shop assistants from before, a woman in her 30s with heavy makeup was pointing at Yifei. If I'm not here to buy a mobile phone, what else would I be doing here? Yifei retorted irritably, feeling that this person was rather baffling. Kid, I've seen plenty of people like you. Aren't you just using the pretext of buying a mobile phone to ogle Li Yunju? I heard she's the campus belle of your Haizhou No. 1 middle school. With some title like commoner campus belle. It's truly ridiculous. After the woman finished speaking, she sneered at Yifei again. Kid, you're still too green. Remember to take off that school uniform when you come next time. Li Yunju? Hearing what the heavily made up woman said, Yifei instantly understood the identity of the beautiful salesperson beside him. She was actually Li Yunju, the civilian school beauty mentioned by his desk mate, Guoliang. At the same time, Yifei also learned from the middle-aged woman that because Li Yunju worked here, many students from Haizhou No. 1 middle school often pretended to come here to buy mobile phones just to catch a glimpse of her. Apparently, Yifei was regarded as one of them by the middle-aged female salesperson. Looking at the expression on Li Yunju's face, it seemed she thought the same. Yifei was suddenly at a loss for words. He felt more wrong than doughy. Since Yifei once asked Guoliang about the 4 school beauties of Haizhou No. 1 middle school, Guoliang, whether there was something to do or not, often showed off in front of Yifei about the information he had obtained regarding this or that school beauty. Although Yifei wasn't interested in listening, after Guoliang talked about it so often, he remembered some of it. It seemed that something had happened in Li Yunju's family, and it seemed that they owed a large debt. Yifei looked at Li Yunju and asked in surprise, Aren't you still in school? Why are you working here? The 4 school beauties of Haizhou are not only beautiful, but each of them is also a top student. However, Luo Yiren's grades are the most outstanding, so she was given the nickname of Invincible Top Student. The other school beauties, including Yifei's proud cousin, are all among the top 50 in the grade. Haizhou No. 1 middle school ranks among the top in the country. Ranking among the top 50 in Haizhou No. 1 middle school means having the luxury of choosing from prestigious universities at will, with only a few months until the exams. It's hardly likely that Li Yunju would be so short-sighted as to forego a place at a key university and instead work here as an ordinary shop assistant. Yifei and Li Yunju don't know each other, and his straightforward question was rather imprudent. However, Li Yunju, true to her title of commoner campus belle, despite Yifei's brash inquiry, still replied, I'm just doing odd jobs here, not a regular employee. Yifei nodded. He thought to himself that Guoliang was probably right. Li Yunju's family might have encountered some difficulties. Otherwise, with the heavy academic load in senior high school year 3, she wouldn't be out doing odd jobs, especially those like cleaning that don't pay much. At this thought, Yifei couldn't help but recall his own situation when he first came to study at Haizhou No. 1 middle school. Without his aunt's help, in order to lighten the burden on his family, he might have done the same as Li Yunju and sought an odd job. Yifei suddenly had the impulse to give Li Yunju a hand, not because she was the campus belle of Haizhou No. 1 middle school, but because she resembled himself when he first arrived in Haizhou. Of course, except for academic performance. You can sell mobile phones here too? Yifei asked, looking at Li Yunju. Li Yunju glanced at Yifei in surprise. In fact, she had noticed Yifei as soon as he entered the mobile phone store. After seeing the school uniform he was wearing, she also thought that Yifei wasn't here to look at mobile phones, but to see her. However, at this moment, from Yifei's tone, it seemed that he was truly intending to purchase a mobile phone. Although not quite believing it, Li Yunju still nodded and said, I'm not a regular store clerk, yet I can also sell mobile phones. The only difference is that my commission is only half of that of a regular clerk, while everything else remains the same. Yifei nodded and said, Then recommend a model for me. Very well. May I ask what requirements you have for the mobile phone, such as functions, price range, and so on? Seeing that Yifei was genuinely here to buy a mobile phone, Li Yunju also assumed a business-like manner. After all, if a deal could be made, she would be able to get a commission. Although the amount was not large, for her who was in urgent need of money at the moment, it was still of some help. Requirements? Yifei's requirements for the mobile phone were not high. Being able to make and receive calls sufficed. However, since he intended to give Li Yunju a hand, he might as well do it thoroughly. He said, then choose one with good quality and an attractive appearance. The 5 female clerks nearby, upon hearing the questions and answers between Yifei and Li Yunju, naturally realized at this time that Yifei was actually here to buy a mobile phone. The heavily made-up woman who had taunted Yifei earlier sneered and said, "Humph, a penniless wretch, using his parents' hard-earned money to act like a big shot in front of his female classmate. If you have the guts, buy an iPhone 10. Yifei was too lazy to pay attention to that noisy woman. However, he was somewhat curious about the iPhone 10 she mentioned and couldn't help asking Li Yunju, "What is an iPhone 10? Li Yunju glanced at Yifei with an expression on her face as if she wanted to say something but held back. Upon seeing her expression, Yifei immediately understood. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. The money I use to buy the phone is earned by myself, not from my family. Now, could you tell me what iPhone XX is?" Li Yunju glanced at Yifei and then nodded, saying, "iPhone XX is the latest model released by Apple this year. It indeed meets the 2 points you mentioned, yet its cost-performance ratio isn't high. One unit costs over 10,000 yuan. I don't recommend you to buy this model." Yifei smiled and said, "Then this is the one. Give me 2. Yifei thought that his sister, Yixian, was about to enter high school soon. This was a good opportunity to buy one for her and make her happy. He still remembered the delighted look on his little sister's face when he said on the phone last time that he would bring her a gift. 2. Hearing Yifei's words, not only Li Yunju but also the 5 female shop assistants who had been eavesdropping were stunned. 2 iPhone XXs? That was nearly 30,000 yuan. Humph, anyone can brag. I could even say my dad is Ma Dazue. Buying 2? Are you going to use one and throw the other away?" The heavily made-up woman sneered again. Yifei was really fed up with this woman. He gave her a cold look and said impatiently, "I buy 2. One for making calls and the other for receiving calls. Is that not allowed? You're meddling too much." When Li Yunju took out 2 unopened phones, Yifei directly took out the bank card from his pocket and said, "Charge it." Oh. Yifei's straightforward actions left everyone present dumbfounded. The woman with heavy makeup, who had intended to sneer at Yifei a couple of words and had already opened her mouth, suddenly seemed to be choked by someone when she saw Yifei's bank card. The words that were on the tip of her tongue were forced back. Since Yifei had taken out the bank card, at this moment, naturally no one thought that Yifei couldn't afford the money. The woman with heavy makeup glanced at Li Yunju, then her eyes suddenly rolled. She quickly walked over to Li Yunju and said, "Shaoli, haven't you finished mopping the floor yet? Hurry up and do it." Then she turned to look at Yifei and said obsequiously, "Handsome sir, let me help you handle the invoices for these 2 mobile phones." After saying that, she even leaned closer to Yifei, trying to squeeze Li Yunju aside. Yifei quickly took a step back and waved his hand in front of him, saying, "Madam, you have bad breath. I'm sorry, I can't stand the smell of excrement. Could you please step aside?" Bang. As soon as Yifei's words fell, even though the woman with heavy makeup had a thick skin, her whole face turned red all the way to the base of her neck. The woman with heavy makeup pointed at Yifei and cursed loudly, You little beast, how do you talk? Didn't your family teach you how to talk to people? You're a thing born by your mother but not taught by your father." Originally, Yifei was too lazy to pay attention to this woman. However, when he heard the last sentence the woman with heavy makeup said, his face instantly turned icy cold. "What did you just say?" Yifei's voice was frigid, carrying a bone-piercing chill. This sentence was definitely Yifei's biggest taboo since childhood. "I said you were born by your mother, but not." Slap. Before the woman with heavy makeup could finish speaking, she received a resounding slap on her face. "You, how dare you hit me? Do you have any idea who I am?" The woman with heavy makeup covered her face and pointed at Yifei, her expression one of utter disbelief. "I don't care who you are. Say that again, and I'll kill you." Yifei's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and spoke. His tone was so icy that no one present believed his words were a joke. The woman with heavy makeup was so frightened that her face turned deathly pale. In the end, she didn't dare to repeat herself. Pointing at Yifei, she cursed, You just wait for me." With that, she took out her phone and started dialing. Once the call connected, she started shouting, "Hello, brother, go. I've been beaten up. I'm at the mobile phone store. Hurry up and bring some people over. It's by a little. Anyway, come quickly." When the woman with heavy makeup said the word little, Yifei's gaze happened to turn towards her, causing her to tremble in fear. She didn't dare to utter the following words, bastard. Yi Fei withdrew his gaze and then said to Li Yunju, who was standing there in a daze, swipe the card. Li Yunju looked at Yi Fei. Seeing that he was still calm and composed, she couldn't help but whisper, you'd better leave quickly. The person she called is a well-known hooligan in the entire Dongqing district. You can't afford to mess with him. No sooner had Li Yunju finished speaking than the woman with heavy makeup started cursing loudly. Li Yunju, you ungrateful little slut. What were you just saying? Don't think I couldn't hear you. What? Did someone buy you off just by buying a mobile phone? You're just like your mother. Both of you have cheap lives and deserve to suffer for a lifetime. Being verbally abused like this, Li Yunju's face turned rather ugly. Yi Fei suddenly turned his head and said coldly, if you don't want another slap, shut your filthy mouth. The heavily made-up woman was startled by Yi Fei. However, after making a phone call, she seemed to gain some confidence. Pointing at Yi Fei, she said, kid, if you have guts, don't leave. Yi Fei didn't bother to pay attention to the woman's clamor and waited for Li Yunju to issue the invoice for her. Li Yunju apparently wanted Yi Fei to leave early and, with great proficiency, completed the procedures very quickly. Nevertheless, she was still a step too late. Just as she handed the phone and the invoice to Yi Fei, a voice came from outside the mobile phone store. Which blind-eyed wretch dared to hit my woman? His eyes must be blinded by a curse. At the same time, a group of hooligans holding clubs rushed into the mobile phone store. The leader was the so-called Brother Go in the mouth of the heavily made-up woman. When the heavily made-up woman saw Brother Go coming in, she rushed over immediately and cried out, Brother Go, you've finally come. If you came any later, I would have been bullied to death. Her voice became coquettish. Baby, don't cry. Let me avenge you. Brother Go patted the heavily made-up woman in his arms, scanned the mobile phone store with his eyes, and shouted, which blind-eyed thing dared to hit my woman? Get out here. The heavily made-up woman pointed at Yi Fei and said, it's him. Just as her voice fell, Yi Fei, who had his back turned, also turned around. Kid, it's you. Brother Go looked in the direction the heavily made-up woman pointed at and blurted out a curse. When clearly seeing Yi Fei's countenance, one's mouth gaped wide open instantly, and the words that followed got stuck in the throat, making his throat gurgle. Brother Dog, it's this little wretch. The woman with heavy makeup pointed at Yi Fei and cursed loudly. Slap. Just as her voice fell, her face was slapped again with a resounding smack. However, this time it wasn't Yi Fei who did it, but that so-called Brother Dog. The woman with heavy makeup covered her face, looking at Brother Dog in utter disbelief. Brother Dog, why did you hit me? You should hit that little slap. Before she could finish speaking, another resounding slap landed on her face. I'm hitting you. To tell you the truth, I've long been fed up with you. If it weren't for the fact that you served me comfortably, I would have kicked you away long ago. Brother Dog pointed at the woman with heavy makeup and cursed vehemently. Cut it out, stop acting. Yi Fei said coldly, interrupting Brother Dog's performance. Brother Dog looked embarrassed and quickly walked up to Yi Fei, flattering him. Yi classmate, this bitch actually dared to offend you. She really deserves a beating. I'll definitely teach her a good lesson when I get back. Yi Fei looked at Brother Dog and sneered, little dog, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Truly, life brings unexpected reunions everywhere. It turned out that this Brother Dog was none other than Go Chang, the Brother Dog who had been taught a lesson by Yi Fei before. Hearing Yi Fei's address of little dog, Go Chang's mouth was full of bitterness. It felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running wild in his heart. He secretly thought that he had tried his best to avoid this bane, but still ended up encountering him. At this moment, he really wanted to blurt out an English phrase he had learned from another hoodlum who claimed to have a primary school diploma. Damn it, how old are you? Chapter 41. Yi Fei's taboo. Go Chang had a secret unknown to outsiders. That was, he possessed an acute intuition for danger far beyond that of ordinary people. This intuition was inborn. Relying on this acute intuition, he, a small-time hoodlum who had never attended school for a single day and had no particular skills, managed to progress smoothly and became a well-known big-shot hoodlum in the entire Dongqing district. However, after encountering Yi Fei, this special intuition he took pride in seemed to have failed. Their first encounter was when he was up to no good with Chen Wan and was caught by Yi Fei. At that time, Yi Fei still resembled a normal teenager, showing timidity and fear in the face of street hoodlums, giving him no sense of danger. As a result, he got a severe beating. The second time he met Yi Fei was in Yi Fei's classroom. He received a call from Wang Cheng and went to avenge Wang Cheng. When he saw Yi Fei again, He had an intuitive sense of dread, a desire to retreat and avoid provoking him. Out of trust in this intuition, despite the predicament of potentially having no construction projects to undertake after offending Wang Cheng's father, he still gave Wang Cheng a good beating. Today, it was the third time he met Yi Fei, and the current Yi Fei made him feel that he couldn't even look directly at him. Under Yi Fei's gaze, he actually had an urge to lower his head, bend over, or even kneel and crawl. He knew that this was something only his acute perception could detect, something that others could hardly notice. It had only been a few days. Go Chang sighed in his heart. In just a few days' absence, Yi Fei has undergone such a tremendous change. This transformation is not a change in appearance, but a change in the temperament that emanates from the very depths of his being, stemming from a strong confidence in his own strength. If given the option, Go Chang would definitely choose to stay as far away from Yi Fei as possible, preferably never to see him again in his life. Unfortunately, he can't escape. This Yi Fei is simply like the nemesis in his life. Seeing Yi Fei staring at him with a sneer, Go Chang really wanted to say to him, "Actually, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should." However, he didn't dare. Little dog. Upon hearing this address from Yi Fei, not only the few female clerks in the mobile phone store, but also the numerous hooligans who came with Brother Dog were stunned. Inside the counter behind Yi Fei, Li Yunju's face turned rather pale with fright when Brother Dog and the others entered. She knew of Brother Dog's notorious reputation. In her opinion, Yi Fei was probably doomed to be severely beaten this time, and she herself was likely to suffer as well. However, just as she was anxiously trying to come up with a countermeasure, the situation suddenly changed. In the mobile phone store, after a brief moment of silence, one of the hooligans behind Brother Dog quickly reacted, pointed a stick at Yi Fei, and cursed, "Damn it, kid, how the hell do you talk to Brother Dog?" Slap. Before he could finish speaking, a resounding slap landed on his face. Brother Dog looked at the hooligan, who was covering his face with a wronged expression. With a gloomy face, "You damn it, how do you talk to Brother Yi? Do you want to court death?" After that, he said to the other hooligans, "Are you blind? You don't even recognize Brother Yi. No, you don't even recognize Lord Yi. What on earth are you all standing around idly for? Hurry up and hail Master Yi with me." By the end of his words, it was almost a growl. "Master Yi, Master Yi, Master Yi, hello?" Disorderly shouts resounded within the mobile phone store. The heavily made-up woman was dumbfounded. The few female shop assistants who had been chatting casually before were also stunned. Li Yunju stared at Yi Fei in astonishment. Her beautiful big eyes widened even more. A thought spontaneously emerged in her mind. Could he be from the underworld? And have more powerful connections than Brother Go? That's enough. Yi Fei waved his hand, interrupting the gangsters who were still shouting Master Yi after him. He indifferently said to Brother Go, "I don't have so many grandsons. You'd better address me as Student Yi as you did before." "Grandsons?" puffed Li Yunju, who had been staring intently at Yi Fei. Couldn't help bursting into laughter upon hearing Yi Fei's words. Before, when those gangsters were shouting, she hadn't noticed anything. Only after hearing Yi Fei's words did she realize that the two addresses, Master Yi and Grandpa, did sound rather similar. Brother Go was also extremely embarrassed. If anyone else dared to laugh at this moment, he would surely make them pay a heavy price. But Li Yunju was now standing beside Yi Fei. Even if he were given the courage, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Li Yunju. Looking at Li Yunju's peerlessly delicate and pretty face, who could be certain that this master didn't come here to court this young lady? With an ingratiating smile on his face, Brother Go said, "Then I'll address you as before, as Student Yi." "Student Yi, did this bitch offend you just now?" As he spoke, Brother Dog grabbed the collar of the heavily made-up woman and yanked her forward. The heavily made-up woman had long been scared out of her wits. Being yanked like this by Brother Dog, she immediately let out a shrill scream. "Oh, Brother Dog, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time." The heavily made-up woman pleaded in a hurry, bursting into tears. "What's the use of apologizing to me? The one you offended is classmate Yi. Hurry up and apologize to classmate Yi," Brother Dog roared. This heavily made-up woman was a new lover that Go Chang had recently found. Although she wasn't very good looking, she was proficient in certain aspects. Moreover, she was unrestrained in bed, daring to try any position, which had been pleasing Go Chang greatly recently. It would be really hard for Go Chang to give her up just like that, so he shouted to wake her up. The heavily made-up woman was usually a shrewd person, but after getting close to Brother Dog recently, she had become a bit conceited. She had been scared out of her mind just now, but now, being scolded by Go Chang, she came to her senses. With a thud, The heavily made-up woman knelt down in front of Yi Fei and quickly kowtowed, saying, "Lord Yi." "No, classmate Yi. I failed to recognize your eminence. Please forgive me this time. I'll never dare again." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, smudging the thick makeup on her face, making her look like a ghost. Yi Fei stood there, allowing the heavily made-up woman to cry and kowtow, watching coldly, like a statue. He remained unmoved, his heart as cold as iron. Yi Fei was not an aggressive person originally. However, the words the heavily made-up woman had scolded before had touched the deepest taboo in his heart. Seeing that Yi Fei remained silent, the woman with heavy makeup grew even more flustered. She cast a pleading glance at Li Yunju, who was standing aside. "Yunju, could you please intercede with this classmate Yi for me? I've helped your family a great deal in the past. Why, even this job of yours was found by me." Upon hearing this, a hesitant look crossed Li Yunju's face. The woman with heavy makeup lived not far from her home, so they could be considered neighbors. And indeed, as the woman claimed, she had lent her family quite a bit of assistance. However, every time she did a tiny favor for Li Yunju's family, she would demand a huge reward in return. Even for this part-time job at the mobile phone store, the woman with heavy makeup had asked Li Yunju for a 300 yuan agency fee before allowing her to start working. Eventually, Li Yunju couldn't bear it and said, "Well, classmate Yi, could you please let Sister Li off this time?" Hearing this, Yi Fei looked at Li Yunju in surprise. Just now, he had heard how foul-mouthed the woman with heavy makeup had been towards her, yet now Li Yunju was pleading on her behalf. "Sister Li, she has helped our family a lot before," Li Yunju explained, feeling a bit guilty as she lowered her head, avoiding Yi Fei's gaze while being stared at by him. Yi Fei nodded. School time was approaching soon, and he hadn't intended to waste more time here anyway. At this moment, he didn't mind doing a favor and letting Li Yunju earn this kindness. With this favor in place, presumably Li Yunju's situation in this mobile phone store would be much better in the future. Yi Fei glanced at the woman with heavy makeup and said coldly, "This matter ends here. Remember, watch your foul mouth and don't bring trouble upon yourself." Yes, thank you, classmate Yi. Thank you, classmate Yi. I won't dare to do it again." The heavily made-up woman, as if pardoned from a great punishment, said hastily. After that, with a sorrowful face, she said to Li Yunju, "Zhu, Sister Li, was too excessive before. I shouldn't have treated your family like that." Hearing this, Li Yunju shook her head but said nothing, compared with the indifference and the eagerness to stay away from them shown by other neighbors. This heavily made-up woman was already quite decent. Brother Dog also heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said to Yi Fei, "Classmate Yi, don't worry. I will surely teach her a good lesson." Many people, upon hearing what Brother Dog said, rolled their eyes and thought to themselves, the teaching you mentioned is probably on the bed. Yi Fei didn't even bother to care how Brother Dog would teach this woman a lesson. If he didn't leave soon, he was afraid that he would be late for school. Thinking of this, Yi Fei nodded to Li Yunju and then walked towards the outside of the mobile phone store. Just as he reached the door of the mobile phone store, Li Yunju's voice rang out behind Yi Fei. Chapter 42, that's right. I'm the fool you mentioned. Classmate Yi, are you going to school? Let's go together. Li Yunju's voice sounded behind Yi Fei. Yi Fei paused in his tracks. When he turned his head in surprise to look at Li Yunju, he found that Li Yunju had already taken off her work clothes and was walking towards him with her small school bag. This turning around movement of Yi Fei, in the eyes of everyone in the mobile phone store, was no different from waiting for Li Yunju. In just a moment, Li Yunju had come to Yi Fei's side and smiled at him, saying, "Let's go." Yi Fei cast a meaningful glance at Li Yunju, nodded, yet remained silent. Inside the mobile phone store, there was a deathly hush. After the figures of Yi Fei and the other had completely vanished, finally, a young hooligan couldn't hold back and said to Brother Go, "Brother Go, what on earth is the origin of this lad? Why are you being so accommodating to him? Could he be Yin Xiong's illegitimate son?" The young hooligan racked his brains for quite a while and could only come up with the relatively euphemistic word accommodating. Upon hearing this, the other young hooligans also curiously turned their gazes towards Brother Go. Go Chong had made a name for himself in the East City district. Not to mention Yin Xiong's illegitimate son. Even Yin Xiong's legitimate son had no right to claim the title of Lord in front of Go Chong. At most, out of respect for Lord Yin Xiong, he would address him as Young Master Yin. However, just now, Go Chong had told them to address Yi Fei as Lord Yi along with him. Yes, Brother Go, do tell us. What exactly is that lad's identity? Judging by his attire, he doesn't seem like a wealthy person. Could he be the young master of some big family, deliberately dressing like this to court girls? Could he be the young master of the Song family? The hooligans chattered away, speculating about Yi Fei's origin. At this moment, even the heavily made-up woman stopped crying and stared intently at Go Chang. You bunch of idiots. Go Chang cursed irritably, cutting off the crowd's discussion. Recalling the look in Yi Fei's eyes when he looked at him now, he still felt a sense of trepidation. Go Chang had also had the fortune to meet Yin Xiong several times. As rumored, Yin Xiong gave him an impression of being rather assertive and overbearing, with a tinge of the flavor of A. Nevertheless, compared with the impression Yi Fei gave him, the disparity was far from negligible. Yin Xiong's imposing manner was, in fact, deliberately feigned for others to see, aiming to instill fear in those who beheld it. In contrast, Yi Fei's imposing manner emanated from his very core, and was scarcely discernible on the surface. The difference between the two was truly remarkable. What kind of status does he possess? Is it something you can pry into? In any case, listen up, all of you. From now on, when you see this master, keep your distance. Go Chang, not knowing Yi Fei's identity either, could only give such instructions. After saying that, still feeling unsure, he continued to add, if anyone is so blind as to provoke this master, then dig a hole and bury themselves. Don't count on me to clean up your mess. Upon hearing Go Chang's words, the gangsters all looked at each other in dismay. Have you all heard clearly? Go Chang couldn't help but shout when no one responded to him. Heard clearly. The gangsters quickly replied. Dog bro. Just then, a gangster walked up to Go Chang, wearing an expression of hesitation. What are you eyeing about? Spit it out if you have something to say. Go Chang snapped impatiently. I seem to have offended. That. The gangster stammered. Damn it. Before the gangster could finish, Go Chang, enraged, kicked him. After kicking the gangster back a staggering step, he then cursed. Damn it. Speak up. How the hell did you offend that master? Brother Go. No, I didn't offend that young master. It was the girl who was walking with her that I offended. The little hoodlum, fearing to be kicked again, hastily explained. Oh, it's that girl. Hearing this, Go Chang finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Yi Fei he offended. But still, he asked, tell me what happened. A few days ago, I went with Lily Huang and the others to a gambler's house to press for the debt. The gambler had no money to pay it back. We were so angry that we gave him a beating. Bang, Go Chang kicked over again. Damn it. Get to the point. The little hoodlum showed an aggrieved expression on his face because the next sentence was the point. He never expected to be kicked like this. That gambler was the girl's father. She was there at that time. The little hoodlum said, then with a mournful face, and what's more, she seemed to recognize me just now. Hearing this, the other little hoodlums all looked at this hoodlum, with a bit of pity on their faces, and of course, some schadenfreude. Brother Go, I was just following the rules. It was that gambler who owed the debt and didn't pay it back first. We got angry and then took action. The little hoodlum defended himself. All right. Go Chang waved his hand irritably and said, stop fooling around with that bunch of idiots like Lily Huang in the future. Also, don't go looking for trouble at that girl's house anymore. Yes, I got it. The little hoodlum nodded quickly. Go Chang heaved a sigh of relief, then said to the heavily made-up woman, you know that girl, don't you? You don't need me to tell you what to do in the future, right? I know. Li Junju and Yi Fei walked out of the mobile phone store side by side. After taking only a few steps, Li Junju's pace slowed down, as if inadvertently creating a distance from Yi Fei. Yi Fei, of course, had long detected this little move of Li Junju. Yet he didn't mind and pretended not to notice, walking at his own pace. While in the mobile phone store, although Li Junju proposed to go to school with Yi Fei wasn't narcissistic enough to think that Li Junju had developed an interest in him because of this. Taking advantage of the situation, Yi Fei murmured these two words in his heart. Exactly. When Li Junju proposed to go to school with Yi Fei in front of numerous hooligans just now, she was trying to take advantage of Yi Fei's influence. As early as at the entrance of the mobile phone store, Yi Fei had seen through this little scheme of Li Junju. Yet he still agreed to let her walk with him. Since he had decided to give her a hand, he didn't mind helping her one more time. That was Yi Fei's thought. The two of them walked one in front of the other without any communication. It was not until they were almost at the school gate that Li Junju suddenly trotted a few steps, caught up with Yi Fei in front, and said, thank you. You're welcome. Yi Fei replied. Li Junju looked at Yi Fei in surprise. Do you know why I'm thanking you? According to her speculation, Yi Fei should have asked, why are you thanking me? Just right. In the mobile phone store just now, your gaze at one of the little hooligans was a bit strange. Yi Fei said in a calm voice. You two should have known each other before. To be exact, you two should have had a feud before? Li Jun was shocked by Yi Fei's words. Only then did she realize that those little schemes she thought were well hidden had long been seen through by Yi Fei. Thinking of this, Li Yunju's pretty face couldn't help but blush deeply. Fortunately, Yi Fei wasn't looking at her at this moment. Otherwise, she might have wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Since you knew, why did you still? Li Yunju asked with a puzzled look. Still be willing to be used by you? Yi Fei turned to look at Li Yunju with a faint smile, completing the words she left unsaid. Li Yunju nodded with a slightly blushing face. She hadn't planned to hide it from Yi Fei in the first place. When she spoke just now, she was about to tell Yi Fei about this. Kiki. Yi Fei laughed indifferently. Let's just say it's out of consideration for being classmates. I can help as much as I can. Anyway, it doesn't do me any harm. Thank you. Li Yunju nodded and thanked again, her voice much more solemn. Yi Fei nodded with a faint smile, accepting Li Yunju's gratitude. Yi Fei and Li Yunju were not in the same class. Although Class 8 where Li Yunju was and Class 10 where Yi Fei was seemed close. In fact, their classrooms were at opposite ends. Otherwise, Yi Fei wouldn't have been at Haijo No. 1 middle school for so long without seeing this civilian school beauty. Just as the two were about to part ways, Li Yunju suddenly, as if possessed, asked, You already know my name, but I don't know yours yet. As soon as the words were out, the blush that had just faded from Li Yunju's pretty face reappeared, tinged with a bit of shyness. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to ask a boy's name. Yi Fei. Yi Fei. Li Yunju articulated the name, a sense of recognition dawning upon her. It sounds familiar, she mused. Ah, you're that. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at Yi Fei, the words failing to form. Yi Fei offered a wry smile. Well aware of his notoriety within Haijo High School, his infamy stemmed from his abysmal performance in the previous mock examination, where his score of 250 secured him the undisputed last place among the senior students. This feat had catapulted his name into near-instantaneous circulation throughout the school. Consequently, Yi Fei had acquired a rather infamous moniker among the senior students, 250. The subsequent wager between Yi Fei and Zhao Yun further amplified his notoriety. However, most students were only acquainted with his reputation, having never actually met him. Judging by Li Yunju's reaction, she was clearly familiar with Yi Fei's infamous nickname. Yi Fei nodded, acknowledging the truth with earnestness. Indeed, I am the 250 UV all heard about. Chapter 43. An invitation from Luo Yiren upon witnessing Yi Fei's candid admission. Li Yunju couldn't suppress a burst of laughter. Don't blame me for saying that. She giggled, her lips pursed. Yi Fei simply shrugged, unfazed. Well then, as a token of gratitude for your assistance today, allow me to treat you to lunch. Li Yunju smiled and said, However, I'm not as wealthy as you. I can only treat you to a meal at the school cafeteria. Just as Yi Fei was about to decline, seeing Li Yunju's insistent expression, he nodded in agreement. The first class in the morning was the biology class taught by the head teacher, Zhao Yun. Yi Fei almost entered the classroom right on the class bell. In the eyes of many classmates in the class, Yi Fei seemed to have given up completely. After all, the mock exam had passed and the results would come out soon. Naturally, Zhao Yun disliked Yi Fei even more. She called Yi Fei to answer questions several times during the class, but failed as Yi Fei answered them all. This made Zhao Yun feel frustrated, with her face turning even gloomier. When the class ended, she shouted class is over, picked up the teaching plan, and left. Yi Fei, did you offend Guo Chunhai and the others? Yi Fei was putting a SIM card into his newly bought mobile phone when his deskmate, Guo Liang, suddenly leaned close to his ear and asked, Guo Chunhai? Them? Hearing this, Yi Fei slightly frowned. Since parting from them at Yin Xiong's club last time, except for Luo Yiren, he hadn't seen these people. Although Yi Fei asked them to leave first because he didn't want to expose his secrets, after all, it was Yi Fei who saved them. However, after leaving, they ignored him completely, not caring about his life or death, which was rather disappointing. Of course, Yi Fei had no intention of making friends with them. He just looked down upon them even more. Yes, Guo Chunhai, Shi Chun and those other rich second generations. Guo Liang curled his lips and said, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Aren't you also from a wealthy family? What's the difference between you and them? I can't compare with them. They have their own exclusive circle and simply ignore outsiders. They act so arrogant, Guo Liang said with a disdainful pout. Yi Fei smiled but didn't take up this topic. Instead, he said, what about them? Don't you know? The news of your bet with Zhao Yun wasn't known to many people originally. It was they who spread it everywhere, making the whole school aware of it. And Guo Liang paused here, as if hesitant to speak. And what? Yu Fei asked. And would Chunhai even threaten to teach you a lesson? Guoliang said with a worried look on his face. You didn't know that, did you? Guo Chuanhai's father is the deputy director of the police station, and he wields great power. Yu Fei's expression turned cold. These people really don't know what's good for them. Seeing that Yu Fei didn't speak, Guoliang thought he was scared. He patted Yu Fei on the shoulder and said, Don't worry too much. After all, this is a school. No matter how arrogant Guo Chunhai and his gang are, they wouldn't dare to do anything here. I see. Yu Fei nodded. Maybe. Guoliang was about to suggest that Yu Fei go to and from school with him. But just as he started to speak, he suddenly stopped, his mouth wide open. What's wrong? Yu Fei asked, puzzled when Guoliang stopped halfway. Turning his head, he then realized that, somehow, Luo Yiren had come to his side. At this moment, Guoliang completely forgot what he was about to do. His eyes were completely fixed on Luo Yiren. My goodness. Yu Fei was immediately rendered speechless. Classmate Guoliang, may I have a word with Yu Fei? Luo Yiren smiled at Guoliang and inquired. The expression on Guoliang's face froze, and his excited heart instantly sank to the bottom. He had just thought that Luo Yiren had come to see him. Yes, of course. Despite the disappointment in his heart, he still nodded and was about to stand up to offer his seat to Luo Yiren. No need. Luo Yiren promptly stopped him, then turned to Yu Fei and said, Yu Fei, could you step outside with me for a moment? As soon as Luo Yiren said this, the entire classroom fell silent instantly. The students who had been discussing yesterday's exam content stopped. Those who had been engaged in horseplay ceased their antics. And the students who had been buried in their exercises put down their pens, all raising their heads and looking in unison at Luo Yiren. Under the gaze of so many people, Luo Yiren's delicate face blushed so deeply that it seemed as if it could drip with shyness. Yet she still persisted in standing there without moving, waiting for Yu Fei's response. Sensing that these classmates were all looking at him, Yu Fei put on an indignant expression, as if the moment he dared to refuse, these people would swarm forward and tear him to pieces. All right. Yu Fei sighed, nodded, and followed Luo Yiren out of the classroom. As soon as the two left the classroom, the entire classroom, after a brief moment of silence, immediately exploded into a hubbub of chatter. Good heavens, I'm not seeing things, am I? Luo Yiren actually asked Yu Fei to talk alone? Humph. Don't let your imagination run wild. Luo Yiren is the class monitor. After all, I surmised that Luo Yiren was concerned about Yu Fei's studies and inquired about his academic situation. Goodness, this country bumpkin really got extremely lucky. He was about to leave, yet still received the care of the class monitor. The class monitor is truly conscientious. Alas, I also wish for the class monitor to supervise my studies. Yu Fei followed Luo Yiren to a flower bed outside the classroom and then stopped. Yu Fei, are you angry with me? Luo Yiren looked at Yu Fei, her small face tinged with a hint of grievance. Angry? Yu Fei was taken aback upon hearing this, feeling rather puzzled. Why would I be angry with you? If you're not angry, then why did you ignore me yesterday? Luo Yiren said, her small face showing a trace of grievance. During the exam yesterday, I looked at you so many times, but you pretended not to notice. You still say you're not angry with me? The more Luo Yiren spoke, the more aggrieved she became. In the end, her eyes were slightly moist, looking incredibly pitiful. Yu Fei was speechless upon hearing this. Only then did he recall that Luo Yiren seemed to have looked at him several times during yesterday's exam. However, at that time, he didn't see Qinwan come to school. His mind was completely focused on Qinwan, so how could he care about anything else? Moreover, Luo Yiren just looked at him without any intention of talking to him, so he didn't take it seriously. He never expected that Luo Yiren would misunderstand. After leaving the clubhouse that day, Zilin and I waited outside for you for a long time, but you didn't come out. Later, when my father arrived and took us in to look for you, the people in the clubhouse said that you had already left on your own. Luo Yiren hung her head, her voice becoming more and more aggrieved. Are you still angry with me because we left early that day? Yu Fei was astonished. Only then did he realize that after he left the clubhouse, Luo Yiren and Su Zilin had come looking for him. However, at that time, he should have already been picked up by Xing Jun, so naturally they came up empty-handed. Dear class monitor, I'm not angry with you. Yu Fei smiled. If he didn't speak up, Luo Yiren might cry right in front of him. Really? Luo Yiren raised her head, a tinge of joy on her face. Of course. Yu Fei nodded affirmatively. Don't you forget. It was I who told you to leave first. How could I possibly be angry with you? Luo Yiren looked up at Yu Fei. Seeing that Yu Fei didn't seem to be angry at all, she felt relieved, but still said, well, then why didn't you talk to me yesterday? Yesterday was a mock exam. I was extremely nervous. Yifei had to fabricate a lie. Moreover, dear class monitor, you just glanced at me a few times yesterday and didn't talk to me either. I thought you had a crush on me and secretly delighted for quite a while. Unexpectedly, you were looking at me because of this matter. As Yifei spoke, a look of dejection appeared on his face, as if he had been hit. Puffed seeing Yifei's appearance, Luo Yiren finally burst into laughter and said, "Ah, who likes you? Yifei, I find that your skin is getting thicker and thicker." Seeing that Luo Yiren finally smiled, Yifei also heaved a sigh of relief. If Luo Yiren were to burst into tears right in front of him and be seen by other students in the school, he would surely incur public wrath. Yifei. Luo Yiren suddenly spoke up, a hesitant look on her face. "What's wrong, class monitor?" Yifei inquired. "Next weekend is my 18th birthday. My father is going to hold a birthday party for me. I was wondering if you would like to attend my birthday party. I don't know if you have." As Luo Yiren spoke, her face turned red again. By the end, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. In her hand, there appeared a delicate pink invitation, exuding a strong sense of girlishness. "Sure, I happen to be free." Yifei smiled and took the invitation. "Well, it's settled then." Seeing Yifei accept the invitation, Luo Yiren left a sentence and then ran back to the classroom. Chapter 44. Holy cow, it's this guy. At noon, Yifei arrived at the school cafeteria. At a glance, he saw Li Yunju waiting at the entrance of the cafeteria. Li Yunju merely stood there. Yet she was like a beautiful scenic spot, attracting the frequent glances of many students. Some bold students, relying on their status as the school heartthrobs, ran up to talk to Li Yunju, hoping to invite her to have a meal together. Unfortunately, they were all politely declined one by Li Yunju. This made many students secretly regretful. More students, seeing this, didn't even have the courage to go up and talk. However, they didn't leave. Instead, they stood not far from Li Yunju, waiting together. You know, Li Yunju rarely dines in the school cafeteria on ordinary days. She always brings meals from home and heats them up using the microwave oven in the classroom. They were eager to find out who on earth had such great ability as to be worthy of having Li Yunju waiting at the cafeteria entrance. After declining the invitation from another top student once again, Li Yunju sighed helplessly. She had no idea that her appearance in the cafeteria would draw so many onlookers. Just as she was contemplating whether to leave first, she raised her head and happened to see Yifei approaching her. "You're here," Li Yunju smiled softly, her slender and graceful fingers fluttering in the air as if playing the piano. "Yes. Sorry to have kept you waiting," Yifei nodded. Only after the two figures entered the cafeteria did these on-looking classmates come to their senses. Damn it, who is this guy? How could he manage to invite the renowned beauty Li to have a meal together? I don't know either. I've never heard of such a person before. Judging from his appearance, he doesn't seem to be a rich second generation. He's even wearing the school uniform. Could he be some super top student? Just when these people were completely puzzled, a sneer rang out. What super top student? Once I tell you his name, you'll surely know who he is. The one who said this was one of Yifei's classmates. Although he was also shocked that the person Li Yunju was waiting for at the cafeteria entrance turned out to be Yifei. When he heard these people speculating more and more extravagantly about Yifei's identity, he couldn't help but speak up. "Oh, do you have some inside information, bro?" "Yep, bro." "Share it with us. I'll treat you to lunch today." "Then, thank you." Upon hearing this, the student chuckled. He had intended to say it anyway. And now getting a free lunch in return was quite worthwhile. "The lad who just went in is my classmate. As for his name, it's Yifei." "Yifei? Brother. Which class are you from?" "Class 10. Class 10? Yifei?" A group of classmates looked at each other in bewilderment. They stared at one another. And a thought simultaneously popped into their minds. Goodness, so it's this fellow. Oh my, I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's that bottom of the grade fool. Damn it. What right does a country bumpkin have to invite the school belle to a meal? Come on, let's go in and have a look. A noisy crowd also entered the cafeteria, not far from Yifei and the other person. They folded their arms and sneered at Yifei. They wanted to see how much Yifei would be willing to spend to treat Li Yunju to a meal. When they saw that it was actually Li Yunju who paid the bill in the end, they were completely shocked. Yifei knew that Li Yunju's family was in financial straits, so naturally, he didn't order any expensive dishes, just one meat and one vegetable dish. The two found a relatively spacious seat and sat down. Yifei then asked, "I heard from my classmates that your family is in trouble?" These news were told to him by Guoliang. Yifei thought Li Yunju was a nice person. If he could be of any help, he wouldn't mind lending her a hand. Li Yunju's pretty face turned gloomy, and she nodded. My mother has a serious illness and needs a large sum of treatment expenses. What illness? Yi Fei frowned and inquired. Leukemia. Li Juanju's voice grew somewhat somber. Yi Fei nodded. Indeed, leukemia was a serious illness. Not to mention the question of whether it could be cured, just the treatment expenses alone were surely a substantial sum. Relying solely on Li Juanju's meager income from part-time work at the mobile phone store was likely far from enough. After chewing and swallowing the food in his mouth, Yi Fei said, "When I was in the countryside, I learned some medical skills from an old traditional Chinese doctor. How about I go to the hospital to take a look at your mother tonight?" You? Li Juanju looked up at Yi Fei in astonishment. Seeing Yi Fei's gaze was calm and pure, she knew he genuinely intended to help her, not to get close to her under false pretenses. Then thank you. Li Juanju nodded in gratitude, though in her heart, she didn't hold out much hope. Yi Fei instantly guessed her thoughts upon seeing her expression. He smiled but didn't offer an explanation. Just then, Yi Fei's brows suddenly knitted, and his body slightly tilted to the left. Right after he moved sideways, a palm suddenly swiped at the position where Yi Fei's head had been moments ago. Huh? A soft exclamation sounded behind Yi Fei. At this moment, Yi Fei turned around and saw a youth around 17 or 18 years old standing behind him, a hint of surprise on his face. Give me an explanation? Yi Fei stared at the youth, his face instantly turning cold. Just now, if he hadn't dodged to the left, that slap would have landed right on the back of his head. Perhaps the force wouldn't have been too great to cause him any serious harm. But it was extremely demeaning. Guzheng, what are you doing? At this time, Li Juanju also reacted and glared angrily at the youth. He Yinju. I was merely jesting with this lad. You've also come to the cafeteria for a meal. Why didn't you inform me? The young man completely ignored Yi Fei's intentions and said to Li Yinju with a beaming smile. Guzheng. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed instantly. This person, he had heard of. Guzheng was one of the prominent figures in the school. He was a member of the school's Taekwondo club and, at a young age, already had the strength of a 5th-degree black belt. Moreover, Guzheng's background was quite remarkable. Once, Guzheng had a conflict with someone at school and ended up seriously injuring that person, yet Guzheng didn't receive any punishment from the school. It was said that Guzheng had long been favored by the military. Even if he got a 0 score in the college entrance examination, he would be specially recruited to attend a military academy. The most crucial point was that Guzheng was a good friend of Guo Chunhai. Yi Fei's gaze swept around. Sure enough, in the northeast corner of the cafeteria, Guo Chunhai was hiding among the crowd, looking this way with a teasing smile on his face. You, is this what you call jesting? This is simply an insult, Li Yunju said angrily. Guzheng chuckled and then turned to look at Yi Fei. With a playful smile on his face. You're Yi Fei. I heard you're quite good at fighting. Are you interested in having a go? He showed no intention of explaining why he had slapped Yi Fei earlier. Yi Fei, don't agree to him. Guzheng is a 5th-degree Taekwondo black belt. You're no match for him, Li Yunju said hastily. Glancing at Guo Chunhai in the corner of his eye, Yi Fei's face revealed a meaningful smile as he looked at Guzheng and said, All right. Hee. Upon hearing this, Guzheng smiled as well, his laughter full of amusement. He said to Yi Fei, after school this afternoon, at the gymnasium. Let's meet there without fail. Having said that, he was about to turn around and leave. Dealing with you doesn't require that much trouble. I don't have the time to waste with you. Yi Fei stood up with an indifferent expression. Let's just do it right here, he said. Guzheng, who was just about to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing. Kid, are you sure? Yi Fei, you. Li Yunju looked at Yi Fei, her face also filled with shock. The group of classmates who had been watching the two of them were even more excited, like they had been injected with stimulants. Upon seeing Guzheng causing trouble for Yi Fei, this is going to be interesting. Guzheng is the #1 pursuer of the renowned beauty Li. This kid is really unlucky. The first time he invites the renowned beauty Li to a meal, he gets caught by Guzheng. Guzheng is a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. This kid won't get beaten to a pulp, will he? I heard that the last person who pursued Li Yunju had his leg broken by Guzheng. What are they doing? Could they be planning to fight right here? Damn, this is going to be a good show. A group of nosy classmates stopped eating, threw down their chopsticks and bowls, and kept gathering towards the center of the cafeteria. The classmates around Yi Fei and the others even moved aside the tables and chairs, clearing a rather large open space for them. Kid, you're courting death yourself, Guzheng said with a cold laugh. As he spoke, he twisted his body, making his joints crackle. Subsequently, he stretched his body and executed several side kicks, swing kicks, and backspinning kicks towards the air, generating explosive sounds. Many female classmates paled at the sight, while it elicited cheers from numerous male classmates. In contrast, Yifei merely stood there, watching Gu Zheng coldly without moving a muscle. This naturally drew the collective gaze of the classmates towards Yifei. Yifei, perhaps we should leave first and ignore him. This is a school, and he wouldn't dare to do anything to you, Li Yunju said with a pale yet delicate face. Don't worry. His moves are merely showy but ineffective. He can't defeat me. Yifei smiled at Li Yunju, then turned his head, looked at Gu Zheng with a cold expression, and said, Let's begin. Chapter 45. Don't imitate others without adequate skill. Showy but ineffective? Upon hearing Yifei's words, the onlooking classmates widened their eyes in disbelief, regarding Yifei as if he were an idiot. Everyone in Haizhou No. 1 Middle School knew that Gu Zheng was a Taekwondo black belt. If a black belt in Taekwondo was considered showy but ineffective, then what on earth was Yifei? Thinking of this, the female classmates who had initially felt a bit sympathetic towards Yifei changed their stance, believing that Yifei wasn't worthy of sympathy at all. As for the male onlookers, they started to mock him even more loudly. Damn, this bumpkin is so arrogant. A 5th degree black belt is showy but ineffective? This is the funniest joke I've heard today. Higi, this bumpkin probably has no idea what a 5th degree black belt represents. You should excuse him. There's no Taekwondo in the countryside. Guo Chunhai, who had originally hidden in the corner of the cafeteria, now rushed to the very front of the onlookers, wearing a gloating smile on his face. He usually went home for lunch, but today, on a whim, he came to the cafeteria and unexpectedly discovered Yifei and Li Yunju having a meal together, due to being specially recruited by the military academy. Gu Zheng rarely showed up at school, let alone suddenly appear in the cafeteria and happen to come across Yifei and Li Yunju dining together. So, after seeing the two of them, Guo Chunhai did Yifei a small favor and called Gu Zheng. Kid, aren't you quite good at fighting? Let's see if you can still survive this time. Guo Chunhai gritted his teeth in his heart. Ever since Yifei said he was like a male peacock showing its buttocks at the club in trance last time, Luo Yiren couldn't help bursting into laughter whenever she saw him, making him too ashamed to approach Luo Yiren again. He didn't think Luo Yiren laughed because she was happy to see him. Originally, he just wanted Gu Zheng to teach Yifei a lesson. But he didn't expect Yifei to say in front of Gu Zheng that Taekwondo was just showy and ineffective boxing. This definitely touched Gu Zheng's sore spot. All of Gu Zheng's glory was brought to him by Taekwondo. Among these people, only Guo Chunhai knew how much Gu Zheng valued Taekwondo, even regarding it as the belief of his life. Sure enough, after Yifei's words fell, Gu Zheng's entire face became even more ferociously hideous. Kid, you're courting death. Gu Zheng shouted fiercely and suddenly launched a flying side kick towards Yifei's chest. This kick was powerful and heavy. If an ordinary person was hit by it, they could be sent flying backwards on the spot. Even if not killed, one would still lose half one's life. Many of the on-looking girls were so horrified to see Gu Zheng's ruthless attack that their faces turned pale with fright, and they couldn't help screaming. Even those boys shuddered in fear. They had thought that Gu Zheng was just going to teach Yifei a lesson, but they never expected Gu Zheng to use such excessive force. Gu Zheng was practically aiming to kill. Alas, this country bumpkin is surely doomed this time. Humph. It's his own fault for courting death. Who can he blame? Exactly. Everyone in the school knows that Gu Zheng is the number one suitor of Li Yunju. Yet this fool insists on courting disaster. Just as these students were whispering among themselves, Yifei also moved, without any fancy or showy movements. He gently shifted his body to the side, dodging Gu Zheng's kick. He dodged it? The students who had intended to continue mocking Yifei were so shocked that they almost bit off their own tongues. What? Did he get lucky by chance? His luck is too good. A group of students could hardly believe it. Gu Zheng's such a powerful blow was dodged by Yifei so casually. It was almost like cheating during a performance, and it was so blatant that anyone could see through it at a glance. They were more inclined to believe that Yifei was just lucky and managed to get away with it by chance. Gu Zheng was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that Yifei could dodge his blow so easily. Boy, you won't be this lucky next time. Gu Zheng grinned ferociously and launched a flying backspin kick straight at Yifei's head. This time, Yifei still didn't move his legs. He just leaned his body backwards slightly and once again dodged Gu Zheng's fatal blow. Calm and composed. Well, evaded again? Bloody hell. This is simply unscientific. The numerous students watching were dumbfounded this time. Evading once could be luck, but the second time? Could it still be luck? A 5th degree black belt in Taekwondo, yet this is the level? He doesn't seem all that impressive. I think so too. Could it really be mere showy but ineffective martial arts, as this bumpkin said? Some girls who didn't know much about Taekwondo couldn't help but raise doubts at this moment. Hearing these doubts, Gu Zheng's face turned beet red, and his gaze towards Yi Fei became even more ferocious. At this moment, he even had the urge to kill. Li Yunju's pretty face, which had been somewhat pale due to her worry about Yi Fei, now completely relaxed. She subconsciously grabbed Yi Fei's hand and said, "Yi Fei, ignore him. Let's go." Saying this, she was about to pull Yi Fei away. Being pulled like this by Li Yunju, Yi Fei found it hard to break free. He sighed helplessly and had no choice but to follow her and walk out. Originally, he had intended to teach Gu Zheng a lesson. Seeing that Li Yunju was actually holding Yi Fei's hand, Gu Zheng was instantly like an amorous bull, his eyes turning blood red. "Those 2 times don't count, kid. Let's see how you can evade this time." Gu Zheng roared, and with a spinning kick, he aimed straight at the back of Yi Fei's head. "Ah!" Many students screamed, and the timid ones subconsciously closed their eyes. At this moment, Yi Fei had his back to Gu Zheng. Even if he were extremely good at evading, it would be impossible for him to dodge this fatal blow from Gu Zheng, right? In the minds of everyone, a thought spontaneously emerged. Could it be that a bloody and deadly incident was about to occur in this cafeteria today? Crack! A crisp crashing sound instantly resounded throughout the cafeteria. Upon hearing this impact, those classmates who had closed their eyes, despite their timidity, couldn't resist their curiosity and opened their eyes to look towards Yi Fei. However, what they saw was an even more shocking scene. This time, Gu Zheng made a hit. Nevertheless, what he hit was not Yi Fei's head, but his palm. To be precise, it should be that this whirlwind kick of Gu Zheng, before it could hit Yi Fei's head, Yi Fei seemed to have eyes growing on his back. Suddenly, he stretched out a hand and grabbed Gu Zheng's ankle. Li Yunju was also startled by this crashing sound. When she turned her head, she saw the scene where Yi Fei grasped Gu Zheng's right foot. "Gu Zheng, you're despicable. How could you attack Yi Fei?" Li Yunju's delicate face turned scarlet with anger. The numerous on-looking classmates also turned their gazes towards Gu Zheng. However, this time, the looks they gave Gu Zheng were no longer one of admiration, but full of contempt. Yes, contempt. Gu Zheng, no matter how you looked at it, was a well-known figure in the school and a master of the 5th-degree black belt. Unexpectedly, he had done such a shameless thing as a sneak attack. Being stared at by so many people like this, Gu Zheng's face flushed deeply red, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, one of his ankles was being tightly grasped by Yi Fei. It felt to him as if it was locked by an iron vice. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. Yi Fei cast aside Gu Zheng's ankle, turned around, and said with an aloof expression, "It is said that things should not occur more than 3 times. You've launched 3 attacks. Now, how about you try taking 1 strike from me?" Without caring whether Gu Zheng agreed or not, he raised his right hand and gently struck out a palm towards Gu Zheng. There were still no fancy movements, yet the moment this palm was launched, its speed suddenly soared. Oh no! Gu Zheng's complexion changed drastically in an instant. He quickly crossed his hands to block. A thud of impact resounded. Yi Fei's palm landed directly on the position where Gu Zheng's arms were crossed. A sound like the cracking of bones came from Gu Zheng's arms. Gu Zheng let out a shrill scream of awe, and his entire body was sent flying backward. There was the sound of crackle as Gu Zheng crashed onto a dining table. The numerous on-looking classmates were dumbfounded. They stared at Yi Fei, their faces filled with disbelief. Gu Zheng was a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo and the top martial artist in the whole school. Yet he was sent flying so casually by just 1 palm. SSS. A series of gasps echoed throughout the cafeteria. The way the crowd looked at Yi Fei changed again. The previous disdain was replaced by shock all over their faces, along with a hint of fear. "Ah, my hand. My hand. You broke my hand." Gu Zheng's shrill cry rang out. He looked at Yi Fei, his voice filled with hatred. "We're all classmates. How could you be so cruel as to break my hand?" "Am I cruel?" Hearing this, Yi Fei sneered with a hee-hee. "Have you ever thought about what would have happened to me if I hadn't dodged your 3 previous attacks?" Gu Zheng was rendered speechless for a moment. Each of his 3 strikes had been delivered with every ounce of his strength. Had Yi Fei been an ordinary person and been struck by him, perhaps Yi Fei wouldn't have died, but would have had to lie in a hospital bed for at least a year or so. Yi Fei paid no heed to how Gu Zheng might respond and said indifferently, "This was merely a lesson for you. Go to the hospital now. If treated promptly, there won't be any latent problems. Remember, if you don't have the ability, don't try to show off like others." Having said that, he turned around. took the still dazed Li Yunju's small hand, and left the cafeteria under the gaze of all the classmates. The fourth class in the afternoon was Chun Wan's Chinese class. Halfway through the class, the figure of the head teacher, Zhao Yun, appeared at the classroom door. "Yi Fei, get out here." Zhao Yun shouted angrily at Yi Fei inside the classroom. Her voice was filled with hostility, drawing the attention of everyone in the classroom. Chapter 46. What did you say his name was? Zhao Yun's scream instantly focused the eyes of the whole class. Qin Wan's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Looking at Zhao Yun, she said, "Ms. Zhao, class is in session. Is it really appropriate for you to shout at the classroom door, telling your student to get out?" "My student?" Hearing this, Zhao Yun sneered and said, "After today, he won't be one anymore." Then, Zhao Yun broke another explosive piece of news. "Ms. Chun, you may not know this. At noon today, Yi Fei got into a fight in the school cafeteria and broke Gu Zheng's 2 arms on the spot." "What? Gu Zheng? Could it be that Yi Fei actually broke both of Gu Zheng's arms?" Hearing this, the numerous students in the classroom all widened their eyes in astonishment, as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. This was simply an earth-shattering piece of news. Who was Gu Zheng? A prominent figure in the school. A master with a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and the most formidable person in the school. He had been specially recruited by a military academy even before taking the college entrance examination. Such a person had his arms broken by Yi Fei? If it weren't for Zhao Yun's terrifyingly gloomy expression, they would have been inclined to think that Zhao Yun had come on a whim to tell them a joke. Schwa. The gazes of all the classmates in the class fell on Yi Fei. At this moment, Yi Fei raised his head and said calmly, "Yes, I was the one who broke Gu Zheng's arms." Wing. As soon as Yi Fei said this, the entire classroom erupted into an immediate commotion, with everyone whispering and discussing below. Chen Wan turned to look at Zhao Yun and said, "Ms. Zhao, could there be some misunderstanding? Yi Fei isn't what?" Zhao Yun shrieked, unceremoniously interrupting Chen Wan's words. So many students in the cafeteria witnessed it with their own eyes. Could it be false? With the worst academic performance in the entire grade, colluding with the underworld to beat up classmates. And now, right in front of all the students in the school, he blatantly broke a classmate's arms. Do you know how abominable the impact of this incident is? Such a worthless student should have been expelled long ago. Zhao Yun's shrill cries resounded throughout the classroom. She said to Chen Wan unkindly, "Now, Gu Zheng's parents are already with the principal. Miss Chen, you just need to focus on teaching your lessons well. I'm the homeroom teacher of this class." Having said that, he shouted at Yi Fei again, "Yi Fei, get out here right now." Hearing this, Yi Fei's brows slightly furrowed, and his expression turned somewhat gloomy. This Zhao Yun really became more and more shameless. He almost wished to get rid of Yi Fei immediately. Chen Wan watched the figures of Yi Fei and the other leaving. She no longer had the mood to teach the class. Hastily leaving a sentence, "Everyone study by yourselves," she then followed them. In the principal's office, Principal Li Hongming was cordially receiving a middle-aged man in his 40s at this time. After personally making a cup of good tea for him, he said, "Mr. Gu, are you perhaps mistaken? Gu Zheng is a 5th-dan black belt in Taekwondo. It is said that he is also the top martial artist in the school. Can there really be a student who can injure him?" The middle-aged man in front of him was Gu Zheng's father, Gu Nanquan, the CEO of Gu's group, and also one of the well-known wealthy people in Haizhou. In the 3 years that Gu Zheng studied at Haizhou No. 1 Middle School, Gu's group donated no less than 10 million yuan to Haizhou No. 1 Middle School every year. Facing such a major benefactor, even Principal Li Hongming had to treat him with courtesy. Mistaken? Hearing this, Gu Nanquan sneered. "My son is still lying in the hospital. Do you think I'm mistaken?" Li Hongming was at a loss for words upon hearing this. Principal Li, I'm not going to make things difficult for you. As long as you expel that student, I'll handle the rest. What do you think?" Gu Nanquan stared at Li Hongming and asked. Li Hongming hesitated upon hearing this. As long as it wasn't one of the top-ranked students in the school, expelling a student was not a big deal to him. The fear is that the student whom Gu Nanquan demands him to expel might also have a rather significant background behind. Then Li Hongming will be in a tight spot. Just as Li Hongming was still hesitating, there came a knock on the door of the office. Zhao Yun came to the office with Yi Fei, followed closely by Chen Wan, who was chasing after them. "Principal, it's him who broke both of Gu Zheng's arms." Zhao Yun pointed at Yi Fei and said, showing no awareness at all as a head teacher to protect her own student. "Principal, Yi Fei never causes trouble on usual days. He couldn't have broken someone's arms without reason. Is there some misunderstanding here?" As soon as Chen Wan heard what Zhao Yun said, she anxiously started to defend Yi Fei. "Misunderstanding?" Hearing this, Gu Nankuan, who had been sitting, stood up and shouted harshly at Xinhuan. Ridiculous. I don't care if there's a misunderstanding. Breaking my son's both arms, he deserves to die. Only then did Yufei realize that the middle-aged man in the principal's office was Gu Zhang's father. Looking at him calmly, Yufei said, "What if he made the first move and wanted to maim me? What's my son's status? And who the hell are you?" Gu Nankuan said arrogantly, "You, a lowly person, if my son wants to maim you, why don't you just stand there and let him do it? You're being too unreasonable." Xinhuan was so angry that her pretty face turned bright red by Gu Nankuan's shameless words. Reason? Gu Nankuan sneered upon hearing this and said coldly, "In Haizhou, what I, Gu Nankuan, say is the reason." At this moment, Li Hongming, the principal who had been silent all along, spoke up. "This classmate Yufei, why haven't I heard of you before?" He asked this question not out of concern for the students, but rather to find out if Yufei had any backing and whether it was worth his while to offend Gu Nankuan. Zhao Yun understood Li Hongming's meaning as soon as she heard it and quickly said, "Principal, this Yufei is just a rustic bumpkin from the countryside. It was Zheng Hong from Su's Trading who pulled strings to get him in. He has no background at all. This Yufei has extremely poor academic performance. He came last in the whole grade in the last mock exam and even colluded with the underworld to beat up students. His misdeeds are numerous. He is definitely a black sheep in our Haizhou No. 1 middle school. I suggest expelling this useless student and restoring a clear sky to our school," Zhao Yun said loudly. Hearing this, Li Hongming nodded inwardly. If Yufei was really such a student, expelling such a student with a long list of misdeeds was really nothing to him. There was no need to offend Gu Nankuan for this. As for Su's Trading mentioned by Zhao Yun, he did know about it. Su's Trading, founded by the couple Su Haishan and Zheng Hong, was somewhat well known in the entire Haizhou, but compared with Gu Nankuan, it was like a pygmy before a giant. "Principal Li, do you still need to consider expelling such a problematic student?" "Haha, don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble. As long as this kid is still in the school, I promise not to touch him at all." Gu Nankuan laughed arrogantly. "What more do you want?" Xinhuan glared angrily upon hearing Gu Nankuan's words. Judging from Gu Nankuan's words, it seemed that even after expelling Yufei, he still wouldn't stop. Not touching him at all while he was in school meant doing something to him outside the school? "What more do you want?" Gu Nankuan sneered with a curled lip. "You think you can get away with hurting my son just like that? If so, I, Gu Nankuan, might as well stop making a living in Haizhou." Li Hongming had already made up his mind. If he were to offend Gu Nankuan for a student like Yufei, he must have been out of his mind. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Li Hongming was about to expel Yufei, the knock on the door sounded again. The head of the senior high school grade 3 rushed in. Xiading. The head of the senior high school grade 3 was a greasy middle-aged man in his 40s. True to his name, he had already gone completely bald in his mid-life. At this moment, Xiading rushed in, his face beaming, and shouted excitedly to Li Hongming in the principal's office, "Principal, good news, wonderful news." In his excitement, he didn't even notice that the few wisps of hair on his head had stood up. Director Xia, what has got you so excited?" Li Hongming rarely saw Xiading this excited and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Haha, Principal, our school this time." Xiading stopped halfway when he realized there were so many people in the principal's office. When he saw Zhao Yun standing beside Yufei, he laughed and said, "Haha, Teacher Zhao, congratulations. Your class has really made a big splash this time. In this second mock exam, the first and second place in the whole city are both from your class. And with this first place result, there's definitely hope of winning the top score in this year's college entrance examination." "Oh, you mean Luo Yiren is the first, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun was quite excited in her heart, yet she feigned nonchalance and said, "Luo Yiren has always achieved excellent grades. I'm not surprised that she could obtain good results. I'm rather curious about who came second." "No, it's not Luo Yiren." Xiading shook his head hastily. Luo Yiren also performed quite well this time and ranked second in the city. However, her total score was still more than 10 points lower than that of the first placer. "By the way, this classmate Yufei in your class. Why have I never heard you mention him before?" "What?" Hearing Xiading's last words, Zhao Yun was instantly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The hairs all over her body bristled, and she shrieked, "What did you just say his name was?" Chapter 47, He came to show me what despair as Zhao Yun's shrill scream resounded throughout the principal's office, piercing people's eardrums painfully. Xiading, who was closest to her, even trembled, almost falling to the ground with a thud. "Ms. Zhao, is there a need for you to be so excited?" Xiading looked at Zhao Yun with an annoyed expression. At this moment, however, Zhao Yun didn't answer him. She was like a person who had been immobilized by an acupoint pressing technique, standing stiffly there. It was Principal Li Hongming who spoke up at this time, asking, "Ms. Zhao, how many students named Yi Fei are there in your class?" Zhao Yan opened her mouth, but didn't utter a word. Her expression was like an eggplant beaten by frost. At this moment, the happiest one was undoubtedly Chen Wan. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with extraordinary luster. If Yi Fei really got the first place in the city, the current predicament would be easily resolved. Seeing that Zhao Yun didn't speak, she patted Yi Fei on the shoulder and said, "Principal, there is only one student named Yi Fei in our class, and it's him." You're Yi Fei? Yi Fei from class 10? Hearing Chen Wan's words, Xieding immediately became excited. "Classmate Yi Fei, do you know how many points you got in this mock exam?" Without waiting for Yi Fei to speak, Xieding couldn't wait to say, you surely have no idea, right? It's 745 points." Even though everyone present had guessed that Yi Fei's score must be high, when they heard the score of 745, they still gasped in amazement. Zhao Yun's body even swayed, almost falling to the ground. The total score of the second mock exam was 750 points. Yi Fei actually got 745 points? Didn't that mean that all his subjects combined only lost 5 points? This was truly terrifying. Yi Fei, however, reacted quite calmly, saying, "Oh, it's about what I expected." What Yi Fei said was the truth, but his reaction, seen by everyone, seemed rather pretentious. Even Chen Wan beside him had an urge to slap him. The entire principal's office fell into a deathly silence. After a few breaths, it was Principal Li Hongming who coughed a few times and said to Gu Nankuan, "Mr. Gu, what do you think? Should we just let this matter go?" If Yi Fei were still an ordinary student at the bottom of the grade in terms of grades, Li Hongming surely wouldn't care. Even if Yi Fei were just an ordinary student, Li Hongming wouldn't need to offend Gu Nankuan for him. But things were different now. Yi Fei had ranked first in the whole city in this mock exam, in a nationally renowned school like Haizhou No. 1 Middle School. Their mock exams are undoubtedly conducted in strict accordance with the standards of the college entrance examination. Moreover, the test questions are even somewhat more challenging than those of the actual college entrance examination. That is to say, if Yi Fei can rank first in the city in this mock exam, there is a high probability that he can also achieve the top position in the city in the college entrance examination. Almost every year, the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination emerges from Haizhou City. This implies that Yi Fei has a great chance of becoming the provincial champion. Although Haizhou No. 1 Middle School is remarkable, it doesn't dominate the educational landscape. At the very least, there are several private elite schools in Haizhou City that are on par with it. If Li Hongming expels Yi Fei, numerous high schools would vie for Yi Fei, and Li Hongming would face immense pressure. He might even lose his position as the principal. Isn't this tantamount to aiding the enemy? Gu Nankuan's complexion also turned rather unsightly. Dealing with a student from Haizhou No. 1 Middle School was indeed no big deal for him. However, dealing with a potential future provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination, if this news got out, he, Gu Nankuan, could be drowned in the of people across the country. Gu Nankuan's expression kept changing. It was truly hard for him to give up like this. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said to Li Hongming, "Principal Li, it's just a mock exam. Who knows if he cheated to get the results? Here's what we can do. As long as you expel him, I'm willing to increase the annual donation to your school to 50 million yuan. Yes, Yi Fei's exam results must be the result of cheating. His last exam score was only 250 points. How could it increase so drastically all of a sudden?" Zhao Yun shrieked upon hearing Gu Nankuan's words. Li Hongming furrowed his brows and paid no heed to Zhao Yun. What Gu Nankuan said about Yi Fei's grades being achieved through cheating was merely a jest, and naturally, he couldn't take it seriously. However, if Gu Nankuan were to donate 50 million yuan to Haizhou No. 1 Middle School every year, he had the confidence to transform Haizhou No. 1 Middle School into the top-notch high school, not only in Haizhou, but across the entire country with this sum of money. Compared to that, what did a national college entrance examination top score matter? Yet, if Yi Fei were to be expelled just like that, he would also face substantial pressure. If he could no longer serve as the principal, then no matter how much money Gu Nankuan donated, it would have nothing to do with him. Li Hongming couldn't help but feel conflicted. At this moment, Gu Nankuan added another condition, saying, "Principal Li, as long as you expel him, I guarantee that he won't have the opportunity to take this year's college entrance examination. By then, the national college entrance examination top scorer might still be from your Haizhou No. 1 Middle School." Upon hearing this, Li Hongming's eyes suddenly lit up. If Yi Fei really had no way to take the college entrance examination, then he wouldn't have any pressure. "Principal, you can't do this." Yifei has a high probability of being this year's National College Entrance Examination top scorer. Shenwan exclaimed when she saw that Li Hongming seemed to be swayed by Gu Nankuan's words. Humph, if his limbs are broken. Naturally, he won't be able to take the college entrance examination. What kind of National College Entrance Examination top scorer would he be then? Gu Nankuan sneered, not concealing his intentions at all. He stared at Yifei with a ferocious expression and said, Kid, what's the use of your fighting ability? What's the use of your high scores? Isn't it as easy for me to crush you as to crush an ant? Don't worry, not only you, but also your family. And that Su's trading, I won't spare any of them. Next, I will let you know what despair means. Ha ha. Gu Nankuan laughed arrogantly. Courting death. Yifei's eyes suddenly narrowed, with cold, killing intent in them. This Gu Nankuan actually dared to threaten his family, which absolutely touched Yifei's sore spot. If this weren't the principal's office, Yifei definitely wouldn't mind killing him on the spot. Tap tap tap. Just as Yifei was pondering how to deal with Gu Nankuan without anyone noticing, the door of the office was knocked again. At the same time, an inquiring voice sounded. Excuse me, is Yifei, the young miracle Dr. Yi here? After the voice fell, everyone saw a rugged middle-aged man in his 40s enter. Behind him, there were two bodyguards in black. When the middle-aged man saw Yifei, he couldn't help but exclaim, Little brother, why are you here too? Yifei also looked at the person who entered in surprise. It was actually Wei Kuan, whom he and Shinwan had met in the stone gambling store a few days ago, the richest man in Haizhou. Wei, Mr. Wei? Gu Nankuan, who had been arrogant and domineering just now, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw Wei Kuan enter. Then, he gave a start and ran up, quickly stretching out his hand and saying, Mr. Wei, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Hee. Wei Kuan glanced at Gu Nankuan, merely nodded slightly, and said, Oh, it's Mr. Gu. Having said that, he ignored him and instead turned to the enthusiastic Yifei, saying, Ha, young fellow. You left in such a hurry last time that I didn't even have the chance to learn your name. By the way, do you still intend to sell that Imperial Green Jade? Upon hearing this, Yifei rolled his eyes. He never expected that Wei Kuan would still be dwelling on this matter. With a hint of helplessness, he replied, Mr. Wei, I've already made use of that Imperial Green Jade. You'd better stop thinking about it. Oh, hearing this, a look of disappointment immediately crossed Wei Kuan's face. Only then did he recall the main purpose of his visit and said, I heard that the young miracle Dr. Yi is here. I wonder which one is. As Wei Kuan spoke, his eyes scanned the surroundings. When his gaze fell upon Yifei beside him, his words suddenly halted. His eyes widened in shock, and he was unable to utter another word. Wei Kuan was stunned for a long while before he managed to say, Young fellow, you couldn't possibly be Yifei. Could you? May I ask which friend Mr. Wei heard this from? Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly and retorted, although he was proficient in medicine. Not many people knew about it. His surname is Song. Wei Kuan replied. Yifei suddenly understood upon hearing this. With a smile, he said, If the friend you mentioned is Song Jiming, then the miracle Dr. Yi you're referring to is probably me. Indeed, I'm Yifei. Wei Kuan was once again filled with astonishment. He had indeed heard about Yifei from Song Jiming. After hearing Song Jiming extol Yifei's miraculous abilities, he had rushed straight to Haizhou No. 1 Middle School. When he arrived at Yifei's class, he found out that he had come in vain, as Yifei had been summoned to the principal's office. So he had hurried here in a rush. It took Wei Kuan a long while to come to his senses. Then he burst into laughter and said, Ha, I never expected that you, young fellow, are the divine Dr. Yi. We truly are fated. Wei, President Wei, what divine doctor are you talking about? Gu Nankuan felt a sudden sense of foreboding when he saw how intimate Wei Kuan and Yifei were. Oh? Wei Kuan looked at Gu Nankuan in surprise. Didn't President Gu come here to seek medical treatment from the young divine Dr. Yi? Young divine Dr. Yi? Seek medical treatment? Gu Nankuan looked utterly bewildered. Just then, Yifei's calm voice rang out. Oh, he came to tell me what despair means. Chapter 48 You're truly too wicked. Yifei's calm words made Gu Nankuan shiver inwardly. What's going on? Hearing this, Wei Kuan narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he also noticed that the atmosphere in the office was rather strange. You're President Wei of Dawei Real Estate? Li Hongming instantly recognized Wei Kuan's identity and became extremely excited, rushing forward to shake hands with Wei Kuan. However, Wei Kuan seemed not to notice him at all and showed no intention of responding. Gu Nankuan, how dare you offend the young divine Dr. Yi? Wei Kuan stared at Gu Nankuan, his voice turning cold. Wei, President Wei, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was your friend. Gu Nankuan quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Although Gu Nankuan was a wealthy man in Haizhou, compared with Wei Kuan, he was far inferior. If it were just that, he wouldn't have been so afraid of Wei Kuan. Most importantly, his Gu Group made its fortune by taking on projects from Dawei Real Estate. Even now, the vast majority of his business still depends on Dawei Real Estate. At this moment, Li Hongming was also thrown into a panic. He remembered that Zhao Yun had said earlier that Yi Fei was a poor lad from the countryside with no background. But to his astonishment, in a blink of an eye, here came the richest man in Haizhou. At this point, Li Hongming wished he could beat Zhao Yun up on the spot. Damn it, this is just screwing me over. Humph, Wei Kuan snorted coldly, but didn't pay any attention to Gu Nankuan. Instead, he said to Yi Fei, young lad, since Gu Nankuan has offended you, what do you suggest we do? Wei Kuan handed the decision, making power to Yi Fei. Yi Fei laughed, coldly glanced at Gu Nankuan, and said indifferently, since this Mr. Gu wants me to know what despair is, why not let him perform it for me personally? It must be quite fascinating. Haha, the young lad is straightforward. Wei Kuan burst out laughing. After that, he coldly said to Gu Nankuan, listen up. From today on, all contracts between Dawei Real Estate and the Gu Group are terminated. What? Gu Nankuan was so frightened that he trembled, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. If the contracts between Dawei Real Estate and the Gu Group were terminated, it might cause some losses to Dawei Real Estate, but not significant ones. However, it was a different story for the Gu Group. With just these words from Wei Kuan, the entire Gu Group might be thrown into paralysis. Mr. Wei, you can't do this. We signed contracts. Gu Nankuan shouted. You'll have to pay liquidated damages for this. Upon hearing this, Wei Kuan grinned, revealing a row of glistening white teeth. If you've got the guts, come and ask me for the liquidated damages. At once, Gu Nankuan's face turned ashen. Wei Kuan clearly intended to renege on the debt. If Wei Kuan refused to pay the liquidated damages, not only would Gu Nankuan not have the courage to demand it, but even if Wei Kuan offered to send the money, he wouldn't dare to accept it. It would be like holding a hot potato. Gu Nankuan's face was despondent, and he somewhat regretted provoking Yi Fei. However, his misfortunes didn't end there. How could this alone drive Gu Nankuan to despair? Wei Kuan took out his phone and made several calls. Soon, an urgent ringtone sounded on Gu Nankuan's phone. Mr. Gu, it's bad. Hongxing Trading intends to terminate the contract with us and demands that we compensate for their economic losses. Hardly had he hung up when another call came in. Mr. Gu. It's terrible. The tax bureau is coming to audit our accounts, alleging tax evasion. Mr. Gu, it's no good. The fire department claims our fire safety measures are inadequate, with major potential hazards, and they're going to seal the building. Mr. Gu, it's... One call after another kept ringing on Gu Nankuan's phone, like a series of death warrants, making his face turn even paler. Thud. Gu Nankuan could no longer hold on and plopped down on the ground, his face ashen. Only one thought filled his mind. It's all over. Yi Fei glanced at Gu Nankuan, who looked as if he had lost his parents, yet felt no sympathy. How could he possibly show mercy to someone who had tried to ruin his life and harm his family? Naturally, others would be even less inclined to show sympathy for Gu Nankuan. Wei Kuan didn't even glance at Gu Nankuan and chuckled, saying, Young Master Yi, are you satisfied with this outcome? Not bad. Yi Fei nodded and replied, Then, young master, do you have time today? I'd like to invite you. Wei Kuan was just about to state his intention when Yi Fei interrupted. You want me to treat your mother's illness, don't you? Wei Kuan was startled upon hearing this and asked in surprise, Young Master Yi, how did you know? I could tell from your face. Yi Fei smiled faintly, looking rather mysterious. This made Wei Kuan attach even more importance to Yi Fei, and he began to believe what Song Jiming had said before. This guy is definitely a divine healer. After smiling, Yi Fei continued, I already know about this. I have something to attend to tonight. Well, after school tomorrow. Send someone to pick me up here. Tomorrow? After school? Li Hongming almost bit off his own tongue when he heard Yi Fei's words. Wei Kuan came personally to invite Yi Fei, yet Yi Fei said he couldn't go today because he had something else to do, and he would only go after school tomorrow? Who the hell do you think you are? What could be more important than Wei Kuan's matter? Li Hongming roared in his heart. By this time, he thought Yi Fei was being ungrateful, and he was eager to see how Wei Kuan would teach this arrogant young man a lesson. However, Wei Kuan's reaction almost made him drop his glasses. Wei Kuan nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble young Master Yi. I will surely come to pick you up in person tomorrow. Tomorrow? He'll come to pick them up in person? Li Hongming was completely stunned this time. Seeing that his matter was resolved, Wei Kuan took his leave from Yi Fei, saying, Then I won't disturb young Master Yi's class. I shall take my leave now. With that, he left accompanied by 2 bodyguards. After Wei Kuen's figure disappeared from sight, the entire office fell into a brief silence. Finally, Li Hongming spoke. Zhao Yun, as the head teacher of Class 10, Grade 3, instead of considering your students, you've been making things difficult for them and slandering them. I believe you no longer have the qualification to be the head teacher of Class 10. Having said that, he then turned to Xie Ding, the director of the senior high school grade beside him, and asked, Director Xie, what's your opinion? Although Xie Ding hadn't spoken all along, he had witnessed everything that had happened earlier. Moreover, Zhao Yun's performance just now had also displeased him greatly. Naturally, he wouldn't plead for Zhao Yun at this moment. Without even looking at the pale-faced Zhao Yun, he echoed, I also think Teacher Zhao is no longer suitable to be the head teacher. Very well. Li Hongming nodded and said, then it's settled. From today on, Zhao Yun will no longer serve as the head teacher of Class 10, Grade 3. As for the new head teacher, I think Teacher Chen Wan can take over. Ah, me? Chen Wan exclaimed in surprise, pointing at herself. But I've just come to the school. I'm afraid I'm not qualified enough, am I? Hee, Teacher Chen Wan, don't be so modest. You're a top-notch graduate from Peking University or Tsinghua University. Speaking of qualifications, who in the whole school can compare with you? Li Hongming said with a smile. Having said that, he didn't forget to glance at Yi Fei, hoping that Yi Fei would remember this favor. Yes, Teacher Chen Wan, I also think you're quite suitable. Xie Ding promptly said. Chen Wan was about to decline when Yi Fei's voice rang out, Sister Chen Wan, since they've all said so, you might as well agree. Oh, well, all right. Hearing this, Chen Wan nodded and replied. Few seeing that Yi Fei had persuaded Chen Wan to agree, Li Hongming finally felt completely relieved. He never would have thought that there was such an extraordinary student hidden in his school. It was amazing enough that he had excellent academic performance. But he was even on friendly terms with someone like Wei Kuen. Most importantly, just now Yi Fei had inadvertently revealed an important piece of information. Yi Fei actually knew Song Jiming, the second-generation successor of the Song family. The Song family. That was the #1 powerful family in the entire Haizhou. If he could know such a person, how could Yi Fei be an ordinary person? Thinking of this, Li Hongming glanced at Gunan Kuen, who looked like a stray dog, and couldn't help feeling a bit scared. Fortunately, he hadn't agreed to Gunan Kuen's request just now. Otherwise, he might have ended up in the same plight as Gunan Kuen. After coming out of the principal's office, Yi Fei and Xin Wan walked side by side towards the classroom. Xin Wan held back for a long time, but finally couldn't help asking the question in her heart. Xiafei, how could you tell that Wei Kuen's mother was ill just by looking at Wei Kuen's face? Hiki, Yi Fei laughed upon hearing this. I tricked him. Have you forgotten the night of the stone cutting when that old man said, we must find imperial green to cure Wei Kuen's mother's illness? Xin Wan was astonished upon hearing this. Only then did she recall that she seemed to have heard it too. However, if Yi Fei hadn't mentioned it, she really wouldn't have remembered. Xin Wan looked at the expression on Yi Fei's face, which seemed to say, how about it? I'm so clever. Praise me quickly. And couldn't help but chuckle softly. You're really naughty. Chapter 49. You're talking nonsense? No, it's you who are talking nonsense. What Yi Fei had said to Wei Kuen before was by no means a lie to Wei Kuen. The knowledge of cultivating truth passed down to Yi Fei by the reincarnation old ancestor was extremely complex, including not only cultivation, but also medicine, talisman, making, pill, refining, and the art of divining by qi, etc. However, Yi Fei's current cultivation level was still rather weak, and he could only perceive some superficial things. Before, when Yi Fei said that Wei Kuen's mother was ill, it wasn't just based on what he heard in the stone gambling store, but also what he saw from Wei Kuen's parental palace. The dark stagnation of the moon corner in Wei Kuen's parental palace naturally indicated that Wei Kuen's mother was suffering from a serious illness. However, that Yi Fei, with his current low cultivation level, could also tell that Wei Kuen's mother was ill only showed that Wei Kuen's mother had reached the stage of exhaustion. After school in the afternoon, Yi Fei bought a fruit basket and then went to the People's Hospital with Li Junju to visit Li Junju's mother. Along the way, Li Junju was absent-minded, with a worried look on her face. Obviously, she was worried about her mother's illness. As soon as the two of them reached the hematology department on the 3rd floor, a sarcastic voice rang out. Oh, if it isn't little Beauty Li. Why have you brought a man along today? Aren't you afraid that Dr. Pham will find out and kick you and your mother out of the ward? In the corridor, a gorgeously dressed and stylish woman was staring at Li Yunju and jeering. Li Yunju ignored her and, with her head bowed, intended to walk towards the ward inside. However, the woman had no intention of letting Li Yunju off so easily. Why aren't you speaking? Did I hit the nail on the head and make you feel guilty? You look quite innocent, but at such a young age, your ways of playing with men are quite remarkable. After saying this, she scrutinized Yi Fei with a judging gaze and said, however, your taste is a bit off. Your little boyfriend seems rather mediocre. I'm afraid he can't afford to pay your medical bills. You. Li Yunju had never been humiliated like this before. Her small face turned livid with anger. Ms. Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I spouting nonsense? The glamorous woman sneered upon hearing this. If you hadn't flirted shamelessly with Dr. Fan back then, would he have given you the only available bed? Hiki. Now, as soon as you got the bed, you found another boyfriend to pay your medical bills. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Yi Fei instantly understood what was going on. In a hospital like the People's Hospital, there are never a shortage of patients. Often, there is a shortage of beds. Obviously, the family member of this glamorous woman was also hospitalized here, but due to the shortage of beds, they didn't get a bed. Instead, Li Yunju's mother got one, and that's why this woman held a grudge against Li Yunju. However, this woman really has a venomous tongue. In the corridor, there were quite a number of patients and their relatives. At this moment, upon hearing their conversation, they all looked over curiously and pointed at Li Yunju. Being stared at by so many people, Li Yunju was so angry that her body was trembling, yet she didn't know how to counterattack. And tears welled up in her eyes involuntarily. Yi Fei came over, patted Li Yunju on the shoulder, and at the same time, a wisp of true energy was extremely subtly injected into Li Yunju's body along his palm, calming her down. Then he said to Li Yunju, don't be afraid. Leave this matter to me. He had already summed up the experience on how to deal with this kind of person who caused trouble out of nothing. As soon as Yi Fei finished speaking, the glamorous woman sneered at him. Young man, as someone who has been through it, I'm reminding you. Some women may seem innocent on the surface, but secretly they're incredibly lascivious. You have to be careful. Don't be sold by others and still count the money for them. Yi Fei glanced at the glamorous woman and said indifferently, Madam, can't you see the middle school uniforms we two are wearing? After that, Yi Fei pretended to sigh and shook his head. I really feel sorry for you. At such an age, you've already lost your eyesight. The onlookers in the corridor, upon hearing Yi Fei's words, especially seeing his pretended sympathetic expression, couldn't help bursting into laughter. At this time, they also noticed the school uniforms on Yi Fei and Li Yunju and knew that they were students. Li Yunju was clearly a high school student, yet she was humiliated like this by the glamorous woman in front of them. Thinking of this, the onlookers' gazes towards the glamorous woman turned disdainful. Little wretch, who the hell are you calling blind? The glamorous woman's face flushed with anger as she rushed forward to scratch Yi Fei's face, but Yi Fei easily evaded. Madam, I can't stand the stench. Could you please keep a distance from me? Yi Fei said calmly after dodging the woman's hand. You little bastard, what the hell did you say? Do you mean there's a stench on me? It's fragrance on my body. Can't you tell? The glamorous woman shouted furiously. Yi Fei continued, not only are you lascivious, but you also have an insatiable sexual appetite. A single man can't satisfy you at all. If I'm not mistaken, you had sex with 2 men last night. And it was at the same time, probably around 9 o'clock in the evening. 2 men? At the same time? Yi Fei's words immediately caused an uproar among the onlookers. No one expected that this glamorous woman, who seemed so fashionable, was even more wild in her private life, having sex with 2 men simultaneously. The glamorous woman was looking at Yi Fei with a face full of horror at this moment. She didn't understand how Yi Fei knew this secret of hers. However, being watched by so many people at this time, she naturally wouldn't admit it. Bullshit. Little bastard, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. The glamorous woman pointed at Yi Fei and shouted. Hee. Yi Fei chuckled. Don't you know in your heart whether I'm talking nonsense or not? Don't you want to know why you have such a strong sexual appetite? Why? The glamorous woman asked subconsciously. Immediately after she spoke, her face changed instantly. Didn't her words amount to a tacit admission of what Yi Fei had said before? Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, those who had previously thought Yi Fei was talking nonsense all widened their eyes at this moment, looking at this gorgeous woman. The gorgeous woman's face instantly turned bright red. Then from red to purple, so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Because you're ill. Yi Fei's voice sounded again. You're the one who's ill, and your whole fucking family is ill. The gorgeous woman pointed at Yi Fei and cursed loudly. At this moment, she naturally knew that she had been tricked by Yi Fei and wished she could rush up and strangle Yi Fei. Hearing this, there was not the slightest bit of anger on Yi Fei's face. He raised his eyebrows and said, What? Don't you believe me? Humph. I had a full body checkup just a week ago, and I'm perfectly healthy. The gorgeous woman sneered. Hee hee, There are some problems that the hospital equipment can't detect. Yifei squinted and smiled. If you don't believe me, let me ask you. Have you recently been constantly feeling an unbearable burning sensation in your chest while your hands and feet are icy cold and sweating? The gorgeous woman opened her mouth, but didn't say anything to refute. She looked at Yifei in disbelief because these symptoms of hers had actually been accurately described by Yifei. Recently, she had indeed been feeling an unbearable burning sensation in her chest, with her hands and feet being icy cold and sweating. And after Yifei mentioned it, she remembered that it was after these symptoms appeared that her libido had become much stronger than before. At this moment, Yifei's voice sounded again. If you still don't believe me, you can press the spot 1 inch below your navel with your finger to see if there's a stabbing pain. The gorgeous woman was a bit frightened by what Yifei said and subconsciously pressed the position Yifei mentioned. In an instant, a sensation like a stabbing pain surged through her entire body, causing her to involuntarily gasp. At this moment, the glamorous woman panicked. The onlookers were all looking at Yifei curiously. They couldn't understand how Yifei, who had clearly just met this glamorous woman for the first time and hadn't even made any contact with her, could know her symptoms so clearly. However, Yifei paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd and said to the glamorous woman, "If you want to get your illness cured, then press down with force." Upon hearing this, the glamorous woman gritted her teeth and pressed down forcefully. Bang! A loud and pungent fart sound instantly resounded throughout the corridor. Subsequently, a foul stench filled the entire corridor, as if a rotten egg that had been left for several years had suddenly been smashed. Those onlookers who were watching the excitement behind the glamorous woman, caught off guard, were almost fainted by this stinky fart and quickly dodged one by one. And the onlookers on the other side, seeing this scene, also covered their noses one by one and almost laughed themselves into a stupor. The glamorous woman's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. She gnashed her teeth at Yifei and said, "Little scoundrel, you're playing tricks on me?" Yifei shook his head and said indifferently, "I'm not playing tricks on you. Don't you feel much more comfortable now? You're talking nonsense." The glamorous woman blurted out and cursed. "No." Yifei shook his head and said seriously, "It was you who farted." Just as Yifei's words fell, the sound of farts, like a machine gun, kept coming from behind the glamorous woman. The glamorous woman let out a scream, no longer having the face to stay here. She covered her buttocks and rushed towards the hospital restroom. Li Yunju gazed at Yifei, her eyes brightening, and inquired, "How did you manage to do that? Also, what illness on earth did that woman suffer from?" Yifei chuckled and replied, "Haven't I told you before? I once learned traditional Chinese medicine from an old man. Naturally, I diagnosed her illness. As for what her illness is," Yifei paused, then gave a mysterious smile, piquing everyone's curiosity. Only then did he say, "It's merely a disorder of the daily routine that led to hormonal imbalance. The acupoint I just had her press is the Qihai acupoint of the human body. Whoever presses it like she did would also fart. As for why the fart was so stinky, it's naturally because there was too much toxin accumulated in her body. Now that it's all released, it's actually beneficial to her," Yifei explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yunju couldn't help but let out a soft laugh and rolled her eyes at Yifei, saying, "You're really naughty." Yifei was rendered speechless upon hearing this. It was already the second time he had received such an evaluation today. Wow, why does it stink so much here? Just as the two were about to enter the ward, a somewhat familiar voice to Yifei rang out from behind them. Chapter 50, Encounter with Mr. Insolent again, Yifei instinctively turned his head to look and saw a young male doctor in a white coat walking towards him. At this moment, the male doctor also saw Yifei standing in the corridor. "It's you. It's you." Two voices sounded simultaneously. Yifei smiled inwardly. What a narrow path for enemies. Who else could this young doctor be but Fan Wenbin, who had lost 1 million in the jadeite stone gambling to him? Yifei naturally harbored no favorable impressions towards the person who had designs on Xinhuan. Greeting with a smile, he said, "Haha, Mr. Shameless, long time no see." Upon hearing this address from Yifei, Fan Wenbin was so enraged that his nose almost skewed. With a gloomy expression, he stared intently at Yifei and snapped, "Kid, what are you doing here?" Just thinking about being swindled out of 1 million by this brat in front of him, Fan Wenbin felt a gnawing hatred, an impulse to rush forward and bite Yifei to death. "Yifei, do you two know each other, Dr. Fan?" Li Yunju couldn't help but inquire as she looked at the two of them. "Yes, we've met before. Dr. Fan is truly a kind-hearted person," Yifei replied, a nostalgic look emerging on his face. "Humph," Fan Wenbin snorted heavily, ignoring Yifei. When he turned to look at Li Yunju, a smile appeared on his face. "Hee hee. Yunju, you're here to visit your mother, right?" Li Yunju nodded. The three of them didn't engage in much conversation and entered the ward together. Only then did Yufei realize that this Fan Wenbin was actually the attending doctor for Li Yunju's mother. Li Yunju's mother was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. With regular features, one could vaguely tell that she must have been a great beauty in her youth. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to such a beauty as Li Yunju. However, the years had left deep marks on her, coupled with the torment during her hospitalization. At this moment, she looked much older than her actual age. Seeing this, Yifei's nose tingled with a tinge of sadness. His mind couldn't help but wander to his mother back in the countryside. Now, in retrospect, he realized that he hadn't been home for a while. It seemed that he should find some time to go back home. Yifei let out a silent sigh in his heart. Beside the hospital bed sat Li Yunju's father, an honest middle-aged man who was a bit shy. Upon seeing Fan Wenbin enter, he stood up in a flurry. "Dr. Fan, you're here," Li Yunju's father said hurriedly. "Haha, uncle, you don't need to be so polite with me. Please have a seat," Fan Wenbin said politely in response. Yufei was a bit astonished. Based on his understanding of Fan Wenbin, this guy didn't seem to be such a polite person. Subsequently, Fan Wenbin began to examine Li Yunju's mother. Yufei, on the other hand, stayed aside as if he didn't exist. After examining Li's mother, Fan Wenbin then said to Li Yunju with a beaming smile, "Yunju, Auntie's condition has improved a little. You should come and accompany her more often in the future. Have a chat with her. It's also beneficial to Auntie's recovery." Li Yunju nodded, her pretty face tinged with worry as she asked, "Dr. Fan, has a matching bone marrow for my mother been found?" "Yunju, don't worry. We've contacted major hospitals. I'm sure good news will come soon," Fan Wenbin replied with a smile. As he spoke, he asked Li Yunju with concern, "Is the money running short? If so, I have some here and can advance it for you first." As Fan Wenbin spoke, his eyes stared straight at Li Yunju, and there was a deeply hidden desire in the depths of his eyes. This desire was well concealed by him. Moreover, at this time, the minds of Li Yunju's family were all focused on Li's mother's illness, so they didn't notice. However, all of this didn't escape Yufei's eyes. Gazing into Fan Wenbin's eyes and hearing his words, Yufei cast a glance at Li's mother. Suddenly, a dreadful conjecture welled up in his heart. With this supposition, Yufei didn't hesitate any longer. He placed one hand on Li's mother's wrist, intending to further examine her condition. "Hey, what are you doing?" Fan Wenbin was startled by Yifei's action and immediately shrieked to stop him. Not only Fan Wenbin, but also Li Yunju's family were left rather perplexed by Yifei's behavior. Since Yifei had remained silent upon entering and deliberately made himself inconspicuous after entering the ward to avoid disturbing Fan Wenbin's examination of Li's mother. Li's mother initially thought that Yifei had merely entered the ward coincidentally with Li Yunju and the others. At this moment, seeing the school uniform on Yifei, Li's mother realized that Yufei had come with Li Yunju. She then asked Li Yunju, "Yunju, who is this?" Li Yunju also didn't understand Yufei's action. Yet she still explained to Li's mother, "Mom, this is Yifei, my classmate. He heard that you were ill and came with me to visit you. Yifei has studied some traditional Chinese medicine before. Perhaps he wants to take a look at your condition." Upon hearing this, Fan Wenbin felt a shudder in his heart. He had witnessed Yifei's medical skills firsthand, which were far more than just having studied a bit of traditional Chinese medicine. Fearing that his concealed plot would be exposed, Fan Wenbin sternly shouted, "Hey, stop it. This is my patient. Get out of here right now." As they spoke, Fan Wenbin had charged towards Yifei, reaching out to pull away the fingers Yifei had placed on Mother Li's wrist. Just as Fan Wenbin's hand was about to grasp Yifei's wrist, Yifei's hand had already left Mother Li's wrist a split second earlier. Yifei looked at Fan Wenbin and sneered, "Dr. Fan, you seem rather agitated, don't you?" Li Yunju also looked at Fan Wenbin in surprise. Yifei was merely taking her mother's pulse, and she didn't understand why Fan Wenbin would react so extremely. At this moment, Fan Wenbin realized he had been rather rash and quickly explained, I just don't want anyone to disturb my patient." After that, he said coldly to Yifei, "The patient needs to rest now. Unrelated people, please leave this place." Yifei gave a cold laugh and directly exposed Fan Wenbin's pretense. "I think you're guilty." Guilty? When Yifei said this, not only the Li family, but also the people on the neighboring hospital beds curiously looked over. "Guilty? Haha, what do I have to be guilty about?" Fan Wenbin laughed dryly to cover up. Yet there was a trace of panic deep in his eyes. "What do you have to be guilty about?" The sneer on Yifei's face grew even deeper as he said, "It's clearly a common cold, but you diagnosed it as leukemia. Don't you think you should feel guilty?" "What? A common cold? When Yifei's words came out, it was like a thunderclap exploding in the ward, stunning everyone present. At this moment, Li Yunju couldn't help but recall Yifei's various behaviors outside the ward just now. She grasped Yifei's hand excitedly and asked, "Yifei, is what you said true? Is my mother really just suffering from a cold and not leukemia?" "Of course." Yifei nodded. "It's just a low fever caused by an ordinary cold. If there's anything else, it's that she was a bit startled while having the cold. It's definitely not leukemia." "Ah, I remember." Prompted by Yifei's words, Li's mother then said, "When I had a low fever before, I went to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. On my way home, I was almost hit by a motorcycle gangster, which scared me out of my wits and made me break out in a cold sweat. After that, my condition worsened. When I came to the hospital for an examination, I was diagnosed with leukemia. At first, the people in the ward were somewhat skeptical of Yifei's words. But upon hearing what Li's mother said, they began to believe Yifei. Yifei was able to detect that Li's mother had been frightened just by taking her pulse. How could what he said be false? "Dr. Fan, what's going on here?" Li Yunju asked Fan Wenbin coldly. Initially, she was full of gratitude towards Fan Wenbin, but now, looking at Fan Wenbin with a panicked face, her eyes were filled with disgust. Fan Wenbin was already feeling guilty. With so many people in the ward looking at him, his face turned even uglier. He stammered for a long time but couldn't come up with a proper explanation. Li's father, who had been silent all this time, saw Fan Wenbin's state and immediately guessed what was going on. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot. In a desperate attempt to amass the funds required for Li's mother's leukemia treatment, he had ventured into a gambling house with his meager savings, having exhausted all other avenues. The inevitable outcome was the utter depletion of his resources, followed by a brutal beating and expulsion from the premises. Subsequently, he endured relentless assaults from debt collectors. His family suffered immensely, teetering on the brink of ruin, only for it to emerge that this entire ordeal was predicated on a misdiagnosis. "I'll kill you." With bloodshot eyes, Li's father rose to his feet, seized Fan Wenbin by the collar, and lunged at him in a fit of rage. Chapter 51. Discharged today? Fan Wenbin's face became engorged and crimson as Li's father gripped his throat. Had it not been for the intervention of a neighboring patient's family, he might have been strangled to death. Don't listen to his fabrications. The patient is indeed afflicted with leukemia. How could I possibly err? Fan Wenbin gasped, retorting with resentment. Of course, you didn't err, because you did it deliberately. Yifei countered with a derisive smile. Under Yifei's piercing gaze, Fan Wenbin felt as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare. He instinctively averted his gaze, yet defiantly maintained, "You're spouting nonsense. Why would I intentionally misdiagnose? What benefit would it bring me?" Upon hearing this, a question arose in the minds of the other patients' families. Indeed, what advantage could Fan Wenbin possibly gain from such an act? Yifei chuckled sardonically, refraining from answering directly. Instead, he posed a counter-question. "So, by saying that, you concede that the patient isn't suffering from leukemia?" A fresh wave of alarm washed over Fan Wenbin as he realized that he had inadvertently fallen into another one of Yifei's linguistic traps. "Humph, I have no idea what you're talking about. The white blood cells in the patient's body have exceeded 20,000. What else could it be but leukemia?" Fan Wenbin retorted. "Even I, a middle school student, know that if the white blood cells exceed 20,000, it's only a suspected case of leukemia. Even a common cold could potentially cause a surge in white blood cells. Is this the evidence for your diagnosis?" Yifei sneered. "This is just your sophistry. Since our hospital has diagnosed the patient with leukemia, it's naturally after precise diagnosis." Fan Wenbin stubbornly refused to admit it. After that, he pointed at Li's father with an ugly expression and cursed, "I kindly helped you with the examination and contacted the bone marrow. Yet you bite the hand that feeds you? Now I'm telling you, your bone marrow is gone." He pointed at the door of the ward and shouted, "Get out of my ward right now. I won't treat patients like you. All of you, get out." "What? Can't argue anymore. So you fly into a rage?" Yifei sat there on his own, looking at the seemingly crazy Fan Wenbin and sneered. "Next, I'll tell you why you deliberately made a mistake. Because you need money." Yifei enunciated each word, and the words were like sharp swords, stabbing straight at Fan Wenbin's chest, making Fan Wenbin's face even paler. How much does it cost for a patient with a cold to come to the hospital? But it's completely different for a leukemia patient. Moreover, most of the drugs needed to treat leukemia are imported and expensive. You can get a considerable commission from this. Am I right, Dr. Fan? Yifei's call of Dr. Fan was full of intrigue. Fan Wenbin stared at Yifei in shock, never expecting that Yifei could have guessed his intentions so thoroughly. Fan Wenbin indeed needed money. Since being extorted of 1 million yuan by Yi Fei last time, he had been living in great distress during this period. When Li's mother came for an examination, in fact, he had long diagnosed that she had a common cold. However, upon seeing the examination report that seemed to indicate leukemia, he conceived such an idea of making money. Later, after seeing Li Yunju's stunning beauty, his thoughts changed again. Merely making money could no longer satisfy him. He desired both wealth and the woman. The plan had been going well, and success was almost within reach. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Yi Fei. As a doctor, have you completely disregarded your professional ethics? Yi Fei said coldly. I knew I was right about you. You're a beast in human clothing. To hell with professional ethics. Fan Wenbin roared in a fit of anger. Everything I did was carried out according to the proper procedures. The medicine I used was for preventing leukemia. If you have the guts, go and sue me. I think you're just a troublemaker hired by the patient. What? Can't afford the medical bills and want to pester our hospital? If you have no money, then get the hell out of here, you bunch of paupers. Fan Wenbin no longer cared about his image and started cursing loudly in the ward. The other patients and their family members in the ward were somewhat dumbfounded. No one had expected that the seemingly gentle and refined Dr. Fan just moments ago could turn into such a state. At the door of the ward, a large number of on-looking patients and hospital medical staff had gathered. Yi Fei was too lazy to engage in idle chatter with him and directly said to Li Yunju, call the police. Let him tell his nonsense to the police. MMM. Li Yunju nodded and picked up her phone to make the call. Dr. Shi is coming. Dr. Shi is coming. Dr. Shi. Director Shi. Just then, a commotion came from outside the ward. Soon, a glamorous beauty in a white coat pushed through the crowd and entered the ward. Dr. Director. Why are you here? Fan Wenbin, who had been arrogant before, was startled when he saw this glamorous woman and quickly said, this glamorous beauty, addressed as Dr. Shi, merely glanced at Fan Wenbin and then said to everyone in the ward, I'm Shi Qinghan, the director of the hematology department and a chief physician. What happened here? Many of the patient's family members in the ward were also taken aback upon hearing Shi Qinghan's words. They never expected that this young girl, who seemed to be only in her 20s, was already a director, without Yi Fei having to say anything. The other patients and their family members in the ward had already chattered and recounted what had just happened. After listening, Shi Qinghan nodded. Her face still wore that cold expression as she said to Fan Wenbin, bring the examination reports. Upon hearing this, Fan Wenbin's face turned even uglier, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Director Shi, bring the examination reports. I don't want to say it a third time, Shi Qinghan said coldly. Helpless, Fan Wenbin had to take out all the examinations that Li Yunju's mother had undergone before. In the ward, a profound hush prevailed. Ever since Shi Qinghan entered the ward, the ambient temperature seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Having perused the examination report, Shi Qinghan raised her head and fixed her gaze on Fan Wenbin. Dr. Fan, on what basis did you diagnose the patient with leukemia? Beads of cold sweat trickled down Fan Wenbin's forehead as he stammered. The patient's white blood cells have exceeded 20,000. Enough, you needn't say any more. Shi Qinghan promptly cut off Fan Wenbin. Fan Wenbin, I am now officially notifying you that you are suspended from your duties. Await an investigation by the police. With that, she turned to the assistant standing by her side. Go and fetch the security guards. Keep an eye on him until the police arrive. Yes, ma'am. The assistant hastened out. Shi Qinghan's actions undoubtedly confirmed that Fan Wenbin had made a misdiagnosis. What Li's mother was suffering from was not leukemia. With a thud, Fan Wenbin slumped to the ground. His face drained of all color. At this moment, no one felt sympathy for him. Indeed, many of the patient's family members couldn't refrain from voicing their disapproval. Bah, he looks decent on the outside, but turns out to be a beast in human clothing. Fortunately, he's not my attending doctor. A common cold misdiagnosed as leukemia. This is truly outrageous. Soon, 2 security guards entered the ward and dragged the slumped Fan Wenbin out. Shi Qinghan approached Li's mother and the others. First, she bowed solemnly, then spoke with sincere earnestness. I am deeply sorry. Due to certain doctors in our hospital who disregard professional ethics, you have been greatly troubled. On behalf of our hospital, I offer my sincere apologies to you. We will refund all the medical expenses you've incurred previously. We are also willing to provide corresponding compensation. Regarding the patient's subsequent rehabilitation treatment, our hospital will cover all the costs until the patient fully recovers. What do you think? The Li Yunju family members looked at each other in bewilderment, all hesitant to make a decision. Finally, Li Yunju turned her pleading eyes towards Yi Fei. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Yi Fei. Yifei glanced at Shi Qinghan and thought to himself, this young lady's identity is probably not ordinary. If she were just a chief physician, she probably wouldn't have such great authority. At this moment, Shi Qinghan also looked at Yifei and asked, just now, it was you who pointed out that the patient doesn't have leukemia, right? Yes, it was me. Yifei nodded. Shi Qinghan stared at Yifei, her eyes tinged with a hint of curiosity, and asked, I wonder what your thoughts are on what I've proposed? Even she had to review numerous inspection reports before being able to confirm that Mother Li didn't have leukemia. Yifei was merely a high school student. Without seeing any inspection reports, how could he be so certain about the patient's condition? I have no objections to the first 2 points. You can discuss them with the patient's family, Yifei said with a faint smile. As for the third point, there's no need. Because the patient can be discharged from the hospital today. Chapter 52. Is acupuncture useless? What? The patient can go home today? Yifei's sudden words left everyone present stunned. You should know that although Li's mother didn't suffer from leukemia, her original cold, due to being postponed for too long, had triggered some other complications. This wasn't the most crucial part. The most critical thing was that because Fan Wenbin had previously overused a lot of prescription drugs on Li's mother, this was likely to have caused the accumulation of toxins in her body and even damaged her liver. These all required subsequent examination and treatment. Young lad, do you know what you're saying? The patient is in such a state that she can't be discharged from the hospital. We're doing this for her own good. A doctor who came with Shi Qinghan couldn't help but say when he heard Yifei's words. I know. Yifei nodded. Then you. The doctor couldn't help but ask. Because I can make her recover right now. Yifei said bluntly before the doctor could finish his question. Yifei naturally knew that Li's mother's body hadn't fully recovered and that there was quite a bit of toxin accumulated in her body, but this was nothing to him. Since he had come to the hospital, he might as well do it thoroughly and directly help Li Yunju's mother recover. Presumably, if Li's mother could leave the hospital as soon as possible, she wouldn't be willing to stay here any longer, even if it was free. Hiki, young lad. Are you talking in your sleep? Do you know who the person standing next to you is? The doctor couldn't help but sneer. Pointing at Shi Qinghan, he said. Our director Shi is a medical doctor graduated from Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. Even she wouldn't dare to say that she can discharge the patient today. Can you do it? Johns Hopkins School of Medicine is one of the best medical schools in the world, tied for the first place in the world with Harvard Medical School. Students who can graduate from there are all extraordinary and undoubtedly talents vied for by major hospitals worldwide. However, Shi Qinghan paid no heed to the doctor who was flattering her. Instead, she looked at Yifei and asked, what method do you use to restore the patient? Acupuncture. Yifei replied as he took out his silver needles from his school bag. Shi Qinghan, who had been quite interested in Yifei's treatment method initially, couldn't help but shake her head disappointedly upon seeing the silver needles. She said indifferently, I've also studied traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture. Although there are many miraculous techniques, it has to be said that traditional Chinese medicine has fallen behind. Moreover, acupuncture has no effect on the toxins in the patient's body, whether it's effective or not. We'll know after trying. Yifei wasn't concerned about Shi Qinghan's words. The acupuncture he used was not the ordinary acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine. I won't agree to you randomly performing acupuncture on the patients in our hospital. Shi Qinghan shook her head and refused. As she spoke, she also turned her gaze towards Li Yunju's family and said, if the patient undergoes this gentleman's treatment and any problems occur, our hospital will not assume any responsibility. And the subsequent treatment will not be free either. Are you sure you want to accept his treatment? As soon as Shi Qinghan said this, Li Yunju's parents hesitated. If Yifei's treatment was ineffective and the hospital no longer covered the subsequent treatment costs, it would be a considerable expense. Li Yunju looked at Yifei. Although she believed in him, she couldn't make the decision on such a matter. Besides, after all, it was related to her mother's health. Yifei understood the concerns of Li Yunju's parents. He turned to Shi Qinghan and said, well, how about we make a bet? Oh, how to bet? Shi Qinghan raised an eyebrow and asked upon hearing this. Yifei smiled and said, if I cure Annie's illness, your hospital won't need to be responsible for Auntie's subsequent treatment. Just give them the money in cash instead. Shi Qinghan only thought briefly upon hearing this, and then nodded, saying, that's no problem. But what if you can't cure it? Yifei smiled and replied, if I can't cure it, I'll bear the cost of Auntie's subsequent treatment. Oh, this is not allowed. Hearing Yifei's words, Father Li quickly waved his hand and said, this really won't do. You've already helped our family a great deal. How could we let you spend more money? Mother Li Yunju also refused immediately. Li Yunju even grabbed Yifei's arm and said, Yifei, Maybe we should just forget it. Yifei smiled and said, "Don't worry. I guarantee that I can make your family go home and have a reunion dinner today." Shi Qinghan chuckled upon hearing this and said, "The subsequent treatment cost is not low. You're still a student, right? Can you afford it?" Yifei directly took out his bank card and said, "There are still 2 million in this card. I wonder if it's enough?" Whooshed the numerous onlookers, who had been quite interested in watching the two talk. Gasped in surprise when they saw Yifei take out a bank card with a 2 million yuan deposit. 2 million is by no means a trifling sum. Even in the urban area of Haizhou, for some well-off families, without considering other properties, it's uncertain whether they have 2 million in savings alone. When Shi Qinghan heard Yifei mention this figure, her expression remained unchanged. She merely nodded and said, "If there's really 2 million, it might be sufficient. You can have someone verify it. The password is XXXXXX." Yifei was about to hand the card to the doctor beside Shi Qinghan. "No need." Shi Qinghan waved her hand and said, "Compared to this 2 million, I'm more curious whether you can really cure the patient's illness." Seeing this, Yifei didn't insist. He put his card back into his school bag, laid out the silver needles, and prepared to perform acupuncture on the Yunju's mother. The onlookers all widened their eyes, eager to see how Yifei would make Li's mother, who had been lying in the hospital bed for so long, recover. Yifei took out a silver needle, flicked it with his finger. The silver needle let out a soft chirp, and then it pierced into one of Li's mother's major acupoints with lightning speed. Huh. Shi Qinghan, who hadn't paid much attention at first, upon seeing Yifei's move, her beautiful eyes suddenly focused, her pupils slightly contracted. And then she concentrated on watching Yifei perform acupuncture. An expert's move reveals their skills. After returning from studying abroad, Shi Qinghan actually studied traditional Chinese medicine for a while, hoping to promote and develop this ancient Chinese medical art. However, after she really delved into it, she discovered that although traditional Chinese medicine has a long heritage of thousands of years, due to some special reasons, a great deal of it has been lost. Some of what has been passed down is mostly superficial or even dross, and mostly incorrect. Using it casually not only fails to cure diseases but may even endanger lives. After that, Shi Qinghan gave up the idea of promoting traditional Chinese medicine. However, she still has a profound understanding of acupuncture. As soon as Yifei made this move, she could tell that Yifei was definitely not needling randomly, nor was it the mediocre skills learned from some barefoot doctor. After the first needle was inserted, Yifei's speed soared. Those onlookers could only see the of Yifei's hands fluttering in the air and couldn't clearly see how Yifei performed the acupuncture. Just this alone made them all extremely excited, thinking it was simply thrilling, because the way Yifei administered the needles was so elegant. Yes, elegant indeed. At this moment, Yifei seemed not to be performing acupuncture on a person, but playing a beautiful melody on the piano with his hands, giving them a very natural and harmonious visual experience. Buzz as Yifei injected his true yuan, the silver needles vibrated with a certain unique rhythm, emitting a slight humming sound. Ah, it moved. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. The other onlookers also opened their mouths wide. At this time, Shi Qinghan's face no longer had the previous calm expression. Her delicate face was filled with shock, and Li Yunju had already covered her small mouth with both hands, her big eyes opening even wider. In this moment of their distraction, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Li's mother's skin. These beads of sweat were not transparent, but dark, brown, like turbid sewage. Buzz the silver needles trembled even more violently. The onlookers vaguely seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar ringing in their ears. A dragon-shaped illusory shadow submerged into Li Mu's body. Li Mu, who had been reclining, suddenly sat up straight and while spat out a mouthful of dark, green, grape-sized, gelatinous phlegm. Ah, so comfortable. After spitting out this phlegm, Li Mu couldn't help shouting, feeling an indescribable comfort all over her body. The previous paleness on her face disappeared completely, and she seemed to have become 10 years younger in an instant. Chapter 53, Luo Yiren isn't the first? This time, Yifei used the 4-elephant acupuncture method. Not only did he expel the drug toxins from Li Mu's body, but also the toxins accumulated in her body over the past few decades. That's why she looked as if she had become 10 years younger. The onlookers were so shocked that they were speechless. No one would think that Yifei was faking it because they had witnessed Yifei's acupuncture technique just now, which was really shocking. When Yifei put away the silver needles, Li Mu could already get out of bed and move around easily. I feel like I can take on an elephant now, Li Mu said with a face full of joy. Her words drew a burst of hearty laughter from the onlookers, mostly out of kindness. At this time, It was Shi Qinghan who reacted first and ordered the doctor beside her, "Go, arrange a full body examination for the patient immediately." "Yes, Dr. Shi." The doctor responded, and then left with several nurses, taking Li Mu with them. As soon as Mother Li left, the onlookers' gazes towards Yi Fei instantly changed. Their eyes widened in unison, as if they could scarcely contain their eagerness to devour Yi Fei. "Little miracle doctor, please also give me a few acupuncture treatments. I have a problem with my waist." "Little miracle doctor, please examine me too. I've been feeling nauseous lately." "Little miracle doctor, I have kidney deficiency. Can you give me some acupuncture to tonify my kidneys?" People, whether patients or their family members, swarmed forward, surrounding Yi Fei in the center and voicing their various ailments. Even two young nurses approached, their faces beaming with excitement. However, upon meeting Shi Qinghan's frosty gaze, the two nurses blushed deeply and withdrew. "Everyone, please listen to me for a moment." Yi Fei, being pestered relentlessly, had no choice but to shout loudly. His words brought an immediate hush to the entire ward. Yi Fei swept a glance over the crowd and then said, "Everyone, my acupuncture technique is actually only effective against accumulated toxins in the body. Moreover, because it is extremely mentally exhausting, I can use it at most once a day. Therefore, I'm sorry." Yi Fei had to tell a little white lie. Otherwise, with so many people asking him to treat them, he might well collapse from exhaustion on the spot. What's more, what he said was not entirely untrue. The 4-image acupuncture method was indeed extremely exhausting to one's true essence, now that he had cultivated to the second level of qi, refining. Although he wouldn't be as exhausted as before, to the point of total prostration after using it once, he would still feel rather fatigued. When the crowd heard Yi Fei's words and saw his slightly pale complexion, they realized that what he said was not false and could only sigh in regret. Furthermore, what they suffered from was not a serious illness. It could also be cured in the hospital. What they said earlier was merely to join in the fun and to witness Yi Fei's acupuncture skills once more. "Well, everyone, please disperse." At this moment, Shi Qinghan spoke up, motioning for the two junior nurses to arrange for the patients and their families to leave. Li Yunju looked at Yi Fei, especially noticing his slightly weakened appearance. Her delicate face was filled with gratitude. "Yi Fei, thank you. Otherwise, haha, you're welcome." Yi Fei waved his hand, interrupting her words. "Aren't we friends?" Hearing this, Li Yunju pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. "We are friends. What kind of acupuncture technique did you use just now?" At this time, Shi Qinghan came to Yi Fei's side and asked. "The 4-image acupuncture technique." Yi Fei replied. "The 4-image acupuncture technique." Shi Qinghan frowned gracefully upon hearing this. Why have I never heard of it? Although she didn't practice traditional Chinese medicine, she was not unfamiliar with it. On the contrary, she might even be more knowledgeable about it than some senior traditional Chinese medicine doctors in Chinese medicine hospitals. However, the 4-image acupuncture technique that Yi Fei mentioned was something she had never heard of before. "Maybe you're ill-informed," Yi Fei said casually. Yi Fei's casual words infuriated Shi Qinghan quite a bit. She, a medical doctor graduated from Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, was actually judged as ill-informed by a high school student? Shi Qinghan snorted softly. Knowing that Yi Fei didn't want to say more, she stopped asking. In her heart, she made up her mind that she must thoroughly investigate the information about the 4-image acupuncture technique after she returned. The crowd didn't have to wait long. The doctor who had taken Li's mother away returned again. His face was so excited that it was as if he had taken expired aphrodisiac. Before entering the ward, he shouted, "Dr. Shi, good news, great news." Shi Qinghan glanced at this doctor and asked, "Have the test results come out?" "They're out, all of them." The doctor nodded hastily and said excitedly, "All the indicators are qualified. The patient is now in excellent health. Even, she is much healthier than an average young person." After that, his gaze shifted to Yi Fei. His eyes were like those of a lustful wolf, staring at Yi Fei as if he were a hungry man eyeing a naked beauty, which made Yi Fei feel a chill. Since Li's mother had recovered, there was no need for Yi Fei and the others to stay in the hospital any longer. After Li's mother came back, they left the hospital. To make up for their previous mistake, the hospital specially arranged a vehicle to send Li Yunju's family off. Yi Fei and Li Yunju's family were not going the same way, so they could only part ways at the hospital entrance. Before getting on the car, Li Yunju's small face was filled with reluctance, and she kept looking back at Yi Fei. If it weren't for Yi Fei, her family might still be kept in the dark, racking their brains every day to afford Li's mother's medical bills. Even if they managed to scrape together enough money, they might not be able to restore Li's mother's health. Li Yunju didn't know that if it weren't for Yi Fei, Even she herself might have fallen victim to that scoundrel Fan Wenbin. It was not until Li's father urged her several times that Li Yunju got into the car, waved to Yifei who was standing outside, and then left. After the car of Li Yunju's family disappeared from sight, Yifei turned around and left. Just as he stepped out of the hospital gate, a fiery red Mercedes sports car pulled up beside Yifei. The car window rolled down, revealing a delicate face with a hint of coldness. It was Shi Qinghan. "Where do you live? I'll give you a ride," Shi Qinghan said, glancing at Yifei. Her voice still icy cold. "Oh, no need. The place I live is not far from here," Yifei replied. "Get in the car," Shi Qinghan said indifferently. Yifei was left speechless upon hearing this. This woman is rather overbearing. Since someone was insistent on giving him a lift, he no longer needed to be polite. After getting in the car, he reported the address of his residence to Shi Qinghan. The Mercedes sped along, and in less than 20 minutes, it arrived at the old house where Yifei's aunt lived. Yifei got out of the car, just as he was about to say a word of gratitude. Shi Qinghan completely ignored him and with a sudden acceleration, disappeared into the night, leaving Yifei, who was caught off guard, inhaling a noseful of car exhaust. "Damn it!" Yifei cursed angrily, jumping up and down on the spot. Inside the Mercedes, through the rear view mirror, Shi Qinghan saw this scene. Her cold and delicate face finally relaxed, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. Yifei went upstairs to his dwelling. After a simple wash, he started to practice. Early the next morning, during morning reading, Xie Ding, the grade director, brought Chen Wan to the class and announced that Chen Wan would temporarily take over as the class teacher. In an instant, the entire classroom seemed to explode, with bursts of cheers ringing out. Although Chen Wan had not been at the school for long, due to her beauty and amiable demeanor towards students, her popularity far exceeded that of Zhao Yun. At this moment, upon hearing that Chen Wan would be temporarily taking over as the class teacher, the students were overjoyed. After Xie Ding left, Chen Wan revealed another piece of news, which once again stirred up a commotion in the class. That news was, the results of the second mock exam had come out. "Ms. Chun, how did our class perform?" "Ms. Chun, did our class monitor come first in the whole school again this time?" Needless to say, the class monitor is the recognized invincible top student in our school. Many students were discussing animatedly, and quite a few of them cast their eyes towards Yifei, who was sitting in the back row, with smirks of schadenfreude on their faces. Hee, now that the results are out, someone is going to be in trouble. He had declared in front of everyone that if he couldn't rank among the top 100, he would drop out of school voluntarily. Let's see if he still has the nerve to stay in this class. When the chattering of the numerous classmates in the class gradually died down, Chen Wan cleared her throat and said, "I know what you all care about the most." Luo Yiren performed quite well in this exam, scoring a total of 727 points. As Chen Wan's words fell, gasps of astonishment immediately resounded in the classroom. The total score of the second mock exam was 750 points, and Luo Yiren had actually scored 727 points, truly worthy of being the invincible top student. Before everyone could finish sighing, Chen Wan's voice rang out again. However, this time, Luo Yiren was not the top scorer in the whole school. Chapter 54. A sensation throughout the school. The words Chen Wan suddenly blurted out were like a thunderclap, instantly reducing the entire classroom to a deathly hush. All the classmates in the class stared at each other in disbelief. Luo Yiren wasn't the top student in the whole school? Ever since Luo Yiren started attending Haizhou No. 1 middle school, from grade 10 to grade 12, she had almost monopolized the top spot in every exam. 727 points wasn't the highest in the school? Then who was the top student in the whole school? And what an astonishing score could that person possibly have? In the classroom, numerous students simultaneously turned their gazes towards Chen Wan on the podium. The fire of gossip in their hearts was instantly ignited by Chen Wan's words. After a brief moment of silence, the classroom erupted into chaos. Could it be Zhang Ke from Class 1? He was the strongest competitor of our class monitor. In the last mock exam, he ranked second in the whole grade. I think it's Song Hongyu from Class 5. I heard that Song Hongyu estimated his score to be 730 points. Come on. I think it's Du Fei from Class 9. Many students chattered and engaged in a heated discussion. Luo Yiren, who had been lowering her head, also raised her head upon hearing Chen Wan's words. A hint of perplexity adorned her delicate face. 728 points was more or less the same as what she had estimated. She was quite content with this score. Based on her past experience, such a score was more than enough to put a significant distance between her and the other competitors in the school. There was no way anyone could have surpassed her. Just then, Chun Wan's voice rang out again. The top student in this school-wide exam is also from our class 10. Boom. The classmates became even more excited. It's from our class too? Could it be the study committee member? One person couldn't help crying out. The class study committee member was Liao Pengfei, a frequent visitor among the top 10 in the grade. However, he was always outperformed by Luo Yiren in the class and was a perennial second placer. When Xinwan said this, the eyes of the classmates in the class all fell on Liao Pengfei. Being stared at by so many people, Liao Pengfei maintained a calm expression on his face, yet was utterly bewildered in his heart. The score he estimated the day before yesterday was less than 700. Could it be that I miscalculated? Liao Pengfei thought secretly. With a calm smile on his face, he said to everyone, "Hee, I also think I did quite well in this exam. Wow, the study committee member is so imposing. Study committee member, you're amazing. Did you actually get the first place in the whole school? Study committee member, you're incredibly awesome and dominant." A chorus of flattering shouts resounded in the classroom. Liao Pengfei's eyes were filled with pride, but his face remained calm. He was about to stand up to receive the adoring gazes of many classmates. At this moment, Chen Wan's voice rang out again. Classmate Liao Pengfei also did very well in this exam, scoring 680 points. Liao Pengfei, who was just about to stand up to express his gratitude, froze. His face flushed bright red up to the base of his neck, and he was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What? It wasn't the study committee member? Then who on earth is the great master who got the first place? Could it be the Chinese class representative? Just as numerous students were discussing animatedly, suddenly a loud shout overpowered the discussions in the class. "Teacher, I guess the person who got the first place in the whole school is Yi Fei?" The one who spoke was Wang Cheng. He stood up and shouted at Chun Wan, who was standing on the podium. "Yi Fei?" The entire classroom fell silent again, and then a burst of uproarious laughter resounded. "This rascal is intentionally making you look foolish." Guo Liang nudged Yi Fei's arm, expressing indignation on Yi Fei's behalf. Yi Fei cast a glance at Wang Cheng. At that moment, Wang Cheng was looking at him with a provocative expression, his face brimming with a schadenfreude smile. Ever since Wang Cheng was intimidated by Yi Fei at the school gate last time, he had been behaved for quite a while. Unexpectedly, as soon as the second mock exam results came out, Wang Cheng started to act up again. Perhaps he thought that Yi Fei was about to drop out of school soon and could no longer do anything to him? Yi Fei thought with a sense of ridicule in his heart. He's just a petty clown. There's no need to pay attention to him. Yi Fei said to Guo Liang, who was indignant and didn't even look at Wang Cheng again. Haha, this Wang Cheng is really despicable. He actually said that Yi Fei is the first in the whole school? If that bumpkin could get the first place in the whole school, I'd eat excrement live on the spot. First in the whole school? Whether this bumpkin can even stay in school is a question. Many students in the classroom almost burst into laughter due to what Wang Cheng said. When they looked up at Chen Wan, they found that the smile on Chen Wan's face had vanished, and her delicate face had become solemn. A bad premonition simultaneously welled up in everyone's hearts. Damn it, could it really be him? Then they heard Chen Wan nod and say, "What classmate Wang Cheng said is correct. Classmate Yi Fei scored 745 points this time. He is not only the first in the whole school, but also the first in the city in the second mock exam." Gah! The students who had been mocking earlier were like ducks whose necks were grasped. The words of mockery that were about to come out could no longer be uttered. In an instant, the entire classroom fell silent again. 745 points? I didn't mishear, did I? I seem to have heard the same score too. Today is April 20th, and it's not April Fool's Day. After everyone came to their senses, they all started taking in sharp breaths, and the gazes they directed at Yi Fei were filled with shock. However, Yi Fei seemed oblivious to these people's stares, keeping his head down and paying no heed. Shua? Seeing that Yi Fei wasn't looking at them, everyone shifted their gazes to Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's standing body froze, and the smile on his face also froze. Being stared at by so many classmates, he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself a few times. Damn it, I really have a loose tongue. An early morning class passed by unconsciously, and the moods of numerous classmates were like a roller coaster, fluctuating up and down for quite a while. When the class-ending bell rang, they still had a feeling of being in the clouds. Damn, you're really amazing. You actually got the first place in the city. Come on, tell me how you did it. As soon as the class ended, Guo Liang grabbed Yi Fei's arm and shook it non-stop, asking eagerly, "Oh, I just took the exam casually and got this result." Yi Fei said indifferently. Just took the exam casually? Guo Liang stared at Yi Fei, grinding his teeth and saying, "Kid, has anyone ever told you that your expression right now is really annoying?" Yifei nodded earnestly. Guoliang. During the long break, the school had already posted the grade sheets of each class on the bulletin board for the convenience of students to know the grades of their classmates in other classes. Linlin, you did quite well in this exam. You got 651 points and ranked 33rd in the whole grade, Cheng Jia said, holding Su Zilin's arm. Su Zilin nodded but remained silent. She had thought that she was surely to be among the top 20 in the grade this time, yet unexpectedly, she ranked 33rd. The gap from her estimate was rather large, making her seem a bit gloomy. Cheng Jia had pulled her out to relieve her mood. By the way, isn't your cousin in class 10? Quickly check how many points he got. As Cheng Jia spoke, she dragged Su Zilin to the grade report of class 10. What's there to see? His scores are too embarrassing. Su Zilin snorted. Although she was pulled over by Cheng Jia, she turned her head aside and refused to look at the grade report. Take a look. Maybe he had an extraordinary performance this time, Cheng Jia said with a smile. Naturally, she didn't really think that Yifei would have an extraordinary performance. She said this just to make fun of Yifei. However, when she saw the grade report of class 10, the smile on her face froze. Although Su Zilin said she wouldn't look, she was rather curious in her heart. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear Cheng Jia speak. She couldn't help but say impatiently, "So, did he score more than 300 points this time?" Cheng Jia turned around, her expression a bit stiff. Linlin, you'd better look for yourself. Su Zilin frowned even more. What? Didn't he even reach 300 points this time? No. Cheng Jia stammered. So, exactly how many points did he get? Look at you like this. Su Zilin uttered a sound, then turned her head to look at the report card. The moment she saw Yifei's score, she was instantly rooted to the spot. Yifei's name was extremely easy to find, right at the top row, in the most conspicuous position. It read, Yifei, 745, 1, 1. The 2-foot ones following were respectively the class rank and the school rank. Su Zilin's eyes widened. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. In just a few classes' time, the news that Yifei had topped the whole school spread throughout Haizhou No. 1 Middle School. That score of 745 even caused a huge stir across the entire school. At this moment, Yifei's name was once again on the lips of numerous students. However, instead of the former idiot, he was now addressed as a prodigy. When school was over in the afternoon, an ivory, white Rolls Royce pulled up at the school gate, attracting the curious gazes of many students. Many students who were leaving school stood not far away, pointing and whispering. There were quite a few wealthy people in Haizhou, yet few dared to blatantly park a Rolls Royce at the gate of Haizhou No. 1 Middle School. Just as everyone was speculating who the big shot in the car was, Yifei emerged from the school. Creak. The door of the Rolls Royce opened, and a rugged middle-aged man got out. Many students recognized this person's identity immediately. It was none other than Wei Kuan, a tycoon in Haizhou. When Yifei approached, Wei Kuan quickly opened the car door and said, "Young Master Yi, please get in the car." Chapter 55, 1. The 5 declines of the Devis. The ivory, white Rolls Royce sped northward under the gazes of numerous classmates, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. In the car, Wei Kuan looked at Yifei with an expression of hesitation on his face. "Mr. Wei, if you have anything to say, feel free to speak," Yifei said, casting a glance at Wei Kuan. "Brother Yi, well." Wei Kuan wore an awkward look on his face. "Today, I originally invited you to diagnose and treat my mother. However, I accidentally heard that a divine doctor passed by Haizhou and would only stay in Haizhou for one night. So, I also invited him to diagnose and treat my mother together." As Wei Kuan spoke, his face was hard to hide the look of awkwardness. Originally, with Wei Kuan's status, it would be no big deal not only to invite 2 doctors to diagnose and treat his mother simultaneously, but also to invite national experts and famous doctors to hold a consultation for her. However, Yifei's identity was somewhat special. He was introduced to Wei Kuan by Song Jiming from the Song family. Moreover, the various miraculous things Yifei had shown made Wei Kuan feel that Yifei was definitely not an ordinary person. Wei Kuan didn't want to offend Yifei, so he mentioned it in advance. Yifei nodded and said, "It doesn't matter." Seeing that Yifei didn't seem angry, Wei Kuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, the car stopped directly in front of Wei Kuan's mansion in Haizhou. Wei Kuan led Yifei into the living room to have tea. Just as the two of them sat down, a bodyguard came to report, "Boss, President Su is here." Wei Kuan immediately stood up to greet, and Yifei had to follow suit to greet as well. At the same time, several people, led by bodyguards, also arrived at the gate of the villa. "Mr. Wei, This is the divine Dr. Hua I mentioned to you. Divine Dr. Hua is a descendant of Hua Tuo, the god of medicine. A middle-aged man in a suit said as he entered, introducing to Wei Kuan. The speaker was Su Qingli, the largest herbal medicine merchant in the neighboring city. The so-called Mr. Su in the bodyguard's words. Beside him stood two other people. One was the divine Dr. Hua mentioned by Su Qingli, a man in his 50s, dressed in a black robe, with a gaunt figure and a sinister look on his face. He didn't seem like a divine doctor at all. The person behind divine Dr. Hua was his disciple, who also had an arrogant look. Wei Kuan quickly thanked Su Qingli, and then said to divine Dr. Hua, "Divine Dr. Hua, you honored us with your presence. I failed to give you a proper welcome." Before divine Dr. Hua could speak, his disciple spoke first, sneering, "Mr. Wei, my master has come to treat your mother, yet you didn't go to pick him up in person. Your airs are a bit too much, aren't they? Mr. Wei, divine Dr. Hua rarely treats patients these days. I paid a great price to invite him here," Su Qingli also said. Wei Kuan naturally apologized repeatedly. The divine Dr. Hua didn't say anything. Instead, he set his eyes on Yi Fei, scrutinized him for a while, and then asked, "Who is this?" "This is Brother Yi, a well-known young divine doctor in Haizhou. I invited him here to treat my mother together." Wei Kuan quickly introduced Yi Fei. After hearing Wei Kuan's introduction, divine Dr. Hua lost interest. Without paying any attention to Yi Fei, he took the lead and stepped into the living room. His disciple sneered before entering. A mere young lad, still wet behind the ears, dares to call himself a miracle doctor? Even if he started learning medicine in the womb, how many years could he have studied? My master alone suffices here. The rest of you might as well leave. After saying that, he entered the living room as well. "Brother Yi, look at this." Wei Kuan looked at Yi Fei, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Yi Fei, gazing at Hua Miracle Doctor and the others entering the living room, wore a playful smile and said nonchalantly to Wei Kuan, "It doesn't matter. I'll go in and have a look too." Since everyone had arrived, Wei Kuan wasted no more time and directly led them to his mother's hospital room. Hua Miracle Doctor showed no courtesy to Yi Fei. After entering the room, he began to examine Wei Kuan's mother. Yi Fei didn't mind and also observed the condition of Wei Kuan's mother aside. Wei Kuan's mother was over 70 years old, emaciated to the point of being as thin as a stick, her face a purplish blue color, lying on the sickbed like a mummy. Even though Yi Fei had prepared himself mentally, he was still startled when seeing the symptoms of Wei Kuan's mother. This was clearly a sign of natural death. 15 minutes later, Hua Miracle Doctor finished the examination and said casually, "I have diagnosed your mother's condition. Let's talk outside." With that, he took the lead and walked out. The others, seeing this, could only follow suit. In the living room, Hua Miracle Doctor took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "Mr. Wei, to be frank, your mother isn't ill. It's the King of Hell claiming her life." "The King of Hell claiming her life?" Wei Kuan was greatly shocked upon hearing this. "Please, Hua Miracle Doctor, elaborate." After swallowing the tea in his mouth, the divine Dr. Hua faintly uttered a few words, "The 5 declines of the Devis." When Wei Kuan heard these words, he felt as if struck by lightning. Over the years, in order to treat his mother's illness, he had been seeking medical advice everywhere and was almost like a semi-expert. Naturally, he knew what the 5 declines of the Devis meant: dirty clothes, withered flowers on the head, sweating under the armpits, a stinking body, and restlessness in one's seat. The 5 declines of the Devis was a terminal illness, also known as the King of Hell claiming one's life, and even the gods would find it difficult to save. At this moment, Wei Kuan was flustered and hurriedly asked, "Divine Dr. Hua, you are the descendant of the medical sage Hua Tuo. There must be a way to cure it, right?" Hearing this, divine Dr. Hua lowered his head and pondered. Deep in his eyes, a crafty look of a successful scheme emerged. After a while, he raised his head and said faintly, "When I was gathering herbs in the Tianshan Mountains, I accidentally obtained a magical herb on a cliff. If your mother takes it, it could extend her life by 10 years. However, this magical herb is extremely rare. Even I only have one plant." As divine Dr. Hua spoke, he opened the medicine box and took out a plant that was entirely green and looked like a succulent. A faint medicinal fragrance emanated from the magical herb, making everyone in the living room who smelled it refreshed. Wei Kuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Losing his usual shrewdness, he exclaimed joyfully, "Divine Dr. Hua, how much is this magical herb? I'll buy it." Upon hearing this, Dr. Hua's face showed a look of reluctance. "The price of this miraculous medicine is by no means low." "It doesn't matter. Dr. Hua, just name a price. I'll buy this miraculous medicine." Concerned about his mother's life, Wei Kuan behaved with great generosity. Yi Fei had been sitting aside, observing without uttering a word, as if he were an invisible person. At this moment, seeing the miraculous medicine taken out by Dr. Hua, he couldn't help but laugh sardonically. No wonder he had thought Dr. Hua a bit peculiar, with an eerie, cold aura that didn't seem to belong to a doctor. He never expected that just coming to see a doctor today would lead to such a situation. This Dr. Hua in front of him was no divine doctor at all, but simply a quack. "Lad, what are you laughing at?" Dr. Hua's disciple had long been displeased with Yi Fei. Seeing Yi Fei shaking his head and laughing at this moment, he couldn't help but sneer and question. "Oh, nothing." Yi Fei replied indifferently. "I clearly saw you laughing just now, and shaking your head while laughing." Dr. Hua's disciple, however, had no intention of letting Yi Fei off so easily. And Su Qingli, who was sitting aside, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yi Fei. He turned to Wei Kuan and said, "President Wei, shouldn't we send those irrelevant raff away now? What if Dr. Hua gets displeased and refuses to sell you the miraculous medicine?" Wei Kuan looked at Yi Fei with a hint of hesitation. Compared with Dr. Hua, Yi Fei's previous performance had been so unremarkable that it greatly disappointed him. At this moment, he also thought that Yi Fei had no way to treat his mother's illness, and said to Yi Fei, "Brother Yi, how about I asked the driver to send you back first?" Hearing this, Yi Fei inwardly sighed. He wasn't well acquainted with Wei Kuan. Agreeing to treat Wei Kuan's mother was merely to return a favor. Initially, he had intended to offer Wei Kuan a few words of advice. Since Wei Kuan didn't want his help, he naturally didn't care. Yi Fei turned around, about to leave, when a faint voice sounded. "Hold on." The Hua Divine Doctor cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fei and said indifferently, "This young friend seems to have a different opinion of my words. Why not voice it out so we can discuss it together? Master, he's just a young lad who hasn't even matured yet. What right does he have to communicate with you?" The disciple of the Hua Divine Doctor sneered. "Indeed, Hua Divine Doctor. This fellow might well be a quack in the martial arts world. Why bother with him? Let's focus on the miraculous medicine in your hand instead." Su Liqing chimed in hastily. After that, he shouted harshly at Yi Fei, "Lad, what are you still standing here for? Scram at once." Yi Fei had no intention of causing trouble, yet he didn't expect to be ridiculed like this by these people. His face instantly turned cold. The body that had just turned around turned back again. His eyes fixed on the Hua Divine Doctor, and he said with a faint smile that seemed somewhat mocking, "Do you really want to hear my insights?" Chapter 55-2, The Cultivating True Man being stared at by Yi Fei like this. The Hua Divine Doctor felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, and a sense of foreboding suddenly welled up. However, at this moment, there was no room for regret. The Hua Divine Doctor said indifferently, "Then go ahead. I'm also eager to hear what brilliant ideas you, this young Divine Doctor, have." When saying the words young Divine Doctor, his tone was full of mockery. The disciple of Hua the Divine Doctor couldn't help but sneer and said, "Lad, don't tell me you've also discerned that Madame Wei is suffering from the 5 declines of the celestial beings?" Yi Fei cast a glance at him, his expression indifferent, and said, "You're right. I indeed have seen that Madame Wei is afflicted with the 5 declines of the celestial beings." Hearing Yi Fei's words, the heart that Hua the Divine Doctor had been holding in suspense suddenly settled. However, at that moment, Yi Fei's voice rang out again. "However, what Madame Wei is suffering from isn't the so-called death summoned by the King of Hell, the great 5 declines of the celestial beings, but the minor 5 declines of the celestial beings." "What? The minor 5 declines of the celestial beings?" Hearing Yi Fei's words, Wei Kuan couldn't help but exclaim. He had only heard of the 5 declines of the celestial beings, but had no idea that there were major and minor distinctions. Yi Fei calmly cast a glance at the shocked Wei Kuan. Since he had decided to speak out, naturally he wouldn't hold back. He said indifferently, "The great 5 declines of the celestial beings is known as death seized by the King of Hell, and even the gods would find it difficult to save, while the minor 5 declines of the celestial beings can be cured." Hua the Divine Doctor looked up at Yi Fei and said indifferently, "So, you're in agreement with my opinion? Madame Wei's illness is indeed the minor 5 declines of the celestial beings. As long as she takes my divine elixir, she will surely regain her vitality and prolong her life by 10 years. As Hua the Divine Doctor spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, carrying a thick threat. Yi Fei naturally saw Hua the Divine Doctor's warning. He sneered inwardly and said indifferently, "On the contrary, what you said is utter nonsense. If Madame Wei takes your so-called divine elixir, perhaps she won't die. However, it will turn into a half-human, half-corpse zombie-like being and become a puppet under your control, won't it?" What? Wei Kuan was greatly shocked by Yi Fei's words and jumped to his feet in astonishment. Yi Fei's words were truly appalling. Dr. Hua, what's the matter? Wei Kuan demanded angrily. Dr. Hua didn't answer Wei Kuan, but instead looked at Yi Fei and said, I'm afraid all this is just your speculation. When I opened the medicine box just now, you all smelled the fragrance of the miraculous medicine. Hearing this, a look of doubt reappeared on Wei Kuan's face. Indeed. The moment he smelled the medicine fragrance, his body trembled, and he felt an indescribable comfort all over. Yi Fei noticed Wei Kuan's expression and chuckled, since that's the case. I'll let you see the true nature of this miraculous medicine. With that, he stepped forward and walked towards the miraculous medicine. Kid, what the hell are you trying to do? When Dr. Hua's disciple saw Yi Fei's movement, he immediately stood up and swung his fist, aiming to strike Yi Fei. Yi Fei's eyes were icy cold as he let out a heavy snort. Dr. Hua's disciple was instantly struck as if by lightning, and his whole body froze there. When Yi Fei was 1 meter away from the miraculous medicine, he gently waved his hand towards it. In an instant, the medicine fragrance on the miraculous medicine dissipated gently, and the originally vibrant and green miraculous medicine began to fade gradually, changing from its original emerald green color to a bluish gray. At the same time, an extremely and cold aura emanated from the miraculous medicine and filled the living room. The temperature of the entire living room seemed to drop by 4 or 5 degrees in an instant, causing Wei Kuan and the others to shiver involuntarily. At this moment, when they looked at the so-called panacea again, there was no trace of its previous appearance. It was as if it were an extremely and evil object. Just one glance at it made people feel a sense of trepidation. Even the most ignorant person would definitely not think this was any kind of panacea at this time. If Wei Kuan still didn't realize that he had been deceived at this moment, then all his years would have been in vain. Hua Divine Doctor, what's going on here? Wei Kuan's face was filled with a look of extreme wrath. He never expected that these people would actually play their tricks on him. Moreover, their intentions were even more sinister. They actually wanted to control his mother, with the obvious purpose of indirectly manipulating him. After saying that, he glanced at Su Qingli, who came with Hua Divine Doctor. He was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Wei, Mr. Wei I. Su Qingli, seeing the enraged Wei Kuan, turned deathly pale, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't say anything coherent. Yi Fei sneered and said to Wei Kuan, Mr. Wei, can't you see that they are actually in cahoots at this point? Good. Seeing Su Qingli's guilty looking appearance, how could Wei Kuan not guess? In his extreme anger, he instead laughed and uttered 3 goods in succession. Then he roared furiously. You guys are really something. You actually set your sights on me, Wei Kuan. Guards. Wah. The moment Wei Kuan's voice fell, more than a dozen fully armed bodyguards rushed into the villa instantly and surrounded Hua Divine Doctor and the other 2. On Su Qingli's face, there was no trace of color left, and his eyes were filled with despair. In contrast, the Divine Doctor Hua was much calmer, with no sign of worry that his conspiracy had been exposed on his face. Divine Doctor Hua rose to his feet, let out a faint sigh, and then said, I originally intended to use some gentle means to make you submit. Unexpectedly, you were so unappreciative. Now it seems that I can only resort to force. After saying that, he took out a blue-gray earthenware pot from the medicine chest. An even more intense and chilly aura emanated from the earthenware pot than from the miraculous medicine. Just one glance from an ordinary person would give them a feeling as if they were falling into an ice cave. As Divine Dr. Hua chanted a few words in a low voice, a wisp of blue-gray smoke slowly flew out from the earthenware pot. Like a gust of gloomy wind, it swept through the entire living room. The bodyguards who came into contact with the smoke were sent flying out one by one in an instant. After falling to the ground, they vomited blood continuously. In just a few breaths, none of the dozen or so bodyguards carefully selected by Wei Kuan could stand up. After the smoke swept around for a circle, it returned to Divine Dr. Hua's side, but instead of entering the earthenware pot, it hovered above Divine Dr. Hua's head and gradually formed a huge ghost face. Looking closely at that ghost face, its appearance was actually 7 or 8 points similar to Divine Dr. Hua's. Wei Kuan was so frightened by this sudden scene that his face turned deathly pale. He had never seen such a sight before, and he stood there, trembling all over. You're not a divine doctor at all. Wei Kuan pointed at Divine Dr. Hua and said in a trembling voice. Su Qingli, who had been pale with fear before, burst into laughter at this moment. He walked up to Wei Kuan, laughing heartily. Wei Kuan, to tell you the truth, Master Hua is by no means any so-called divine doctor. Instead, he is a cultivator of the Yin Ghost sect. Master Hua has taken a fancy to your family property, which should be considered an honor for you. Instead of offering it up obediently with both hands, you actually dared to resist. You really have no idea of the consequences. A cultivator? When Wei Kuan heard these 4 words, his complexion changed dramatically. As an upper-class figure in Haizhou City, he had naturally heard some legends. However, when he heard what Su Qingli said later, he almost burst a blood vessel out of anger. Su Qingli, you despicable wretch. Yi Fei stood there, his expression remaining unchanged from beginning to end. Instead, he looked at the ghost face on Master Hua's head with great interest. In the past, he thought that with the extremely thin spiritual energy on Earth, it was impossible for there to be other cultivators. But unexpectedly, at this moment, he actually encountered one. The ghost face on Master Hua's head was exactly the cultivation method of the ghost cultivation lineage among cultivators. However, Master Hua's cultivation method was rather crude and seemed to be incomplete. Therefore, it looked rather out of place. Tap, tap, tap. Master Hua walked towards Yi Fei step by step, wearing a cold smile on his face. Lad, you've ruined my good deed. What do you think I should do to you? Oh, what do you intend to do? Yi Fei raised his eyebrows and asked. What to do? Hearing this, Master Hua faintly laughed. You've ruined my good deed. From now on, you'll just be my puppet. After Master Hua said these words, the ghost face floating above his head instantly pounced towards Yi Fei. However, this time, instead of intending to sweep Yi Fei away, it was actually going to penetrate into Yi Fei's body. A cultivator of the Tao? Interesting, truly fascinating. Yi Fei smiled. And as he saw the hideous face charging towards him, his expression turned cold. Is this your method? Very well. Today I'll let you witness my prowess. As he spoke, Yi Fei, instead of retreating, advanced, and suddenly let out a thunderous shout at the hideous face. Get out of here. With a deafening boom, the entire villa seemed to tremble under Yi Fei's shout. At the same time, an immense pressure instantly swept towards the hideous face. Chapter 56, A Martial Tao Grandmaster? The vast surging force of internal energy burst towards the hideous face. The hideous face that had been diving down, under the impact of Yi Fei's internal energy, was like encountering its natural enemy. It let out an ear-piercing scream and immediately retreated. Then, with a poof sound, it disintegrated and once again turned into a mass of black gas. Ah! Master Hua let out a shrill scream. Blood oozed from all his 7 orifices, making him look as ferocious as a malevolent ghost. The way he looked at Yi Fei was as if he had seen a ghost. External release of internal energy. Blood like mercury slurry, all evil spirits deterred. You're actually a martial Tao Grandmaster? His voice was filled with disbelief, intermingled with boundless fear. A martial Tao Grandmaster? How could this be possible? How many martial Tao Grandmasters are there in the entire land of China? Each one is a figure as elusive as a dragon, rarely seen. Impossible. This is simply impossible. How could there be such a young martial Tao Grandmaster in this world? Master Hua roared, looking frenzied, having lost completely the previous composure. Yi Fei wore a sneer on his face. Although he was not the so-called martial arts grandmaster as Master Hua had claimed, he was actually a cultivator. In his eyes, a martial arts grandmaster was merely an insignificant ant. By this time, he had also discerned that the Master Hua before him was by no means a cultivator. At best, he had merely grasped some superficial knowledge of cultivation and had not even entered the threshold. How could a grain-sized pearl dare to vie with the bright moon? There are still so many things in this world that you are unaware of. With a cold laugh, Yi Fei let out another thunderous shout towards the black chi that could no longer coalesce into a ghostly face. Disperse for me. Hiss. Hiss with Yi Fei's thunderous shout. Wisps of white smoke actually emerged from the black chi. In just an instant, it vanished into thin air. Crack. After the black chi dissipated, the earthenware pot in Master Hua's hand emitted a clear sound, and spider, web, like cracks spread all over it. A gust of wind blew, and in an instant, it turned into powder. You actually destroyed my magic weapon. How dare you? Master Hua shrieked in disbelief. Yi Fei, however, ignored his words and walked step by step towards Master Hua. Martial arts grandmaster? Brother Yi. He is actually a martial arts grandmaster? Wei Kuan, hearing Master Hua's words, now looked at Yi Fei in the living room, who was like a celestial being, and was too shocked to speak. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself a few times. Clearly, there was a true deity right in front of him. Yet he had failed to embrace him. Instead, he had mistaken a mere imp for a true deity. He was truly blind. Just now, he had even wanted to drive Yi Fei away. And Su Qingli, who had been arrogant and overbearing before, as well as that disciple of Master Hua. even slumped to the ground, so frightened that they lost control of their urine. Just now, they had sneered and taunted a martial arts grandmaster for quite a while and even threatened him verbally. This was truly like an old man seeking death, thinking his life was too long. Fortunately, they hadn't laid a hand on Yi Fei. Otherwise, they might have been reduced to powder like that earthenware pot. At this moment, they were all praying that Yi Fei would overlook these two insignificant minions. You, what are you going to do? Don't come over. Master Hua looked at Yi Fei, who was approaching him, his body trembling like a sieve. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes, a hint of mockery on his face. Didn't you want to turn me into your puppet? Naturally, I've come to you in person. Thud. Hearing this, Master Hua shuddered, could no longer hold on, knelt down and started kowtowing continuously. Hua was unaware that a martial arts grandmaster was present. I've offended you, grandmaster. Please spare my life. As Master Hua spoke, he kept kowtowing, pounding the floor loudly. Blood was streaming down his forehead, but he didn't pay it any heed. Oh, spare your life? Yi Fei raised his eyebrows and said coldly. Then give me a reason to spare your life. My master, the Wujitru man, is a cultivation master in the realm of entering the Tao. His strength is comparable to that of a martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, the means of a cultivation master are even more mysterious than those of a martial arts grandmaster. If you kill me, my master will never let you go. I don't think you, Grandmaster Yi, would want to offend a cultivation master in the realm of entering the Tao. Please, Grandmaster Yi, for the sake of my master, spare my life. Master Hua hastily exclaimed, a cultivator in the Tao entrance realm? Their methods are even more mysterious than those of a martial arts grandmaster. Hearing this, Yi Fei was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that there were two different cultivation factions on Earth. One was presumably the martial arts powerhouse like Wu Kuan, whom he had encountered in Yin Xiong's club before, and the other was a cultivator like Divine Dr. Hua. The Master Hua in front of him was far more physically fragile than Wu Kuan, yet his attacking techniques were indeed more peculiar. In the brief moment when Yi Fei was distracted, Master Hua thought that Yi Fei was intimidated upon hearing his master's great reputation. A malicious glint involuntarily flickered deep in his eyes. Since he learned of the news that Wei Kuan's mother was ill, he had painstakingly schemed for so long and even spent a huge price to obtain this corpse flower that could control people. Unexpectedly, Yi Fei had ruined his plan when it was almost successful, and now he had to kneel in front of a young lad, kowtowing and begging for mercy. How could he not be filled with hatred? At this moment, he had already started pondering how to take revenge on Yi Fei after he managed to escape this predicament. Yi Fei's spiritual sense was incredibly acute. Although Master Hua lowered his head and the malicious glint in his eyes flashed by fleetingly, it still couldn't escape Yi Fei's perception. He's courting death. Yi Fei snorted coldly. He had originally intended to spare Master Hua's life, but since the latter was asking for his own destruction, there was nothing to blame Yi Fei for. With that, Yi Fei abruptly stepped forward and slapped his palm towards Master Hua's forehead. Yi Fei had never shown mercy to those who intended to kill him. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. My master, the Reverend Wuji, won't let you go. Master Hua was filled with extreme horror and let out a loud scream, struggling to escape. However, after Yi Fei's palm struck down, the sound ceased abruptly. Reverend Wuji? It would be fortunate if he didn't come looking for trouble. If he seeks his own doom, I won't hesitate to send him on his way myself. Yi Fei retracted his palm and sneered. Master Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Even after he had mentioned his master's name, Yi Fei still dared to attack him. Bang! Master Hua's body fell to the ground, completely silent. When Yi Fei turned his head to look at Su Chengli and Master Hua's disciple, the two immediately let out screams. Master Yi, spare our lives. Master Yi, spare our lives. We'll never dare again. Master Yi, I'm not Master Hua's disciple. I'm just President Su's bodyguard. Please spare my life. Master Yi. The two kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Yi Fei merely glanced at them and didn't pay any heed. It would be beneath his dignity to deal with these two now. Wei Kuan then came to his senses and quickly picked up his phone to make a call. In less than 2 minutes, over a dozen bodyguards rushed into the villa and subdued Su Chengli and Master Hua's disciple. Just as Yi Fei was about to turn and leave, Wei Kuan's voice sounded from behind. Yi, Master Yi. Wei Kuan quickly chased after him. Oh, what's the matter? Yi Fei glanced at Wei Kuan and said indifferently. Wei Kuan felt extremely bitter seeing Yi Fei's cold demeanor. Originally, he had a rather good relationship with Yi Fei. Unexpectedly, at a crucial moment, he offended Yi Fei. What was even more unexpected to him was that Yi Fei, despite being young, was not only highly skilled in medicine, but also a martial arts grandmaster. That was a martial arts grandmaster. And there were scarcely a few in the entire Huaxia. Even the Song family, the #1 prestigious family in Haizhou, didn't have a martial arts grandmaster in residence. Grandmaster Yi, I deeply offended you before. I was in a panic to cure my mother's illness, and thus fell into the trap set by those villains, which led to my offense against you. Please, out of consideration for my filial piety, save my mother's life, Wei Kuan said hurriedly, with sincere words. Hearing this, Yi Fei slightly furrowed his brows. Ordinarily, given Wei Kuan's shrewdness, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap set by Master Hua and the others so easily. However, since the matter was related to his mother's life, and with Master Hua and the others deliberately preparing and colluding with Su Qingli and the others, Wei Kuan was ensnared. In the previous 2 encounters, Wei Kuan had left a good impression on him. Moreover, regarding yesterday's incident at school, Yi Fei owed him a favor in a way. Thinking of this, Yi Fei sighed and said, Come on, take me upstairs. Chapter 57 Li Yunzhu comes after going upstairs. Yi Fei used the 4 symbols acupuncture method to treat Wei Kuan's mother. As the silver needles were inserted, Wei Kuan's mother's body seemed like a ball being filled with air, becoming plump. The ashy color on her face gradually faded, replaced by a tinge of blush. Seeing Yi Fei's miraculous 4 symbols acupuncture method, Wei Kuan deeply regretted his actions. Song Jiming of the Song family once told him with great solemnity that Yi Fei's medical skills were miraculous. Although he remembered it at that time, in fact, he didn't take Yi Fei seriously and even thought that what Song Jiming said was somewhat exaggerated. After seeing it with his own eyes at this moment, Wei Kuan felt that Song Jiming's statement at that time was not an exaggeration at all. It was simply too conservative. After Yi Fei withdrew the needles, Wei Kuan's mother woke up. Seeing this, Yi Fei didn't stay any longer and left the time to the mother-son pair. More than 20 minutes later, Wei Kuan came downstairs with slightly red, swollen eyes, looking at Yi Fei with a face full of gratitude. Divine Dr. Yi, I'm really extremely grateful to you. Yi Fei smiled faintly and said, President Wei, you needn't be so polite. Although I have revived your mother, the Heavenly 5 Declines disease in her body has not been alleviated. What? Wei Kuan was shocked upon hearing this. Yi Fei said, The Heavenly 5 Declines is not actually a disease but a sign that one's lifespan is about to end. The acupuncture I used just now was merely to stimulate the potential in your mother's body and make those withered muscles regain vitality. If no way is found to increase your mother's lifespan, then everything you saw just now is nothing more than a flash of vital energy before death. Yi, Divine Dr. Yi, what should I do? How can I extend my mother's lifespan? Wei Kuan asked anxiously. After a brief thought, Yi Fei said, Although that Master Hua deceived you before, his method was actually correct. If you can find some miraculous medicines or spiritual items, perhaps you can extend your mother's lifespan. Of course, if it's a miraculous medicine, remember never to take it directly. The efficacy of the elixir is too potent. Your mother's body is already extremely frail and simply cannot withstand the impact of the elixir's power. If you trust me, after you find the elixir, you may hand it over to me for refining. Trust? I surely trust you. Before Yi Fei could finish speaking, Wei Kuan nodded hurriedly. You know my phone number. If you come across an elixir you're unsure about, you can inform me. Yi Fei said indifferently. Yi Fei had his own considerations in saying this. On one hand, it was to help Wei Kuan's mother with her illness. Since he had already intervened, there was naturally no reason to give up halfway. On the other hand, it was also to pave the way for himself. The later the stage of cultivation, the more arduous it becomes. Moreover, the spiritual energy on earth is too scarce. Without elixirs or spiritual items to support cultivation, relying solely on the meager spiritual energy on earth, it would be extremely difficult for Yi Fei to make further breakthroughs in the future. All these were things that the reincarnation ancestor had admonished him about long ago. Wei Kuan was far superior to him in terms of both information accessibility and connections. Having Wei Kuan search for these elixirs would be far more efficient than him searching alone. All right, I've taken note. Wei Kuan nodded and readily agreed. Just as Yi Fei was about to turn and leave, Wei Kuan spoke again. Physician Yi, please wait a moment. As he spoke, a black card appeared in his hand, and he extended it towards Yi Fei. Physician Yi, this card is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Yi Fei glanced at the black card, his eyebrows slightly raised. He secretly marveled in his heart. Wei Kuan really was quite generous. This kind of black card, a credit card issued by the bank to its esteemed guests, is named the Centurion Black Card. It boasts a credit limit of at least tens of millions. Moreover, The cardholders can enjoy a multitude of VIP services and special privileges provided by the bank. More significantly, possessing such a card is a symbol of status. All these were what Yifei heard Guoliang boasting about. Guoliang's father, being a billionaire at least, didn't even have the qualification to apply for this card. Evidently, this card belonged to Wei Kuan, and now it was being presented to Yifei. That meant Yifei could make purchases with this card as long as the amount didn't exceed the limit, and eventually, Wei Kuan would foot the bill. No need. Yifei shook his head and declined the black card offered by Wei Kuan, saying indifferently, "The spiritual herbs you're looking for are also of use to me. If I come across something I fancy, you can buy it for me then." Seeing Yifei's response, Wei Kuan had no choice but to put away the black card in his hand. Subsequently, Wei Kuan personally sent Yifei back to his residence in his Rolls Royce. After a simple wash, Yifei returned to his bedroom and sat cross-legged. "I'm only at the second level of qi, refining now, yet I already possess such power. I wonder how much stronger I'll become after breaking through to the third level of qi, refining?" Thinking of this, Yifei felt a faint anticipation in his heart. After reaching the third level of qi, refining, true essence can be released externally. Only then can a cultivator initially display numerous techniques. "Old ancestor," Yifei called out in his heart. The lazy voice of the reincarnation old ancestor resounded. Somehow, Yifei always felt that the voice of the reincarnation old ancestor sounded a bit feeble. Yifei's thoughts naturally couldn't escape the perception of the reincarnation patriarch. Just as Yifei was about to inquire, the voice of the reincarnation patriarch rang in his ears. "Lad, back then, I was besieged by enemies, and in the end, even my immortal king body was shattered. Only a wisp of spiritual consciousness entered the spatial rift," the reincarnation patriarch said indifferently. Yifei was startled upon hearing this. This was the first time the reincarnation patriarch had shared his experiences with him. "When I entered your plane, my spiritual consciousness wandered in the void for a long time and was rather severely damaged," the reincarnation patriarch continued calmly. Yifei was greatly shocked upon hearing this. "Patriarch, will you be all right?" At this moment, Yifei wished he could slap himself. In the recent period, the reincarnation patriarch had interacted with him much less frequently than before. Yet he hadn't even noticed. "Hee, don't worry. I won't fall for now. Well, to be precise, I won't disappear for now. In fact, I've already fallen. However, my spiritual consciousness is rather severely damaged now, and I need to rest well. I may not be able to take care of you as I used to in the future." The voice of the reincarnation patriarch was tinged with weariness. "Patriarch, what can I do to help you?" Yifei asked anxiously. "Help me? Lad. Let's talk about it when you become a powerful golden core cultivator." The reincarnation patriarch chuckled, and there was a hint of gratification in his voice. "Lad, if you truly want to help me, then cultivate diligently and raise your cultivation level to the golden core stage as soon as possible. I may slumber for a while and won't be by your side as before. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself." Having uttered these words, the reincarnation patriarch's voice faded completely. No matter how Yifei called out in his heart, there was no response. After a long while, Yifei pursed his lips and murmured as if to himself, "Patriarch, rest assured. I will strive to cultivate assiduously and reach the golden core stage as soon as possible." His voice was soft, yet his expression was filled with determination. In the following few days, apart from attending classes at school, Yifei dedicated all his time to cultivation. Even during class, since he had mastered all the high school knowledge, he also focused more on cultivation. For him, the school was merely a different place for cultivation. This made him seem like he was in a daze during class. However, as Yifei ranked first in the second mock exam of the whole school and was already an outstanding student in the teacher's eyes, he naturally had certain privileges. On Friday morning, during the long break, just as Yifei was cultivating, the voice of a classmate rang out. "Yifei, someone is looking for you." Now Yifei had become a prominent figure in the whole class, and every move of his naturally drew the attention of all his classmates. As soon as the classmate finished speaking, almost all the classmates in the class turned their eyes towards the classroom door. Instantly, their eyes widened, and a strange atmosphere seemed to pervade the entire classroom. Yifei raised his head and was astonished to find that the person standing at the door looking for him was actually Li Yunju, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Perhaps due to the resolution of the problems at home, the worried look on Li Yunju's delicate face had vanished, and she appeared even more radiant and charming. At this moment, being stared at by numerous students in the class, Li Yunju bashfully lowered her pretty face, yet didn't leave. Instead, she said to Yifei, "Yifei, Could you come out for a moment? Yifei nodded and walked towards the outside of the classroom. Immediately, a chorus of heart-rending howls and whistles came from behind. Chapter 58. I just simply dislike you beside a small flower bed on campus. A blush tinged Li Yunju's pretty face. This was the first time she had come to the classroom to find someone, and it was a boy at that. Yifei, are you free tonight? Li Yunju asked, kicking a pebble with the tip of her shoe and lowering her head without looking at Yifei. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind, Yunju? Yifei asked upon hearing this. He was somewhat curious, speculating whether Li Yunju's mother's illness had relapsed. Yet judging from the expression on Li Yunju's face, it didn't seem so. Well, my parents would like to invite you to have dinner at my home tonight to express their gratitude for your help to our family. I wonder if you're available? As Li Yunju spoke towards the end, her voice grew even softer. Yifei couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. So it was an invitation to dinner. This was originally an ordinary matter, yet he didn't know why Li Yunju seemed so embarrassed. If you're not free, it's okay. Li Yunju spoke for a while, but seeing Yifei remain silent, she thought Yifei was reluctant, and a hint of disappointment showed on her pretty face. Sure, I'm free tonight. Before Li Yunju could finish, Yifei replied with a smile. Really? Upon hearing this, Li Yunju suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful eyes seemed to shine a bit brighter. Of course, Yifei smiled and said, I was just worrying about what to have for dinner, and unexpectedly, you came. I should thank you. Then it's a deal. Li Yunju smiled brightly, and then skipped away, seemingly in a very good mood. Yifei shook his head with a smile, feeling that a girl's mood was as unpredictable as the weather in June. After school in the afternoon. As soon as Yifei left the school gate, he noticed that Li Yunju was already waiting outside. Naturally, there were also a group of on-looking classmates around. When they saw Li Yunju and Yifei leaving together, the on-lookers behind were almost crazed with jealousy. Li Yunju's home was also in the old urban area, quite far from the school. It took them about half an hour to reach there. Just as they reached the 7th floor where her home was located, they found the door wide open, and several loud curses and the crying of Li Yunju's mother could be heard from inside. Li Yunju's pretty face changed, and she rushed in hurriedly. Yifei followed closely behind. Only then did they discover that besides Li Yunju's parents, there was also a group of rowdy strangers in the room. The originally neat furnishings in the room had been smashed into a mess, and the floor was covered with various fragments and vegetables. These were supposed to be used to entertain Yifei, but unfortunately, they had all been destroyed. Brother Laoli, I'm sure to pay back the money I owe you. As soon as the compensation from the hospital arrives, I'll pay you back immediately. Li Yunju's father was saying to a young man with dyed blonde hair at this moment, his voice tinged with a bit of pleading. Damn it. Do you take me for a fool? The hospital will compensate you. I think you just want to renege on the debt. Guys, smash it. The leading yellow-haired man shouted, ready to order his men to smash the room. Stop. What are you doing? At this moment, Li Yunju suddenly shouted angrily. Her voice filled with fury. If you dare to act recklessly in my home again, I'll call the police. Call the police? Hearing Li Yunju's words, the yellow-haired man burst into laughter. Paying back debts is a matter of course. Your father owes us 500,000 in gambling debts. How can you still be in the right? The yellow-haired man turned his head. When he saw Li Yunju's delicate and beautiful face, his eyes lit up. He grinned at Li's father and said, Laoli, I didn't realize your daughter is quite pretty. How about letting her accompany me for a few days? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can give you a few more days of grace. As he spoke, his lecherous eyes began to roam over Li Yunju's body. Brother Scalpy, no. My daughter is still a student. You can't do this. Li's father pleaded hurriedly. The yellow-haired man sneered, a lewd smile all over his face. Students are nice. I've never had a go at a student in my life. Today, I can have a taste. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, reaching for Li Yunju's pretty face. Brother Scalpy, you can't do this. Li's father shouted and rushed forward to stop him. However, as soon as he moved, two small hoodlums on the left and right held him down tightly. Mrs. Li, who was frightened and at a loss, was also pinned down by a punk at this moment, unable to move even an inch. Little sister, don't worry. Big brother will love you dearly. The yellow-haired punk chuckled, with a lewd expression on his face. When he opened his mouth, a row of big yellow teeth were revealed, making people feel sick at the sight. Li Yunju subconsciously wanted to step back, but two punks had already blocked the door in advance. Looking at Li Yunju's panicked appearance, the smile on the yellow-haired punk's face grew wider, with a faint hint of strange excitement. Just then, a faint voice rang out in the room. If that dog paw of yours dares to move one more step forward, I guarantee you'll never be able to use it again in your life. Hearing this sudden voice, the yellow-haired punk's outstretched palm paused. Only then did he notice Yi Fei, who had been standing behind Li Yunju. When he saw the school uniform Yi Fei was wearing, a sneering smile immediately appeared on his face. Who the hell did I think it was? Turns out to be a little brat. With your wretched appearance, you also want to play the hero to save the beauty? The yellow-haired punk laughed loudly in mockery. After that, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he roared at Yi Fei. If you don't want to have your hands and feet broken, then get the hell out of here right now. Playing the hero to save the beauty? Yi Fei shook his head. Seeing Yi Fei's reaction, the yellow-haired punk thought he was scared and was about to drive Yi Fei away. However, before the words of expulsion could come out, Yi Fei's voice sounded again. Playing the hero to save the beauty is really boring. I just simply don't like the sight of you. Damn it, you little brat, you're really arrogant. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, the youth with dyed yellow hair was instantly enraged. He stretched out his hand and swung a fierce slap towards Yi Fei's face. Yi Fei, run quickly, Li Yunju exclaimed. When she saw the yellow-haired youth's action, her complexion changed drastically. Reacting instinctively, she placed her body in front of Yi Fei and closed her eyes out of fear. Li Yunju kept her eyes shut for a while, but the expected slapping sound did not ring out. She opened her eyes unconsciously. To her astonishment, the slap that should have landed on her was now frozen in mid-air, half a chi away from her, unable to move even an inch. The yellow-haired youth's face turned bright red, and there was even a hint of pain on his features. At the yellow-haired youth's wrist, there was a hand tightly gripping it, rendering him completely immobile. Naturally, this hand belonged to Yi Fei. Li Yunju stared at Yi Fei in amazement and found that Yi Fei was looking at her with a faint smile on his face. Yi Fei shook his head with a smile. You silly girl. Have you forgotten that Gu Zheng, the Taekwondo master with a 5th-degree black belt in the school, is no match for me? How could a petty hooligan like him be a threat? There's no need for you to shield me. As soon as Yi Fei finished speaking, Li Yunju's face flushed bright red. When she saw the yellow-haired youth about to hit Yi Fei just now, she panicked and only thought of protecting Yi Fei from harm, not thinking about anything else. At this moment, upon hearing Yi Fei's words, she remembered. Gu Zheng was a highly skilled Taekwondo master with a 5th-degree black belt. Since even Gu Zheng couldn't defeat Yi Fei, how could this yellow-haired youth in front of her possibly be Yi Fei's opponent? At this thought, Li Yun felt as if Yi Fei had seen through her innermost thoughts. In an instant, her delicate face flushed crimson all the way to the base of her neck. The yellow-haired man's wrist was grasped by Yi Fei, and it felt as if it was firmly locked by a pair of iron pincers, rendering him completely immobile and causing excruciating pain. At this moment, seeing that Yi Fei not only showed no intention of letting go, but even started flirting with the girl beside him, the yellow-haired man flew into a rage and roared at Yi Fei, "Brat, let go of me right now." He lifted his foot, ready to kick Yi Fei. Yi Fei turned his head, looked at the yellow-haired man coldly, and said, I told you just now that if this paw of yours dares to move forward even an inch, I guarantee you'll never be able to use it again in your life. Now it's time for me to fulfill that promise. Brat, what the hell do you? The yellow-haired man was greatly alarmed and shouted in a hurry. Crack! Before the yellow-haired man could finish his words, a crisp sound suddenly rang out throughout the room, followed by the yellow-haired man's shrill scream. The yellow-haired man's wrist bone was directly crushed to pieces by Yi Fei. Chapter 59, The Embarrassed Li Yunju. The clear sound of bones breaking, mingled with the yellow-haired man's screams, echoed throughout the room. The little ruffians who had been wearing mocking smiles, ready to watch Yi Fei make a fool of himself, were stunned. Li Yun's father, who was firmly held down by 2 little ruffians, stopped struggling. Li Yun's mother, in a state of panic, opened her mouth wide, but no sobs came out. One by one, they stared at Yi Fei in shock. Just now, with that gentle squeeze, Yi Fei had actually crushed the yellow-haired man's wrist bone? How much strength did that require? Sis. In the silent room, there were sounds of people inhaling sharply. Ah, my hand, my hand. After the silence, there came a shrill scream. At this moment, the young man with dyed yellow hair was covered in cold sweat on his face, and his expression was as ferocious as a fierce ghost. His right hand was like a boneless mollusk, incredibly flexible. You actually broke my hand. The young man with yellow hair stared at Yi Fei, gnashing his teeth, and said to the other little hoodlums, Kill this little brat for me. Startled by the yell of the young man with yellow hair, the numerous little hoodlums came to their senses. They let go of Li Yunju's parents and surrounded Yi Fei. At the same time, They all drew daggers of different lengths from their waistbands. Yi Fei, seeing these daggers glinting with cold light, Li Yunju's delicate face turned deathly pale with fright. She knew Yi Fei was good at fighting, but could he defeat so many people rushing at him all at once? Moreover, these people were all holding lethal weapons in their hands. She didn't think those daggers glinting with cold light in these people's hands were just for scaring. Thinking of this, Li Yunju subconsciously tightened her grip on the corner of Yi Fei's clothes and made up her mind to face it together with him. Yi Fei turned his head and glanced at Li Yunju's delicate face, which was somewhat pale due to nervousness. A hint of pity appeared on his face. He patted her on the shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry. Dealing with these small fries is no difficulty for me. Just go and stay with your parents." Seeing the confident smile on Yi Fei's face, Li Yunju felt an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart, as if as long as Yi Fei was around, there seemed to be no difficulty that couldn't be solved. However, upon seeing the glittering daggers in the hands of those hooligans, Li Yunju worriedly said, "But they're holding." "Don't worry," Yi Fei smiled. "Those daggers can't harm me." Hearing this, Li Yunju knew that being beside Yi Fei, she couldn't offer any help, but instead might hold him back. She nodded and was about to move towards her parents. However, by then, the two of them had already been surrounded by these hooligans, and Li Yunju simply couldn't leave. She had only taken 2 steps when one of the young hooligans blocked her way. That young hooligan stood in front of Li Yunju, sneering continuously. Yi Fei stared at that young hooligan, his expression suddenly turning cold, as if 2 cold rays shot out from his eyes. The young hooligan who had blocked Li Yunju couldn't help but feel a sudden jolt in his heart when he met Yi Fei's gaze. A trace of fear actually rose in his heart, and his body instinctively dodged, making way for Li Yunju. Only after Li Yunju passed by did this young hooligan realize that he had been frightened by just one look from Yi Fei. "Yunju, will your classmate be okay? These people all have knives in their hands." Li's mother let out a sigh of relief when she saw Li Yunju come to her side, then became worried about Yi Fei's safety and asked in a trembling voice, "Yi Fei is very capable. I believe in him." Although extremely worried about Yi Fei's safety, Li Yunju still chose to have faith in him. Moreover, she had already made up her mind that if anything were to happen to Yi Fei, she would stay with him. Li's father looked completely dejected. He slapped himself hard on the face several times and wailed, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Father seeing her father in such a state, Li Yunju's eyes became moist. She quickly stopped Father Li, who was about to slap himself again. "Dad, this isn't your fault. You did it to treat Mom's illness." As she spoke, her eyes were red, filled with a look of hatred. "If anyone is to blame, it should be the one who set you up. What the hell are you still standing there for? Do you plan to stay here for a meal?" The yellow-haired man became furious and cursed when he saw that his lackeys, after surrounding Yi Fei, not only dared not attack, but even gave Li Yunju a way through. "You bunch of cowards, are you afraid of this little brat? Get at him. Kill this little bastard." Scolded by the yellow-haired man, these hooligans blushed. Without further hesitation, they brandished the daggers in their hands and stabbed at Yi Fei's vital parts. "Kid, you dare to hurt our brother Lily. Go to hell." "Yes. So what if he's strong? Let's all go together and kill him." As if cheering themselves on, these people roared and simultaneously stabbed at Yi Fei from his front, back, left, and right. Li Yunju was so frightened that she let out a shrill scream when she saw this scene. Courting death, Yi Fei cursed in a low voice, his eyes as cold as ice. At the same time, his body moved. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds suddenly sounded beside Yi Fei. Before Li Yunju's scream faded, those hooligans who had been about to stab Yi Fei were sent flying one by one. After that, the whole room was filled with the crackling sound of things being smashed and continuous howls of pain. Li Yunju quickly turned to look at Yi Fei. Yi Fei was still standing in the same place as if he hadn't moved at all. However, there was no longer a single hooligan beside him. "Gah!" The shrill voice of the yellow-haired man suddenly stopped. His eyes widened like those of an ox. He stared at Yi Fei, his face full of disbelief. At this moment, he even forgot the pain in his wrist. 1 second. Yi Fei had actually sent all his underlings flying in just about 1 second. Gudong. The yellow-haired man swallowed hard. When Yi Fei's eyes swept over him, he was so frightened that he shuddered. At this moment, he finally realized that he had offended someone he couldn't afford to mess with. After Li Yunju let out an involuntary scream, she found that Yi Fei was standing there as if nothing had happened. She was overjoyed and rushed over. "Yi Fei, are you okay? Are you hurt?" As she spoke, she fumbled around Yi Fei's body, trying to check if he was injured. Cough, cough. Yi Fei, who had a cold and stern face, was almost choked by Li Yunju's touch. When he saw that Li Junju was still checking after touching his waist, he quickly grabbed Li Junju's hand and cleared his throat. Well, you don't need to check. I'm fine. If you're fine, why is your face so red? Li Junju said, still not believing it when she saw Yi Fei's flushed face. Yi Fei. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't answer, Li Junju became even more worried. She thought Yi Fei was injured, but trying to be brave. Her pretty face was so panicked that she was almost crying. You still say you're not hurt? Where exactly are you hurt? I'm really okay. Yi Fei said with an embarrassed look on his face. Well, you just touched a place you shouldn't have. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't seem to be putting on a brave front, but was truly uninjured, Li Junju let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, she realized what Yi Fei meant by touching a place one shouldn't, and immediately let out a scream. Her delicate face instantly flushed red up to the base of her neck. She no longer stayed by Yi Fei's side, but quickly ran to her parents. Lowering her head and not daring to look at Yi Fei was also extremely embarrassed at this time, having completely lost the cold look he had when dealing with the hooligans earlier. One should know that just now, Li Yunju's parents were also watching the two of them. Cough, cough. Yi Fei cleared his throat, ignoring the strange looks from Li Yunju's parents, and walked over to the yellow-haired hooligan. His face regained its previous coldness. Yi Fei grabbed the collar of the yellow-haired man, lifting him up as easily as lifting a chick. You, what are you going to do? I'm warning you, don't come over. I'm with Brother Chow. The yellow-haired man stuttered. Brother Chow? Yi Fei raised his eyebrows. That's right, kid. So what if you can fight? Brother Chow has hundreds of brothers under him. If you him, not only you but also your family will suffer. Oh, Yi Fei replied. Seeing Yi Fei's reaction, the yellow-haired man thought Yi Fei was scared and immediately regained his previous arrogant demeanor. He looked at Yi Fei with a fierce expression and said, Little brat, now you know to be afraid. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Chapter 60 Repaying the Debt in My Way, damn it. Put me down right now. The blonde-haired man roared at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, upon seeing the blonde-haired man's arrogant demeanor, couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. He had just been recollecting whether he had ever heard the name Brother Chow. Yet in the blonde-haired man's eyes, this seemed like fear. Without further hesitation, Yi Fei suddenly landed a resounding slap on the blonde-haired man's face. A clear slapping sound echoed throughout the room. The blonde-haired man's blustering words came to an abrupt halt, and he stared at Yi Fei in disbelief. He had already revealed Brother Chow's name, yet Yi Fei still dared to strike him? You, how dare you? The blonde-haired man snarled with a ferocious expression. Yi Fei remained calm-faced. Before the blonde-haired man could finish his roar, he landed another slap. You have the guts to kill me. If you can't kill me, you're doomed. Not only you, but also your family and everyone related to you will suffer. The blonde-haired man roared maniacally. Pa, you're doomed. No one can save you this time. Pa, pa, pa. Without waiting for the blonde-haired man to spout more nonsense, Yi Fei started slapping him continuously. In less than a moment, the blonde-haired man's face was swollen like a pig's head. The thugs lying on the ground beside them all pretended to be dead at this moment. Just hearing the sound made their faces ache. Yi Fei didn't stop until he had been slapping for over 10 minutes. The young man with dyed, blonde hair opened his mouth, about to speak. But when he saw Yi Fei's palm was about to strike again, he was so frightened that he shuddered and quickly said, Grandpa, stop hitting. Stop hitting. I know I was wrong. Pucci, Li Yunju, who had been so scared by Yi Fei's rough and fierce aura that her pretty face turned pale, couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing what the blonde-haired young man said. Yi Fei also shook his head with a smile. Too lazy to bother with the blonde-haired young man any longer. He threw the young man to the ground and coldly said, Don't let me see you here again. Yes, yes, we definitely won't come back. The blonde-haired young man quickly responded. The group of hooligans who had been pretending to be dead on the ground suddenly came back to life when they heard Yi Fei's words. They stood up and fled outside. Looking at these departing hooligans, Father Li, who should have been happy, now slumped to the ground with a sigh, saying, It's over. This time it's really over. Dad, what's wrong with you? Li Yunju asked in confusion when she saw her father like this. This time we beat up Lali Huang, which is like slapping Brother Chow in the face. He definitely won't let us go, Father Li said with a sigh. Hearing this, Yi Fei frowned and asked, Is this Brother Chow very powerful? Father Li looked dejected and said, Brother Chow is the boss of the entire Dongqing district and one of the shareholders of that casino. Yi Fei's brows furrowed immediately. If what Father Li said was true, then his act of helping today, seemingly assisting Li Yunju's family, actually brought trouble to them. After beating these people, he could leave with ease, but Li Yunju's family still had to live here. Those in the casino surely won't let it go easily. Next time they come, it will be more than just demanding the debt. There's a high possibility that they'll bring the revenge of that Chao Gu. Sure enough, Li Yunju seemingly thought of this too. Her delicate face instantly turned extremely solemn. Seeing Li Yunju's expression, Yi Fei inwardly sighed. Since he had already intervened, he might as well see it through to the end. Otherwise, it might instead harm them. It would be a good opportunity to meet that Chao Gu. Thinking of this, Yi Fei coldly shouted at the yellow-haired youth who had already reached the door, "Stop!" The yellow-haired youth, whose body was about to disappear, suddenly froze. He turned around and forced a smile uglier than crying. "Grandpa, what else do you command? Where's your Chao Gu now?" Yi Fei glanced at the yellow-haired youth and asked calmly. Hearing this, the yellow-haired youth's eyes lit up immediately. Judging from Yi Fei's words, he intended to go find Chao Gu. If so, wouldn't he have a chance for revenge? He's in the casino, right in the casino. The yellow-haired youth said hurriedly. "Lead the way. I happen to want to meet this Chao Gu," Yi Fei said, about to leave with the yellow-haired youth. Anyway, this meal couldn't be eaten anymore. "Yi Fei, are you leaving?" Just as Yi Fei was about to leave, Li Yunju's voice sounded from behind. Her delicate face was filled with sadness, on the verge of tears. She never expected that inviting Yi Fei to her home for a meal, which should have been a happy occasion, would end up like this. Yi Fei, gazing at Li Yunju's tearful countenance, smiled and said, "I'm going out for a moment. Incidentally, I'll discuss with them the issue of your father's gambling debt. If this matter isn't resolved, I'm afraid your family won't be able to lead a peaceful life." Only then did Li Yunju realize that Yi Fei wasn't leaving but intended to assist her family. A warm feeling instantly welled up in her heart, and she promptly said, "Then, I'll go with you." "Well," Yi Fei seemed hesitant. "I'm going to the casino. It's somewhat dangerous there. You'd better stay at home with your parents. I'll be back soon." Upon hearing this, Li Yunju firmly shook her head and insisted, "No, I'll go with you. You're helping my family solve the problem. How could I let you go alone?" At this point, Li Yunju looked at Yi Fei and suddenly gave a gentle smile. "Moreover, aren't you there? You'll protect me, right?" Yi Fei was left speechless upon hearing this. He didn't know how to persuade Li Yunju to stay and could only turn his gaze to Li Yunju's parents. Naturally, Li Yunju's parents didn't want her to go to the casino. However, Yi Fei was going to solve the problem for them. Even if they were a bit selfish, they couldn't bring themselves to say that Yi Fei should go alone. "How about I go with Xiaoyi?" Father Li said. "Dad, there's no need. You can take care of Mom at home." Li Yunju shook her head. "I'll go with Yi Fei." Li Yunju had a gentle exterior but a firm interior. Once she made a decision, it was difficult for even her parents to change it. Seeing Li Yunju's resolute expression, Father Li and Mother Li had to agree. Yi Fei glanced at Li Yunju, who was closely following him, wearing an expression of helplessness. However, with his capabilities, safeguarding Li Yunju was by no means a problem. Having thought thus, Yi Fei ceased to dissuade Li Yunju from accompanying him. He turned to the yellow-haired youth and said indifferently, "What are you still standing around for? Lead the way ahead." The Dongqing district was the old urban area of Haizhou, as well as the slum area. Nevertheless, many were unaware that the largest underground casino in Haizhou City was concealed amidst these seemingly dilapidated old houses. Under the guidance of the yellow-haired youth, Yi Fei and Li Yunju passed through some dilapidated houses and went through 3 checkpoints, finally arriving at the largest underground casino in Haizhou City. Contrary to the shabby outer wall, the interior of the entire casino was built resplendently, and its luxuriousness left Yi Fei utterly astounded. It was even more luxurious than Yin Xiong's private club. The casino was densely populated, if not for the fact that these people were all dressed in extraordinary attire. With men in suits and ties and women in exquisite gowns, Yi Fei would have thought he had entered a rural fair. Having learned a lesson at Li Yunju's home previously, the yellow-haired youth became much more obedient. He led Yi Fei and Li Yunju through the casino hall and arrived at a luxurious private box on the 2nd floor. Yi Fei finally met the so-called Brother Chao mentioned by the yellow-haired youth. Brother Chao looked to be in his 30s, dressed in a formal suit and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving an impression of meticulousness. Had it not been for seeing him in the casino, Yi Fei would have thought the person before him was a professional manager of a large company. After listening to the yellow-haired youth's introduction, Brother Chao sized up Yi Fei. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "Are you here to pay back the money?" "Yes." Yi Fei nodded. "Li Yong'an owes our casino a total of 500,000. You can pay the money back now." Chao Gu squinted his eyes and said to Yi Fei, "I have no money. Yi Fei said with a straightforward manner. Yi Fei, of course, had money, but he had no interest in being a patsy and giving his money to the casino. Yi Fei came to pay back the money, yet not to offer it to them. He intended to use his own way to help Li's father pay off the debt. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Chao Ji's voice suddenly turned cold. He stared at Yi Fei and said word by word, "Kid, are you fooling me? Fooling you?" Yi Fei shook his head with a serious look. "You overestimate yourself. I'm here to pay back the money, but I'll do it in my own way." Chapter 61, Yi Fei's way of repaying the debt your way? Yi Fei's words made everyone present stunned. Not only did Li Yuzhu look at Yi Fei in surprise, but Chao Gu also squinted his eyes, and a playful smile appeared on his face when he heard this. "Oh, tell me about it," Yi Fei said indifferently. "Since it's a matter on the gambling table, it should naturally be settled in the casino." Chao Gu squinted his eyes upon hearing this, and asked suspiciously, "Kid, are you planning to settle the gambling debt through gambling?" Yi Fei said straightforwardly. Hee. Chao Gu laughed when he heard this. "Our casino opens for business. If you want to play here, feel free. But if you want to cause trouble here..." Chao Gu didn't finish his words, but there was a threat in his tone. Yi Fei naturally ignored Chao Ji's threat. He stretched out one finger and said indifferently, 500,000, right? 1 hour. I assure you, we will settle this debt." With these words, Yi Fei escorted Li Yunzhu towards the ground floor gambling hall. Li Yunzhu gazed at Yi Fei, her countenance etched with anxiety. "Yi Fei, do you intend to gamble here as well?" she inquired, her delicate features clouded with apprehension. Her father, once a man who had never dabbled in gambling, had fallen into its abyss due to a moment of weakness induced by enticement. She was loath to see Yi Fei follow a similar path. If that were to be the case, she would rather he not assist her at all. Yi Fei chuckled, gently clasping Li Yunzhu's somewhat frigid hand. "Rest assured," he said with unwavering confidence, "I shall not become ensnared by it. They schemed to swindle your father, did they not? Today, we shall make them disgorge every penny, with interest." Yi Fei, though ignorant of gambling and having never engaged in it, was a cultivator. His spiritual perception was now so acute that not even the slightest movement of an ant's leg within 100 meters could escape his notice. To win money here would be exceedingly simple. "Oh, by the way, did you bring any funds?" Yi Fei suddenly asked, turning his head towards Li Yunzhu. He possessed his own money, of course, but any winnings derived from it would merely be considered his own. That would be no different than directly repaying Li Yunzhu's debt with his own funds. What he intended to do was to win money using Li Yunzhu's funds to settle her family's debt, which he believed would be more readily accepted by her. Naturally, he kept these thoughts to himself. Upon hearing this, Li Yunzhu took out her small purse, in which there were several hundred yuan banknotes. These were the earnings she had just obtained from a week's part-time job. Yi Fei took out 100 yuan banknote, flicked it with his finger, and said, "This one is enough." As soon as Yi Fei and the other person went downstairs, Brother Chao's face instantly turned gloomy. He motioned to one of his subordinates beside him and said, "Keep an eye on them." "Yes, sir." Hearing this, that subordinate quickly went downstairs and kept an eye on Yi Fei and the other person. 5 minutes later, that subordinate returned to the upper floor again. "Brother Chao, something bad has happened," the subordinate reported hurriedly. "That guy has already won 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Brother Chao almost slapped that subordinate across the face. "Damn it, it's just 10,000 yuan worth of chips. Such a trivial matter doesn't even deserve a report to me?" Brother Chao roared. The daily turnover in the casino was in units of hundreds of millions. If he had to worry about such a trifle as 10,000 yuan, he would have been exhausted long ago. "Get out of here and keep watching," Brother Chao roared. When that subordinate was trembling and about to leave the office, Brother Chao suddenly said, "Wait. Brother Chao, what else is there?" The subordinate asked timidly. "How much was their initial chips?" Brother Chao asked, frowning. The subordinate quickly held up one finger. 10,000 yuan? Brother Chao frowned. 10,000 yuan. Doubling in just 5 minutes. That guy is quite capable. Brother Chao, no, it's 100 yuan. The subordinate said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Brother Chao cursed vehemently. "Just 100 yuan, and yet you dare to come and gamble in the casino?" After the outburst, Brother Chao furrowed his brows, thinking to himself that this young man was somewhat capable. To his surprise, in merely 5 minutes, the chips in his hand had multiplied 100-fold. "What game are they playing?" Brother Chao inquired. "It seems to be blackjack," the underling reported. A sudden sense of unease welled up in Brother Chao's heart, and he instructed the underling, "Keep an eye on him." Half an hour later, "Brother Chao, it's bad. The chips in that young man's hand have turned into 200,000 yuan. The underling came up to report again. Brother Chow's heart sank abruptly, but this time, he didn't ask further and just told the underling to continue watching. An hour later, Yi Fei returned to the second floor with Li Yunju. This time was different. They held 500,000 yuan worth of chips in their hands. Bang! Yi Fei threw the chips in his hand onto the desk, looked at Brother Chow, and said, "You're Brother Chow, right? Now that 500,000 yuan is here, shouldn't you take out the IOU?" Li Yunju's hand was held by Yi Fei, and her pretty face was flushed, faintly tinged with excitement. Even now, her mind hadn't recovered from the excitement of the casino. She had witnessed the entire process as the chips in Yi Fei's hand grew from 100 yuan to 500,000 yuan. She never thought that Yi Fei could actually fulfill his promise of paying back 500,000 yuan within an hour. Hee. Brother Chow didn't glance at the chips on the table. With a faint smile, he took out an IOU from the drawer of the office and said, "Young lad, here's your IOU." Having said that, he placed the IOU on the table. Yi Fei picked up the IOU, took a glance at it, and then handed it to Li Yunju. After Li Yunju confirmed it was correct, Yi Fei said to her, "Let's go." Li Yunju nodded. Just as the two were about to turn and leave, suddenly, Brother Chow's voice rang out from behind. "Hold on." Yi Fei turned around, his expression turning cold. Looking at Brother Chow, he asked icily, "What? Brother Chow, do you want to go back on your word?" Brother Chow shook his head. Looking at Yi Fei, he asked, "Although we run a casino, we still value credibility. Since the IOU has been given to you, naturally, I won't renege. I was wondering if you, little brother, would be interested in working with me. I can offer you a monthly salary of 1 million yuan. Not interested." Yi Fei replied indifferently, turning to leave with Li Yunju. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Brother Chow's face instantly turned gloomy. "Wait." Brother Chow spoke again, stopping the two. But this time, there was no smile on his face, and his expression was much darker. "Is there something else?" Yi Fei's brows immediately furrowed. Anyone would be annoyed if interrupted so many times. The matter of the IOU had been settled. Now, Brother Chow said in a deep voice, "Shouldn't we settle the score for you injuring my men?" "Oh." Hearing this, Yi Fei turned around again, a playful smile on his face. "How do you plan to settle it?" "Hee, my men can't be beaten for nothing." With a cold sneer, Brother Chow said, "I'll offer you two options now. First, work for me here for free for a year as compensation. Second, since you've hit my man, you'll have to crawl out of here." "You, how can you be so overbearing? Your men started the fight." Li Yunju's pretty face flushed with anger upon hearing this. "I don't care. Kid, you can make your choice now," Brother Chow said indifferently. A playful smile appeared on Yi Fei's face. Brother Chow's reaction was within his expectation. If they could just swagger out smoothly like that, it would be a miracle. Thinking of this, Yi Fei said calmly, "I choose the third way." "The third way?" "Yes, the third way." Yi Fei nodded seriously and said, "It's to beat you all into submission and then walk out of here swaggeringly." After saying that, Yi Fei looked at Brother Chow with a cold smile. "Come on. Stop pretending. Let those people hiding outside come in." "Huh." Hearing Yi Fei's words, Brother Chow's face showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Yi Fei to know that he had set up an ambush outside. However, since he had been seen through by Yi Fei, Brother Chow didn't bother to hide anymore. He clapped his hands, and in an instant, dozens of bodyguards in black rushed into the office and surrounded Yi Fei and the other person. Bang! At this moment, the door opened again, and the younger brother who had been eyeing Yi Fei before rushed in once more. "Brother Chow, that kid won a total of 1.5 million. Chapter 62, I'm someone you can't afford to offend. What? 1.5 million? Upon hearing this, Chow Ji's eyes instantly widened in astonishment. He turned his head to look at the chips on the table, on which there were clearly only 500,000. That is to say, Yi Fei had already exchanged the remaining 1 million. "Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on him? Why the hell are you coming just now?" Chow Gu, enraged, grabbed the lackey and demanded. The lackey wore an aggrieved expression and whined, "Chow Gu, I've been watching him all the time, but somehow, I fell asleep later. When I woke up, they were already gone, and I heard from the front desk that they had exchanged 1 million worth of chips." Fuming with anger, Chow Gu gave the lackey a fierce kick. Then he turned to look at Yi Fei, his face darkening as he said, "Kid, you're ruthless. You even have the audacity to scheme against me." Yi Fei looked at Chow Gu, blinked his eyes, and asked with an innocent look, "What? Are you saying you only allow people to lose money here and not win?" "Cut the crap!" Chow Gu roared, yelling furiously at the bodyguards who rushed in. "Get him. Break this kid's hands." "Yes." The burly men who charged and responded in unison and immediately lunged towards Yi Fei and the other person. These men were tall, robust, with muscles bulging all over their bodies. Each of them exuded a tough and intimidating aura, clearly showing that they were well-trained martial artists. If those who went to Li Yunju's house to demand debts were like a ragtag army, then these men were undoubtedly well-drilled regular troops. Much stronger than those like Huang Mao. Merely by their forward charge, they brought a powerful sense of oppression. The atmosphere in the entire office seemed to solidify instantaneously. Li Yunju's delicate face turned pale. She somewhat regretted following Yifei to the casino, for her presence seemingly held Yifei back, seemingly sensing Li Yunju's worry. Yifei turned his head and smiled, patting her on the shoulder and saying, "Don't worry. No matter how strong an ant is, it's still an ant. Dealing with these people is no challenge for me." Having said that, Yifei's body moved. These people only felt a blur flash before them. And then a powerful force struck their chests. Bang, 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 bang. A series of crashing sounds resounded throughout the office in an instant. These charging burly men didn't even touch Yifei's clothes, yet their bodies flew backward at an even faster speed, hitting the wall heavily before stopping and falling to the ground. On each of their chests, there was a footprint that sank in an inch, and blood was gushing out through their tight vests. Unceasing wails instantly reverberated throughout the office. Hiss, hiss. The bodyguards who didn't charge forward couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air one by one, and their steps involuntarily retreated a few paces. Chao Ji's eyes widened in shock. He turned his head and looked at Yifei, who seemed to have never moved, standing in place. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. Just now, he hadn't even seen when Yifei moved. Clap, clap. Yifei clapped his hands and looked at Chao Go, whose forehead was oozing cold sweat, and said indifferently, "Now, can we leave?" Chao Ji's face turned extremely ugly. He stared at Yifei and said in a very low voice, "Kid, who on earth are you? Who am I?" Hearing this, Yifei smiled. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm someone you can't afford to offend. If you dare to trouble Li Yong'an and his family again, your end will only be worse than theirs." Yifei pointed at the wailing bodyguard on the ground. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable dignity. Hearing this, Brother Chao's complexion turned even uglier. Who is he? Dang Yongchao, the leader of the entire Dongqing district, with hundreds of subordinates. In the whole Dongqing district, even the top leader of the district has to show him some respect. But now, he was actually slapped in the face by a young lad wearing a high school uniform, who also took away 1 million yuan. And now, he was even threatened by this lad. "Lad, I admit I underestimated your strength." Brother Chao adjusted the glasses on his nose and looked at Yifei with a solemn gaze. "I didn't expect that these carefully selected subordinates of mine couldn't even withstand one move from you. No wonder you dared to cause trouble in my casino. But, so what if you can fight? Even if you're extremely capable?" At this point, Brother Chao's voice suddenly stopped. He roared ferociously, "Can you dodge a bullet?" As his voice fell, a small and delicate pistol was taken out from his lower back, directly aimed at Yifei. "Hee, I didn't want to take this out originally. Since you've seen it, neither of you two will be able to leave here today." Brother Chao sneered, being pointed at by this pistol. Yifei's face grew even colder and more intimidating. He naturally understood the meaning behind Brother Chao's words. In China, private possession of firearms is prohibited, and the law punishes those who privately possess firearms very severely. Super Brother said this, clearly intending to silence the two of them. When Li Yunju saw the gun in Super Brother's hand, her hair stood on end in horror, and she let out a terrified scream. However, instead of evading, she took a step to the side and stretched out her arms, shielding Yifei. She shouted at Yifei, "Yifei, run. I'll hold him off." Yifei's face had turned terrifyingly cold when Super Brother took out the gun. But when he saw Li Yunju's action, her naive yet heart-warming gesture made him smile. She was so stupidly cute. Yifei sighed inwardly. He reached out to lower Li Yunju's arms and pulled her behind him. When he looked at Super Brother again, his eyes instantly turned cold and full of killing intent. "Is this your trump card? I detest it when others point a gun at me. The last person who did that to me is still in the mental hospital and hasn't come out yet." The person Yifei mentioned who had pointed a gun at him was naturally Bai Feng, who had kidnapped Chen Wan back then, on the top of Yangwishan Mountain. Bai Feng had also pointed a gun at Yifei. As a result, Yifei had directly tortured him for half an hour before stopping. "Kid, don't be so arrogant in front of me. Kneel down right now." Super Brother pointed the gun at Yifei and roared. For some reason, seeing Yifei so calm with a gun pointed at him, Super Brother suddenly felt a sense of unease. "Shoot," Yifei said indifferently. "What?" Hearing Yifei's words, Super Brother's pupils suddenly constricted. He even began to suspect that there was something wrong with his ears. This kid actually told him to shoot? "Lad, do you truly think I don't dare to fire? I'll say it one more time. Kneel down." An expression of madness crossed Chao Ji's face as he roared hysterically. "Shoot then," Yifei bellowed in response. "Lad, this is what you've brought upon yourself." With a loud shout, Chao Ji's finger was about to pull the trigger of the pistol. Click! To everyone's surprise, when Chao Gu pulled the trigger, no gunshot rang out. Instead, a clear sound of bone breaking resounded in everyone's ears. Chao Ji's shrill cries filled the entire office. The wrist with which he held the gun was bent at a bizarre angle of almost 90 degrees. The white bone spurs pierced through the sleeve and protruded, while the pistol in his hand had long since vanished. At this moment, Yifei was still standing beside Li Yunju, yet in his hand, there was a small pistol. Precisely the one that had been in Chao Ji's hand earlier. Yifei let the pistol spin continuously on his finger as he looked coldly at Chao Gu and said, "You actually dared to fire? Now, tell me, how should I deal with you?" "Ah, my hand," Chao Gu clutched his broken wrist. His suit drenched in sweat. The way he looked at Yifei was as if he were gazing at a devil. Just now, at the moment he pulled the trigger, Yifei was still standing there motionless. However, in the next instant, Yifei had rushed in front of him in less than a second, broken his wrist, and then returned to his original position. What an astonishing speed it must be to complete such a series of actions in such a short time. Is this even something a human can do? In an instant, the fear in Chao Ji's heart even overshadowed the pain in his body. At this moment, he finally realized the meaning of Yifei's words just now. So it turned out that the person in front of him was truly someone he couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 63. Shi Qinghan comes looking. In the end, Yifei didn't do anything to Chao Gu. After all, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Of course, the most important thing was that Yifei didn't want to leave a brutal impression on Li Yunju. With this deep, impressed experience, it was believed that Chao Gu wouldn't cause trouble for Li Yunju's family anymore. After coming out of the casino, Yifei and Li Yunju walked side by side on the road. When hit by the cold wind outside, Li Yunju couldn't help shivering, and she became a little more sober in an instant. Before that, her mind had been immersed in the huge shock Yifei had brought in the casino. "Yifei, how could you?" Finally, Li Yunju couldn't help but speak, yet she had a hesitant expression. The current Yifei seemed somewhat different from the one she had heard about in school. Yifei turned his head and glanced at Li Yunju, then draped his school uniform jacket over her shoulders. The outside temperature was a bit low, which was cold for Li Yunju. But for Yifei, who had reached the second level of qi, refining, it had no effect at all. After Li Yunju tightened the jacket on her body, Yifei smiled faintly and said, "Are you going to say that the me you know is quite different from the me rumored in school?" Li Yunju turned to look at Yifei. Her pair of beautiful eyes became even brighter. She nodded and softly let out an. Yifei didn't look at Li Yunju. Instead, he raised his head and gazed at the night sky ahead. His eyes appeared somewhat profound, and he said in a composed voice, "In the past, my academic performance was poor. I was constantly bullied and looked down upon by teachers and classmates. At that time, I kept thinking that I had always been extremely cautious and never caused trouble. I had clearly never offended them. I just wanted to study hard. But why wouldn't they let me be? I can't recall how many times I secretly cried alone, asking myself what on earth I had done wrong. Until one day, a person appeared and said a sentence to me. Only then did I understand the reason and made up my mind to change myself." Yifei recounted his past events in a composed voice, with no visible signs of joy or anger on his face. However, upon hearing this, Li Junju felt an inexplicable pang of sadness and had an impulse to embrace Yifei in her arms. Gazing at Yifei's delicate and handsome face, a hint of infatuation emerged on Li Junju's face. It had to be said that at this moment, Yifei was truly captivating. "What did he say to you?" Li Junju asked involuntarily. "He said, 'Your weakness is inherently a mistake,'" Yifei said lightly, as if the scene of encountering the reincarnation patriarch at that time was reappearing before his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Looking back now, that was the warmest moment since he came to Haijiu. After a moment, Yifei continued, "Fortunately, the heavens gave me a chance for me to become stronger." Yifei didn't mention the encounter with the reincarnation patriarch, nor did he tell Li Junju that he was a cultivator. The two walked and chatted as the streetlights elongated their shadows, which sometimes overlapped and sometimes separated. Before they realized it, they had arrived downstairs at Li Yunju's residence. Just as she was about to go upstairs, Li Yunju finally spoke up again, asking, "Yifei, have you ever considered which university to apply for?" "Which university?" Yifei looked at Li Yunju with a hint of bewilderment upon hearing this. "Well, the college entrance examination is approaching soon. With your academic performance, It must be effortless for you to gain admission to any domestic university. So, which one do you desire to attend the most? Li Yunju inquired. Well, Yifei pondered briefly before replying, it should be Jiangnan University. Jiangnan has long been renowned as a place blessed with outstanding talents and natural beauty. Presumably, it harbors more spiritual energy than Haizhou. In fact, whether to attend university or not holds little significance for Yifei now. What he yearns for more is to find a place abundant in spiritual energy to rapidly enhance his cultivation, so that he can assist the reincarnation patriarch at an earlier date. Jiangnan University? Li Yunju murmured softly, her eyes seemingly becoming even brighter. She smiled gently at Yifei and said, Thank you, Yifei. Well, I'll go upstairs now. With that, she waved at Yifei and then skipped upstairs. Yifei didn't accompany Li Yunju upstairs. After her figure vanished from sight, he turned around and left, returning to his own abode. When Yifei's figure disappeared, Li Yunju, who should have already reached home, reappeared at the stairway entrance. Her beautiful eyes were intently fixed on Yifei's departing silhouette. After Yifei's figure vanished from sight, she tightened the clothes draped over her body and turned resolutely to ascend the stairs. Half an hour later, just as Yifei returned to the downstairs of the old house where he lived, he noticed a fiery red Mercedes sports car parked there. When Yifei reached the stairway entrance, the door of the Mercedes opened accordingly, and a coldly glamorous beauty stepped out. Her stunning face wore an icy expression, giving off an aura that deterred strangers. Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't this the very beauty director of the People's Hospital who had left him eating the car exhaust? Shi Qinghan, seeing Yifei's ghost, stricken look. A subtle arc curved upwards at the corner of Shi Qinghan's icy, delicate face. Why, you seem quite surprised to see me. Shi Qinghan inquired. What are you doing here? Yifei asked, looking at Shi Qinghan. You couldn't be waiting for me on purpose, could you? Otherwise, Shi Qinghan retorted. Yifei was momentarily rendered speechless, thinking to himself that he seemingly had no connection with this woman. Seeing that Yifei remained silent, Shi Qinghan finally couldn't hold back and spoke again. Aren't you going to invite me up for a seat? Hearing this, Yifei realized that Shi Qinghan was indeed waiting for him here. He nodded and said, It's just a man and a woman here. If you're not afraid, then come on up. With that, he took the lead and went upstairs. The two of them entered Yifei's house one after the other. When she saw the shabby furnishings in Yifei's residence and a huge crack on the wall, even though she had been somewhat prepared, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Sit down. If you have something to say, just come out with it. I still have to go to school tomorrow. Yifei moved the only stool in the room to Shi Qinghan and asked straightforwardly. Upon hearing Yifei's words, Shi Qinghan retracted her gaze from sizing up the room and directly exposed Yifei's words, saying, If I'm not mistaken, today is Friday. Since when does Haizhou know? One middle school have classes on weekends? Yifei. He said this just to get Shi Qinghan to leave as soon as possible, but unexpectedly, Shi Qinghan caught him in a trap and gave him a subtle blow. Seeing that Yifei was left speechless by her, a hint of victorious smile seemed to appear at the corner of Shi Qinghan's eyes. Then she said, I came here to invite you. Invite me? Yifei blinked. Yes. Shi Qinghan nodded. Your medical skills are quite remarkable, especially your acupuncture techniques. If they aren't used to benefit the common people, it would be like a pearl covered in dust. Therefore, I invite you to work at the People's Hospital. Work at the People's Hospital? Are you kidding me? I'm still a student, Yifei said, utterly speechless. It doesn't matter. You can come on weekends, Shi Qinghan said. Not interested. Yifei declined directly. He thought that if he had the time on weekends, he might as well go to the manor on Tianyan Mountain to practice. The spiritual energy there was much richer than in other places. Shi Qinghan seemed to have anticipated Yifei's answer and wasn't discouraged. Instead, she started sizing up the house again. I'm quite curious. You clearly have 2 million yuan in your hands. Why do you live in such a house? Furthermore, as far as I know, your family's financial situation is not prosperous. Your mother and sister still reside in the countryside, leading rather arduous lives. Shi Qinghan said unhurriedly. Having spoken, she then turned her head to fix her gaze on Yifei and continued. As far as I know, you're a very filial child. But why don't you send money back home to improve your mother and sister's lives? Upon hearing this, Yifei's eyes suddenly froze. Staring coldly at Shi Qinghan, he said, You've been investigating me. As Yifei's voice suddenly turned cold, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop significantly. When her eyes met Yifei's icy pupils, Shi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat involuntarily. She felt a chill all over her body, as if she was being stared at by a bloodthirsty beast. It seemed that as long as she made a move, This beast in front of her would pounce and tear her to pieces. She hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. I admit I've investigated you, but I have no ill intentions." Huff Yifei let out a long breath and then realized that he had been a bit sensitive just now. In fact, these details about him were not really secrets. Seeing this, Shi Qinghan also heaved a sigh of relief, secretly shocked. She couldn't understand why Yifei, who was clearly just a high school student, could have such a terrifying gaze. She composed herself and then said again, "You actually really want to send money home to improve your family's life, don't you? However, you've been struggling to find a proper reason. So, even though you have 2 million yuan in hand, you can't help your family." Hearing this, Yifei gave a bitter smile. He never expected that this concern of his would be discovered by Shi Qinghan. How could he not desire to send some money to his family? However, his current status is merely that of a student. How could he possibly have the opportunity to earn money? If he were to actually send money to his family, what his family would probably receive would not be joy, but rather panic. The crux of the matter is that he truly has no way to explain the origin of the money in his hands. "Speak. What do you want?" Yifei sighed and inquired. When Shi Qinghan saw Yifei's appearance, she immediately burst out laughing. "Haven't you always been lacking an excuse to send money to your family? Now you have one. Interning at the hospital, what do you think of this excuse?" Yifei finally understood the purpose for which Shi Qinghan had gone around in such a big circle. It turned out that she still wanted him to go to the people's hospital. It had to be said that this time, Shi Qinghan had truly hit his weak point. Working at the people's hospital was indeed an excellent excuse. Yifei was extremely eager to send money to his family, thinking of his mother and sister in the countryside. Yifei let out a sigh and said, "You win." Upon hearing this, the corners of Shi Qinghan's mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a victorious smile, yet in her heart, she secretly thought, "No matter how crafty you are, you still have to do as I say." However, before she could rejoice, Yifei's voice sounded again, uttering words that made her fly into a rage. "It's because you have big breasts." Chapter 64. The intern nurse. After Shi Qinghan left, Yifei looked out of the window and sighed. Naturally, he knew that Shi Qinghan had come to invite him because she had taken a fancy to his 4 images acupuncture technique and wanted him to treat some special patients in the people's hospital. Of course, there was probably also Shi Qinghan's intention to come into more contact with the 4 images acupuncture technique. It has to be said that Shi Qinghan is quite adept at fathoming people's minds. She seized upon Yifei's urgent desire to send money home, but his distress over lacking a suitable pretext, thus compelling Yifei to accede to her request. After a night of cultivation, early the next morning, Yifei made his way to the people's hospital. Shi Qinghan held Yifei in particularly high regard and had long been waiting in her office. Once Yifei arrived, she personally accompanied him to familiarize himself with the working environment. Since Yifei was a student and didn't possess a practicing physician's license, his identity could only be that of an intern nurse. Yifei, of course, didn't care about this. He didn't come here to genuinely work, but merely to obtain a nominal position so that he could have a legitimate excuse to send money home. Naturally, if Shi Qinghan encountered patients she couldn't handle and asked Yifei to step in, he would have to do so. This was something the two had agreed upon the previous night. The whole morning passed like this, and there were no sudden incidents in the hematology department. Yifei naturally had no opportunity to take action, and he was glad for the leisure, so he simply hid in Shi Qinghan's office to cultivate. At noon, while Yifei was cultivating, the clattering sound of footsteps approached. Shi Qinghan, dressed in a white coat, appeared. "Let's go." Shi Qinghan uttered these words, took off the white coat on her body, and was about to head out. "Where to?" Yifei looked utterly astonished. "To eat." Yifei felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this. He never expected that this woman, even when inviting someone to a meal, would use such a cold, commanding tone. The People's Hospital is located in the city center of Haizhou, surrounded by commercial streets. Perhaps due to Yifei, Shi Qinghan specifically chose a Western restaurant in a 5-star hotel. After the two were seated, the waiter brought the menu. Shi Qinghan didn't stand on ceremony with Yifei and directly took the menu to order, choosing items that Yifei had never even seen before, such as Australian lobsters, Alaskan king crabs, French foie gras, and Kobe snowflake steaks. Yifei couldn't help but marvel. Before, he had only heard of these names. Shi Qinghan casually glanced at Yifei and, seeing him staring blankly at the price list on the menu, said indifferently, "Don't worry, this meal is on me." "Oh, I didn't bring any money anyway." Yifei replied with a matter of fact nod. His simple words immediately left Shi Qinghan feeling annoyed. Soon, the waiter served the food they had ordered. Yifei wasted no time and was about to tuck in with his knife and fork when a voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, Qinghan, you're having a meal here too?" As this surprised voice faded, a young man around 30 years old, dressed in Givenchy, appeared beside them. At this moment, the sleeves of his shirt were rolled up on both sides, seemingly inadvertently revealing the valuable Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. "Haha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here, Qinghan. Why don't we have dinner together? This meal is my treat," the man said to Shi Qinghan, acting quite familiar. "Doctor." "Ding, we're not that familiar. Please refrain from being so affectionate. Call me Dr. Shi." Shi Qinghan cast a glance at the man who leaned over and said, "Haha, we're all colleagues. We'll surely get familiar with each other in the future," Ding Jian said brazenly. Having said that, he was about to sit down. When he saw Yifei sitting across from Shi Qinghan, his brows knitted. "Excuse me, please make way. I just want to discuss some work matters with Qinghan," Ding Jian said to Yifei rudely. Yifei glanced at this person, then turned his head to look at Shi Qinghan, wanting to ask who on earth this guy was. However, Shi Qinghan showed no intention of introducing the person in front of her. "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Ding Jian's tone grew increasingly unfriendly when he saw that Yifei ignored him. "Say, buddy, who are you?" Yifei looked up, feeling rather speechless. "There are so many empty seats here. Can't you find one for yourself? Also, please don't disturb my meal." Having said that, he paid no more attention to this person. Seeing Yifei's attitude, Ding Jian stared at Yifei and said, "I've set my eyes on this seat of yours now." "Oh, sorry. I've also taken a fancy to this seat," Yifei said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Ding Jian's eyes narrowed. When he saw that Yifei's entire outfit was worth no more than a few hundred yuan, he couldn't help but sneer. "You're such a pauper. How dare you come here to dine? Are you just trying to put on an act? Well, I take pity on you. If you give this seat to me, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. What do you think? 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yifei smacked his lips. Suddenly, his tone changed, and he said firmly, "No way." "Huh? Don't push your luck, kid. 1,000 yuan for a seat is already a lot," Ding Jian said in an unfriendly tone. "No way," Yifei replied indifferently, not even glancing at him. "You." Ding Jian was enraged by Yifei's disregard. 10,000 yuan. I'll offer 10,000 yuan for your seat. How about it? Still no way? 100,000 yuan. Not interested. Kid, name your price. How much will it take for you to give up this seat? Ding Jian stared at Yifei and asked, "Are you really wealthy?" Yifei raised his head, looked at the ceiling, and a playful smile appeared on his face. "What do you think?" Ding Jian chuckled, putting his hands in his trouser pockets, making his Patek Philippe wristwatch even more conspicuous. "Do you really want this seat that badly?" Yifei asked again. "Kid, you talk too much." Ding Jian waved his hand impatiently. "Just say it directly. How much do you want to give it up?" "Oh, then bring 100 million yuan," Yifei said calmly. "It's just 100 million. Ding Jian waved his hand, instinctively about to agree. But halfway through his words, he realized the amount Yifei had mentioned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Kid, what did you just say?" Yifei extended his index finger and said calmly, 100 million. "Since you're so rich, then bring 100 million yuan to buy this seat." Upon hearing this, Ding Jian, in a fit of extreme rage that turned into a laugh, pointed at Yifei and cursed loudly, "You brat, are you out of your mind with poverty? For a mere seat, you dare to ask for 100 million. He, Ding Jian, is wealthy, but he's no fool. If spending some money could get him to sit opposite Shi Qinghan and have lunch face to face with her, that would be wonderful. However, asking him to fork out 100 million for a seat, not to mention he can't come up with that amount. Even if he could, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing." Yifei looked at Ding Jian with a face full of astonishment and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be rich? Weren't you the one who told me to name my price just now? Now that I've named it, what? Can't afford it? If you can't, then stop showing off here." After that, Yifei added disdainfully, "I thought you were so wealthy. Turns out you're just a pauper. You." When Ding Jian heard Yifei's last words, he felt as if his lungs were about to burst with anger. Meanwhile, Shi Qinghan beside them sat there all the time, as if she were an outsider, watching the show between the two. When Yifei finished his last sentence, she even cooperated by taking a look at Ding Jian with a surprised expression on her face. Ding Jian's face turned beet red. He lowered his head and whispered into Yifei's ear, "You brat, I'm warning you. You'd better stay away from Shi Qinghan. She's not someone a penniless wretch like you can match up to." Before Ding Jian could finish his words, Yifei pushed his head away, stood up, and shouted, "Don't come looking for me anymore. How many times have I told you? I'm just an intern nurse. How would I know how to treat impotence? How to treat impotence. Ding Jian felt rather bewildered upon hearing Yi Fei's words. When on earth had he asked Yi Fei about treating impotence? At noon, it was already filled with quite a number of people. Yi Fei's loud shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Subsequently, their gazes landed on Ding Jian, with rather strange expressions in their eyes. Being stared at by so many people, Ding Jian instantly understood Yi Fei's intention. His face flushed scarlet. Seeing Yi Fei looking at him with a wronged expression, he could hardly resist rushing forward to strangle Yi Fei. "You brat, just you wait." At this moment, Ding Jian no longer had the face to stay there. After leaving such a harsh threat, he left in a hurry, just as Yi Fei had seated himself. Shi Qinghan's voice sounded by his ear. "Oh, I forgot to tell you just now. That person is Ding Jian, the son of Vice President Ding of the hospital." Yi Fei didn't understand why Shi Qinghan told him this. However, looking at Shi Qinghan's teasing eyes, Yi Fei had an ominous feeling. Then, Shi Qinghan continued to add, "Well, Vice President Ding happens to be in charge of the nursing department." As if fearing that Yi Fei didn't understand, Shi Qinghan further explained, "That is to say, his father is exactly your immediate superior." Damn it! Hearing this, Yi Fei felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. He stared at Shi Qinghan and said, "Did you do this on purpose?" Shi Qinghan nodded earnestly. Yi Fei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He never expected that, inadvertently, he had been tricked by this woman again. Chapter 65. He's the new intern nurse sure enough. After having lunch in the afternoon, Yi Fei was seconded to the emergency department. The head nurse, who had taken good care of Yi Fei due to Shi Qinghan's instructions, now began to order Yi Fei around. Yi Fei was kept on the go throughout the afternoon, and it was not until evening that he had a bit of a breather. Just as Yi Fei was about to return to his residence to practice, at this moment, the rapid roar of a car engine resounded, and then a white Range Rover rushed into the hospital at an extremely high speed. With a screech, the car came to a halt. A non-mainstream youth with gaudily dyed hair jumped out of the driver's seat, his face smeared with blood, shouting, "Doctor, doctor, come and save him quickly." As he spoke, he opened the rear door and carried out a young man covered in blood, with a faint breath and a deathly pale face. Seeing Yi Fei in a white coat nearby, the non-mainstream youth, as if grasping at a life-saving straw, hurriedly cried out, "Doctor, doctor, please save him quickly." Yi Fei took a look at the youth with a faint breath and was somewhat startled. It was obvious that the young man had been in a car accident. He quickly placed his hand on the youth's wrist, and a stream of true yuan probed in. At this time, the hospital staff also noticed the situation and rushed out to help. In just the blink of an eye, Yi Fei had completely understood the youth's injuries and said to a doctor beside him, "The patient has a fractured calf, spinal cord injury, 5 broken ribs, one of which has punctured the spleen. Immediate emergency treatment is required." As Yi Fei's voice fell, a sarcastic voice rang out behind him. "Oh, where does this miracle doctor come from? Merely by touching the wrist, one can detect the illness. Then what do we attending physicians need to do?" Yi Fei turned his head and saw that it was Ding Jian whom he had met at lunch. Unexpectedly, he was the attending physician on duty today. Ding Jian gave a cold snort towards Yi Fei and snapped, "You, an intern nurse, what are you bustling about here? Stay aside." The non-mainstream young man shouted nervously, "I don't care who the attending physician is. Hurry up and save young Master Fu. If anything happens to young Master Fu, you'll all pay the price." Ding Jian, who had intended to mock Yi Fei a couple more times, was stunned upon hearing the non-mainstream young man's words and subconsciously asked, "Young Master Fu? Which young Master Fu? Which other young Master Fu could it be?" "The only son of Fu Hanyuan," the non-mainstream young man shouted. "What?" Hearing this, numerous medical staff present were greatly astonished. Fu Hanyuan was the CEO of Hanyuan Industries, with assets of tens of billions. Hanyuan Industries was also one of the top enterprises in Haizhou, with industries spanning various sectors such as real estate, shopping malls, and tourism development. There were several Hanyuan commercial plazas in Haizhou alone. Moreover, like Wei Kuan, Fu Hanyuan was also a strong contender for the title of the richest person in Haizhou. Learning that the young man in front of him was the only son of Fu Hanyuan, Ding Jian jolted, no longer in the mood to mock Yi Fei, and quickly ordered, "Quick, send him to the intensive care unit for examination." The others also moved quickly. Yi Fei, being an intern nurse in the emergency department, thought it inappropriate to leave at this moment. With this in mind, Yi Fei followed them in. After learning that the patient was Fu Hongyuan's only son, the hospital's efficiency increased significantly. Soon, the examination results came out. Ding Jian stared at the results, his expression as if he had eaten something foul. The Mainstream youth, seeing Ding Jian like this, was so angry that he almost cursed. He quickly asked, "How is young Master Fu doing now?" "Well, the patient's condition is rather serious. There are multiple fractures in the calf, spinal cord injury, and 5 broken ribs. One of the ribs has punctured the pancreas, causing massive internal bleeding. The situation is critical, and an immediate operation is necessary." The examination results were exactly the same as what Yi Fei had said outside the emergency room. The non-mainstream youth interrupted Ding Jian and said, "Then what are you still standing here for? Hurry up and perform the operation." "Well, young Master Fu's condition is too severe, and the operation is too complicated. If I were to perform it, the success rate would probably be less than 1/10. Ding Jian said with an embarrassed look. "Less than a 1/10 success rate? Isn't that equivalent to a death sentence?" The non-mainstream youth grabbed Ding Jian's collar and roared, "What are you doctors good for? If anything happens to young Master Fu, you can pack your bags and get out. Don't be nervous. We've already informed the dean and Elder Tang. They'll be here soon," Ding Jian said hurriedly. Just then, the young man who was lying on the hospital bed suddenly started to tremble violently, and blood kept oozing out from the corner of his mouth. Beep, 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 the shrill alarm resounded throughout the intensive care unit. The complexions of numerous medical staff changed drastically. They were all too aware of what this alarm signified. "Quickly, save young Master Fu for me." The non-mainstream youth forcefully pushed Ding Jian. Ding Jian's face was filled with a bitter smile, and he somewhat regretted coming to the emergency department for consultation. Originally, it wasn't his shift today. He specifically swapped shifts with someone, aiming to play tricks on Yi Fei. Unexpectedly, before he could do anything to Yi Fei, he got caught up in this mess. Ding Jian was by no means incompetent. He did have some skills. However, the injury of Fu Hongyuan's son was far too severe. If he were to perform this surgery, the success rate would be less than 1/10. If Fu Hongyuan's son were to die on his operating table, not to mention that Ding Jian's father was merely a vice dean with limited power. Even if his father were the dean, it still wouldn't be able to save him. If he didn't save the patient now and let Fu Hongyuan's son die like this, he would also be in deep trouble. Yi Fei glanced at the young man on the hospital bed and knew that the young man was in a critical condition. If he hadn't encountered this situation, that would be one thing. Now that he naturally had to step in to help. Thinking of this, Yi Fei stepped forward and said, "The patient's condition is extremely critical. Immediate surgery is necessary." Hearing Yi Fei's words, Ding Jian thought Yi Fei was trying to make things difficult for him, and he was so angry that he almost cursed. Didn't he know that the patient needed immediate surgery? But who would perform this surgery? "Push him into the operating room. I'll perform this surgery," Yi Fei said to the medical staff beside him. "You'll perform it? Kid, do you even know what you're saying? You're merely an intern nurse. Who the hell gave you the right to perform the surgery?" Ding Jian shouted at Yi Fei. If Ding Jian hadn't been the attending doctor on duty tonight, he would have been delighted to let Yi Fei carry out this operation. That way, if anything went wrong with Fu Hongyuan's son, he'd be glad to see Yi Fei in trouble. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Now he was the attending doctor on duty tonight. If anything went wrong during Yi Fei's surgery, he'd be in trouble too. Yi Fei glanced at Ding Jian and said indifferently, "I'm confident I can cure him." "Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how severe the patient's injuries are? Even if old Tang were here, the success rate would be at most 30%. Who do you think you are?" Ding Jian sneered at Yi Fei. "You do it?" The non-mainstream young man suddenly turned to look at Ding Jian and asked, "This surgery is too complicated. If I do it, the success rate is too low." Ding Jian was taken aback by the question and stammered, "If you can't do it, shut the hell up." The non-mainstream young man roared at Ding Jian, then turned to look at Yi Fei. "Are you sure you're confident you can save young Master Fu? If you don't believe me, just forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Yi Fei wasn't going to tolerate the non-mainstream young man's bad attitude. "No." The non-mainstream young man quickly grabbed Yi Fei. "Fine, you do it. If anything happens to young Master Fu, you'll be waiting to be buried with him." Yi Fei naturally ignored the non-mainstream young man's threat and asked several medical staff to help push the patient into the operating room. After cutting off all the blood, stained clothes on the patient, Yi Fei took out and arranged the needle pouch on his body. As a silver needle was inserted, the young man's body, which had been spitting blood ceaselessly, immediately stopped trembling. Outside the operating room, at this time, Yang Wenjie, the president of the People's Hospital, and the hospital's expert, Elder Tang, rushed over. Just as they arrived outside the operating room, another group of people came. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a square face. It was Fu Hongyuan, the CEO of Hongyuan Industrial. The woman beside him, exuding noble air, was Fu Hongyuan's wife, Song Jia. Ding Yang, how is my son? Outside the operating room, Fu Hongyuan rushed to Yang Wenjia's side and asked anxiously, Mr. Fu, please rest assured. The best experts in our hospital are doing their utmost to rescue your son, and Elder Tang has arrived. We will surely ensure your son's safety. Yang Wenjia comforted quickly. After that, he noticed Ding Jian standing beside him and asked in surprise, Ding Jian, why are you here? And who is performing the surgery in the operating room? Ding Jian's face showed a smile uglier than crying. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. It's Yifei? Said a nurse beside Ding Jian. Yifei? Yang Wenjia asked in surprise upon hearing this. When did such an expert come to our hospital? Why are we not aware of it? Yifei is not an expert, the little nurse, a bit timid being stared at by so many people, said in a low voice. He is a newly arrived trainee nurse. Chapter 66 Returning Good with Evil, a newly arrived trainee nurse? This sentence from the little nurse was like a thunderclap outside the operating room. The entire corridor fell silent in an instant, and the experts who had rushed over looked at each other in bewilderment. That an intern nurse was actually performing an operation on a patient in the operating room. What kind of international joke was this? Song Jia, Fu Hongyuan's wife, was the first to react. She shrieked, an intern nurse? Ding Yang, what's going on here? Why was my son handed over to an intern nurse for surgery? Fu Hongyuan's face also turned ashen. Looking at Yang Wenjia, he said, Ding Yang, is this intern nurse the so-called top expert you mentioned? Beads of cold sweat instantly broke out on Yang Wenjia's forehead. He also wanted to know what on earth this newly arrived intern nurse was all about. Turning his head, he happened to see Ding Jian next to him. He promptly snapped, Ding Jian, what's the situation? Speak up at once. Ding Yang. This Yifei is an intern nurse who just started work today. Relying on his connection with Shi Han, he's completely unruly. Without a practicing physician's license, he presumptuously treated the son of General Manager Fu. I tried my best to stop him, but he simply wouldn't listen to me. Ding Jian quickly distanced himself from the matter and, at the same time, didn't forget to implicate Shi Han. Recommended by Little Shi? At this moment, Elder Tang, who had been standing by without speaking, spoke up upon hearing this. Where's the examination report? Show it to me. Little Shi is quite reliable. Perhaps the injury on young Master Fu isn't that severe. With that, he took the examination report from Ding Jian's hand. When he saw the examination results, the expression on his face froze. Elder Tang, how's my son's injury? Fu Hongyuan asked. At that moment, Elder Tang's face showed a hint of embarrassment. The young master's injury is rather severe. Even if I take action, I only have a 3/10 chance of success. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed abruptly. Elder Tang was a renowned expert throughout Haizhou. The fact that even he had only a 3/10 chance clearly indicated the extreme severity of the patient's injury. Then what are you still doing here? Hurry in and save my son. We donate so much money to your hospital every year. Are we just raising a bunch of good for-nothings? Song Jia shouted at Elder Tang. Elder Tang's face turned rather unpleasant. He was a famous expert known across the country, not a doctor of the People's Hospital. No matter how much money Hanyuan Industrial donated to the People's Hospital, it had nothing to do with him. Yet, unexpectedly, he was scolded by Fu Hongyuan's wife. Suddenly, the light in the operating room went out. Yifei's figure emerged from the operating room, his expression slightly fatigued. The injuries on this young Master Fu are truly too serious. Even though I used the 4-elephant acupuncture method to treat him, I could only barely stop the worsening of his condition, which consumed a great deal of my true energy. When Yifei saw so many people outside, he was a bit surprised but still said, the patient has been out of danger. Who are you? Who gave you the right to operate on my son? Song Jia, Fu Hongyuan's wife, was the first to shout at Yifei. Yifei's face turned rather ugly. He had expended so much true energy and used the 4-elephant acupuncture method to save the patient, only to be questioned like this by the patient's family as soon as he came out. At that time, the patient's life was hanging by a thread. If I hadn't stepped in to treat him, when you arrived, all you would have seen was a corpse. Yifei said coldly, Yifei, you actually have the audacity to spout such nonsense here. Even if Elder Tang were to take action regarding young Master Fu's injury, he would only have a 30% chance of success. Yet you dare to claim that you've cured him? Ding Jian also jumped out and said, so you're suggesting that you can cure it? Then why didn't you treat him? Yifei sneered and retorted. Ding Jian was immediately left speechless. Are you a new intern doctor? Yang Wenjia looked at Yifei coldly. Yes. Yifei nodded. You're fired now, Yang Wenjia declared. On what grounds? Just because you're an intern nurse and you dared to treat patients without a practicing physician's license. Who gave you the right to perform surgery on patients? Yang Wenjie roared. Yifei looked at Yang Wenjie with a cold smile. At that time, the patient's life was hanging by a thread. Should I have just stood by and watched him die? It's not your turn to save him, Yang Wenjie said icily. I don't care who your backer is. Now, get out of here immediately. Humph. I don't even want to stay in a hospital as heartless as yours. Yifei sneered and was about to leave. Wait. He can't just leave like this. Just as Yifei took a step, Ding Jian's shrill voice rang out behind him. Who knows what he did to young Master Fu? He can't be allowed to leave like this. What if something goes wrong with young Master Fu and he runs away? After saying that, he turned to the bodyguards behind Fu Hongyuan and said, quickly, arrest him. Fu Hongyuan's bodyguards turned to glance at Fu Hongyuan. Seeing that Fu Hongyuan's face was ashen, it was clear that he had tacitly approved Ding Jian's words. In an instant, two bodyguards blocked Yifei's way, while another directly reached for Yifei's collar, intending to pull him back, courting death. Seeing the actions of these three men, Yifei's face instantly turned ice cold. He had come to save people. Yet not only were these people ungrateful, they actually wanted to put him under house arrest. Yifei swiftly struck back with a punch, smashing it towards the palm of the bodyguard reaching from behind. Bang! A crashing sound rang out, and the bodyguard's body immediately flew backwards, crashing into the wall and then heavily falling to the ground. Fu Hongyuan's pupils contracted slightly, looking at Yifei in disbelief. These bodyguards of his were all hired at a high cost. Each of them was a retired Special Forces soldier, capable of taking on 10 men single-handedly. Yet, they were unexpectedly dealt with by this seemingly weak young man with just one punch. Fu Hongyuan immediately realized that Yifei was by no means an ordinary youth. Seeing the remaining two bodyguards about to rush forward and besiege Yifei, he quickly shouted, "Stop!" After the two bodyguards stopped, Fu Hongyuan then looked at Yifei coldly and said, "Young man, I can see that you are highly skilled, but this is no longer a world ruled by force. You'd better pray that my son is all right, or..." The rest of the words were left unsaid by Fu Hongyuan, yet everyone could understand what he meant. Yifei turned his head to stare at Fu Hongyuan and suddenly sneered, "Is this how you treat the savior of your son?" After saying that, without waiting for Fu Hongyuan to react, he turned around and left. Inside the operating room, Elder Tang stared at the injured whose various indicators on the instrument showed stable, also dumbfounded. Just now after seeing the patient's examination results outside the operating room, even he felt a sinking in his heart and dared not guarantee that the patient would surely be saved. Where did that young man seem to have been seen before? At this moment, Elder Tang remembered Yifei's appearance, which seemed somewhat familiar. When he saw the silver needles inserted in the patient's body, he felt even more that Yifei looked familiar, but he couldn't recall immediately where he had seen him. "Elder Tang, how's my son?" Song Jia asked hurriedly when she saw Elder Tang was in a daze there alone. "Oh, the patient's various indicators are normal, and he has been out of danger. As long as the later maintenance is proper, there will be no problem," Elder Tang replied. After that, he walked towards the outside of the operating room, still recollecting where he had seen Yifei in his mind. Hearing what Elder Tang said, Fu Hongyuan also heaved a sigh of relief. Ding Jian, who was standing beside the hospital bed, promptly flattered, "Mr. Fu, don't worry. Leave the later care of young Master Fu to me. I promise to make young Master Fu fully recover." Fu Hongyuan nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Dr. Ding." Ding Jian didn't expect that Fu Hongyuan actually knew him and promptly said excitedly, "No trouble at all, no trouble at all." After everyone left the operating room, only Ding Jian was left in the whole ward. He looked at Fu Bin on the hospital bed with excitement in his eyes, as if it was not Fu Bin but a bed full of banknotes. When he saw the silver needles inserted in Fu Bin's body, his brows immediately furrowed, and he coldly snorted in his heart, "What is this? Using acupuncture to keep one alive? Playing tricks." Having said that, he directly pulled it out. However, at the very moment he removed the silver needle, numerous instruments in the ward that had been operating smoothly suddenly emitted ear-piercing screeches. Fu Bin on the sickbed started to tremble violently, and blood began to gush continuously from his mouth. Ding Jian, upon seeing this scene, was instantly terrified out of his wits. Chapter 67 Offending a superior. Being the alarm in the intensive care unit also drew everyone outside back. "What's going on?" Dean Yang Wenjie stared at Ding Jian with fierce eyes and asked, I don't know either. As soon as you all went out, he became like this." Ding Jian stammered, "Elder Tang, please step in and save my son's life." Fu Hongyuan looked at Elder Tang and pleaded. Elder Tang nodded. His gaze swept over Fu Bin's body, then suddenly halted. Turning his head to look at Ding Jian, he asked, "Where is the silver needle on the patient?" "Silver needle?" Ding Jian was even more terrified upon hearing this and stammered, "The silver needle was pulled out by me." "Nonsense!" Elder Tang shouted angrily. "The patient's condition is still unstable. His life is sustained entirely by the silver needle. How could you pull it out?" Can it be inserted back?" Ding Jian held the silver needle in his hand, which he hadn't thrown away yet, and asked in a fluster, "It's useless." Elder Tang shook his head. "Acupuncture is not that simple. The use of needles should be based on the patient's real-time condition. Depending on the patient's different conditions, the length of the needles, the depth of insertion, and the orientation will also vary. Inserting it back rashly will only have the opposite effect." Upon hearing this, Fu Hanyuan was thrown into a panic. He quickly said, "Elder Tang, please step in to save my son's life. I, Fu, will surely offer a generous reward." Elder Tang carefully observed Fu Bin's symptoms. He heaved a sigh and shook his head, saying, "The acupuncture technique used by that young man is unprecedented in my life. Please forgive me for being powerless. You better go find that intern nurse." After that, Elder Tang looked at Fu Bin on the sickbed, whose face had started to turn black, and added, "Your son doesn't have much time left. You'd better hurry up." Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyuan and his wife were as if struck by lightning. "Bastard! Give me back my son's life." Song Jia no longer cared about her image and rushed forward to fight Ding Jian. Fortunately, Fu Hongyuan was relatively calm at this time and asked the bodyguard to pull Song Jia away. Even so, Ding Jian's face was left with scratch marks all over, looking as if it had been gnawed by a dog. Ding Jian felt like crying, but had no tears, even if he was given the courage. He didn't dare to fight back when Fu Hongyuan's wife hit him, not even dared to block. Ding Jian endured the piercing pain on his face, opened his mouth and wanted to explain something. "Mr. Fu, Unfortunately, Fu Hongyuan didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he turned to the hospital director Yang Wenjie and asked, "Director Yang, do you have a way to find that intern nurse?" Well, Yang Wenjie looked embarrassed. As the director of the People's Hospital, he didn't care about an intern nurse at all. Moreover, Yi Fei, this intern nurse, had just come to work on the first day. How could he possibly know where Yi Fei lived? "Mr. Fu, that Yi Fei was recommended by Shi Qinghan, and she handled all the procedures. She should know where that guy lives," Ding Jian said hurriedly, hoping to make up for his mistake. Otherwise his life might really be over. Little Shi, beside him, Elder Tang, upon hearing Shi Qinghan's name again, a thoughtful look emerged in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Yang Wenjie promptly ordered someone to look for Shi Qinghan. Shi Qinghan had been extremely busy throughout the entire afternoon. Unexpectedly, just moments after she returned to the office to rest, she was dragged to the side of the intensive care unit again. After listening to everyone's account, Shi Qinghan slightly furrowed her brows. She didn't expect that in just one afternoon, Yi Fei had actually caused such a huge commotion. "Qinghan, our two families have been friends for generations, and Xiaobin is also a friend who grew up with you. You must save him. I, your uncle, have only this one son." Fu Hongyuan looked at Shi Qinghan and said. Only then did he realize that Dr. Shi in Ding Jian's words was actually the daughter of his friend, and he suddenly seemed to have grasped at a straw of hope. "Uncle Fu, it's not that I don't want to help you." Shi Qinghan let out a soft sigh. Yi Fei's use of the 4-elephant acupuncture method also causes great damage to his own body. He saved Xiaobin, yet instead of being grateful to him, you repaid his kindness with enmity. Based on my understanding of him, I'm afraid he won't take action again. Shi Qinghan thought to herself that with her relationship with Yi Fei, she didn't have enough influence to ask Yi Fei to take action again. Although she said so, Shi Qinghan still told everyone Yi Fei's residence. She didn't want her childhood friend to die like this. What? The 4-elephant acupuncture method? As soon as Shi Qinghan's words fell, an exclamation suddenly came from Elder Tang beside her. He rushed over abruptly, grabbed Shi Qinghan's arm, and said excitedly, "Little Shi, did you just say the 4-elephant acupuncture method? Could it be? The reason you inquired about the 4-elephant acupuncture method from me before was because of that young man?" Shi Qinghan cast a glance at Elder Tang and nodded. After witnessing Yi Fei's application of the 4-elephant acupuncture technique, she was seized by the urge to inquire. Eventually, she obtained some fragmented information from Elder Tang. It was precisely these details that drove her to make up her mind to invite Yi Fei to the hospital. However, to her astonishment, Yi Fei had only been in the hospital for a day when such an incident occurred. The 4-elephant acupuncture technique. The 4-elephant acupuncture technique. Elder Tang mumbled incessantly like a neurotic. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed, I remember. I recall who that youth is. He is the very lad in the Jade Full Hall. Elder Tang roared with excitement. Only then did he realize why Yi Fei had seemed somewhat familiar to him. Back then, when they rushed to the Jade Full Hall, hadn't they seen this youth using the four-elephant acupuncture technique to rescue Elder Song, who had one foot in the grave? Thinking of this, Elder Tang turned his head and cast a glance at Fu Hongyuan, sighing, "Mr. Fu, I'm afraid you've offended a master this time." Elder Tang, what do you mean by that? Fu Hongyuan looked at Elder Tang, asking with a hint of bewilderment. Song Jia beside him, however, dismissed it with a sneer, saying, "What master? He's just a young lad. At most, we'll offer him more money. I don't believe he dare not come to treat my son." Hearing this, Elder Tang couldn't help but sneer. "I know you're wealthy, but no matter how much money you have, can you compare with the Song family?" The Song family? Everyone was taken aback upon hearing Elder Tang's words, failing to grasp why he suddenly brought up the Song family. The Song family is the preeminent aristocratic family in Haizhou. These people present are by no means ordinary folks. So how could they possibly be unaware of the Song family? Fu Hongyuan let out a bitter laugh upon hearing this. Although his net worth exceeds 10 billion and he ranks among the top wealthy individuals in Haizhou, this is merely on the surface. In reality, compared with the truly powerful aristocratic families in Haizhou, his wealth is far from sufficient. In Haizhou, which family worthy of being called an aristocratic one doesn't possess assets amounting to hundreds of billions? Not to mention the Song family, the number one aristocratic family in Haizhou. He, Fu Hongyuan, and the Song family are simply not on the same level. Master Tang, what do you mean by this? Fu Hongyuan asked cautiously. Could that young man have some connection with the Song family? Master Tang replied indifferently, "Oh, he doesn't have much to do with the Song family." Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyuan heaved a sigh of relief. If they offended Yu Fei and thus angered the Song family, his life in Haizhou would be extremely difficult in the future. However, before Fu Hongyuan could fully exhale, Master Tang's voice rang out again. That young man is merely the savior of old Master Song. Boom. This last sentence from Master Tang was like a thunderclap, stunning everyone present. They stared at each other in disbelief. What? Yu Fei is actually the savior of old Master Song? A look of shock flashed across everyone's eyes, and then a series of gasps echoed in the intensive care unit. Fu Hongyuan's body swayed, and he almost wanted to kick Master Tang, who was intentionally withholding information. Damn it. Is the savior of old Master Song considered having no connection with the Song family? However, he still asked cautiously with unyielding determination, "Elder Tang, which Elder Song are you referring to? Which Elder Song could it be?" Elder Tang chuckled. In the entire Haizhou, apart from that one, who else would dare to be called Elder Song? With the last glimmer of hope shattered, this time, Fu Hongyuan was completely panicked, no longer caring about anything else. He looked at Shi Qinghan with a pleading voice. "Qinghan, you must help Uncle Fu this time." There was a strange look in Shi Qinghan's eyes. She never expected that Yi Fei would actually have a connection with the Song family and, moreover, be the savior of Elder Song. Just this alone was enough for Yi Fei to act unhindered in the entire Haizhou. Yet, Yi Fei had never mentioned it. "Uncle Fu, I'll go with you. I hope we can make Yi Fei change his mind." Shi Qinghan let out a soft sigh. Fu Hongyuan nodded hurriedly and was about to rush to Yi Fei's residence with Shi Qinghan. But after taking a few steps, he found that his wife, Song Jia, was standing there motionless with a blank expression. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come with me to beg that young miracle doctor." Fu Hongyuan shouted anxiously. Song Jia raised her head with a woebegone expression. Just now. I've already sent the bodyguards one step ahead." Hearing this, instead of showing any sign of joy, Fu Hongyuan's heart skipped a beat. He secretly thought that things had gone wrong. He knew exactly what kind of temper his bodyguards had. Now with his wife's instructions, how could those people be polite to Yi Fei? This was simply offending Yi Fei to the extreme. Fu Hongyuan was so angry that he almost cursed. If this were to incur the wrath of the Song family, Fu Hongyuan could scarcely fathom the dire consequences that would ensue. Pointing at Song Jia, he raged, "Look at the fine mess you've made." Chapter 68. If only one had known no sooner had Yi Fei returned downstairs than the sharp screech of tires braking abruptly reached his ears. Two commercial vehicles came to an immediate halt right in front of Yi Fei. Subsequently, over a dozen bodyguards alighted from the vehicles, obstructing Yi Fei's path forward. Yi Fei cast a glance at these men and recognized them as Fu Hongyuan's bodyguards. Two of them had even nearly engaged in a scuffle with him at the hospital. "The young master's condition has taken a turn for the worse. The mistress requests that you accompany us," the leading bodyguard said icily, his voice more of an order than a polite invitation. Yi Fei glanced at the man and replied calmly, "I'm occupied." With that, He attempted to bypass the man and ascend the stairs. But as soon as he took a step, his path was once again blocked by the bodyguard, who sneered at Yufei and said, "The mistress has given strict instructions. Even if we have to bind you, you're coming with us. I'm aware that you're quite capable in combat, but we're no pushovers either. If you don't want to suffer some physical pain, come with us quietly." Upon hearing these words, the other bodyguards advanced a step forward, encircling Yifei. They all cracked their knuckles, as if ready to pounce on Yifei the moment he uttered a single word of refusal and teach him a lesson. Observing these bodyguards' actions, Yifei couldn't help but laugh out of sheer anger. Is this how you plead for someone's help? Contemplating this, Yifei's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he barked at the bodyguard, "Scram." The leading bodyguard had long been displeased with Yifei because his brother was injured by Yifei in the hospital. Hearing Yifei's words at this moment, his face instantly turned cold. "Kid, you're courting death." After a cold shout, he immediately threw a punch towards Yifei's chest. "I think it's you who's courting death." Yufei sneered and also threw a punch. Fist against fist, ahead, on confrontation. Bang! A dull impact sound rang out, and the sneer on the leading bodyguard's face instantly froze. He felt that the punch he threw didn't seem to hit Yufei's fist, but rather like hitting the head of a speeding train. The immense force transmitted from his arm made the bodyguard let out an scream. The man was sent flying backwards, then bang hit the wall and passed out. This was only because Yifei held back. If Yifei had struck with all his might, I'm afraid the bones in the bodyguard's arm would have pierced through from behind. This guy is tough. Let's all go together. Seeing this, the eyes of the other bodyguards all focused. With a loud shout, they no longer cared about one fights and were about to rush up to surround and beat Yifei. Creak. Just then, a sharp breaking sound rang out. A black Rolls-Royce stopped by the road, followed by a fiery red Mercedes-Benz coupe. Fu Hanyuan got out of the car and happened to see his many bodyguards surrounding and attacking Yifei. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body and hurriedly shouted, "Stop." However, his shout was too late. At this moment, even if the bodyguards had wanted to stop, it was already impossible. Moreover, Yufei's body had already moved. When Fu Hanyuan witnessed this scene, he almost slumped to the ground, with only one thought in his mind: it's over. These bodyguards of his were all retired Special Forces soldiers he had hired through connections from the military. Each of them was a fierce combatant capable of taking on 10 men single-handedly. What's more, these people had a combined attack technique. Once they joined forces, their strength was even more terrifying. Even if they were besieged by 100 people, they could easily fight their way out. Yifei was merely a youth. No matter how powerful he was, how could he possibly withstand the siege of these bodyguards? Bang, bang, bang. Without giving Fu Hanyuan time to think further, dull thumping sounds, resembling the beating of a drum, rang out. Subsequently, Fu Hanyuan witnessed a scene that left him horrified. His carefully selected bodyguards, upon hearing these thumping sounds, had their bodies fly backwards one by one, just like broken sacks being thrown aside. After that, came the thuds of their bodies hitting the ground. One bodyguard even landed on a commercial vehicle, directly flattening it. Fu Hanyuan stood there, his expression dull, looking at Yufei, who still stood in the same place as if he hadn't even moved, his eyes filled with indescribable horror. Good heavens! Shi Han, who got out of the car, was so shocked that she covered her mouth upon seeing this scene, yet still let out an exclamation. And Fu Hongyuan's wife, Songjia, was simply dumbfounded. On this silent night, downstairs of this old house, apart from the moans of the bodyguards lying on the ground, there was no other sound. Yifei had long since noticed Fu Hanyuan and the others who were rushing over. Without even glancing at Fu Hanyuan, he merely nodded slightly towards Shi Han as a greeting, then was about to go upstairs. Wait. Seeing Yifei's movement, Fu Hanyuan finally came to his senses. Hurriedly rushed in front of Yifei and shouted, "Young miracle doctor, please stay." What? Does President Fu still have something to attend to? Yufei stopped, glanced at Fu Hongyuan, and said indifferently, "Young miracle doctor, I." Fu Hongyuan's face was filled with shame, and the scene of his conversation with Yufei in the hospital corridor couldn't help but come to his mind again, his face turning beet red. No matter how thick-skinned he was, at this moment, he felt too ashamed to ask Yufei to treat his son. However, upon thinking of his son still in the intensive care unit waiting for life-saving treatment, Fu Hongyuan still said, "Young miracle doctor, I beg you to save my son." Hearing this, Yifei sneered, "Save your son's life again? After saving him, will you kick me out again?" Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyuan's face instantly turned as purple as a pig's liver. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. How can you talk like that? Fu Hongyuan's wife, Songjia, rushed over and shouted discontentedly, asking you to treat our son as showing you respect. Don't you just want money? Well, tell me. How much do you want to treat my son? After saying that, Song Jia took out a checkbook from her small handbag, ready to fill out a check on the spot. In her eyes, there was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. It was just a matter of the amount. In her view, Yifei's attitude was nothing more than jacking up the price on the spot. Upon hearing his wife's words, Fu Hongyuan was so enraged that he felt an intense urge to rush forward and slap her several times. How could this woman still fail to perceive the situation clearly at such a crucial moment? However wealthy Fu Hongyuan, might be, could he possibly rival the Song family? If Yifei were merely an obscure and penniless youth, perhaps he could have resorted to using money to force Yifei to provide treatment. But Yifei was the savior of old Master Song. Merely by virtue of this identity alone, how could Yifei possibly lack for money? Moreover, Yifei possessed mysterious and unfathomable medical skills as well as formidable physical prowess. Could a person like this be subdued with mere money? Fu Hongyuan attempted to prevent his wife from speaking further, yet it was already too late. Having heard Song Jia's words, Yifei was so infuriated that he instead burst into laughter. He had stepped forward to save Fu Hongyuan's son. Yet not only did he not receive a single word of gratitude, but was also expelled from the hospital. Now, these people came to beg him for treatment. Yet they still assumed such an overbearing and haughty attitude? With an icy expression, Yifei said indifferently, "You're quite wealthy, aren't you? Then you'd better carefully select an auspicious burial site for your son. I, absolutely, will not treat his illness." Having uttered these words, Yifei was about to turn around and continue ascending the stairs. Song Jia was so enraged by Yifei's words that she pointed at Yifei and furiously said, "How dare you speak to me like this? Do you have any idea who I am?" Crack. No sooner had Song Jia finished speaking than she was viciously slapped by the enraged Fu Hongyuan. "Shut up." Fu Hongyuan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Song Jia with a gaze that seemed as if he could devour her. "Do you really want our son to die?" Song Jia covered her face, looking at Fu Hongyuan in disbelief. Just as she was about to speak, she was frightened by Fu Hongyuan's on the verge of exploding appearance and dared not say anything more. It was the first time she had seen Fu Hongyuan in such a fury. Regarding the actions of the Fu Hongyuan couple, Yifei seemed unaware. Just as he was about to lift his foot and go upstairs, Fu Hongyuan's voice rang out again. "Little miracle doctor, can't you really make a move one more time?" This time, Fu Hongyuan's voice was full of helplessness and profound fatigue. Ring just as Yifei was about to open his mouth to refuse. A clear cell phone ringtone sounded. Song Jia took out her phone, and when she heard the news coming from the phone, she instantly broke down and burst into tears. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Fu Hongyuan's heart, and he quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Song Jia, no longer having her usual ladylike demeanor, slumped to the ground and cried out in a voice of despair, "Dean Young said that Xiaobin. He's almost gone. He's our only son." After saying that, she completely broke down and sobbed pitifully. Fu Hongyuan's body trembled, his eyes bloodshot. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried not to let his tears flow, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. At this moment, he was no longer a billionaire, but merely a father on the verge of losing his son. "Yifei, please, can you make a move one more time? I'm begging you." At this moment, Shi Qinghan's voice also sounded. Her eyes were moist, with traces of tears in the corners, clearly having cried as well. Yifei looked at the almost collapsed Fu Hongyuan couple and sighed inwardly. If they had known this would happen, why did they act like that in the first place? "Come, take me to the hospital. It should still be in time." Chapter 69, the Supreme VIP Platinum Card outside the intensive care unit. Fu Hongyuan was like an ant on a hot pan, constantly pacing back and forth. Song Jia beside him was also looking nervous, her eyes intently fixed on the intensive care unit. "President Fu, why don't you take a rest first? Our hospital has arranged dinner. How about I have someone bring it to you?" Dean Young Wenjie opened his mouth and said, Yes. President Fu should take care of your health." Ding Jian beside him quickly flattered. Fu Hongyuan shook his head. Just as he was about to decline, a soft sound came, and the door of the intensive care unit opened. Yifei's figure walked out from inside. "Little miracle doctor, how is my son?" Fu Hongyuan asked hastily. "He's already out of danger," Yifei said indifferently. "If you hadn't removed that silver needle before, the patient would have woken up by now." Hearing this, Fu Hongyuan glared at Ding Jian hatefully, wishing he could rush up and tear Ding Jian to pieces. "There's nothing for me to do here, so I'll take my leave first," Yifei said. Ignoring everyone, he walked towards the outside. "Wait." Fu Hanyuan quickly called out to Yi Fei. He took a check from his wife Song Jia's hand and said, "This time, we really owe it to the little miracle doctor for your help. Otherwise, my son's life might not have been saved. This is just a little token of our gratitude. Please accept it, little miracle doctor." With that, he respectfully presented the check in front of Yi Fei with both hands. Ding Jian, who was standing beside, glanced at the check. When he saw the series of zeros on the check, he was immediately shocked. Almost popped his eyes out. 50 million. Ding Jian stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. How could Fu Hongyuan offer Yi Fei a consultation fee of 50 million? Ding Jian was almost consumed by jealousy, itching to rush forward and snatch that check right away. Yi Fei merely cast a glance at Fu Hongyuan and said indifferently, "The consultation fee is unnecessary. I don't do this for your money. I hope President Fu will remember one thing in the future. In this world, not everything can be bought with money." Yi Fei's words were rather blunt, even carrying a tone of admonition. However, Fu Hanyuan didn't show the slightest sign of anger. Instead, he blushed with shame. If he hadn't looked down upon Yi Fei because of his status as an intern nurse at that time, how could this series of things have happened later? Yes, what the young genius doctor said, I, Fu, will surely keep in mind. Fu Hanyuan quickly replied. Song Jia, who was standing beside Fu Hanyuan, was also so ashamed that she felt like disappearing through the ground. She hurriedly apologized to Yi Fei. Yi Fei nodded, which could be regarded as accepting the apology. Then he was about to turn around and leave. From beginning to end, he didn't even glance at the check in Fu Hongyuan's hand. In fact, if it hadn't been for Shi Qinghan's pleading and the sorrowful looks of the Fu Honyuan couple, which stirred Yi Fei's compassion, given the previous attitude of the Fu Honyuan couple, not to mention 50 million, even if they offered 500 million, they wouldn't have been able to persuade Yi Fei to treat their son. Just as Yi Fei took a step, Fu Hongyuan's voice rang out again from behind. Young genius doctor, please wait a moment. Yi Fei's brows immediately knitted together. Does President Fu still have something to say? Seeing the displeasure on Yi Fei's face, Fu Honyuan quickly explained, Young genius doctor, don't misunderstand. Esteemed young healer, you have saved my son's life twice in a row. I, Fu Honyuan, shall never forget this kindness. I am aware that worldly possessions like money hold no allure for a person of your caliber. As he spoke, Fu Hongyuan took out a card from his pocket. This is the VIP membership card of my Hongyuan Industrial. It may not seem of great value. However, with this card, one can enjoy certain discounts when consuming at any store under Hongyuan Industrial. This is just a token of my gratitude. Please, young healer, accept it. Having said that, he respectfully presented the membership card to Yi Fei with both hands. Yi Fei looked down and saw that the card was about the same size as a bank card. It was made entirely of platinum and appeared extremely exquisite. In the lower left corner of the front side, there was a character carved in traditional Chinese characters, with strokes as sharp as iron hooks and silver lines, clearly the work of a master. Such a delicate card must have cost no less than 100,000 yuan just for its production. Yi Fei thought to himself that this card might not be as simple as Fu Honyuan claimed. Otherwise, Fu Honyuan wouldn't have gone to such lengths to create it. Yi Fei nodded and said, Very well, I'll accept this card. Yi Fei didn't notice that Shi Qinghan behind him. Upon seeing the number on the card in Yi Fei's hand, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, almost thinking that Fu Hongyuan had gone mad. This card was not merely as Yi Fei thought, not simple at all, but rather, it was incredibly extraordinary. This was the supreme VIP platinum card privately crafted by Fu Hongyuan. There were only 5 such cards in total. The production of these 5 cards alone had cost him over 1 million yuan. With this card, one could enjoy free consumption at any store of Hongyuan Industrial. And that too, without any limit. It should be known that there are several Hongyuan commercial plazas in the entire Haizhou, all built and operated by Hongyuan Industry. The Shi family of Shi Qinghan and the Fu family of Fu Hongyuan have been family friends for generations. Even so, Shi Qinghan's father only has a membership card numbered 5. The smaller the number, the greater the privileges, of course. With this number 1 card in hand, Yi Fei could even empty out the several Hongyuan plazas in Haizhou without any problem. In theory, it would also be entirely feasible for him to claim these plazas as his own. Yang Wenjie, the dean beside him, almost drooled when he saw the VIP card in Yi Fei's hand. Although he didn't know the specific functions of this VIP card, with his experience, he could naturally tell that this card was by no means ordinary. Only after Yi Fei put the card into his trouser pocket did Yang Wenjie withdraw his gaze. Swallow hard, then came to Yi Fei's side with an embarrassed look and said, Well, young man, I was rather offensive before. With your abilities, There's no need for you to condescend to be an intern nurse. Our traditional Chinese medicine department is short of a director, and I think you'd be quite suitable. Yifei glanced at Yang Wenjie and said indifferently, no need. A person like me without a practicing physician's license should probably just leave. Yang Wenjie didn't expect Yifei to still remember what he had said before. Hearing this, his old face immediately turned bright red, and he felt so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After Yifei's figure disappeared from the corridor, Ding Jian beside him jumped out and shouted, who does this kid think he is? Just because he knows a bit of acupuncture. How dared he talk to the dean like that? Yang Wenjie turned his head, cast a cold glance at Ding Jian, and said frostily, Dr. Ding, I don't think you're fit to continue your work as an attending physician. The logistics department is in need of a sweeper. Report there tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Ding Jian's legs went weak, and he plopped down onto the ground. He knew it was all over for him, having offended Fu Hanyuan and now the hospital director. Even if his father was the vice director, he couldn't be saved this time. Yifei had just emerged from the hospital building when a figure followed closely behind. Young lad, please wait a moment. A hoarse voice sounded from behind Yifei. Yifei turned around and saw that the person calling him was the hospital expert, Elder Tang. Elder Tang looked at Yifei with a face full of joy and said, I wonder if the young lad still remembers me? Remember you? Yifei was a bit surprised. He scrutinized Elder Tang carefully and then exclaimed. Only then did he recognize that this old man was the one who had called out the name of the 4-elephant acupuncture technique he used in Yumantang. So it's you, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now, Yifei said, feeling a bit awkward, since he started learning the 4-elephant acupuncture technique. Elder Tang was the only one who could call out its name. Elder Tang chuckled, not minding at all. Looking at Yifei with shining eyes, he said, Young lad, I have an impolite request. I don't know if I should mention it. Elder Tang, please go ahead, Yifei said with a smile. Yifei had a good impression of this old man who was outstanding in medical skills and amiable in demeanor. Seeing that Yifei was so amiable, Elder Tang became rather hesitant. He stammered, Well, I wonder if you, young friend, could impart to me the 4-elephant acupuncture technique. As he spoke, seemingly fearing Yifei might misunderstand, he quickly explained, Young friend, don't get me wrong. I know that the 4-elephant acupuncture technique, such a miraculous acupuncture art, must be of utmost preciousness. I definitely have no intention of possessing it. It's just that I've been infatuated with the art of acupuncture all my life. And I hope to rely on this miraculous technique to restore the broad masses' confidence in traditional Chinese medicine and let traditional Chinese medicine bring more blessings to the common people. Hearing this, Yifei couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Elder Tang. If possible, he wouldn't mind making the 4-elephant acupuncture technique available for others to learn. Unfortunately, the 4-elephant acupuncture technique requires true yuan to activate it. Even if ordinary people learn the procedures without true yuan to activate it, it would merely be a case of aping something without real understanding, with little effect. Elder Tang, it's not that I'm being stingy. It's just that the 4-elephant acupuncture technique is somewhat special. It would be useless for others to learn it, Yifei said with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Elder Tang couldn't help but recall a certain legend. Looking at Yifei, he asked in disbelief, could it be? Is the legend true? Does the 4-elephant acupuncture technique need to be activated with qi? Yifei nodded. Elder Tang's face couldn't help but show a tinge of disappointment. He sighed and turned to leave. Yifei was also quite helpless. He didn't know how to console this old man who was bent on promoting traditional Chinese medicine, so he could only let him go. The cultivation method taught to him by the reincarnation patriarch was top secret. Yifei was impossible to reveal it, let alone impart it to others. Creak. As soon as Yifei stepped out of the hospital gate, the screeching sound of a car's brakes resounded. A red Mercedes-Benz coupe pulled up beside Yifei. It was precisely Shi Qinghan's vehicle. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Shi Qinghan's cold and delicate visage. She cast a glance at Yifei and said indifferently, Get in. Instead of getting in the car, Yifei looked at Shi Qinghan warily and said, This time, you won't leave me eating exhaust fumes again, will you? Shi Qinghan didn't expect Yifei to still remember that incident. Seeing Yifei's cautious and guarded expression, she couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. It depends on your performance,